You're pregnant. I'll prescribe you some folic acid, calcium tablets, and multivitamins. Make sure to rest more, the doctor said. Ding Xia calmly took the prescription. As she walked out of the room, she gently touched her still flat belly. She sighed softly. After checking her phone and seeing the small amount of money left, she went around to a few pharmacies and found that the hospital's prices were still the cheapest. Outside the maternity hospital, couples walked by with smiles full of happiness. Standing alone, Ding Xia looked a little lonely. Ignoring the curious glances around her, she got on her electric bike and headed home. When she passed the market, she hesitated for a moment. Thinking of the tiny life growing inside her, she decided to buy half a pound of shrimp. They were small and few, but they still cost her more than 20 yuan. After turning through several narrow paths, she finally reached a small village on the outskirts. As she walked past the chatting women by the roadside, she could feel their curious eyes following her. Ding Xia returned to her old, worn courtyard. The first thing she did after getting home was go to the kitchen. She found a clay pot and some rice, started cooking it over a low flame, then sat on a small stool by the sink to clean the shrimp. She heated some oil and fried the shrimp heads until they turned bright red and fragrant. Carefully blowing away the steam rising from the pot, she stirred the rice gently. The rice had started to bloom. She poured in the shrimp oil and added the marinated shrimp. Something still felt missing. After thinking for a moment, she wiped her hands on her apron, crouched down, and took out a small jar from a corner. She scooped out a bit of preserved winter greens and added them to the porridge. After simmering for a while, she tasted a spoonful, blew on it to cool, and smiled in satisfaction. Using a cloth to hold the hot pot, she carried it to the table. That was her dinner for the night. Ding Xia sat quietly in the dim, empty room, slowly eating her porridge. It had been 3 days since she found herself inside this story. She had already realized she couldn't make any choices that went against the plot. For example, ending the pregnancy. She didn't even know who the child's father was, because she had become the mother of the tragic male lead in a sorrowful novel. In the original story, she died during childbirth and was barely mentioned. The novel mainly told the male lead's life of hardship and pain. And now, that future tragic hero was still in her womb. She had no useful information at all. Right now, all she could do was stay calm, carry the baby, and give birth to the male lead's child. Then wait for her fate. Ding Xia sighed at the thought. No money, no family, no education, and no job. All she had was a child to raise. One that would depend on her completely. Oh, and a pretty face. Ding Xia touched her face gently. She used to look plain, but now she had suddenly become a beauty. Despite her frustration, she couldn't help feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Who was it? Ding Xia called out without moving. It's me. I brought you something. It was her neighbor, Grandma Zhang. Ding Xia quickly stood up to open the door. Grandma Zhang was kind to her and often brought her fresh vegetables from her garden. Grandma Zhang, Ding Xia greeted, letting her in. Were you eating? Grandma Zhang asked as soon as she smelled the rich aroma in the room. I made some porridge, Ding Xia said, helping the elderly woman inside. Would you like some? Grandma Zhang couldn't resist and nodded. Their houses were separated by just one wall, and every time mealtime came, the delicious smell from Ding Xia's kitchen made Grandma Zhang's own food taste bland. Ding Xia went to the kitchen, brought out a bowl and chopsticks, and served her a bowl of porridge. The aroma grew even stronger. Grandma Zhang eagerly took a sip. It was soft, fragrant, and full of fresh shrimp flavor. She finished the bowl quickly and praised, "You're really good at cooking." Then she slapped her thigh. "Oh, I almost forgot why I came. I actually have something to discuss with you," Grandma Zhang said, rubbing her hands. "My brother's daughter-in-law's nephew is getting married in a few days, but the young man forgot to book a chef. Now the wedding is almost here, and they can't find anyone to cook. The whole family is worried, so they asked me to help. I thought of you, your cooking always smells so good. Would you be interested? They'll pay you, of course." Ding Xia almost agreed right away, but the words stopped in her throat. She touched her belly, feeling troubled. She wanted to earn the money, but she was worried her health might not hold up and she'd ruin everything. Grandma Zhang noticed her hesitation and said kindly, "I won't force you to come, child.
Don't worry about me.
If you don't want to take the job, that's fine. We're not strangers." Ding Sha looked at her gratefully. "Grandma Zhang, it's not that I don't want to. It's just that." She still wasn't sure whether to tell Grandma Zhang about her pregnancy. Her ID showed she had just turned 18 a few months ago. If she told her, there would be questions about the baby's father. But if she kept it secret, it wouldn't last long. Her belly would start to show in a few months. After thinking for a moment, Ding Sha gathered her courage. "That I'm pregnant, so I might not be able to handle such a big event." Grandma Zhang looked at her in surprise. This young girl was pregnant? Remembering that she had always lived alone since moving here, Grandma Zhang hesitated, then gently asked who the baby's father was. Ding Sha had already prepared an answer. "He went to Guangdong to work. He'll come back when he's earned enough money. As for what would happen then, she would deal with it later." Grandma Zhang looked at her with pity. That sounded like something a man would say to fool a young girl. Feeling sorry for her, she thought for a while and then said softly, "You're still young. You could wait a bit before having a child. If it weren't for this baby, maybe the girl could have a better life." Ding Sha sighed inwardly but smiled and shook her head. "I'll wait for him to come back." Grandma Zhang didn't try to persuade her anymore. To be honest, she didn't feel comfortable telling someone to end a pregnancy. At the very least, she could take better care of the girl in the future. Cheering up, Grandma Zhang held Ding Sha's hand and began to share advice from her own experience. What foods were good, what to avoid, and what to be careful about. She explained everything in detail. Ding Sha listened carefully. She had always been someone who accepted life as it came. Since she had decided to keep the baby, she would do her best for it. The first step was to take good care of her health. She didn't want her child to be weak or sickly after birth. After Grandma Zhang left, Ding Sha sat and thought. The truth was, she didn't have a husband working in Guangdong. She had to find a way to earn money herself. Otherwise, not to mention raising a child, she might not even be able to survive. Absent-mindedly washing the dishes, Ding Sha began to think about how she could make a living. This was a rural area on the edge of the city. There weren't many people in the village, and most of them worked in the city during the day, riding their motorcycles home at night. Ding Sha suddenly remembered the construction site she had passed on her way back from the hospital. Since the city kept expanding, there was always construction going on, roads, buildings, everything. She recalled hearing some workers complaining as she passed by.
Got it.
She could sell lunchboxes at the construction site gate. Once she had the idea, Ding Sha got up early the next morning and went to the wholesale market to buy vegetables and disposable lunchboxes. On her way back, she chatted with the old man guarding the construction site to learn more about the place. After drinking some water and taking her vitamins, she went straight into the kitchen. She had already decided what to cook before going to bed. Stir-fried minced pork with pickled long beans, stir-fried cabbage with pork slices, and cold shredded tofu salad. She took a handful of pickled long beans from the jar, their sour smell making her mouth water, and cut them into small pieces. As she chopped, she couldn't resist tasting one. Crunchy and tangy, it was delicious. Ding Sha couldn't help humming a tune as she worked. She heated the wok, added oil, and stir-fried chopped green onions, ginger, and garlic until fragrant. Then she added chili peppers and bean paste, frying until the oil turned red and spicy. Next came the minced pork, half lean and half fatty. After a few quick stirs, she added the pickled long beans and some fresh yard-long beans. When it was almost done, she added a splash of her secret ingredient, peppercorn water, and gave it a final stir. The dish was ready, sour, spicy, and perfect with rice. Next, she made the stir-fried cabbage with pork. She sliced the pork belly, not worrying too much about size. After all, construction workers did heavy labor, and meat filled them up better than rice. She cut the fresh, crisp cabbage diagonally and set it aside. After stir-frying green onions, ginger, and garlic with a few dried chilies for flavor, she added salt, sugar, and chicken powder, simple but tasty. Finally, she prepared the cold dish. She cut tofu skin into thin strips, mixed it with shredded carrots and cilantro, and poured over a special sauce made from more than 10 seasonings. Then came the packing. Ding Xia packed a total of 35 lunchboxes, neatly arranged them in a foam container fixed to her electric scooter. Checking the time, she saw it was about right. She locked her door and headed toward the construction site. By a little past 11, workers began to come out one after another. Ding Xia found a shady spot under a tree, set up her sign with a payment code, and got ready to sell. She was good-looking, so people soon noticed her. A few of them gathered nearby, whispering to each other, but no one came over. Ding Xia stayed calm and waited. Before long, a strong, honest-looking man hesitantly walked up to her. "Miss, are you selling lunchboxes?" "Yes, 15 yuan each," Ding Xia said with a bright smile, opening her insulated box to show the clean and neatly packed meals. "Really 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable?" the man asked, pointing at her sign with some doubt. Afraid he wouldn't believe her, Ding Xia listed the dishes for the day. The man rubbed his stomach. He had been eating takeout for days and was tired of it. The meals provided at the construction site were plain and watery, leaving him hungry again soon after. After a moment's hesitation, he decided that such a kind-looking girl wouldn't lie. "All right, I'll try one," he said. After paying, he looked at the hot ground outside the shade and decided to sit under the tree near Ding Xia. Ding Xia didn't say anything, just handed him a small folding stool from her bike basket. The man sat down by the roadside, placed the lunchbox on the stool, and held the rice in his hand. Each portion was generous, and he was pleased with the amount. As soon as he opened the lid, the rich aroma of stir-fried dishes filled the air. He took a deep breath, and his stomach growled instantly. He quickly picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. The flavor was rich and layered, the meat tender and smooth, unlike anything he had tasted before. It wasn't greasy at all, just delicious. He mixed some pickled beans with rice and took a big bite, then added a mouthful of shredded tofu. The cold dish was spicy and refreshing, and the shredded carrots were crisp and tasty. He couldn't help but take another big bite, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. This food was amazing. A co-worker, drawn by the smell, came over and asked, "Hey, is it good? How does it taste?" "It's great. So delicious," the man replied happily. Afraid that his co-workers wouldn't believe him, he quickly took a few more bites of rice and asked Ding Xia, his words muffled, "Miss, will you come again tomorrow?" "If the food sells well, I'll come again," Ding Xia replied with a cheerful smile. The worker stared at her for a while, his eyes wide, then glanced at De Zhuang, who was eating happily beside him. "Miss, give me one too." After getting his meal, he eagerly sat next to De Zhuang, moving his chair closer. "Is it really that good?" He took a bite of the braised pork, chewed twice, and his face lit up with surprise. Without another word, he started eating with great joy. With 2 people eating so enthusiastically, Ding Xia's lunchboxes sold out quickly. Those who didn't get any looked disappointed as the delicious smell lingered in the air. "Why didn't you make more?" "I'll make more tomorrow," Ding Xia said with an apologetic smile. She did a quick calculation in her head and felt delighted with the profit. After De Zhuang reluctantly reminded her to come again, Ding Xia rode her electric scooter back to her small courtyard. After subtracting the costs, she had earned at least 200 yuan that day. That even included the cost of the lunch boxes she had bought in bulk. The boxes were cheap, and she still had plenty at home. At this rate, she could make a good income each month. Feeling happy, Ding Xia sat in the courtyard, neatly flattened the cash she had earned, and tucked it into a book. The sweet soup with brown sugar, red dates, and white fungus she had left simmering before going out was now perfectly cooked. When she lifted the lid, a warm, sweet aroma filled the air. She poured herself a bowl and sat in the courtyard, sipping it slowly. The courtyard was quite empty, so Ding Xia took some money and went to the village carpenter's house. "Uncle Wei, are you home?" she called, knocking on the door. Uncle Wei was the last carpenter in the village, known for his fine craftsmanship. But with machines taking over, he had returned to the village to live a quiet life. "Yes, I'm here," he answered. "What brings you here, young lady?" "I'd like to order a rocking chair," Ding Xia said, gesturing with her hands. Can you make one? Of course. Of course. The old man said happily, opening the door to let her in and pouring her a glass of sweet water. Do you have any special requirements for the wood? He asked, rubbing his hands and taking out a small, worn notebook. Ding Sha shook her head. Just something simple will do. Uncle Wei wrote a few words in his notebook, then looked up a little embarrassed. Girl, we carpenters have an old rule. We need a deposit first. Ding Sha smiled and nodded. Of course. How much do you usually take? Uncle Wei thought for a moment. Just give me 100. When the work's done, it'll count toward the payment. He tore off a piece of paper. Don't worry, I'll write you a receipt. Ding Sha handed him 100 yuan, carefully folded the receipt, and tucked it into her phone case. I'll go now, Uncle Wei, she said, standing up. I live next door to Grandma Zhang. Just call me when it's ready. All right, Uncle Wei said, walking her to the door. I'll finish it as soon as I can. Ding Sha thanked him and headed home. When she reached the small square in the middle of the village, someone stopped her. It was Wang Kun, the village head's younger son. He was only 15 or 16 but had already dropped out of school. He spent his days wandering around the village, his face full of arrogance and mischief. Wang Kun blocked her path. Hey, pretty girl, where are you going? Why not come hang out with me? Ding Sha looked at him calmly, then stepped aside to walk past. Wang Kun, annoyed by her indifference, reached out as if to grab her arm, but she quickly avoided him. He frowned, feeling insulted, and said arrogantly, Hey, come here and help me out. Ding Sha gave him a puzzled look, then turned and walked away without a word. Wang Kun stood there, watching her leave, his face red with anger. He muttered to himself, I'll make sure she learns a lesson. The next morning, Ding Sha went to the market and carefully picked out 2 pork trotters to bring home. Maybe it was because of her pregnancy, but she suddenly had many cravings. She could think of 7 or 8 different things she wanted to eat in a single day. She singed off the remaining hair on the pork trotters, rinsed them under running water, and then searched through her cupboards for some rock sugar. She melted the sugar in a pot to make a caramel base, added hot water, spices, and soy sauce, then brought it to a boil before letting it simmer slowly. When the meat was almost tender, she poured in a bowl of soybeans that had been soaked overnight and continued to simmer it gently. There were still some vegetables left from yesterday, so today Ding Sha decided to make the same dishes again. This time, she added a layer of soybeans cooked with pork flavor on top of the rice. After packing all the lunch boxes, she put the remaining food on a plate and ate it. The braised pig's feet were soft and flavorful, rich with sauce, and perfectly balanced between salty and sweet. The meat melted in her mouth, making it hard to tell whether it was tender skin or fat. After a full meal, Ding Sha rode her electric scooter to the construction site. Many people were already waiting there, some even bringing their own small stools. As soon as she parked, they crowded around her, calling out that they wanted a meal. Ding Sha calmly opened the box, scanned a code, and handed out the meals. After a few minutes of chaos, everyone lined up on their own. The 50 lunch boxes sold out quickly. A group of strong workers squatted nearby, eating happily, which made passers-by smile at the sight. De Zhuang ate with oil around his mouth. It's so good. So good. Will you make this again tomorrow? Ding Sha shook her head. I'll change the menu tomorrow. She had run out of rice and vegetables at home, so she needed to buy more later and get up early to shop again in the morning. De Zhuang scooped up some soybeans. These beans taste great, he said, smacking his lips. They taste like meat. Did you cook them with pork? Ding Sha nodded. Yes, I used a pig's foot, but it's too expensive. I can't afford it often. De Zhuang waved his hand carelessly. It's tasty, sure, but there's not much to eat on it. Big slices of pork are better. Ding Sha laughed. After thinking for a moment, she said, Then tomorrow I'll make braised pork rice. The stewed pork belly smells amazing. De Zhuang wiped his mouth and grinned. Great. Braised pork it is. After buying rice and returning home, Ding Sha saw it was good quality, so she fried some with ginger to make tea for later. Grandma Zhang came over with a small bowl of fresh eggs. Girl, what have you been busy with lately? I came by a few times and saw your door locked. Ding Sha poured her a cup of ginger iced tea. Not much, just selling lunchboxes at the construction site. Grandma Zhang sighed, with concern. Don't overwork yourself. How have you been feeling lately? Do you feel tired? Ding Sha shook her head. Not really, I don't feel tired at all. Just sometimes I crave sour food. Sour cravings mean a boy, Grandma Zhang said with a smile. That's good. When he grows up, he'll take care of his mother, so you won't have to suffer so much. Ding Sha already knew she was carrying a boy. Not just any boy, he would be the main character of the story. But his fate wouldn't be easy. He would be born without parents, grow up eating meals from kind neighbors, be bullied at school, and even lose someone he loved. A truly difficult life. I'll get you some eggs. They're from my own hens, very nutritious. They'll be good for you, Grandma Zhang said, placing the eggs on the table. Thank you, Grandma Zhang, Ding Sha said gratefully. She had seen how expensive such eggs were at the market that morning. No need to thank me. Is anyone home? Grandma Zhang's words were cut off by a knock at the door. Ding Sha stood up, a little surprised, and went to open it. Yes, who are you looking for? It was the village postman. Since most people left in the village during the day were the elderly, women, and children, the village had its own postman to deliver letters and packages. Are you Ding Sha? The postman, a man in his 20s or 30s, looked at her with surprise and admiration. I am, Ding Sha replied, puzzled. You have a letter, he said, handing it to her. He looked like he wanted to say more, but didn't. Ding Sha took the letter, thanked him, and closed the door. The postman scratched his head and walked away. Ding Sha stared at the handwriting on the envelope, lost in thought. Seeing her so quiet, Grandma Zhang asked worriedly, What's wrong, dear? Ding Sha shook her head without answering. I'd better go. I still have eggs steaming at home. If you need anything, come find me, Grandma Zhang said as she stood up. Ding Sha smiled and nodded, walking her to the door before sitting back down. She picked up the letter again, still dazed. The sender's address read, Nanjing City First Prison. After hesitating for a moment, she opened the envelope and began to read. Sha, how have you been lately? I miss you and our little courtyard. I'm sorry for letting you down. Will you wait for me? I promise I'll give you a good life. I haven't built the swing for you yet, and the grapevines you wanted are still not planted. The empty space behind the yard hasn't been turned into a garden, and the wedding you wished for, I still owe you that. Will you come to see me? I really miss you. The letter was signed by Xiao Jun. Ding Sha read it over and over again. In the end, she sighed as she looked at the name Xiao Jun. If nothing unexpected happened, this must be the father of the child. She sat quietly in the small yard, her mind completely blank, with no memories at all. Should she go see him? Ding Sha hesitated. When she stood at the gate of Nanjing City's first prison, she felt nervous. She instinctively touched her lower belly, as if she could really feel a tiny heartbeat there. Miss, do you need help? The middle-aged guard in the booth noticed her standing there for a long time, looking uneasy, and asked kindly, Sir. I'm here to visit someone, Ding Sha quickly replied. Oh, a visit, the guard said, pointing to a small path nearby. You need to go that way. There's a door at the back. Once inside, fill out the forms. After your request is approved, you can visit. Oh. Thank you, sir. Ding Sha hadn't expected there to be a process, so she thanked him and hurried in that direction. Sure enough, she found a small door. After knocking, she heard someone say, Come in. She pushed the door open. Hello, I'd like to apply for a visit. The young officer looked at her in surprise. Oh. Sure. Please fill out this form first. He handed her a stack of papers and a pen. Ding Sha quietly sat down and began to fill them out carefully. The young officer couldn't help but feel a bit sorry as he looked at her gentle, delicate face. Who could she be visiting inside? He wondered. Soon, Ding Sha finished and walked over. I'm done. Is this okay? She looked a little nervous. The officer poured her a glass of water and said softly, Don't worry. Have some water first. Then he sat back at his desk and checked her information. His expression turned a bit complicated. You're here to visit Xiao Jun? Yes. Ding Sha nodded, not sure why he asked. Are you his wife? The officer asked again. Ding Sha lowered her head and softly replied, We agreed that when we're old enough, we'll get our marriage certificate. The young police officer's slightly regretful look made her even more uneasy. What exactly was going on? After sitting nervously for a while, Ding Sha followed the young officer into another room. They turned several corners and passed through a few doors before stopping in front of an iron one. You can go in. I'll call you when it's time, the officer said kindly, pushing the door open a little. Ding Sha thanked him, took a deep breath, and gathered her courage to step inside. The room was large, with a big table in the middle. Behind a glass wall sat a young man with short hair. He looked thin, with a scar above his eyebrow. His eyes were filled with both eagerness and warmth as he looked at her. Xiao Jun had been waiting for her for a long time. Seeing her timidly open the door but not daring to come closer, he became anxious, but didn't want to scare her. He leaned forward against the glass and said gently, Don't be afraid, Sha. It's me.
Come slowly.
Don't stand too long. You'll get tired.
Sit down.
Ding Sha instinctively touched her stomach, then finally took a few steps toward him. Seeing her move closer, Xiao Jun's face lit up with a bright, happy smile. He had been worried that his Sha might be upset, might cry, or might ignore him. As she got closer, Ding Sha could hear her own heartbeat pounding in her chest. The nervousness and excitement made it hard for her to breathe. She stumbled a few steps, her vision darkened, and she reached out blindly, grabbing the back of a nearby chair. Before losing consciousness, she instinctively placed a hand over her stomach. Xiao Jun watched helplessly as she fainted, panic filling his eyes. He jumped up like a wild animal, slamming his fists against the wall and shouting desperately.
Sha.
What's wrong? Sha. Somebody help. Please help her. His outburst drew the guards' attention. They rushed in, restrained him, and pinned his arms behind his back. Xiao Jun struggled, twisting his head to look at Ding Sha. He couldn't see her face, only her small, fragile body lying on the cold concrete floor. At that moment, Xiao Jun hated his own helplessness. The young officer, hearing the commotion, opened the door. Seeing Ding Sha on the ground, he froze for a second, then quickly ran in, lifted her up, and rushed toward the infirmary. Xiao Jun had calmed down. He stopped struggling. My wife isn't feeling well. Can I go to the infirmary to see her? The guards held him tightly, not daring to relax. This man was strong and quick. If he escaped, it would be serious trouble. Xiao Jun didn't resist. I just want to see my wife. I want to know how she's doing. I'm worried about her. The two guards exchanged a look. We'll report it to our superior. You go back first and we'll see what they say. Xiao Jun shook his head. I can give you important information, but I have one condition. Let me see my wife. The guards looked at each other again. Was he finally willing to talk? After a moment of thought, one of them picked up the radio and reported Xiao Jun's request. A moment later, permission came through. When Ding Sha woke up, she felt she was lying in a warm but thin embrace. She opened her eyes slightly and saw Xiao Jun holding her, his face full of worry. Before she could say anything, Xiao Jun quickly brought her a cup of warm water. How do you feel? Still uncomfortable? Have some water. Ding Sha was indeed thirsty. She wanted to take the cup herself, but Xiao Jun wouldn't let her, so she drank slowly from his hand. The doctor came out holding a report. Young lady, do you know what's going on with your own body? Seeing his serious expression, Ding Sha bit her lip and nodded. Xiao Jun frowned, waiting for the doctor to explain her condition. But the next words made his eyes widen in shock. You're pregnant. Why are you still running around? Don't you know your body is weak? The doctor said sternly. Ding Sha lowered her head, too nervous to speak. Xiao Jun's hands tightened around her. He stammered softly, pregnant? Yes, about 2 or 3 months, the doctor replied. Xiao Jun looked at Ding Sha again and repeated, Sha, you're pregnant? She nodded. 3 months. Xiao Jun was at a loss. He had been gone for less than 2 months. If he had known she was pregnant, he would never have left. And Sha, she was always so gentle, so devoted to him. Xiao Jun repeated the words pregnant several times before the joy finally sank in. He stammered, a baby. I'm going to be a father.
Sasha.
I'm so happy. His joy was pure and bright, lighting up his whole face. Ding Sha didn't know how to face him. She turned to the doctor to avoid his gaze. Doctor, why did I suddenly faint?
Your body is weak.
You're anemic and not getting enough nutrition. Carrying a baby will make you even more tired, the doctor said, sitting by the bed. Drink more milk and eat eggs. It'll help you. Ding Sha listened carefully and took note. Xiao Jun noticed her avoiding him and thought she was still upset that he hadn't been there for her. Now that she was expecting a child, his heart ached even more. His eyes darkened as he made a silent decision. After a few words with him, Ding Sha quickly found an excuse to take her vitamins and hurried away. Xiao Jun sat alone in the medical office for a long time. When the sun began to set, he finally stood up as if he had made up his mind. I want to see Officer Liu. I have something to say. The doctor looked at him in surprise. This young man hadn't said a word since he came in, which had given Officer Liu quite a headache. But after seeing his pregnant wife, he suddenly seemed ready to talk. Ding Sha went home with mixed feelings. She sat by the stove, absent-mindedly boiling eggs. She hadn't been prepared to see Xiao Jun at all, but she couldn't deny that she didn't dislike him. It felt as if she had known him for a long time. Ding Sha found that strange, but couldn't explain why. She decided it must be because the person she used to be had known him well. She cut thick slices of pork belly, boiled them briefly, then fried them with sugar until they turned golden. She added soy sauce, bay leaves, and other seasonings, brought it to a boil, and then let it simmer slowly. Before long, a rich aroma filled the air. When the dish was nearly done, she added the boiled eggs she had prepared the day before and cooked them together until everything was flavorful and tender. She picked out a few pieces of meat and eggs, added some of her homemade cabbage salad, and brought a portion to Grandma Zhang. When she knocked on the door, Grandma Zhang's little grandson peeked out, sniffing the air. Seeing Ding Sha, he shyly ran back to call his grandmother. Grandma Zhang came from the kitchen. What is it, dear? Do you need something? I made some food for you to try, Ding Sha said, handing over the bowl. When she looked down, she saw a little child hiding behind Grandma Zhang's legs, peeking out curiously. The child shyly pulled back at first, but soon, drawn by the delicious smell, peeked out again. Ding Sha smiled and gently patted his head. Grandma Zhang accepted the food warmly. Then I'll take it. If you ever need anything, just tell me. Grandma has everything here. She happily pulled Ding Sha toward the house, insisting she come in for a bowl of her sweet egg drink. Ding Sha quickly waved her hands. No, I still have to go sell meals at the construction site. Grandma Zhang patted her forehead and laughed. Oh, that's right. Look at my memory. Go on then, and if you need anything, remember to tell Grandma. Ding Sha smiled and agreed, walking away with a light step. When she arrived, the workers were already waiting at their usual spot. They had even set up tables and stools, watching eagerly in her direction, ready for her arrival. De Zhuang cheerfully helped her unload the cart and set up the payment sign, then proudly became her first customer. He couldn't wait to sit down and open his meal. Ever since Ding Sha mentioned braised pork yesterday, he had been thinking about it all afternoon. He even dreamed about it. He took a deep breath and lifted the lid. The meat was shiny and red, tender and soft when poked with chopsticks. The air was filled with a mouth-watering aroma. Beside it was a halved marinated egg, and the side dishes were fresh and tasty. The pork was rich, but not greasy. After one bite, De Zhuang almost teared up. How long had it been since he'd eaten something this good? He quickly scooped up a few more bites of rice, glancing at Ding Sha, who was busy selling meals. No matter what, he thought, she had to keep selling here. Ding Sha hummed a cheerful tune in the yard, clutching her full wallet. At this rate, she thought, she'd soon be free from poverty and living well. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Girl, are you home? It's your Uncle Wei. Ding Sha was surprised. It had only been a few days. Could the lounge chair already be finished? She hurried to open the door, and sure enough, there was Uncle Wei, a pipe in his mouth, pulling a cart with a beautiful lounge chair tied to it.
Come in.
Ding Sha said quickly, stepping aside and rushing to pour him a glass of water. After carefully choosing a lounge chair and placing it under the large parasol tree in the yard, Ding Sha paid the remaining balance. Not only did she settle the payment, but she also ordered a new piece of furniture, a bed. The one in her room always creaked whenever she turned over at night, often waking her up in fright. She kept worrying that it might collapse one day. So she decided to have a new one made, something sturdy and reliable. Uncle Wei left happily with the money, and Ding Sha lay down contentedly. She closed her eyes on the gently rocking chair, ready to take a quiet, peaceful nap. Days passed slowly, and Ding Sha's savings grew. She treated herself to good meals every day, and soon her cheeks became rosy again. She no longer looked so frail, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. One morning, as usual, Ding Sha got up early. Her belly had started to show slightly, like a small round bump from eating too much. She wasn't used to it yet, and moved carefully, afraid of accidentally bumping her stomach. She planned to go to the hospital for a checkup in a few days when things were less busy. Remembering the book's description of the weak and sickly male lead, she couldn't help feeling uneasy. Just as she was about to go to the market to buy some vegetables, she opened the door and froze. A thin boy with a short haircut was squatting at the door. There was a scar on his eyebrow, and he looked at her with a mix of nervousness and hope. It was Xiao Jun. Ding Sha was silent for a moment, then sighed at his uneasy expression.
Come in.
Hearing that, Xiao Jun's face lit up. He quickly walked over to her, looked her up and down, and was relieved to see she hadn't lost weight. Then he glanced at her slightly rounded belly and smiled, greeting it softly. "Hello there, little one. Daddy's back." Ding Sha had been a bit worried, but his words made her laugh. "It's only been 4 months. The baby can't hear you yet." Xiao Jun carefully helped her back inside. "How many months until the baby can hear?" "I'll read stories then." Ding Sha counted on her fingers. "At least 5 months, I think."
Xiao Jun nodded.
"Then I'll say hello next month." Ding Sha smiled, then suddenly remembered her errand. "I was about to go to the market. Do you want to rest for a bit first?" "I'll go with you," he said. Xiao Jun wouldn't let her go out alone, and insisted on going with Ding Sha. So, she had no choice but to take him along. When they arrived at the market, and Xiao Jun saw how many groceries she was buying, he looked puzzled. "Why are you buying so much? If we can't finish it, it'll go bad." "It's for selling," Ding Sha said cheerfully. She was in a good mood today. She had managed to buy fresh pork tenderloin and pig's feet.
Selling?
Xiao Jun was confused. Only then did Ding Sha remember she hadn't told him that she was now selling lunch boxes. But as soon as she mentioned it, he got anxious.
"Stop selling."
"You're still pregnant and weak. You're already so tired. Why keep doing this?" "I have money. I'll take care of you." Ding Sha wasn't happy, but she didn't want to argue in the middle of the market. She puffed up her cheeks in frustration, grabbed the meat she had bought, and walked off. Xiao Jun panicked, quickly grabbed the rest of the groceries, and chased after her on his electric scooter. But Ding Sha wouldn't talk to him. She didn't even look at him, just kept walking straight ahead, almost bumping into people along the way. Xiao Jun was desperate. "Honey, please don't be mad. Are your hands hurting from carrying that? Put it on the scooter. Are you tired? If you're angry, you can ride and I'll walk, okay?" Hearing that, Ding Sha couldn't help feeling a little helpless, and her anger started to fade. People around them were watching the good-looking couple argue, some even smiling kindly. Ding Sha felt embarrassed. "Let's go home," she said sharply, sitting on the back seat and grabbing Xiao Jun's shirt. Okay, let's go home," he said happily, pedaling the scooter back. Once home, Ding Sha still didn't speak. She went straight into the kitchen, and soon came out with 2 steaming bowls of noodles. The white noodles floated in a rich brown broth, topped with thin slices of green pepper and tender strips of lean meat, giving off a slightly spicy, mouth-watering aroma. The smell alone made one hungry. She set the bowls on the table, looked at Xiao Jun, who was already swallowing hard, and said sternly, "What are you waiting for?"
"Come eat."
Xiao Jun, already starving, quickly sat down and began eating eagerly. Ding Sha felt a little sad watching him eat so quickly. She softened her voice and said, "Eat slowly, don't choke. There's more in the pot if it's not enough." Xiao Jun didn't even have time to answer. He just made a few muffled sounds as he buried his head in the bowl. After finishing one bowl of noodles, his stomach finally felt better. He went to the kitchen for another full bowl, peeled a clove of garlic, and ate more slowly this time, looking more normal. "When did you come back?" Ding Sha asked while eating. "Last night," Xiao Jun replied. "Why didn't you come in?" "I was afraid I'd scare you." Xiao Jun gave a shy smile, and all the fierceness on his face disappeared.
Why?
"Did you suddenly get out?" Ding Sha hesitated but still asked. She didn't know what Xiao Jun had done to be locked up, nor how he got out. But thinking about her own situation these days, she had to admit, if Xiao Jun was here, she would feel much safer. After finishing his noodles, Xiao Jun still looked hungry. He took Ding Sha's unfinished bowl and continued eating. "I was released. I won't be going back again. It's a long story, I'll tell you slowly." Hearing that he wouldn't be going back, Ding Sha let out a sigh of relief, though worry soon followed. She began to calculate in her mind how long her savings would last. Feeling full, Xiao Jun wiped his mouth, stood up, and said, "Honey, let me show you something."
Huh?
Ding Sha hadn't reacted yet when she saw Xiao Jun carrying the old travel bag he had brought that morning. The bag was bulging, and she had no idea what was inside. Xiao Jun placed it in front of her and gestured for her to open it. Curious, Ding Sha unzipped it. One glance inside, and she almost lost her breath. It was full of 100 yuan bills, bundled neatly, all brand new, filling the entire bag. Ding Sha was so shocked she didn't know what to say. Xiao Jun, who had been waiting proudly for her praise, noticed her pale face and asked, "Honey, what's wrong? Where did you get all this money?" Ding Sha's heart started racing. She was afraid he had done something wrong again right after being released. Realizing what she was worried about, Xiao Jun quickly pulled her to sit down, letting her lean against him as he spoke softly. Don't worry. I'll explain everything." Xiao Jun paused to gather his thoughts. "This all started when we first arrived here," he said. "I took you away from the village, brought you far from home, and made you go through so many hardships. It's my fault. I wasn't capable enough, and you had to suffer with me. At that time, someone came to me and said his boss needed someone to take the blame for a crime. If I agreed, they would give me a lot of money, at least 1 million. Ding Sha was stunned. She had imagined many reasons why Xiao Jun might have gone to prison and had prepared herself for all kinds of possibilities, but she never thought he did it for money. Xiao Jun felt heavy-hearted as he recalled that time. They were both young and new to the city. He worked hard every day doing manual labor, but the money he earned wasn't even enough for the two of them to live on, let alone save anything. Ding Sha also worked hard to earn money, but everything in life, food, clothing, housing, and travel, cost money. Then Ding Sha fell ill. They couldn't even afford the medical bills. He couldn't bear to watch her grow thinner and weaker day by day. So when that man came to him with a bag full of money, he stared at it, gritted his teeth, and agreed without thinking it through. But once he was in prison, he regretted it deeply. He missed Ding Sha and worried that she might be bullied or hurt. There was no turning back. Xiao Jun had no choice but to endure it, afraid that if he went back on his word, Ding Sha would be dragged into trouble. He would rather die himself than see her get hurt. Later, when he missed her too much and wanted to give her the money he had earned, he wrote her a letter. When she came to see him, he found out she was pregnant. The regret he felt was overwhelming. He couldn't let her go through pregnancy and childbirth alone. He then reached out to Officer Liu, who had long suspected something was wrong and had been trying to persuade him to tell the truth. They made a plan. Xiao Jun would act as bait to help the police catch the real criminals. After confirming that no one had escaped, Xiao Jun carefully retrieved the money he had hidden before and returned to this small house. He swore to protect Ding Sha and their child with all his strength. After hearing everything, Ding Sha finally let out a sigh of relief. Only then did she realize she was still in his arms. Her face turned slightly red as she stepped back and asked softly, then, What do you plan to do with the money? Ding Sha wasn't sure if this money could be considered illegal. Xiao Jun told her not to worry. It's all for you to use. Officer Liu hinted that he would let me go this time. Only then did Ding Sha feel completely at ease.
Then.
Let's save the money. Our baby will need it in the future. I'll do whatever you say, Xiao Jun replied without hesitation. Ding Sha gently touched her belly, lost in thought. Xiao Jun's appearance had never been mentioned in the story before, and she could feel that something had changed completely, though she didn't know why. But for now, it seemed like a good thing. Even if she couldn't escape her difficult fate in the end. At least the baby wouldn't be left alone, right? After thinking for a long time, Ding Sha suddenly realized she had already lost nearly half an hour of preparation time. She stood up quickly, and Xiao Jun, seeing her anxious expression, became nervous too. What's wrong, dear? Don't worry. Then Ding Sha remembered that he was still there, the one who might get in the way of her lunchbox business. I need to start preparing the lunchboxes, she said, not really in the mood to deal with him. Xiao Jun wanted to object, but when he saw the worry and frustration on her face, he swallowed his words and said instead, Don't rush. I'll help you. Don't tire yourself out. Ding Sha looked at him in surprise. Xiao Jun smiled and gently tapped her nose. I'm your husband. You can order me around for free. Ding Sha touched her nose and couldn't help but smile too. Xiao Jun was quick and surprisingly skilled. The dishes that usually took Ding Sha a long time to prepare were done in 2/3 of the usual time. In the end, Ding Sha handled the cooking, but everything else was done under her direction while she sat on a small stool. They arrived at the construction site right on time, as always. The workers were already waiting eagerly. When they saw the pretty young woman arrive with a man beside her, they were shocked and a little jealous. Because Ding Sha's food was delicious, and she was as beautiful and gentle as a fairy, everyone secretly called her the lunchbox goddess. Many of the young men at the site liked her. They worked hard every day, hoping that one day they might have the courage to tell her how they felt. To marry her, that would be a dream come true. Dazhuang was still at the front of the line. He looked at Ding Sha, then at Xiao Jun, who was handsome but clearly not someone easy to deal with. Swallowing nervously, he asked, Miss, is this your boyfriend? It was the first time Ding Sha had introduced Xiao Jun to others. She glanced at him. His eyes were cold when looking at others, but when they turned to her, they softened. Feeling a little shy, she said, He's my husband. For a moment, Dazhuang felt as if he could hear the sound of many hearts breaking. He turned to glance at the young men waiting behind him and sighed inwardly. Still, he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he smiled and praised them, saying they were a perfect match. Hearing that, Xiao Jun's usually cold expression softened slightly. He helped Ding Sha sit on the chair he had brought for her to rest, then turned and took charge of the lunchbox stall. One by one, the young men looked at Ding Sha with broken hearts, glared briefly at Xiao Jun, and then still bought their meals before heading to the dining area their group had set up to eat heartily. Time was short today, so Ding Sha didn't make anything complicated. There was stir-fried tomato and egg, the red and yellow colors bright and appetizing, the tomatoes sweet and tangy, and the eggs soft and fragrant. There was also shredded pork with green peppers. The peppers turned a deeper green after being stir-fried, and the marinated pork strips were long and tender, giving off an irresistible aroma. Finally, there was a cold dish of marinated bamboo shoots, topped with bits of red chili, tasting sour, spicy, and refreshing. The only problem was that the dishes were so tasty they made people eat too much rice and still want more. After selling all the lunchboxes, Xiao Jun started packing up, ready to take Ding Sha home to rest. Ding Sha was a bit shy and not very good at handling others' care. She felt a little awkward, but since she was indeed tired, she followed Xiao Jun's suggestion. As soon as they got home, Xiao Jun settled her on a lounge chair in the yard, poured her a cup of warm brown sugar water, and covered her with a small blanket. Rest for a while, okay? I'll finish cleaning up, then we can take a walk together. Though he said it as a question, his tone left no room for refusal. Ding Sha obediently lay down, feeling the warm summer breeze. The gentle rocking of the chair soon made her drowsy. When Xiao Jun saw her close her eyes, he softened his steps. He quickly cleaned up the messy kitchen, then looked around and quietly noted what furniture still needed to be added. When everything was done, he turned and saw a light sheen of sweat on Ding Xiao's forehead. Realizing she wasn't sleeping well, he took a bamboo fan and sat on a small stool beside her, gently fanning her. He watched her peaceful face, feeling as if he could never get enough of looking at her. Ding Xiao felt that this was the most restful sleep she had had since arriving in this world. She wasn't hot, and her body felt light and comfortable. When she slowly woke up, she saw Xiao Jun still sitting beside her, fanning her softly.
Xiao Jun.
She murmured sleepily, her voice a little hoarse. Her drowsy tone made Xiao Jun's heart soften. "I'm here," he said quietly. "What time is it? Why didn't you wake me?" Ding Xiao rubbed her eyes playfully. The setting sun had already turned the sky red. It was clearly late. "It's around 6 or 7. Time for dinner," Xiao Jun said, helping her sit up. His fingers brushed through her loose hair. "Are you hungry?" Ding Xiao touched her stomach and realized she really was a bit hungry. Xiao Jun gently felt her forehead and cheeks. When he was sure she wasn't sweating anymore, he stood up. "Wait here a moment." Ding Xiao blinked in confusion as he walked away. Soon, Xiao Jun returned with a small bowl. "Here, eat this," he said, crouching down and holding the bowl in front of her. "What is it?" Ding Xiao asked curiously, reaching for it, but Xiao Jun moved it away. "It's hot," he said, motioning for her to lift the lid. "I'll hold it. You can eat slowly." When she opened the lid, the warm aroma of steamed egg mixed with soy sauce and sesame oil filled the air. Small pieces of red tomato were sprinkled on top, making it look delicious. Her appetite instantly came alive. She eagerly scooped up a spoonful and put it in her mouth. It was hot but fragrant. She opened her mouth to cool it down but couldn't bear to spit it out. Afraid she might burn her tongue, Xiao Jun reached out. "Spit it out, quick." Ding Xiao stubbornly shook her head, chewed a few times, and swallowed it down. Xiao Jun looked at her, watching her stare at him pitifully like a little hungry kitten, and couldn't help but laugh in amusement. "Is it too hot?" he asked. Ding Xiao covered her mouth and nodded. "It smells so good, Xiao Jun," she said, but still scooped another spoonful and ate it happily. The bowl of steamed egg wasn't much, and she finished it quickly. Xiao Jun washed the bowl, then squatted beside her, looking a little hesitant. "Dear, let's go to the hospital tomorrow for a checkup, okay?" The next morning, they got up early. On the way past the construction site, Xiao Jun asked the gatekeeper to tell everyone he wouldn't be selling food that day. Then he rode his electric scooter, taking Ding Xiao into the city. They first went to the bank to open an account and deposit the money. The account was under Ding Xiao's name, and the password was her birthday. The bank clerk looked at her with a bit of envy. "You two have such a good relationship. He's putting over $500,000 in your name just like that." Ding Xiao smiled shyly, and Xiao Jun quickly helped her up when she stood. "You don't have to be so careful. I'm only 4 months along," she said, amused by how serious he looked. "No way," Xiao Jun replied firmly. To him, no matter big or small, both his loved ones were treasures. He couldn't risk anything happening. Ding Xiao took him to the same maternity hospital she had visited before, where she already had her records set up, making the checkup easier. The hallway was full of expectant parents, sitting close together on the benches, whispering happily to each other. When Ding Xiao and Xiao Jun appeared, they drew everyone's attention. Some of the pregnant women, their bellies already round, looked at them with envy, thinking, with parents that good-looking, their baby will surely be adorable. Then they glanced at their own husbands, who were grinning foolishly beside them, and rolled their eyes, silently hoping their babies wouldn't inherit that silliness. Xiao Jun helped Ding Xiao sit in the only empty seat, then crouched beside her, holding her hand. "Rest for a bit. It'll be our turn soon." Ding Xiao looked at his caring face and felt a wave of emotion. The last time she came here, she had been alone, forcing herself to stay calm when she first learned she was pregnant. Even though she had looked composed, deep down, she had been afraid. A young girl, still in her teenage years and never having been in love, suddenly found herself about to become a single mother. How could she not be afraid? But today, with Xiao Jun by her side, she felt that both her body and heart could finally rest a little. She could lean on him. Ding Sha instinctively held Xiao Jun's hand tightly. If she could get through the difficult birth safely, could they then live a good life together? She didn't dare to think too much.
Xiao Jun fällt Herr Krebsheizen.
What's wrong? He asked. Ding Sha came back to her senses, shook her head, and forced a small smile. Xiao Jun stood up, opened his arms, and let her lean against his chest. He comforted her softly. Are you scared? Don't be. I'm here with you. If you're afraid, just call me. I'll be right here. Ding Sha said nothing and buried her head in his arms.
Xiao Jun gently petted her shoulder.
Number 85. Ding Sha, are you here? Soon it was their turn. Xiao Jun gently led her into the room.
It was the same doctor as last time.
She clearly remembered Ding Sha. After all, a pretty young girl coming alone for a checkup was something that left an impression. But this time, at least, she wasn't alone. The female doctor glanced at Xiao Jun, who was helping adjust Ding Sha's chair, and felt a bit more at ease. You're here again? How have you been lately? The doctor greeted her with a smile. I'm doing well. I've been taking the medicine you prescribed on time, Ding Sha replied warmly. She liked this kind and gentle doctor. I came today for a regular prenatal checkup. The doctor smiled and asked a few routine questions, then wrote out several forms. 17 weeks now, you can do the screening test, along with some other regular checks. She carefully explained the purpose and importance of each test. Xiao Jun listened even more attentively than Ding Sha. The doctor's impression of him improved. The two of them still looked so young. She had worried they might not be ready to take responsibility for a new life. But now, it seemed they were both thoughtful and serious about their future. Xiao Jun quickly ran to pay the fees, asked the nurse where each department was, and then came back to guide Ding Sha through the process. Ding Sha held his hand nervously. Remembering how she had come alone last time, she suddenly felt a little sad.
If you leave me alone again this time.
Xiao Jun turned around and saw his lovely wife with tears in her eyes. He quickly kissed the tip of her nose. I was wrong. I shouldn't have left you. But I'm back now, aren't I? I promise I'll never leave you again, okay? Ding Sha listened to his gentle words while crying. When she finally calmed down, she wiped her tears and said softly, let's go. Before more people come. Xiao Jun nodded and walked with her, talking about their future plans while watching his steps carefully. After the checkup, they returned to the doctor's office. The report came out faster than expected, and the female doctor looked serious after reading it.
Xiao Jun ist herzheizend.
How is it, doctor? According to the report, your wife shows signs of anemia, the doctor said. I suggest you find a good traditional Chinese medicine doctor for her. I know a bit about traditional medicine myself, Xiao Jun replied. The doctor nodded. Your wife's overall condition isn't very good. If possible, you should take her for further treatment. She's also showing signs of a possible miscarriage. Xiao Jun was shocked. We'll go right away. Do you have any recommendations? You can go directly to the city's traditional medicine hospital, the doctor said, waving her hand. She mentioned occasional bleeding and stomach pain. I suggest giving her an injection to help protect the pregnancy and some medicine to take at home. Once she's stable, you can take her for further care. Without hesitation, Xiao Jun arranged for her to be admitted to the hospital. Ding Sha didn't object. The baby had been with her for over a month now. She had gotten used to the pain and nausea every day. She truly hoped the baby would be fine. By the time she was settled in the hospital, it was already past noon. After asking the doctor about her diet, Xiao Jun brought her a meal from the hospital cafeteria. Ding Sha only ate a few bites. It tasted bland. Seeing her lack of appetite, Xiao Jun felt sorry for her. After the injection, Ding Sha fell asleep. While she rested, Xiao Jun went to the market and a herbal shop nearby. He borrowed a small stove from a nearby inn and spent the whole afternoon slowly cooking a nourishing soup, fresh chicken stewed with cordyceps flowers and mushrooms. The soup bubbled gently, and the clay pot couldn't contain the rich aroma of the chicken broth. Many customers followed the smell and asked the owner what was cooking. The owner patiently explained that someone was borrowing the kitchen to make soup. When Xiao Jun came out carrying the clay pot, He saw a group of people in the hall staring at him eagerly. He didn't care about their looks and brought the pot straight to Ding Sha, ignoring the other patients in the ward. Ding Sha drank the soup, feeling both satisfied and a little embarrassed. The chicken was tender and flavorful, the mushrooms were fresh and sweet, and the cordyceps flowers added a nourishing touch. The soup wasn't greasy at all. Xiao Jun had learned to make soup just for her. She loved drinking soup but was too thin, so he learned how to cook it to help her gain some weight. When they both finished eating, Xiao Jun finally shared the idea he had been thinking about all afternoon. Sha, how about we move to the city? The medical care in the city is better, and everything else, food, clothing, housing, and transportation, is more convenient, Xiao Jun said, gently holding her cold hand. We have some money now. We can rent a small place. If you want to start a snack business, I'll handle the business license. Once you're discharged, we can look for a shop together, okay? Ding Sha moved her fingers slightly, clearly tempted by the idea. Life in the village was good, but moving to the city she knew so well would make things easier, especially since the hospital would be much closer for her checkups. Besides, the city had more customers and higher demand than the countryside. If they opened a small shop, they might even be able to save some money. She counted on her fingers, seriously thinking it over, while Xiao Jun quietly watched her, feeling happy. After a while, Ding Sha nodded in agreement. Then she said, Jun, could you help me sell lunchboxes tomorrow? She looked a bit shy. I want to tell the workers at the construction site properly. They've always supported my business. Xiao Jun agreed, without hesitation. Although he didn't like how others always seemed to pay attention to his wife, he was a man who valued gratitude. Since the hospital didn't allow overnight stays, Xiao Jun reluctantly rode his electric bike back to the village. The sky was growing dark, and cooking smoke rose from every house. Xiao Jun had sharp eyes. From a distance, he noticed a suspicious figure lurking near his house. He quietly parked his car to the side and, moving as silently and swiftly as a cat, approached from behind. Grabbing the man by the collar, he demanded, Who are you? What are you doing here? Wang Kun had been planning for days to teach Ding Sha a lesson. Taking advantage of the darkness, he crept over, only to find the door locked when it was usually open. Just as he leaned closer to peek through the crack, someone suddenly grabbed him from behind, nearly scaring him out of his wits. He turned around and saw a fierce-looking man glaring at him.
Trembling, Wang Kun stammelte,
I wasn't doing anything. Xiao Jun glanced at the door. What are you up to? Tell the truth, and maybe you'll get off easy. Afraid of being hurt, Wang Kun quickly changed his tone, forcing a flattering smile. Brother, you look new around here. Is this your first time in our village? Xiao Jun didn't know what he was getting at, but he gave a short still gripping his collar tightly. Wang Kun leaned closer, lowering his voice. Let me tell you, the person living here is always showing off and trying to get attention from men, he said with a sly grin, eager to share gossip. He thought it would be simple, this tough-looking man could take the lead, and he could just follow along and benefit. He imagined things would go his way and smiled smugly. How about it, brother? We work together? You go first, and I'll just follow your lead. Xiao Jun's face darkened with anger. Without a word, he dragged Wang Kun toward a narrow, deserted path leading into the woods behind the house. After being pulled a few steps, Wang Kun panicked. Brother, let's talk about this. Talk about what? Xiao Jun snapped, shoving him against a tree. Then he started punching. His fists were heavy and fast, and Wang Kun could only cry out and try to dodge. By the time Wang Kun's face was swollen and bruised, Xiao Jun finally stopped, though the man's disgusting words still made his blood boil. Wang Kun lay on the ground, his face covered in tears, blood, and dirt, crying pitifully. Xiao Jun kicked him lightly. Be quiet. Wang Kun trembled and whimpered softly. Xiao Jun lowered his head. Do you know who I am? Wang Kun shook his head frantically. Xiao Jun felt an itch in his throat and wanted a cigarette, but when he thought of Ding Sha, he decided against it. I'm from the house you just tried to break into. The person you were speaking rudely about is my wife. Wang Kun was so scared he forgot to cry. If I ever hear you talk like that again, It won't just be a beating next time, Xiao Jun said through clenched teeth, his voice low and cold enough to make anyone shiver. Wang Kun nodded quickly. I won't say it again. Never again. Xiao Jun gave a cold snort, ignore him, and walked out to push his electric bike back into the yard. He tidied up the vegetables at home, prepared what he needed for the next day, and then started looking for a suitable shop to rent on his phone. At the construction site gate, a group of workers stood waiting eagerly. It was already past their usual mealtime, but the beautiful woman they were hoping to see still hadn't shown up. A thin man sighed. She's not coming today either? Where did the lunchbox lady go? I've gotten so used to her food that I can't eat anything else.
Da zooloog dovkasta.
Who knows? I barely ate anything yesterday, just waiting for her lunchboxes. She's here. She's here. Someone shouted. Everyone looked up and saw an electric bike approaching. But as it got closer, they realized it was her boyfriend. Although they were a bit disappointed not to see the pretty lady, the thought of getting a good meal still made them line up happily. Xiao Jun opened the box.
Scanned the code yourselves. 15 per meal.
De Zhuang eagerly opened his lunchbox. It was packed full today, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. There was a hearty stew of potatoes, green beans, and big chunks of pork. The potatoes were soft and flavorful, the beans tender and juicy, and the pork rich and tender enough to break apart easily. 1 bite was pure satisfaction. The garlic chicken was something new. The smell alone was mouth-watering. The chicken was cut into small pieces, blanched, then stir-fried with green onions, ginger, garlic, and bay leaves until golden. A generous amount of minced garlic was added and cooked until fragrant, then a sauce made of oyster sauce, soy sauce, salt, sugar, and pepper was poured in and simmered until thick. Each bite was tender and full of flavor, with the rich taste of garlic blending perfectly with the meat. It was so good that 1 bite just wasn't enough. The last dish was spicy and sour shredded potatoes, bright red with dried chili, and full of appetizing flavor. Dazhuang took a big bite of rice before feeling satisfied. He noticed Xiao Jun sitting quietly beside him and tried to start a conversation. Boss, what have you been busy with lately? When you two don't come, many of us go hungry. Xiao Jun's expression softened a little. I went with Sasa for her checkup. Dazhuang paused and glanced at the others at the table, feeling a bit awkward but still managed to smile. That's great news. Congratulations to you both. Thank you, Xiao Jun said, then added, we won't be selling lunchboxes here anymore. Dazhuang almost jumped from his seat. Why not? Sasa is pregnant, and we're planning to move to the city so it's easier for her to get around, Xiao Jun explained. We're thinking of opening a small shop there. You can come visit us when you have time. Dazhuang sadly took a few more bites of rice, then suddenly thought of something and pulled out his phone. Boss, let's add each other on WeChat. We can keep in touch that way.
Xiao Jun.
After adding each other, Xiao Jun got ready to head home. He had an appointment with a real estate agent that afternoon and was short on time. Not long after he got home, someone knocked on the door. When he opened it, he saw a kind but strong-looking elderly woman. Grandma Zhang had dug up some wild vegetables from her garden and wanted to give them to Sasa, but when the door opened, a young man stood there instead. Surprised, Grandma Zhang blurted out nervously, Are you the one who tricked Sasa? Grandma Zhang sat in Xiao Jun's yard, rubbing her hands awkwardly.
Well, I'm sorry, Xiao Jun.
I misunderstood you. After hearing his explanation, Grandma Zhang's face turned red. She was embarrassed to have made such a mistake at her age. Xiao Jun, remembering how Sasa had spoken of Grandma Zhang's kindness, brought her a cup of sweet water. It's all right. Thank you for taking care of Sasa. Xiao Jun was usually quiet. Other than with Sasa, he rarely spoke more than a few words to anyone. Grandma Zhang waved her hand. No need to thank me. I couldn't just watch a young girl struggle on her own. We're neighbors. It's only right to help each other. She stood up and said, Here, the pickled garlic is for you. I'm heading back now. I still need to cook for Shasha. Xiao Jun walked her home, then quickly rode off again on his electric bike. He hadn't seen Ding Sha since last night and that morning, and he was starting to miss her. Just after a nurse had made sure Ding Sha took her medicine and got her injection, Xiao Jun hurried into the room.
Ayun.
Ding Sha looked surprised. She thought she wouldn't see him until the evening. Xiao Jun bent down to give her a gentle hug, then sat beside her with a soft smile. Have you eaten yet? Ding Sha shook her head. Not hungry yet. He patted her head. Then I'll go get us some food. Let's eat together? Okay. She nodded obediently. She hadn't been hungry before, but seeing Xiao Jun made her feel happy, and suddenly a little hungry too. Xiao Jun soon came back with food. They ate together at a small table. Ding Sha didn't have much appetite, so, as usual, Xiao Jun finished what she couldn't eat. When it was almost too late for him to leave, Xiao Jun said reluctantly, I'm going to check out some shop spaces.
Call me if you need anything.
Ding Sha gently touched her stomach and nodded. Only then did Xiao Jun leave, still a bit worried. That afternoon, he looked at 3 different shops, but the one near the university area was his favorite. It had a lot of foot traffic and was close to the hospital. Behind the shop was a small courtyard, and there were 2 floors above where they could live. It was perfect for them, though the rent was a bit high. After thinking about the money he earned from selling lunchboxes today and what they had saved in the bank, Xiao Jun decided this would be their first choice. Still, he wanted Ding Sha to see it too. If she liked it, they would take it. After talking with the agent, Xiao Jun headed to the market. It was quieter in the afternoon, but he still found a good fish stall. He bought 2 small crucian carp, each about the size of his hand, and picked up some tofu before going to a small inn to borrow their kitchen. The owner recognized him and happily agreed. Last time, the smell of his cooking had drawn in many customers, and business that day had been much better than usual. Xiao Jun didn't know about the owner's little plan. He took his small clay pot from the basket on his bike and went into the kitchen. The fish had already been cleaned, but he washed them again and dried them carefully with paper towels. Then he heated some oil and slowly pan-fried the fish until the skin turned golden and the meat stayed firm. After that, he moved them into the preheated clay pot. He poured boiling water into the pot, added some scallion nuts and slices of ginger. No need for many seasonings, just a little salt was enough to make it delicious. Zhou Yu followed the smell from the doorway.
Dad.
What's cooking in the kitchen? It smells so good. I want some too. Mr. Zhou was busy taking new meal orders from customers, smiling as he worked. Without looking up, he said, a young man borrowed the kitchen to cook. I don't know what he's making. He sniffed the air. But it does smell great. He brought fish and tofu, so I guess he's making fish soup. Zhou Yu almost drooled. She couldn't help walking into the kitchen, where she saw a man's back as he focused on the soup. Sensing someone watching, Xiao Jun turned around. Seeing a stranger, he frowned slightly, then ignored her. At first, Zhou Yu was tempted by the fish, but soon she was more interested in the man himself. With her sharp eye for good looks, she could tell this man was exceptional. His face alone could make people gasp. Blushing, Zhou Yu stepped closer. Hey, handsome, what are you cooking? It smells amazing. Can I have a little? I can pay. Xiao Jun didn't even glance at her.
No. Why not?
You can't finish it all by yourself, she asked, unwilling to give up. He ignored her, added the tofu pieces into the clay pot, and when he lifted the lid, the rich aroma filled the air. Zhou Yu took a deep breath, completely enchanted. What an incredible smell. Looking at the man, she felt her heart beat faster. A perfect catch, handsome and a great cook. If she didn't act now, when would she? Thinking that, she spoke again, please just a little bit. It smells too good. Mr. Zhou, who had also come to peek, was startled when he heard his daughter's tone. Embarrassed, he rushed in and pulled her away.
Dad.
What are you doing? Zhou Yu protested. Mr. Zhou led her back to the counter. Stay here and help me. That young man is cooking soup for his pregnant wife. Don't bother him. Zhou Yu froze. He's married? Mr. Zhou didn't answer directly. Watch the counter. Zhou Yu pouted, feeling a little disappointed. I don't know which woman got there first. The woman who arrived early, Ding Sha, was feeling bored while waiting for Xiao Jun. She hesitated about whether to call him on her phone. Just then, Xiao Jun came in, carrying a clay pot and placing it in front of Ding Sha. I'm back, Sha Sha. Hurry and have some soup. While Ding Sha was drinking the soup, Xiao Jun showed her pictures of the shop he looked at in the afternoon. Ding Sha immediately liked the small yard in the university town. Xiao Jun was very happy and sent a message to the agent saying she wanted to rent it. The milky white fish soup was so fresh it made her eyebrows tingle. Ding Sha drank 2 big bowls before stopping, and the rest was eaten by Xiao Jun. Although Xiao Jun didn't mind, every time Ding Sha saw him eating from her bowl, she felt her face turn a little red. It felt so close. When Ding Sha was discharged from the hospital, Xiao Jun had already finished decorating the shop. He moved the custom-made recliner and bed she had into the small shop. The place was simply decorated, and luckily, the previous tenant's taste was pretty good, so they didn't need to change much. He also planned the living area upstairs and the yard outside. Ding Sha looked around and was very happy. It was so comfortable to have someone understand your preferences without needing to say a word. However, the couple argued about the shop's name and what to sell. Xiao Jun suggested she just open a small supermarket where she could sit at the counter and collect money every day. But Ding Sha wanted to run a snack restaurant. She was very confident in her cooking skills and loved making food and experimenting with recipes. In the end, Xiao Jun couldn't resist Ding Sha's insistence and agreed to her idea of opening a snack shop. The shop was named Sha's Snack Shop. On the first day of moving, Xiao Jun bought 2 jin, about 1 kilogram, of lamb from the market. Ding Sha had been eating light for a few days and was craving spicy foods so much that she was talking in her sleep at night. Xiao Jun promised to make her some lamb. 2 jin of meat, 1 jin braised in red sauce and the other for lamb hot pot, with soup to enjoy. 2 delicious options. He soaked the lamb in warm water and washed it thoroughly. Ding Sha couldn't stand the smell right now and kept gagging, so Xiao Jun washed it several more times. He cut potatoes and carrots into large chunks and set them aside. He also chopped half an onion. Hot water was poured over green onions, ginger, Sichuan peppercorns, cooking wine, and lamb to remove the smell. After boiling, the lamb was taken out and added directly into a hot oil pan with chopped green onions and garlic, causing oil to splatter everywhere. The aroma of the lamb meeting the hot oil spread all around. Then, bean paste, hot pot base, and some spices were added and stir-fried a few times, followed by soy sauce for seasoning. At this moment, the kitchen was filled with a strong, inviting smell. Ding Sha sat in a lounge chair in the yard, feeling a bit restless. Xiao Jun poured a bowl of hot water, then opened a can of beer and poured it in. After boiling on high heat, he transferred everything into a clay pot and continued to simmer on medium-low heat. He went outside and saw Ding Sha staring eagerly at him, which made him smile a little. The late summer weather still had some lingering heat. Xiao Jun took off his shirt, revealing a fit waist. Though slim, he still had muscles, especially 6-pack abs and visible lines leading into his waistband, sparking imagination. Ding Sha stared blankly at him, unable to look away for a long time. She had shared close moments with Xiao Jun before, but she had never seen such a striking scene. Her face turned red suddenly. Xiao Jun noticed and smirked mischievously. He deliberately walked over shirtless, showing his upper body to Ding Sha. Ding Sha kept her eyes fixed on his abs, unable to look away. Xiao Jun lowered his voice to tease her. Come on, Sha, reach out. Do you want to touch it? The feel is really nice. Hearing his voice, Ding Sha was inexplicably drawn to him and gently took his hand, pressing it against his abs. The firm, warm touch felt strange yet addictive. She instinctively touched again twice before realizing what she was doing. Suddenly feeling shy, she quickly withdrew her hand and stood up uncomfortably. I need to take my folic acid. She hurriedly ran away. Xiao Jun watched her back and her blushing ears, then burst into hearty laughter. At lunch, Ding Sha kept her head down, eating silently. Xiao Jun served her 2 pieces of potato, but noticed she still didn't look up, feeling a bit worried. It seemed he had teased her enough. What should he do now? Thinking carefully, Xiao Jun deliberately brought up a new topic. The renovation is almost done. I'll go to the business bureau tomorrow. While waiting for the business license, do you want to think about what to sell? When he mentioned serious matters, Ding Sha finally relaxed. She looked up and said, "I've thought about it. Since we're calling it a snack shop, maybe we should start with snacks. We're in a university town with many students nearby. There's also a middle school student passing by our shop every day. I thought we could sell buns. We can boil some tea eggs, make 2 types of buns, meat and vegetable, and cook some porridge. We can put out some small salted vegetables for people to help themselves. This way, it won't be too tiring, and we can make some money. We can also offer stir-fried dishes during lunch and dinner if there's demand. What do you think?" After she finished, she looked nervously at Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun took a bite of lamb and said, "I'll listen to you." Ding Sha smiled happily and continued eating. The lamb was tender and flavorful, with a bright red color. Each bite was hot and fragrant, warming her throat and stomach. Even the potatoes and carrots soaked up the soup and meat flavor, and Ding Sha enjoyed every bite. She finally stopped after eating 2 bowls of rice. Xiao Jun, who had a big appetite, poured the remaining rice into the soup and ate eagerly. Seeing him enjoy his food, Ding Sha felt a little tempted, but she was too full and worried about eating too much for the baby, so she just held a cup of ginger rice tea and watched Xiao Jun eat. Eventually, all the food was finished. Xiao Jun, satisfied, let out a burp and leaned back in his chair, looking at the sky. Living a peaceful, happy life made him constantly want to look at Ding Sha, afraid it was all just a dream. While Ding Sha took a nap, Xiao Jun went to buy a bamboo steamer. At her request, he also negotiated with the vegetable shop owner about delivering vegetables. Finally, he went to apply for a business license right when the local bureau opened. When he returned home, Ding Sha was sound asleep. Xiao Jun looked at her peaceful face and couldn't help but lean down to kiss her nose and forehead. He gently pinched her fingers, stroked her hair, and left a kiss on her lips. Ding Sha, half asleep, felt ticklish. She reached out to scratch, but Xiao Jun took off his shoes, climbed into bed carefully, and hugged her gently. They fell asleep with their heads close together. They didn't wake until it was almost dark. They had a simple dinner, locked the door, and Xiao Jun randomly chose a university to take Ding Sha for a walk. The large playground was not crowded, mostly people walking in circles around the track, with a few playing soccer. The relaxed, casual atmosphere made everyone slow down and enjoy the moment. The radio was playing lively, free music. Because of their good looks, everyone passing by would turn to look, admiring and being amazed. If only one person did this, Ding Sha would be happy. But if everyone did it, Ding Sha would just feel embarrassed. Xiao Jun was staring absent-mindedly at the students walking on the street. Ding Sha shook his arm a few times, but he didn't react. Does he want to go to college? Ding Sha wasn't sure. She didn't remember much from before and didn't really know what Xiao Jun was thinking. Xiao Jun turned around and saw Ding Sha staring at him blankly. He smiled and pinched her cheek. "What's wrong? Tired? Let's go back?" Ding Sha shook her head. "I'm not tired." "Then why are you staring at me like that?"
Xiao Jun sister.
"Do you love your husband too much?" Ding Sha felt a little uncomfortable with what he said, but she still leaned in and whispered, "Do you want to go to college?" Xiao Jun looked surprised, and his face grew serious. He took Ding Sha's hand and sat down on a nearby bench. "I don't want to go to college. You know, since I was 8, when my mom ran off with someone else, I never went to school. I've had a rough life, but I've managed. The village grandma said my mom was a college student, forced to marry my dad to bring good luck, so she raised me until I was 8. I don't hold any resentment. I'm just curious about what college students are like." As Ding Sha listened, a memory of Xiao Jun suddenly appeared to her mind. Xiao Jun was her neighbor's child, an orphan. When he was 8, his mother said she went away to work with another man and never came back. Young Xiao Jun grew up here, eating what he could find, slowly getting older. When he had trouble even eating, he didn't think about going to school. It wasn't curiosity about college students, but curiosity about his mother's appearance. Ding Sha felt a little sad for him. She linked her arm with Xiao Jun's and leaned on his shoulder. Xiao Jun gently stroked her hair and said seriously, "Don't worry, Sha. I won't leave you alone, and I won't let our child grow up like I did. I will make sure he grows up happy." Deep down, she still felt unhappy and a little resentful. After sitting for a while, They prepared to go home. Just as they stood up and took a few steps, a serious-looking middle-aged man with graying hair suddenly stopped them. An older man looked at their young, inexperienced faces and, after a moment, snorted coldly, expressing his disappointment. "Which department are you students from? How can you get pregnant while still in school? That's so irresponsible." The old professor was probably a bit old-fashioned. Even after hearing Ding Xiao's explanation, he kept a stern face and muttered, "Teenagers should focus on studying." He turned his back to the setting sun and walked farther away. Ding Xiao watched his figure, understanding his good intentions despite the scolding. The wooden signboard ordered from Uncle Wei arrived quickly. Xiao Jun borrowed a ladder from the shop next door to hang it himself. Ding Xiao stood by the street, guiding him. Sometimes the sign was too high, sometimes too low. Xiao Jun looked at the slope under her feet but said nothing, quietly listening to her instructions. Finally, when the sign was hung up, Xiao Jun was tidying up. Ding Xiao's gaze fell on a small orange cart across the street, where a vendor was calling out. She looked at the oranges, then at Xiao Jun, and suddenly smiled, saying, "Stay here and don't move. I'll buy a few pounds of oranges for you." She then happily went to buy oranges. Xiao Jun, who hadn't gone to school much, didn't understand the joke and looked at Ding Xiao's cheerful back with a puzzled expression. A young man passing by nearby approached casually and said to him, "Hey, buddy, your wife is joking with you." He put his arm around Xiao Jun's shoulder and explained the story behind the joke. "She's trying to be your mom, ha ha." The boy teased him with a smile. Xiao Jun was momentarily stunned, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. When Ding Xiao returned with the oranges, she saw Xiao Jun looking at her with a half-smile. Feeling a bit guilty, she thought Xiao Jun probably didn't understand the joke, so she pretended to be casual and pushed him back toward the house. "Come on, let's go eat oranges. I just tasted one. So sweet." Xiao Jun followed her, still holding her hand, and when they reached the small backyard, he turned and gently tapped her chin. "Sha, do you want to be my dad?" Ding Xiao almost choked on her own saliva. You know? I was just joking." Her eyes darted around nervously, feeling both awkward and guilty. "I don't mind," Xiao Jun said confidently, lifting her up as if she were holding a child. "You can be anything to me, as long as you're by my side." Ding Xiao felt a little touched by his words. She sat in Xiao Jun's arms, touching his cheeks that had gained some flesh these days. "I won't leave. At least, I won't abandon you." Ding Xiao silently thought. "I bought some wood from Uncle Wei. How about I build a swing for you in the yard?" Xiao Jun carried her to the tree. "Right here. Would you like it to be like a rattan chair with a backrest?" Ding Xiao's eyes lit up. "Really? I'll start making it tomorrow," Xiao Jun said, knowing she liked the idea. He then carried her to the side of the wall. "How about planting flowers here? Fill this area with all kinds of flowers. When they bloom, it will be very beautiful. Let's plant grapes over there. Build a trellis, and when the vines grow, it will be like a small pavilion. Half of this space can be used to grow vegetables, tomatoes, small greens, and some peas. When the time comes, I'll pick the tenderest pea tips and cook sour soup noodles for you. Would that be good?" Xiao Jun carefully showed her every part of the small yard, patiently explaining the plans and arrangements. Ding Xiao couldn't help but start imagining their future life. Maybe when the baby is a little older, it will fall asleep on the swing because of the cool breeze. Maybe when the baby learns to walk, it will play and roll in the mud out of curiosity. And who will be the white face, and who will be the red face in their relationship? Ding Xiao couldn't help but think about these small, happy details. Xiao Jun knew she liked it. He smiled slightly, gently placing her on a lounge chair, and sat beside her peeling an orange. Peeling oranges often stained her fingertips yellow, which she didn't like. The small shop soon opened quietly. On a normal, ordinary morning, the shop's closed door suddenly swung open. The young owner moved a few tables to the entrance, followed by 2 large steaming baskets. A small stove was burning brightly at the door, with a pot on top. The savory aroma wafted out, tempting passers-by even before their appetites had awakened. Opening a small crack in the bamboo steamer, a steaming, plump, white bun appeared. It was about the size of an adult's palm, and you could almost smell the delicious filling inside. On the other side, a large pot was bubbling, filled with fragrant century egg and lean pork porridge, thick and soft. The beautiful shop owner sat behind the steamer, smiling warmly as she watched passers-by, as if inviting them to try a breakfast. Wang Dong was a student at the local middle school. Usually he ate at home, but recently something was wrong. His parents argued every day, and he couldn't even have breakfast at home anymore. His mother gave him some money to buy his own food. Wang Dong hesitated as he looked at the various breakfast shops, unsure of what to do. Maybe he should just buy a bread from the school supermarket and make do. As he thought this, a strong aroma suddenly caught all his senses. His stomach, which had just said it wasn't hungry, suddenly woke up and loudly announced its hunger. Wang Dong looked up at the shop. Was it new? He had never seen it before. With this doubt, he decided to go over. Ding Sha saw the well-behaved boy in school uniform walking over and stood up. What would you like to eat, little one? We just opened today. We only have buns, tea eggs, and century egg and lean pork porridge for now. Wang Dong then saw the shop owner, as gentle and beautiful as a fairy. He was amazed and asked, "Sister, what fillings do the buns have?" "Pig meat with cabbage and chives with eggs, and we also have porridge and tea eggs. Each costs 2 yuan. She opened the steamer to show Wang Dong the buns. After hesitating a moment, he said, "Sister, I want 2 meat buns, 1 vegetarian, and also a tea egg and a bowl of porridge." "Okay, sit down first. I'll bring it over soon," Ding Sha said. She took the money and called Xiao Jun to prepare the porridge. She packed 3 buns into a plastic bag and chose a large egg to pack. At that moment, Xiao Jun also returned with a cup of porridge. Ding Sha handed everything to him. "If you're not in a hurry, you can sit at this small table and eat." Wang Dong wasn't in a rush. He sat on a small stool and took a bite of a bun. His eyes immediately widened. This bun had soup inside. Although it was a bit hot, he instinctively took a big sip of the soup. The rich, delicious flavor with a hint of oil made Wang Dong eager to bite into another big bun. It was so tasty. He quickly finished 2 meat buns and then, with a hopeful look, took a bite of a vegetarian bun. It was just as good as the meat ones. Salty and fragrant, wrapped with large pieces of golden egg, it made him feel very satisfied. Wang Dong's eating speed naturally increased. Whether it was the tea egg or the lean meat porridge, everything was incredibly delicious. Finally, he patted his full belly and felt a little worried. It was the first time he had eaten so much in the morning. Ding Sha took some breath mints and tissues and handed them to him. "How are you, little friend? Is the food good? Really delicious," Wang Dong said excitedly. "Sister, do you sell food at noon? If you do, I'll come again." Ding Sha was a bit surprised. It was her first day, and she hadn't planned to open for lunch yet. But she still smiled. "Of course, I do. Just come by when you're ready." A magical restaurant opened near the university town. The owner and the owner's wife are incredibly good-looking. Their dishes taste amazing. News about the restaurant quickly spread among middle school kids in the city. They love to come here in the morning to eat a few buns and drink a bowl of porridge, listening to the gentle greetings from the owner's wife. Sometimes, the owner would look serious, but when he saw the pregnant owner's wife, his gloomy face would brighten up. Wang Dong came as usual for breakfast, and suddenly noticed that the shop's setup had changed. On the ground was a large iron bucket as tall as an adult man. Next to it there were 2 big pots. He asked Ding Sha curiously, "Sha, what's this? Is it a new product?" Ding Sha lifted the lid to show him. Inside was hot, white, tender tofu pudding that almost broke apart with a gentle poke. The aroma of beans made him feel a primal desire to eat. This was actually a clever idea Ding Sha had come up with on the spot. Wang Dong looked at the 2 pots and suddenly had a strange feeling. Sha, you wouldn't. Tada! Ding Sha lifted the lids of the 2 big pots. Sure enough, one pot contained thick, sweet red sugar syrup, and the other had a savory broth made from daylilies, black fungus, and eggs. The combination of sweet and salty flavors was irresistible. Wang Dong stared in shock at the 2 pots. After a moment, he cried out, "Sasa, how can you do this?" Ding Sha laughed loudly. "Which flavor do you want to try?" Wang Dong hesitated for a long time, then said, "Give me a bowl of the salty one." Actually, he had always eaten sweet tofu pudding since he was a child and looked down on salty flavors. But this time was different. He felt a strange trust in this small shop skill. He looked at the tofu pudding for a while, then took a serious and solemn expression. He picked up a spoon, scooped a small bite, and put it in his mouth. He chewed thoughtfully a few times.
Huh?
It was delicious. Wang Dong couldn't help but take a few more bites. The salty broth was flavorful and smooth, and the tofu pudding was tender with a hint of aroma. He confirmed that salty tofu pudding was not at all bad. In fact, it was super tasty. He carefully ordered a bun to eat with the salty tofu pudding, feeling very satisfied. Many passers-by, curious about Ding Xiao's unusual method, stopped to watch. They couldn't resist trying some. After all, only by tasting could they confidently argue about which was better. Two young girls chose different flavors and, after happily finishing their food, started to bicker. Sweet tofu pudding is the best. It's so delicious. Pfft. Salty tofu pudding is the most fragrant. Don't you have any taste? You don't have any taste. You don't appreciate the wonderful flavor of sweet tofu pudding. Ding Xia smiled as she brought over 2 bowls of tofu pudding. Why not try some first? She set the bowls down. You can only really understand how the other person feels if you taste what they like. The girls paused, blinked, and then quieted down. They each took a small taste of the tofu pudding, eyes wide with surprise. It's not as bad as I imagined. The other girl, clearly thinking the same, took a couple more bites and shyly apologized. Sorry, Xiao Xiao. I shouldn't have said you have no taste. I was wrong too. The 2 girls held hands, paid, and happily went to school. Wang Dong couldn't help but widen his eyes in amazement. He thought to himself, if only his parents could understand each other like this. Xiao Jun came from the backyard, carrying a large basin of freshly cooked salty broth and poured it into a pot. Are you hungry? Ding Xia shook her head. I'm not hungry at all. Recently, Ding Xia had been experiencing severe morning sickness, throwing up everything she ate. She couldn't keep anything down, not even when she didn't eat. In just a few days, all the weight she had gained had disappeared. Xiao Jun felt sad watching her, and I kept thinking of ways to make something delicious to help her feel better. As the breakfast crowd gradually left, Ding Xia sat on a lounge chair, playing with her phone. Suddenly, she saw a video that made her drool with desire. What's wrong? Xiao Jun approached carrying a big bag of flower seedlings. Can you make this? Ding Xia quickly showed him her phone. Xiao Jun put down the seedlings, wiped his hands with a towel, and leaned down. Do you want to eat it? Tomato plum snack. Yes, she exclaimed eagerly. After finishing her last philosophy class in the morning, Zhou was packing her bag when her roommate called her over. Xiaoyu, are you coming home for dinner today? Dururu asked, holding her books. I don't think so, Zhou replied after a moment's thought. Then let's go to a restaurant in the university town together, Dururu said happily. I heard they opened a new place there. The owner is good-looking, and the food is delicious. My younger brother and friends have already spread the word, Zhou, with nothing else to do, agreed happily. Sure. I also want to go out and enjoy a good meal. The 2 girls, holding their books and linking arms, headed out. San Snack Shop. Zhou read the sign at the door. It felt quite special. She thought to herself and took her friend's hand as they entered. Hello. What would you like to eat? The young, beautiful boss lady, who looked like a fairy, smiled gently, her noticeable pregnant belly showing. Zhou stared at her, unable to help but think of how the goddess Nuwa might be biased. Is Nuwa goddess here? Are you asleep? I'm too ugly to sleep. Before Zhou could finish her thoughts, Dururu eagerly started ordering dishes. She asked Ding Xia with anticipation, Beautiful lady, do you have egg yolk small potatoes now? Ding Xia smiled and looked at her. Has this guest been here before? Egg yolk small potatoes are just a snack dish, mainly to fill kids' stomachs and stop their hunger. I can order it separately, Dururu quickly said. She had been listening to her mischievous younger brother talk about how delicious egg yolk small potatoes are for almost 3 days. Finally, she returned to school and definitely wanted to check in. Sure, I'll make a special one just for you, Ding Xia said with a smile, looking like she had no temper. Not only their table was eating, but also a group of men nearby who didn't seem poor but looked a bit messy. drinking with garlic sprout stir-fry. The man, with a lecherous look, touched his chin and said, "Beautiful lady, come sit with us for a while. Yeah, let's chat together." Ding Xiao's eyes turned cold, and she paid no attention. She was still waiting for Du Ruru to order. Du Ruru was a bit startled. She was worried that the boss lady was also worried about her, so she quickly ordered 2 dishes and finished. The man looked annoyed as Ding Xia took the menu and headed to the counter, reaching out to grab her arm. "I told you not to leave. Do you not understand human language? Try touching my wife with your dirty hands again," Xiao Jun said, coming out from the kitchen with a shiny, sharp knife. His eyes were dark and fierce, with a scar on his brow, making him look like someone not to be messed with. The man clearly felt intimidated but still tried to insult him with some dirty words. "Today, I'll let you go, but don't forget, if I catch you alone, I don't care if you're pregnant or not." His words hit a nerve and angered Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun's face darkened further, and his eyes looked like they could bleed. He stepped forward quickly. "Say that again." The man opened his mouth but didn't dare to say anything. They were just passing through this neighborhood, saw the boss lady of the shop and got a little tempted to flirt. It wasn't to the point of risking their lives. The man was a bit scared as Xiao Jun grabbed his collar. Xiao Jun clearly saw that he was just all talk, with no real guts. After releasing him, he brushed off his hands and said disdainfully, "You better remember what I said." Without caring about the man's reaction, he turned to look at Ding Xia. "Are you scared?" "No." Ding Xia handed him the menu. "Here, besides the egg yolk, small potatoes, make the rest for me." Du Ruru was happily watching the beautiful boss lady and her confident boyfriend showing affection. Suddenly, she heard Zhou Yuxing excitedly and loudly say, "It's you, little brother." Du Ruru was surprised. "Xiao Yu, do you know the boss?" Ding Xia also looked surprised. "Jun, is she your friend?" Xiao Jun glanced faintly at Zhou Yu and with no particular expression said, "I've never seen her before." "I don't know her. It's me. Do you remember cooking at my dad's shop? I even talked to you," Zhou Yu said excitedly. Since that time, Zhou Yu couldn't forget him. She often dreamed about that day. In her dreams, the little brother was gentle to her, made her delicious food, and smiled at her. Gradually, Zhou Yu started to think that she and the little brother might be destined for each other. In the vast crowd, although the little brother didn't come back later, meeting him now felt like fate. Zhou Yu was lost in her thoughts, believing that she and the little brother must have a destined good match. Ding Xia understood now. This was blooming romance. Xiao Jun didn't look at her. His cold eyes and expression softened when he looked at Ding Xia. "Want to sit for a while? I made you some milk pudding with caramel on top. It's soft, sweet, fragrant, and smooth." Ding Xia touched her stomach. "I don't feel like eating now." "I'm not hungry at all." Zhou Yu snapped out of her fantasy. Seeing Xiao Jun being gentle with that beautiful woman made her feel a bit disappointed. But she secretly made a decision and held on to a quiet hope. Maybe, in the future, the little brother will be just as kind to her. She was about to speak, but Du Ruru quickly pulled her down.
Xiao Yu.
"What are you doing? I'm about to have an awkward moment, you know. Why are you interrupting when they're talking? Are you crazy?" Du Ruru couldn't understand Zhou Yu's behavior. Though Zhou Yu was a bit obsessed, she usually acted normal. Why was she suddenly acting like a different person, clinging to the boss? Didn't she see the boss's sharp eyes almost piercing through them? Du Ruru felt a bit annoyed. Zhou Yu, shameless as she was, still wanted more. But Zhou Yu, full of excitement, was telling Du Ruru about their destined connection, blushing as she said they would be happy together someday. Du Ruru looked very surprised. She had only met him twice and spoken just a few words, yet she had already planned her whole future with him. It was hard to believe. Du Ruru decided she couldn't think about it anymore. She quickly stood up and moved to another seat. Apologizing to the owner, "Ding Xia," she said, "Sorry, ma'am. Can I order something else?" "Of course." Ding Xia was surprised by her sudden change. Du Ruru ordered another dish of fish-flavored shredded pork and some small potatoes with egg yolk, then closed the menu. Zhou Yu didn't understand. "Ruru? What are you doing?" Du Ruru snorted. "I don't understand your actions, and I don't want to understand your mind. I simply cannot accept this." We have different views, so we shouldn't stay close. Zhou Yu was stunned. She raised her voice. Are you breaking up with me? Du Rura shook her head. Breaking up is something kids say. As adults, we should say we're gradually drifting apart politely. Zhou Yu got angry. She didn't understand why her best friend couldn't see her love at first sight. She slammed the menu on the table loudly. Order, Ding Sha smiled. What would you like to eat? Zhou Yu crossed her arms. Carp tofu soup and milk braised eggs. Ding Sha immediately guessed she was doing it on purpose. Even a gentle person can get angry. She put on a serious face and said, Sorry, we don't have those dishes here. That's impossible. I want to order them. Our small shop can't serve such big customers, Ding Sha said, feeling some back pain after standing for a long time, and she supported herself with her hand. Xiao Jun looked over with a serious expression and helped her, but he looked at Zhou Yu with displeasure. In his opinion, this woman was too noisy. Zhou Yu found everything too annoying. She shouted, You're not married if you don't have a marriage certificate. So I have the right to compete fairly with you. Hearing this, Du Ruru felt angry, but also a little pity. Fair competition? What are you competing for? Are you stupid? Ding Sha smiled. Although Jun and I aren't old enough to get a marriage license, we are legally recognized as a married couple. No matter how much you try to make your actions seem better, you're just a third party trying to interfere in someone else's marriage. Besides, my husband doesn't have any feelings for you. Zhou Yu naturally couldn't accept Ding Sha's words. Her eyes involuntarily fell on Ding Sha's swollen belly, and she watched the two standing together, which was very uncomfortable to see. She instinctively wondered if, without this child, the young man wouldn't be with this woman anymore. Zhou Yu's gaze on Ding Sha's belly made her feel chills. She protected her stomach and stepped back until she was in Xiao Jun's arms, which made her feel a little safer. Xiao Jun also saw Zhou Yu's look. His face turned pale as he stood in front of Ding Sha and warned, I warn you, you'd better not challenge my bottom line. Big brother, listen to me. She's definitely not a good person. Zhou Yu suddenly smiled brightly. Just look at her. You can tell she's not well behaved. She's very obedient in front of you, but once you leave, she'll go flirt with other men. That's a wild child in her belly. If I get rid of him, we can be together. Meanwhile, the man who was watching the scene with a cold sweat shivered and said, This woman probably isn't mentally stable. Du Ruru was also stunned. She had never seen Zhou Yu like this, acting as if she had lost her mind.
Xiao Jun looked at Ruru.
Do you have her family's phone number? Du Ruru shook her head. She was only her roommate and had never been to her home. Suddenly, she thought of an idea. Her family runs a hotel. You can probably find their phone number online. Please find it and tell me if you do, Xiao Jun said in a deep voice. What's your plan? Zhou Yu asked suspiciously. Soon she found out. Xiao Jun called Zhou Yu's father after getting the phone number. Hello? This is the Four Seasons Hotel. Hello, is this Zhou Yu's father? Yes, I am. Who's speaking? I previously borrowed the kitchen at your hotel to cook for my wife. Do you remember? Yes. What can I do for you? Well, your daughter is refusing to leave my place. She's not only trying to interfere with my marriage and my pregnant wife, but she also wants to hurt my wife. You'd better come and take her away quickly, Xiao Jun said calmly. Zhou Yu's father was shocked and almost fell off his chair. He quickly asked for the address and rushed over. Zhou Yu felt like she was about to cry. How can you treat me like this? You obviously like me too. Xiao Jun looked serious as he pulled Ding Sha aside. Trust me, I don't know her. She's sick. Ding Sha burst out laughing. Xiao Jun grew a little anxious. I really don't know her. She's just pretending to cause trouble. Okay, I get it, Ding Sha said, patting his slowly growing hair. Your purity is still safe. Xiao Jun muttered, I've already given you my purity. Huh? What? Ding Sha didn't hear clearly. It's nothing. Do you want to sit for a while? Xiao Jun raised his hand, gently kissing her fingers. Boss Shou arrived quickly. When he entered the small shop, he saw his daughter with red eyes, staring at the happy couple across the street. She looked like the victim. Boss Shou was almost furious. He went over and pulled Zhou Yu outside. Let's go home, Dad. I don't want to go home. Zhou Yu refused. Get back. Boss Zhou snapped, annoyed by her disobedience. If you still want me to be your dad, then go back. Zhou Yu was stunned by the shouting. After a moment, she sniffed and looked down, walking out slowly. Boss Zhou, hunched over, apologized to Ding Sha. Sorry, I spoiled her. Sorry for the trouble. Because of her mother, she's a bit obsessive. Please understand, her past trauma has nothing to do with us. We're not interested, Xiao Jun said with a half-smile. Boss Zhou, keep an eye on your daughter. Don't let her come here again. I don't care if she's a girl or sick, Boss Zhou replied firmly, then said a few more apologies before leaving. Why do you talk so harshly? Are you a rose? Ding Sha poked his side, earning a tense look from him. People like that need to be clear about things, or they won't fully control that crazy person, Xiao Jun said, grabbing some menus and walking away. Ding Sha also smiled at Dururu. Just wait a moment. The food will be here soon. Dururu shook her head. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. After Xiao Jun finished cooking, Ding Sha went to make the small egg yolk potatoes. We chose small, round local potatoes with a soft, sandy texture. After washing and peeling them, soak them for a while. Boil water with salt in a pot. Cook the potatoes until just tender, then fry them twice in hot oil. Next, in a pan with some remaining oil, add 2 salted egg yolks and 1 cooked egg yolk. Cook on low heat, crushing and stirring until fluffy bubbles form. Then add the fried potatoes, coating them evenly with the egg yolks. Once done, remove from the pan. Ding Sha carefully brings the hot dish to Dururu. Dururu had already smelled the salty egg yolk aroma. She kept turning her head while sitting on a stool, finally seeing Ding Sha carrying a plate of golden small potatoes. When the plate reached the table, Dururu couldn't wait and took a bite. The taste was salty and fragrant, with the unique flavor of salted egg yolk. The outer layer of the potatoes was crispy and fragrant, while the inside was soft and sticky. She took a hot bite, still steaming. It was hot and delicious. Dururu exclaimed twice from the heat, but couldn't stop herself from eating more. Finally, she tasted the egg yolk small potatoes her brother always talked about. From now on, she could proudly tease her brother at home.
Dururu tenta pili.
Ding Sha was also happy. She held her belly anxiously, calling Xiao Jun a Jun.
Hey Yun.
I'm here. What's wrong? Xiao Jun, watering the plants in the backyard, hurried over when he heard her call.
Quick, quick.
Ding Sha excitedly pressed his hand against her belly. Xiao Jun looked confused and gently touched her belly. What's wrong? Does your stomach hurt? He's moving. Ding Sha finally managed to calm her excitement a little. That strange feeling, although not exactly comfortable, made her feel indescribable happiness just thinking about the little baby moving inside her. Xiao Jun was momentarily stunned. He knelt down to feel her belly. The baby was especially active, and soon Xiao Jun felt a little push from inside. Even the usually calm Xiao Jun became excited. He's moving. Ding Sha looked at him with a smile. Xiao Jun pressed his face against her belly, quietly feeling for a while. Maybe the baby was tired, and soon there was no movement. Xiao Jun looked a bit disappointed and stood up. Ding Sha comforted him with a gentle touch. In a few days, we'll go for a checkup and do the 4-dimensional ultrasound. Then we'll be able to see the baby clearly. Ding Sha sat at the table, her belly round, loudly flipping through a small notebook. Let's do the math and see how much money we've made. Xiao Jun didn't like this kind of detailed, tedious work. He moved a small stool to sit nearby, watching Ding Sha as she furrowed her brow and bit her pen, seriously calculating their family's earnings. He was very familiar with how she wrote because, over the past 10 years, he had secretly watched her many times from a not-so-good school in the village. Back then, he had just been abandoned by his mother, small and skinny, dirty all over. Other children avoided him, threw stones at him, calling him trash, and saying no one wanted him. The adults seemed kind on the surface, but secretly called him a troublemaker, saying he was unlucky and cursed to have bad luck with his parents. Xiao Jun didn't understand then, and thought it was his fault. He felt sad and helpless. Even when others took away what little he had, he quietly hoped they would forgive him and play with him again. He was so scared alone in that dark, big house. Thinking of this, Xiao Jun smiled a little. Suddenly, he found his childhood self quite funny. A little kid no one wanted. Who cared about him? Ding Sha looked up. What's wrong? She looked at Xiao Jun with confusion. Did you just talk? No. Xiao Jun gently patted her head. Hurry up and finish the calculations. Once you're done, we can rest. Isn't tomorrow shopping day? Watching Ding Sha continue to work hard on her calculations, Xiao Jun's cold memories warmed up again because of her. His childhood wasn't worth remembering much, except for meeting Ding Sha. That day, he was extremely hungry. The harvest that year was poor, and no one in the village had extra food to share. He climbed the back mountain to dig wild vegetables and find wild fruits to fill his stomach. But the women in the village had already picked all the edible things, almost digging up the land. Xiao Jun was so hungry, he felt dizzy. Finally, he couldn't hold back and sat on the hillside crying. Maybe he cried so sadly that a pretty, fair girl was drawn over. Little Ding Sha asked him, "Why are you crying? Did someone bully you?" Even a small boy like Xiao Jun wanted to save face. He wiped his tears, stopped crying, and hiccuped. Before he could speak, his stomach suddenly growled loudly. Ding Sha suddenly realized, "You're hungry." She took out a small clean handkerchief from her pocket, opened it, and revealed a piece of golden millet cake. It smelled sweet and tempting. Xiao Ju almost reflexively swallowed his saliva. Ding Sha sat beside him, broke the cake into 2 equal parts, and gave one to Xiao Jiu. He was very hungry and didn't hesitate. The millet cake was fragrant, sweet, and soft. He quickly stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing how fast he ate, she knew he was starving. After a moment of hesitation, she gave him the other half. After finishing both pieces, his intense hunger eased a little, and Xiao Jiu felt a bit shy. Ding Sha smiled and asked, "Is it tasty?" "I made it myself." Xiao Jiu was still savoring the flavor in his mouth. "Yes, it's delicious, but it doesn't fill me up. If I had a big bun like this, I would be full." Ding Sha looked a bit surprised and a little angry. "You really?" She wanted to find the right words, but couldn't think of any. Finally, she got up and walked away in anger. Xiao Jiu didn't understand why she was upset. He only thought the millet cake was very sweet and that girl was really pretty. Later, he found out that Ding Sha had given him her lunch, going to school hungry herself. Having been hungry for many years, Xiao Jiu felt that an empty stomach was the worst feeling in the world. The girl had actually given him her lunch. He thought he must repay her, but he had nothing and didn't know how. He remembered older kids saying that saving someone's life meant you could ask for anything in return. Xiao Jiu secretly decided he would do anything to repay her. He sneaked into the village school to watch Ding Sha in class. He saw her sitting straight, holding her textbook, reciting loudly. He saw her get upset and secretly shed tears when she couldn't solve a math problem. He watched her braid her hair into 2 braids during busy farming times, walking home step by step. He watched her for 10 years. Ding Sha grew into a graceful young girl, with big eyes and a delicate face, calm and beautiful. Boys from 10 miles around secretly liked her, but because she refused them, they couldn't help but talk badly about her behind her back. Xiao Jiu learned how to fight just to protect himself. When Ding Sha applied medicine to his wounds, she scolded him. "You want to fight again?" Xiao Jun had a bruise near his eye and casually grinned. "They hurt me more, but I'm fine." Ding Sha glared at him. "Was it a group fight?" "Not a fight. I was fighting alone against many," Xiao Jun replied unhappily. Ding Sha deliberately pressed on his swollen eye.
Ouch. Ouch.
Ouch! Xiao Jun almost jumped up. Only then did Ding Sha ease her touch. "I told you I don't care what they say. Don't keep hurting yourself." Xiao Jun refused to listen. "Your words are as dirty as a cesspit, and they smell bad if you don't wash." Ding Sha knew Xiao Jun wouldn't listen, so she bought more medicine and kept it at home. That year, after graduating from high school, her stepmother told her about an arranged marriage. She was to marry a widower in the village, so they could afford to send her stepmother's younger brother to the city for school. Ding Sha knew that man. He was not only older but also abusive to his wife. She knew she had to leave, or her life would be ruined. She secretly took her household registration book, made her own household division, and then saw Xiao Jun at the village gate, carrying a bag and smoking, looking lost in thought. Ding Sha approached him, and before she could speak, tears started to fall. Xiao Jun threw away his cigarette, carefully wiped her tears with his rough fingers, and held her in his arms. "Don't cry. I'll take you away." That night, they boarded a train heading to an unknown place, buying tickets randomly. The train was crowded. Xiao Jun held Ding Sha in his arms so she could sleep, but he didn't dare sleep himself, watching over this strange new world like a cautious wolf cub. The only familiar scent they had was the faint, growing smell of tobacco on Xiao Jun. When they arrived in Nanshur City, they finally relaxed. They got off the train at a busy station, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Xiao Jun saw many young women holding cups filled with a white, egg custard-like drink. He turned and saw a shop nearby selling it. He told Ding Sha to sit down while he went to buy a cup called double skim milk. Ding Sha looked surprised and a little annoyed. Together, they shared this cold, soft, tofu-like snack which was much tastier and sweeter, with a cooling sensation. The red beans inside were sweet. Xiao Jun snapped out of his memory and stood up to go to the kitchen. When Ding Sha looked up, she saw Xiao Jun smiling gently and warmly, handing her a cup of double skim milk. "Do you remember this?" Ding Sha was stunned and felt a bit guilty because she had no memory of the past. For the first time, she faced this problem she had always ignored. She was not the Ding Sha that Xiao Jun loved. She was just a lost soul from another world called Ding Sha, but not the original Ding Sha. Suddenly, Ding Sha felt annoyed. "I don't remember. I don't know. Can you stop bothering me?" She closed her notebook and went back to her room. Xiao Jun looked at her back, feeling a bit confused. Ding Sha sat on the bed and started to regret. Why did she get angry at Xiao Jun?
Clearly,
it was her fault for hurting Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun looked at the double-layer pudding in his hand, but he didn't move. He put it back in the fridge. Eating alone felt pointless. That night, Ding Sha couldn't sleep and kept tossing and turning. Xiao Jun, lying on the other bed near the window, noticed her restlessness. He turned over, got up, and came over to hold her calf. Cramp again, he gently and patiently massaged her leg. Ding Sha felt even more guilty. She wanted to say something, but before she could, she heard Xiao Jun humming a soft, unfamiliar tune. Xiao Jun's mother was from a minority group. When he was young, he was lucky to be lullabied to sleep. She couldn't remember her mother's face, but the melody still floated in her dreams. Ding Sha slowly fell asleep. In her dream, there was a young boy with a face full of tears, sweet glutinous rice cakes, and a boy smoking at the village entrance in the night. The dream was long and dark, but the gentle tune kept her company, so she wasn't afraid. When she woke up, it was just dawn. Xiao Jun had already gone out shopping. Ding Sha sat on the bed, feeling like she was from another world. She rubbed her eyes, held her stomach, washed up, and finally went to the kitchen. The fridge was a little empty, but there was a cup of sweet double-layer pudding with red beans, just like she saw in her dream. Ding Sha took out some millet. She wanted to make millet cakes for Xiao Jun. She didn't know why she dreamed of that memory, but she felt that if Xiao Jun saw the millet cake when he returned, he would be very happy. She soaked the fresh millet in water and set it aside. Then she took 3 eggs and separated the whites and yolks. Add lemon juice and sugar to the egg whites, then beat with a mixer until creamy. Set aside. Next, put the soaked millet, 3 egg yolks, and some corn oil into a blender and blend until smooth. Finally, mix the egg whites and millet paste together in a small bowl, then tap it gently on the table. Sprinkle a few raisins on top. Boil water over high heat and steam until cooked. Just as it finished steaming, they heard the door open. Xiao Jun came back. He heard noises in the kitchen and went straight over. He saw Ding Sha, sweaty and holding her stomach, lifting the lid of the steamer. "I'll do it," Xiao Jun said, startled and worried she might burn herself. Ding Sha smiled warmly and let him lift the lid. When he opened it, he saw a golden, fluffy, soft, and sweet millet cake. He suddenly couldn't find the words. He knew Ding Sha loved good food, enjoyed eating and cooking. Sometimes he also liked to cook, just for fun. But after many years, his favorite food was still the millet cake he ate as a child. That sweet taste seemed to be engraved in his soul, growing stronger over time. Whenever he was hungry, the first thing he thought of was that millet cake.
Ayun.
Ding Sha gently tapped his shoulder, noticing his daze. Xiao Jun nodded and took out the millet cake, cutting it into 4 pieces. Seeing Ding Sha pick up a piece, he took a bite too. Delicious. It tasted just like the memory. Still so sweet and soft.
Xiao Jun looked at Ding Sha.
The pretty girl from before was now his wife. The thought made him feel happy inside, and his limbs felt lighter.
His wife.
Their simple life.
Them.
It's really wonderful. Xiao Jun couldn't help squinting his eyes. After breakfast, Xiao Jun took Ding Sha back to the maternal and child hospital for a checkup. Today, there weren't many people, so they quickly got the 4-dimensional ultrasound. Xiao Jun followed Ding Sha inside, holding her hand nervously as the doctor lifted her shirt to reveal her rounded belly, then applied some gel. The doctor looked at the screen and pointed out, "See, here is the baby's head, and here is the little hand. The baby is curled up inside mom's belly. Very healthy baby," the doctor finally said. The young couple sighed in relief. After leaving the hospital, they went to the nearby baby supplies street. "Which one should I buy?" Ding Sha hesitated, holding a blue and a gray small outfit. She thought both looked nice. "Buy both," Xiao Jun said, reaching out to pick them up and placing them directly into the shopping basket. Ding Sha looked back and saw that the basket was almost full. She picked up a pair of beautiful, fancy pink baby shoes. "Why are you buying this?" "For our daughter to wear," Xiao Jun said confidently. Ding Sha paused, unsure whether to tell him that she was actually carrying a boy. There were many pink clothes, shoes, bibs, towels, and a lot of diapers in the basket. Xiao Jun confidently explained, "I added the midwife on WeChat. She sent me a list of things to prepare and I bought everything she suggested." Ding Sha put the pink items back. "What if it's a boy? Would you still buy him pink clothes?" Xiao Jun didn't believe it. "No way, it must be a girl." Ding Sha picked out a few pale yellow clothes. "These are fine. Both boys and girls can wear them." Xiao Jun reluctantly agreed. On the way home, Xiao Jun carried big and small bags, with many other things on his back, looking like a refugee fleeing from danger. He stopped away the packages that were about to slip, thinking that they should buy a car. It would be more convenient once the baby was born. Fortunately, their small shop was not far from the maternal and child hospital. After a short walk, they arrived. From a distance, they saw someone wandering near the door. Ding Sha thought it was a customer who hadn't left because the shop was closed today. As they got closer, they saw it was De Zhuang from the construction site. De Zhuang was pacing at the door when he heard someone call out, "Brother." He turned and saw Ding Sha, dressed in maternity clothes. Her face was a bit rounder, but her body was still very thin. The only round thing was her pregnant belly. Xiao Jun was behind her, carrying a bunch of things. Ding Sha opened the door to let him in. "What would you like to eat today?" De Zhuang looked around. The shop was bigger than he expected, with 7 or 8 tables, all very clean and tidy. The decor was a traditional Chinese style, giving it a unique charm. He casually ordered some braised pork and shyly said, "Sister, brother-in-law, I came here this time because I have something to ask you. Do you know if our small shop is hiring?" A few days ago, Ding Sha was discussing with Xiao Jun whether to hire someone. As the shop's business improved, their workload became a bit too much for just the two of them. Xiao Jun put things away and sat next to Ding Sha. "Brother Da Zhuang, are you not working at the construction site anymore?" "It's not me, it's my wife," Da Zhuang said shyly. "She wants to find a job." He looked a bit troubled. "But I need to tell you some things first." "What is it?" Ding Sha was curious because he saw Da Zhuang hesitating and looking uncomfortable. "Well," Da Zhuang clenched his teeth. "She's not alone. She has to take care of her aunt." As he spoke, Da Zhuang felt a bit relieved but also very ashamed. He knew Ding Sha was kind, so he dared to ask. Her aunt used to have some mental health issues, but she wasn't aggressive and would help with chores. "No way," Xiao Jun immediately refused. He didn't want any unstable factors around Ding Sha, especially someone with a history of mental illness. Da Zhuang quickly said, Brother Xiao, listen to me first. My aunt would never hurt our sister. You don't know, Zhuang continued. My aunt used to be well known in the area for being lively. Her husband was hardworking and honest. They had 2 children, a brother and a sister, both smart and sensible. Everyone in the village envied how well their family was doing.
He sighed.
But a few years ago, one day, the whole family went out to celebrate the little girl's birthday. They were sitting in a restaurant, just lighting the candles before singing the birthday song when a gas leak caused a big explosion in the kitchen. The 2 children died instantly. Our uncle was rushed to the hospital, but didn't make it. Only the aunt escaped because she went out to buy ice cream for the kids. But not long after, her mental health deteriorated. She stopped talking to people, ignored others, cried when she saw children, and was afraid of fire. Our aunt used to take care of us. She bought everything for my wedding with Chuer. She's been kind to us, so we thought about bringing her to live with us. Previously, Chuer had been at home taking care of the children and her aunt. I was working at the construction site. Now, her aunt's mental state has almost fully recovered. Chuer felt sorry for me and suggested we take her aunt out to find some work, which would also make things easier at home. Zhuang rubbed his hands together. That's basically how things are. Unfortunately, there are still many places where her aunt isn't welcome. I'm here to ask you all directly. Xiao Jun hadn't spoken yet when Ding Sha interrupted. Can we meet your wife and her aunt? Of course. Absolutely. Zhuang was very happy and immediately took out his phone to call at the door. Sha, I think. Xiao Jun frowned, wanting to say something. Ding Sha quickly covered his ears. I don't want your opinion. I want my opinion. After saying that, she watched to see Xiao Jun's reaction. Sure enough, he looked confused. He clearly hadn't heard of Ming Xue. Ding Sha chuckled softly and linked her arm with his. Hey, it's just to meet them first. I haven't decided to hire them yet, so don't worry. If we meet and it's not suitable, we can decide then. If it's a good fit, it saves us the trouble of finding someone else. She gently shook his arm. Xiao Jun patted her head, his eyes full of tenderness. This familiar side of Sha was the one he knew best. Sha, since I came back, you've become more distant from me. Is it because... Xiao Jun wanted to ask if she minded that he had been in prison once. Ding Sha, feeling guilty, thought he had noticed her slip up. What are you talking about? Ding Sha pretended not to hear him clearly. But Xiao Jun saw her nervousness and helplessness, trying to hide her feelings. So, she did mind? Zhuang came back holding the phone. I told Chuer, and they'll be here soon. Xiao Jun stood up. You sit first. I'll go cook. He said this and headed to the kitchen with an apron. Big pieces of pork belly were boiled in cold water with scallions, ginger, garlic, and cooking wine until tender. Then, they were sliced thinly, fried in oil until they released their fat, and then ginger and garlic slices were added to stir-fry and release aroma. A spoonful of bright, spicy, salty bean paste was added to create a red oil, followed by seasoning based on experience. Each chef makes twice-cooked pork with a different taste. Xiao Jun likes to fry the fatty meat until crispy and fragrant. The salty flavor of the bean paste is enough, so he adds a little cooking wine, salt, sugar, and a splash of soy sauce. Finally, he adds some garlic sprouts, stirs everything well, and then serves it. Xiao Jun carries this delicious dish out of the kitchen. Ding Sha is already sitting at the bar, continuing to settle the bills from yesterday. Zhuang can't wait and serves himself a bowl of rice. You all don't know how much I crave this, Zhuang says, filling his mouth with a big bite. He chews happily. Especially lately, I've been so busy. The workers are so tired they go straight to sleep when they get home. We all dream about your pork every night. Just come more often, Xiao Jun says, bringing a pot of water and placing it on the table. He also offers some pickled vegetables that Ding Sha made herself for him to try. Soon after eating and drinking, 2 women come in. It's Chuer and her aunt. Zhuang quickly leaves. I have to go back to the construction site, or I'll get fined if I'm caught. Chuer, just tell me if you can do it or not. He gives a few instructions and then rushes off. The women stand there a little shy and don't dare to move. They look much older than their age, probably from years of hard work. Their hands are calloused and cracked. The woman wears a floral short top, and her hair is neat. Her aunt, even if thin, has a round face and looks very kind. She is also well-groomed and tidy. Sit down first. You must be tired after coming so far. Have some water. Ding Sha pours 2 glasses of cold water and places them on the table. The women thank her quickly and take the glasses. Maybe because Ding Sha is gentle and kind, they seem to relax a little. The woman nervously says, "Hello, boss lady. My name is Tong Chui. I am 35 years old. This is my aunt, Zhuang Qiongming, who is 48. She takes out 2 stacks of paper from her pocket. These are her health check reports. This is my aunt's diagnosis report. She really has no serious health issues now." Xiao Jun carefully looks at the papers. Ding Sha turns to Zhuang Qiongming and smiles at her. "Hello, boss lady. I've been treated now. I can do simple jobs like washing dishes, cleaning, and preparing vegetables. I can also keep accounts." She looks very normal. Xiao Jun asks a few more questions. With Ding Sha's approval, they decide to let both women stay. There are empty rooms in the west. You can clean them up and stay. Xiao Jun didn't let Ding Sha get up. He took people to the backyard. The bathroom is over there and the kitchen is nearby. Because meals and accommodation are included, the wages won't be very high. Since my wife is pregnant now, and it's inconvenient for her, you must pay extra attention to her. Xiao Jun explained one by one. That's all. You are free to move around now. After saying that, he went to accompany Ding Sha. He still remembered the previous topic. Xiao Jun is a persistent person. He wanted to ask Ding Sha if she really minded. Ding Sha happily brought her small notebook to show him, placing the open book in front of him and pointing to a number.
Yun.
Look, we made a lot of money. More than we originally estimated. Xiao Jun looked at the net profit and then at her excited, blushing face. Suddenly, the frustration he had been holding inside disappeared. If she was unhappy, so be it. As long as she was happy. At worst, he would work harder to be nicer to her, making others unable to compare.
Xiao Jun supported her.
Sha, you're amazing. We earned so much. Ding Sha clutched the notebook to her arm and started counting on her fingers. Well, actually, it's not that much. We need to buy you a car, some clothes, and also furniture and appliances for the house. Autumn and winter are coming soon, so we'll need thick blankets and warm clothes and lots of other things. As she spoke, Ding Sha sighed. Money really doesn't last long. Xiao Jun pursed his lips. I will earn more. Seeing his expression, Ding Sha knew he was feeling a bit down. She touched his face. I know, I believe in you. Things are getting better for us, and we can save money too. Xiao Jun responded with a hum, but in his heart, he was thinking about how to earn more money. Ding Sha's body was getting heavier, and she became more sleepy, often only waking up close to noon. Aunt Zhuang worked as a waitress in the main hall. When she wasn't busy, she would wash dishes. She was used to it and worked quickly and neatly. Aunt Zhuang helped prepare vegetables in the kitchen early, then went to the front cashier to count the bills. Xiao Jun observed her. She was very fast at counting and almost never made mistakes. Young boss, I have something to tell you, Aunt Zhuang said while washing vegetables, hesitating as she spoke. Xiao Jun was cutting potatoes nearby. Hearing her words, he looked at her and said, Go ahead. Zhuang auntie had wanted to say this for a while but hadn't dared. She said, It's almost autumn, and the boss's wife is also pregnant now. We should buy her some warm, clean clothes. She continued, and since she's in the later stages of pregnancy, she feels more uncomfortable. We need to prepare things in advance, like cushions and pillows. Xiao Jun understood she was talking about Ding Sha. He put down his work and listened carefully.
Please write me a list of what to buy.
I'll go shopping this afternoon when I have free time. Zhuang auntie finally relaxed and smiled. All right. I'll write it for you after I finish my work. She looked at Xiao Jun and saw he wasn't as fierce as he seemed. He had become braver and was willing to chat a little. She asked, I think the boss's wife is about 5 or 6 months pregnant, right? Almost 6 months. Xiao Jun's face softened unconsciously. He and Ding Sha didn't have any experienced female elders around, so he had been worried. Now someone was willing to talk to him more, and he was happy to listen. She's too thin. Zhuang auntie frowned. Is she vomiting a lot? She's been vomiting everything she eats lately. She only likes sour plums. Xiao Jun said, looking worried. He even stopped letting Ding Sha sit in the shop smelling the oil fumes. He moved a lounge chair to the door for her to rest. She's better now, but she still eats little. She gets full after just a few bites. Like sour? Maybe it's a boy, Zhuang auntie said. But pregnancy sickness is hard to avoid. We should try different ways to make her eat more. The more she eats, the better for her and the baby. Xiao Jun nodded, thinking about what he could do. Zhuang auntie added, by the way, I heard someone delivering milk outside yesterday. Did you order milk for the boss's wife? Xiao Jun shook his head. I've always bought boxed milk for Sha. Zhuang auntie shook her head. That's not good. She should drink fresh milk from a local farmer, milk that's squeezed every day. It's tasty and nutritious. When boiled, a layer of cream forms on top, sweet and fragrant. Xiao Jun made a note. I'll ask about it later and order some for Sha. Zhuang auntie was happy and waved her hand at the vegetables.
Yes.
The more milk she drinks, the whiter and prettier the baby will be, and she'll grow taller too. Xiao Jun couldn't help but imagine what the little baby looked like. Not sure what he was thinking, he smiled slightly. Aunt Zhuang said again, but both of you are handsome, so this little kid must be even more handsome. Sister Zhuang pushed aside the door curtain and said, fry some fish-flavored shredded pork and serve a bowl of rice. Okay. Xiao Jun skillfully picked out the ingredients he needed from the plate: shredded pork, wood ear mushrooms, green pepper strips, and carrot strips, then added some bamboo shoots. He marinated the shredded pork with salt, cornstarch, soy sauce, and cooking wine, then made a fish-flavored sauce without fish. He heated a pan with oil, cooked the pork until it turned white, then removed it. He used the remaining oil to sauté green onions, ginger, and garlic, then added bean paste and fried until it turned red. After stir-frying the vegetables until just cooked, he added the pork back in, poured in the fish-flavored sauce, and stir-fried everything together. A sweet and spicy fish-flavored shredded pork dish was ready. Aunt Zhuang served a bowl of rice and brought out the dish. Inside the small shop, there was only one customer, a young boy whose clothes were worn and faded. He sat nervously at his seat. Fish-flavored shredded pork was the cheapest item on the menu. He had heard Wang Dong say many times that the food here was very delicious, and he wanted to try it himself. Aunt Zhuang placed the rice and dish in front of him. The food is ready. He was startled. Thank you. Aunt Zhuang liked children. Hearing this, she patted his head. Eat while it's hot. We have free egg soup. If you're thirsty, help yourself. She pointed to a metal bucket nearby. The boy's eyes lit up. The portions were generous, and he was sure he could fill himself. Plus, there was free soup. He quickly said thank you and started eating eagerly with his chopsticks. The dish was sweet and spicy, very appetizing. The boy's mouth was full, and he could feel saliva constantly flowing as he ate. Sister Tong, worried he might choke, poured him a cup of warm water and brought over a bowl of soup. Such a young child, Aunt Zhuang whispered to Sister Tong at the door, not going back to the kitchen. Look at how hungry he is. I wonder what the adults at home are doing. Sister Tong nodded with concern. In the end, the boy finished all the rice and food, even scraping the plate clean with rice. He drank 3 or 4 bowls of soup, then shyly wiped his mouth. Aunt Zhuang looked at him coming to pay and smiled gently. Are you full? I'm full. The boy shyly nodded. How much do I owe you? 16 yuan in total, Aunt Zhuang said. I ate 2 bowls of rice. The boy took out 2 crumpled 10 yuan bills from his pocket. It should be 18 yuan. Aunt Zhuang gave him 4 yuan back. Our rice is charged per person, not per bowl. 2 yuan per person. The boy finally accepted the money. Since then, he came every 3 days. Aunt Zhuang and he became familiar. She knew his name was Silo, and he was a student at the local middle school. Silo was good friends with Wang Dong. Wang Dong often found ways to share food with him, because Silo's family was not well off. His mother was single when she had him. After giving birth, she drank alcohol every day. Silo often saw his mother drunk at home. He not only had to take care of his mother, but also had to support both of them. Even at a young age, he had to balance school and pick up bottles to earn some money. He knew studying could change his future, so he studied very hard and seriously. But during his growth, he got hungry very quickly. His daily food budget was not enough, and he often felt a burning pain in his stomach from hunger. Wang Dong told him this place's food was tasty and affordable. Silu endured for a few days, but couldn't hold back anymore. He didn't care if the food was good or not. As long as it was cheap and generous, that was enough. Aunt Zhuang was moved to tears after hearing this. She even took her own savings to give him money, but Silu refused to take it. Aunt Zhuang couldn't help but tell Xiao Jun about this. From that day, the portions of Silu's meals increased, and sometimes he could even take leftovers home. Silu knew the owner was taking care of him. He was very grateful and vowed to repay their kindness. In autumn, the wind swirled and carried fallen yellow leaves. The weather suddenly turned cold overnight. Ding Xiao put on thick woolen pants and a warm maternity dress, wrapping herself up warmly. After settling accounts with Aunt Zhuang at night and preparing to close the shop, she saw a dark lump lying at the corner of the door. Ding Xiao carefully looked closer and saw it was a fainted child. Ding Xiao, holding her belly, bent over but couldn't straighten up. She quickly asked Aunt Zhuang to check if it was really a child. Aunt Zhuang couldn't wait and pulled the person up from the ground. It was a child who looked about 3 or 4 years old, dirty all over, with a face as dirty as a stray cat. Aunt Zhuang carried the child into the house, and Ding Xiao struggled to shout for Xiao Jun. Where did this child come from? Xiao Jun was startled. He was found at the door. Ding Xiao tightly held his sleeve, speaking absent-mindedly. Pregnant women dislike seeing children suffer. Seeing the child like this made her feel upset.
Xiao Jun gently patted her to comfort her.
It's okay, don't worry. The aunt and I will take him to the hospital. You and your sister-in-law stay at home and wait for us. I will call you. Ding Xiao knew that if she insisted on going, Xiao Jun would worry more, so she reluctantly agreed. Make sure to call me. Xiao Jun nodded. Aunt Zhuang saw that the child's clothes were thin, so she went inside to get a blanket, wrapped it around him, and held him. Poor thing, it's so cold, and he's only wearing a single shirt. Xiao Jun called a car. Ding Xiao transferred 20,000 yuan to his phone. This is for medical expenses. If it's not enough, let me know. Xiao Jun kissed her forehead. Got it. You stay at home and don't worry. When the car arrived, Xiao Jun and Ding Xiao waved goodbye and got in with Aunt Zhuang, heading to the nearest maternal and child hospital. Aunt Zhuang couldn't hold the child for long, so Xiao Jun took him and ran into the emergency room. Hello. This child is unconscious. A nurse quickly took him to the bed and laid the child down. Another nurse ran to call the doctor. Xiao Jun breathed a sigh of relief and stood quietly with Aunt Zhuang, waiting. The doctor came over and examined him. Nothing serious, probably just hungry. Do a blood test and give him some fluids. He should wake up soon. The doctor handed Xiao Jun a form. Are you the child's guardian? Please pay the fee to create a medical record. Xiao Jun took the form. I don't know this child. He fainted outside my shop and was brought here. The fee is fine, but you'll need to wait until he wakes up and tells us his name to make the record. The doctor adjusted his glasses.
No rules.
Sit for a while. See if he wakes up and if his parents come. Xiao Jun nodded and paid the fee first. The doctor finished and saw him holding a stack of forms, so he knew he had paid.
He sighed.
You can wait for his parents to come and pay. No need to pay up front. It's not that he was petty. He had seen parents who refused to pay medical bills before. Seeing this young boy, he didn't seem wealthy, so he thought it was better not to get scammed. Also, the clothes on the child were dirty, and he looked hungry and faint. Most likely, his parents weren't good people. Xiao Jun shook his head. I'll pay first. He didn't have high hopes of finding the child's parents, since the hospital probably wouldn't cover the costs. It's not because he's kind-hearted. He's just worried that when Ding Xiao comes to have her baby, the hospital might blame them again. Although he knew it was unlikely, he couldn't help but think of all sorts of messy thoughts. Xiao Jun took out his phone and sent Ding Xiao the details. Aunt Zhuang borrowed some wet wipes, soaked them in warm water, and gently wiped the child's face. Wow, he's quite a handsome boy, she said as she cleaned his face, revealing his features. Aunt Zhuang also wiped his uninjected hand. When Xia sees this beautiful boy, her baby will be just as pretty when born. While talking, she started sharing some local folk remedies about pregnant women in the village. They say pregnant women should eat lots of grapes, so the baby's eyes will be big. And if a pregnant woman looks at handsome people, her baby will be good-looking too. Xiao Jun listened with interest. Little Stone was drowsy, feeling like he was lying somewhere warm. He even felt less hungry in his tummy. Is it brother? Did brother find me and take me home? He slowly opened his eyes and saw a white ceiling. His hand felt a little sore. It seemed like someone was holding his hand warmly. He stared blankly at the unfamiliar auntie and brother, who were smiling and chatting by his bed. There were many people here, and it was noisy, but Little Stone wasn't afraid at all. Aunt Zhuang felt the small hand in her palm move. She turned around and saw a pair of misty big eyes looking at her. The little guy even smiled and called out, "Auntie." Aunt Zhuang happily responded, "How are you, little one? Do you feel uncomfortable or in pain?" Little Stone shook his head and touched his stomach. "Hunger. Oh dear." Aunt Zhuang gently patted his small face with sympathy. "After this we'll go home and eat." Seeing that he was awake, Xiao Jun went to find the doctor. The doctor examined him again, checked the blood test report, and said, "No problem. Kids don't get sick from hunger. After the you can go home." He smiled and asked the little stone, "Hey little guy, what's your name?" "Little Stone," the little one answered softly. "How old are you?" "4 years old." "Good," the doctor said, pinching his little face. "And where are your parents?" Little Stone lowered his head and didn't answer. The doctor asked again, but Little Stone still stayed silent. The doctor stopped asking and pulled Xiao Jun aside. "This kid probably got abandoned by his parents, right?" Xiao Jun shook his head. "I don't know. I'll take him home first. It's late today. Tomorrow I'll go to the police station to see if I can find his parents." "That's good. Thanks, brother," the doctor said, patting his shoulder. Just then he was called away. A young nurse removed the needle, and Aunt Zhuang wrapped him in a blanket. "All done. Let's go home." Little Stone obediently rested on her shoulder, looking a bit scared at Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun didn't say anything. He took out his phone and sent a message to Ding Xia. The lights at the small shop's entrance were still on. As soon as he entered, he saw Sister Tong helping Ding Xia sit down. Xiao Jun quickly went over and caught Ding Xia. "You're back." Ding Xia smiled at him. "Cold." "Not cold," Xiao Jun said, frowning as he held her cold hand. "Why aren't you inside?" "I couldn't sit still," Ding Xia said shyly, acting a little spoiled. Aunt Zhuang placed the little guy on a chair. Ding Xia poured him a small cup of hot milk. "Little guy, are you awake?" Little Stone blinked and looked at Ding Xia for a while. "Fairy sister." Ding Xia smiled and patted his head. "Are you hungry?" Little Stone took a sip of the sweet milk, then patted his stomach and nodded. "Hungry." Ding Xia pulled Xiao Jun. "I made some dumpling soup. Everyone has been waiting all night. Why don't we have a late-night snack together?" Xiao Jun looked at her. "You're cooking now." Ding Xia shook his arm. "Come on, I want to." Xiao Jun helplessly went to the kitchen to serve the dumpling soup. He opened the pot, and a fragrant, steaming aroma wafted out. The soup was colorful: bright red tomatoes, golden egg drops, green vegetables, and black fungus strips, with white dumplings floating on top. It wasn't fancy or expensive, but it could stir up a craving and longing deep in the night. Maybe it's the smell of my mom, or perhaps it's the scent of home-cooked food I remember from childhood when I played wildly. But there's no denying that when I see or smell it, I suddenly wake up and think, wow, I'm really hungry. Everyone is crowded around a table, drinking hot, thick soup. Little Stone holds his own bowl and spoon, eating happily. Sister Tong can't help but say, Xia's cooking skills are truly amazing. Indeed, although Xiao Jun's dishes are also delicious, after tasting Ding Xia's food, I feel Xiao Jun's cooking isn't as good. The sound of slurping fills the hall. Before finishing, someone is knocking urgently at the door.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Aunt Zhuang stands up from her seat. It's strange today. Why is it so busy tonight? She goes to open the door and sees Le, panting and out of breath. Little Le? Aunt Zhuang looks at him with some surprise. Le's face is flushed.
I
saw the light on and knocked. What's wrong? Did something happen? Aunt Shuang quickly invites him in. Sila stammers. Did you? As he steps inside, he sees the little kid sitting at the table, happily drinking from a bowl. Little Stone, Lu rushes over. Where did you go? I looked for you everywhere. Seeing his brother, Little Stone isn't afraid. He reaches out his soft arms and calls out, Brother, pick me up. Sila lifts him up, first smelling the sweet milk scent on him, then the fresh, fragrant smell of food. He can't help but swallow hard. Little Stone holds out his dirty bowl and says, Brother, eat. Sila smiles. Brother won't eat. Little Stone, you eat. Aunt Zhuang looks surprised. Is Little Stone your child? Sister Tong hands Sila a bowl of thick soup. Come, sit and eat. Take your time. Sila feels a bit shy and sits down. Little Stone sits beside him, licking his bowl. Little Stone is my brother, Sila says. But we don't have the same father. My mom found out she was pregnant when her belly was very big. The man has no children at home. Mom agreed to have Little Stone for a sum of money. Mom doesn't care about him, the man does. Stone was sent away when he was born and I haven't even seen him. A few days ago, Stone was brought back because the man did a DNA test and said Stone isn't his child. Mom doesn't care about him. The man left him behind, so I have to take care of him. Sila scratched his head. But I really don't have much time, so I told him to wait for me at the school gate. Today, I forgot to bring him food, so he might be hungry. Aunt Zhuang was already tearing up as she listened. She couldn't help but hold Stone in her arms. It's so sad. Such a little child, and he still has to go to school. Ding Sha thought for a moment. This isn't a good way. How about this? When you go to school in the future, you can leave Little Stone here. Sila was surprised and then widened his eyes happily. Then he looked a bit nervous. Is that okay? Won't it trouble you? Not trouble at all, Xiao Jun said. Taking care of a little kid isn't a big problem. Sila touched his pocket. I'll pay you. Ding Sha shook her head. No need for that. Just do me a favor. Sila was curious. What favor? I will definitely do it. Many classmates want to order food from us, but we can't keep track of all the orders. Can you help us count what they want to order? Ding Sha thought for a moment. Have them report to you by class. We'll deliver the food to the door, and you can bring the money and the order list to pick it up. I'll pay you every month. Sila nodded eagerly. I can do it. I'll count everything quickly. Ding Sha handed him a stack of cards. During the break 2 lessons before, Sister Tong will wait for you at the door. Just give her the order list. Sila took the thick stack of cards, feeling very motivated. He was determined to do a good job for the boss lady. The weather gradually turned colder. Ding Sha woke up early that day. She pulled Xiao Jun to help her find the old pickled water she had asked Grandma Zhang for in the village, from a bunch of jars. Fresh white radishes, carrots, long beans, small chili peppers, hang peppers, and green bamboo shoots were all washed, cut, and dried. She also cut some ginger and garlic and prepared a large handful of chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. It's a pity that she didn't have tender ginger to soak right now. Fill a clean, oil-free jar with vegetables, then add a few pieces of rock sugar, bay leaves, and star anise. Toss in some chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. Finally, pour in enough salt water to cover the ingredients and add 2 spoonfuls of old seasoned broth. Seal the jar tightly with water and place it in a cool, shady spot to ferment. Usually, it can be eaten after about a week. The result is tangy, spicy, crunchy, and very appetizing. However, Ding Sha often takes it out after just 3 days. She cuts it into small pieces, mixes it with chili oil and vinegar, and it becomes a popular side dish for porridge or rice. Ding Sha's pickles are also very popular in small shops. They are delicious and often free. You can often see strong men from the Northwest happily munching garlic and pickles, looking very satisfied. Ding Sha has finally said goodbye to morning sickness and now feels like she wants to eat everything she sees. Her belly is growing quickly, especially her stomach, making her look round and full. Xiao Jun seems to have developed expectant mother syndrome. He finds it even harder to sleep than Ding Sha and keeps dreaming about her suddenly going into labor. He looks worried and anxious. Ding Sha is very active. She calls Sister Tong to buy a bag of chestnuts from the door. In the afternoon, a few of them wash, steam, and peel the chestnuts for fun. They blend milk and chestnuts in a blender until smooth, then add honey and butter into a small pot. They cook it slowly over low heat, stirring until it thickens. Finally, they press the mixture into molds to shape it. Freshly steamed chestnut cake is ready. On a cold day, eating a warm piece of chestnut cake makes the chest feel warm, as if the cold wind has been blown away. A small warm box filled with fragrant chestnut cake is placed at the shop entrance. Passers-by, including children and parents after school, stop to buy a pound. It's really tasty, but it's tiring to make, Aunt Zhuang says, rubbing her waist. We can't make more than a few pounds. It's too exhausting. We sell it occasionally, not often. If we make more, we'll just make less and keep some for ourselves, Ding Sha says, patting the little stone beside her, who is happily munching on chestnut cake. I need to go get the orders so little Lu can go to class. Sister Tong quickly packs some chestnut cake into a box and rushes toward the middle school. Ding Sha waits a long time before seeing Sister Tong return with a bruised and swollen Silo. What happened? Ding Sha asks in surprise. Xiao Jun also frowns and stands up, going to the back to get the first aid kit.
Ens Tong Pulsili to sit down.
I waited a while before he sneaked over, then I went to the teacher and brought him back. What happened? Xiao Jun asked seriously as he applied medicine to him.
Cite le hésitated.
I was beaten up by a boy from the neighboring class. His family runs the cafeteria. Recently, everyone has been ordering food for me, so they don't go to the cafeteria much. That's why he came looking for trouble, Sitlo honestly said. I couldn't beat him, but I scratched his face. Ding Sha was originally angry but couldn't help but smile when she heard this. If you can't fight, just run away. Xiao Jun gently said, once you're better, I'll teach you how to fight. Okay, Sitlo clenched his fist confidently. Ding Sha couldn't help but pat Xiao Jun. You're not teaching him good things. Xiao Jun said seriously. I'm teaching him how to protect himself. Otherwise, how can he protect Little Stone? Not to mention his wife. Sitlo quickly interrupted. I don't want a wife. Aunt Zhuang was the first to lose control and burst out laughing. Then Aunt Tong and Ding Sha also started laughing. Even Xiao Jun showed a faint smile. Little Stone didn't know what was funny, so he giggled foolishly along. Sitlo scratched his head. I don't want a wife. He really hadn't thought about marriage. He was still too young. Xiao Jun suddenly ruffled his short hair. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to see your teacher. Huh? Xiao Go. Why are we going? Xiao Jun smiled. To find something to do. During the big break, Teacher Ma saw Silo, a very good older brother. He also looked very handsome. Teacher Ma couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Seeing a handsome guy in the school, especially when she usually only saw a bald old man, made her feel a bit happier inside. Hello, I am Xiao Jun, here for Silo, Xiao Jun straightforwardly said as he entered. Teacher Ma immediately became serious. She became a teacher because she loved children, so she naturally stopped staring at the handsome guy when she heard the important matter. I run a small shop outside the university town. Sila helps by counting which students want to order meals during his free time and gives us the list. I pay him a salary every month, Xiao Jun explained simply. But yesterday, Silo appeared like this. Xiao Jun pointed to Silo, whose swelling hadn't gone down yet. I asked him for a long time before he told me it was because the cafeteria contractor's child hit him. I think this is quite unreasonable. I came to see what kind of cafeteria forces people to eat only there. Teacher Ma couldn't help but think about the cafeteria environment and the food, and she almost vomited. She didn't expect Si Li's injury to be caused like this. After thinking for a moment, she said, Si Li's parents, don't worry. I will protect Silo. She then asked a student who was coming to submit homework to call the boy over and also called his homeroom teacher. Xiao Jun looked at Silo, whose eyes sparkled, and knew that he probably had been bullied before and had to bear it himself. This reminded him of himself back then. He couldn't help but pat his head. Back then, Sasa protected him, so he decided to protect this little one. The boy arrived very slowly, only after the class bell rang, staggering in late without even giving a report. He pushed the door open and asked, "Which teacher is looking for me?" Zhu Yaozu was the most difficult student for all teachers, poor grades, usually joking around and teasing classmates, especially girls. His small eyes looked sneaky and uncomfortable to look at. Zhu Yaozu looked around and fixed his gaze on Silo. Oh, little weakling, now you even call your parents. He looked at Xiao Jun with ill intent and said, "Who is this little lover of your mom?" Zhu Yaozu, Silo blushed. Teacher Ma also looked upset. Zhu Yaozu didn't take her seriously at all. Teacher Zhao entered the room just as Zhu Yaozu was speaking. He is a middle-aged teacher, strict and old-fashioned, and he doesn't like students to speak unclearly. He paused and shouted angrily, "Zhu Yaozu!" Zhu Yaozu shivered in fear. Is Teacher Zhao coming? Teacher Zhao looked grim as he walked in. Did you open your mouth to spit nonsense? Zhu Yaozu pouted unwillingly. Teacher Zhao then looked at Teacher Ma. Little Ma, did you call me? Teacher Ma briefly explained what had happened. Teacher Zhao looked at Xiao Jun and Silo. That's enough.
Zhu Yaozu, apologise to Sile.
Silo, don't do this kind of thing again, he said calmly. Students should eat in the school cafeteria. Eating outside all the time looks bad. Xiao Jun raised an eyebrow. Is this fair punishment?
Sile blushed.
Teacher, I didn't do anything wrong. Why can't I keep doing this? Teacher Ma also looked a bit upset. Teacher Zhao, have you ever eaten in the cafeteria? It doesn't matter if I have or not. Students should remember hardships and think about the good times. If they only think about enjoying, how can they focus on studying? Teacher Ma laughed bitterly. That's called remembering hardships and sweetening life? It sounds more like pig food. Teacher Zhao's face darkened. Young comrade, you should respect your elders. Teacher Ma rolled his eyes. Teacher Zhao then said, hurry up, don't waste time. Classes are starting. Xiao Jun asked Teacher Ma, is the principal here now? Zhu Yaozu was still happily gloating. Hearing Xiao Jun's question, he blurted out, you want to see the principal over such a small matter? Xiao Jun ignored him. Teacher Ma got serious. I'll take you there. Teacher Zhao let out a couple of sounds, then saw them leave without looking back. Teacher Ma took him to the principal's office. The principal was an elderly man with white hair on the sides, looking very scholarly. He adjusted his glasses.
Xiao Ma?
What's going on? Who's this? Teacher Ma quickly explained what had happened. The principal's expression became serious. Call that student here and also the teacher. Teacher Ma made a quick phone call. Soon after, Teacher Zhao brought Zhu Yaozu into the office. I understand this matter now, the old principal said directly. This student needs to apologize to Silo. If it happens again, they will have to reflect at home. Zhao Yaozu wanted to say more, but in the end, he just lowered his head, glared at Silo, and reluctantly said sorry. Teacher Zhao, you stay here. Everyone else, you can leave now. The principal smiled, clearly wanting to have a heart-to-heart talk with Teacher Zhao. Silo went to class, and Xiao Jun also returned to the small shop. There weren't many people in the shop. Ding Xia sat at the table, eagerly waiting by the door for his return. Ah, Jun, seeing him, Ding Xia stood up happily. What's up? I want to eat pickled pepper beef offal. Ding Xia chewed her lips. Suddenly, she craved pickled pepper beef offal, but Sister Tong and Aunt Zhuang kept a close eye on her, not allowing her to cook. So she had to wait here for Xiao Jun to come back. Xiao Jun rolled up his sleeves and went into the kitchen. The pickled peppers were tangy and spicy. He scooped them out of the jar and chopped them up. The strong, appetizing aroma filled the kitchen. The beef offal was already prepared by Aunt Zhuang. Xiao Jun turned on the stove, poured in oil, and sautéed garlic slices until fragrant. Then he added the pickled peppers and stir-fried them a little. The delicious smell became even more intense. Even passers-by at the door took deep breaths, drawn in by the aroma. It smelled so good. He added the beef offal, giving it a few stirs. Xiao Jun tasted the dish. The beef offal had been marinated before, and the combination of marinade and pickled peppers created a rich, tangy, spicy flavor that made people want to eat 2 bowls of rice and stuff it into their mouths. Ding Xia had already prepared her rice and juice, sitting at the table, waiting patiently. When the beef offal was served, the tempting aroma made her stomach rumble. Ding Xia picked up her chopsticks and started eating happily. Suddenly, from the next table, a voice called out, "Boss, I want one of those too." Ding Xia turned her head and saw a young man in his 20s, wearing glasses, holding a selfie stick and a phone. When he saw her looking, he shyly smiled. "Young man, do you want to order the pickled pepper beef offal?" Sister Tong approached with a warm smile, very friendly. The young man thought for a moment. "Miss, can I see the menu?" Sister Tong handed him a piece of paper. The young man touched the thin paper and looked surprised. "Is this the menu? Isn't it just a piece of paper?" The young man hesitated, wondering if his choice to come in after smelling the aroma was the right decision. Sister Tong noticed his doubt and smiled as she explained, "Our small restaurant's menu changes every day, depending on what the grocery store owner delivers in the morning. Our boss's wife writes the menu by hand every day." The young man suddenly understood and scratched his head, finding it quite interesting. He looked at the menu and said, "Then, I'll order some spicy beef offal, a crispy fried chicken, and a cola." Sister Tong quickly took note. "Got it. Please sit down and your food will be ready soon." She then went to the kitchen. The young man adjusted his phone to a good angle and said to the camera, "All right, now we just wait for the food." Ding Xia glanced at him as she listened. His phone screen was filled with scrolling text, indicating he was live streaming. The young man's name was Zhou Fei, a popular food live streamer. Today, he planned to visit a trendy Western restaurant that was very popular online, but as he approached the door, the delicious smell drew him inside. Comments on the screen were full of laughter. Fei said he was going to a fancy Western restaurant, but he ended up here, haha. This place looks quite interesting. I want to know the exact location. Fei, are you secretly advertising this place? Did you plan this? Zhou Fei quickly replied, "No, I really just followed the smell and came in." He even showed his other phone with a reservation page for the Western restaurant, saying, "I swear, if I took an ad, I wouldn't be able to make a reservation at Heian Line again." Heian Line was Zhou Fei's favorite restaurant, and he often streamed his meals there. Seeing him swear by Heian Line made viewers even more curious. How delicious could this small restaurant be? Just then, Zhou Fei tilted his head and sniffed deeply, saying, "Friends, it's starting to smell really good." Then he saw Sister Tong carrying a plate of spicy beef offal and walking over. "Want me to serve you some rice?" Zhou Fei waved his hand. "No need, just like this is fine." He eagerly picked up a chopstick and tasted it. Sure enough, just by the smell, he knew this dish would be very tasty. The viewers watched his delighted expression and felt a bit hungry. "How does it look? How does it taste? How does it taste, Ah Fei?" Zhou Fei carefully sampled it and said, "The pickled pepper flavor is very strong, with a tangy and spicy kick. The beef offal itself has been seasoned with soy sauce, and after stir-frying, the flavor becomes richer. It's soft and crispy when you bite into it." He took a bite and said, "Delicious. I wonder how many people in front of the screen are swallowing their saliva." When Xiao Jun brought out the crispy fried chicken, Zhou Fei was just turning the camera to show the room's decorations. Seeing Xiao Jun, the comments paused for a moment, then flooded with surprised exclamations. "Who is this handsome guy? Is he really not a celebrity? Maybe a crew filming nearby. Don't move the camera. I want to take a screenshot." Before Zhou Fei could react, Xiao Jun set down the fried chicken and went to sit beside Ding Xia, who was already full from eating and had not finished her plate. He handed her a cup of warm water. "Are you full?" Ding Xia rubbed her stomach, looking a bit nostalgic at the remaining beef offal on her plate. "Yes, I'm full. If I eat any more, I might feel sick." Xiao Jun sat down naturally, hugged her, kissed her, and picked up her bowl to eat. Ding Xia glanced at her phone, which was still recording here, and felt a little shy. "You shouldn't eat anymore." Xiao Jun looked at Zhou Fei coldly, and Zhou Fei suddenly realized, turning the phone toward the still steaming fried chicken. "Ahem, the chicken's getting cold." The comments immediately started teasing Zhou Fei for being timid. Xiao Jun then said very naturally to Ding Xia, "Are you tired? Do you want to rest for a while?" Ding Xia silently hugged her stomach and went back inside. "Oh my gosh, the young lady is so beautiful. Her belly is so big. She looks like a little pregnant woman. Is she the boss's wife? What a high-looking couple. Although I can't taste the beef offal and fried chicken, I'm getting some dog food here." Zhou Fei aimed the camera at the fried chicken. It was a rare fried chicken without batter. Zhou Fei picked up a drumstick, which was golden brown and crispy, smelling of rich meat aroma. He took a gentle bite, crisp and tasty. The chicken inside was juicy, with just the right amount of saltiness. Dipping it in the chili powder on the side made it spicy and addictive. It was much better than KFC. Zhou Fei thought to himself, then picked up a piece of fried chicken and tore it open to show the screen. The shredded meat was still moving, and a warm, fragrant steam spread out instantly. Carefully, you could see a shiny layer of sauce on the surface of the meat. Suddenly, a loud cry appeared on the screen. "Oh my God! What did I do to deserve watching you fry chicken in the last half hour of the final class? I didn't even have breakfast. Oh my God, I admit it. I'm craving it. Today's lunch is already ordered, fried chicken.
Ah,
I know this place. I'll come eat right away." Once this message was sent, it triggered many warnings from viewers. Especially when they saw Zhou Fei eating without looking up or chatting with the comments, the complaints and cries reached their peak. But some people didn't believe it and thought he was advertising. How can it be so delicious? I've eaten fried chicken before. Aren't innards and other offal all the same flavor if they're not greasy? I follow Ah Fei because he always tells the truth. If something's good or bad, he just says it.
but now, Ah Fei, you've changed.
You're taking ads too. Good luck, I'm unfollowing. Taking money from the shop owner. Case closed. Maybe he's just trying to boost the handsome shop owner? Trying to jump into the entertainment industry? Zhou Fei looked up just in time to see these comments. He immediately got furious. If I take a promotion, I'll rip your head off and kick it like a ball. A comment quickly responded, exactly. Zhou Fei deliberately brought him into a voice chat. He saw that this person was the most lively among the commenters. Yes, I said it, Zhou Fei said. What if you lose? I lose? If I lose, I'll eat my keyboard live. The person covered the camera, and only a man's voice could be heard. All right, I'll send you the address in a private message. When you come over, call me so I can see how you lost. Sister Tong walked in holding her usual medicine, Ding Sha. There's a bed outside. She told Ding Sha what had happened and covered her mouth to laugh. I want to see how that person eats the keyboard. It's simple. Just wait a couple of days to see who orders fried chicken, Ding Sha said with a smile. She was absolutely confident in her restaurant's dishes. As expected, after a few days, a well-dressed man entered. After looking around, he directly told Sister Tong, 1 crispy fried chicken. After Sister Tong relayed this to Xiao Jun, she headed straight to Ding Sha's room. They're here. The keyboard is here. Ding Sha immediately sat up. Help me up. I want to see the excitement. The crispy fried chicken was served. The man first calmly took out a pack of wet wipes from his bag and carefully wiped his hands and the table. Then, he took out his phone to take a few pictures of the dish before reaching for a pair of chopsticks from the holder. He picked up a boneless piece and put it in his mouth. The moment he bit down, for words formed in his mind, crispy, fragrant, juicy, tender. He was very satisfied. This piece of meat was probably from the chicken breast. Many people make it dry and tough, but this piece was tender and soft, bursting with juice when bitten. He ate at a steady pace, then waved to call Sister Tong over. He looked at the menu for a while, then ordered sweet and sour ribs. Sister Tong took the order to the kitchen. While looking at Ding Sha, who was touching his chin, she muttered, "It doesn't really look like that keyboard." While pondering, she saw the man take out a bottle of mouthwash from his bag and rinse his mouth gracefully, as if unaware of others. He opened his phone to type, pausing now and then to think, as if editing something. Soon, the sweet and sour ribs were served. As usual, the man took photos with his phone before picking up a new pair of chopsticks to grab a piece of the glossy, reddish-brown ribs and took a bite. The ribs were substantial, larger than those usually cut at other restaurants. The bite was firm and satisfying, full of flavor and a pleasant surprise. The taste was perfectly balanced between sweet and sour, and surprisingly, it included pineapple. It was unclear where the pineapple came from this season, but its fresh aroma and slight acidity definitely enhanced the dish. Eating the juicy pineapple was another delightful surprise. The man continued to eat slowly and carefully finished the dish. He wiped his mouth, tidied himself up, then went to the counter to pay. After settling the bill, he politely explained his purpose. "Hello, I am an editor for Food Magazine. I saw your restaurant in a Phase live stream, so I came to experience it. May I speak with your chef or owner? Aunt Zhuang was momentarily surprised and instinctively looked toward Ding Sha, who was walking over. Hello, I am the owner of this shop. May I ask what brings you here? The man repeated his introduction. My name is Hu Jilin. Ding Sha led him to sit on a stone bench in the yard. How is the meal? Did you enjoy it? Ding Sha asked Sister Tong to help by pouring a cup of hot water. It was worth the trip, Hu Jilin said with high praise. Xiao Jun was still busy in the kitchen. Hu Jilin probably wanted to ask them some questions, so he started chatting with Ding Sha. They waited until Xiao Jun finished his work before getting to the main topic. I want to do a special interview about your small shop for a magazine, with pictures and words. Is that okay? Xiao Jun looked at Ding Sha and thought for a moment. Yes, but please don't take photos of people. Hu Jilin agreed. I'm very interested in your shop's name. Sha Sha's little shop sounds unique and thoughtful. Is there a story behind it? Hu Jilin took out a voice recorder and turned it on. Sha Sha is my wife. Xiao Jun's eyes softened. She has loved cooking since she was young. She often talked about what kind of small shop she wanted. Since we can afford to open a shop, we definitely want to fulfill her dream. Hu Jilin smiled. The elegant man's eyes crinkled with gentle lines, and his warm, soft feelings made anyone listening smile unconsciously. Are the owner and the owner's wife childhood sweethearts? You seem very close, he said with admiration. Yes, we grew up together. Ding Sha held Xiao Jun's hand when he reached out to her, listening to his words. What is the signature dish in your shop? Hu Jilin jotted down a few notes in his small notebook. Sha Sha is the signature. She's in the shop, and all the dishes are her signature, Xiao Jun replied. Hu Jilin paused, then smiled. When the owner's wife gives birth to your child, I must come back to try the signature dishes again. You're very welcome. The conversation was brief, but pleasant. Xiao Jun and Ding Sha saw Hu Jilin off to the door. Hu Jilin quickly waved his hand. No need to see me off. I'll be leaving now. He added, once the magazine is out, I'll send you a copy. Ding Sha watched Hu Jilin's back as he walked away, then pulled Xiao Jun's hand. Wow, am I dreaming? A food magazine is coming to interview us. Xiao Jun was amused by her exaggerated surprised expression and the smile in her eyes. He couldn't help but tousle her hair a few times. What's wrong? Are you happy? Yes, I am, Ding Sha sighed. I feel recognized. Xiao Jun hugged his light-hearted wife, and they went back together. So happy, of course. Ding Sha couldn't help but walk around the yard. It's a food magazine. Yes, 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 a food magazine. Xiao Jun followed her, casually chatting as he protected her. Ding Sha turned to glare at him and went inside to sleep. Xiao Jun touched his nose, feeling a bit guilty, and sat down at the front counter. An kind and friendly old lady peeked in. Oh, is this Sha Sha's shop? Xiao Jun looked up and saw Grandma Zhang. Grandma Zhang also saw Xiao Jun, smiled warmly, and came in. Is Xiao here? Looks like I didn't get the wrong place.
Where's Xiao? Xiao Jun invited her to sit.
Sha is sleeping. She's heavy and always very tired. Grandma Zhang nodded. That's normal. Pregnancy is hard for women. You must not dislike Sha. She's carrying your baby. She's so young and already going through so much. You need to take good care of her. Xiao Jun nodded. I will. Grandma Zhang was satisfied and took out a small basket. I've been counting the days. Sha will give birth soon. I've saved some eggs for her. Eggs from the city aren't as nutritious as those from our free-range chickens, right? Every day, give her 2 eggs to help her recover. She lost a lot early on, so she can't just ignore it. When she gets older, she'll suffer if she doesn't take care. Grandma Zhang kept talking. When Sha stayed next to her, she got up early every day to work hard. She remembered all the good food she made for her little grandson.
She also wanted to be kind to Sha.
This girl is obedient and capable, more likable than her diligent daughter-in-law. Xiao Jun poured her a cup of hot water and brought some gentle, easy-to-digest cake. Grandma Zhang, rest for a while. I'll go wake Sha. Child, what are you calling her for? Grandma Zhang scolded him. Pregnant women need rest. Let her sleep well. Didn't I just tell you? She's the most important now. Why are you waking her up? Grandma Zhang remembered something. Oh, right. My wife said something. If you're willing to listen, listen. If not, just think about it. Go ahead, Xiao Jun replied, pursing his lips. Giving birth is very painful. You must not let her go through it alone, Grandma Zhang advised sincerely. And do you think it's over after the baby is born? I tell you, the hardest part is still to come. Babies cry at night and also during the day. They can't be left alone. Adults need to be attentive and watch over the baby carefully. If you're not careful, things could go wrong. You also run a shop now. I think it's best for you to find a nanny for Sasa, someone who can take care of her and the baby. The new mother is also emotional after giving birth, so you need to pay close attention to Sasa, understand? Xiao Jun nodded. I understand, Grandma Zhang. I've already been looking for a nanny recently. I want to find the most suitable one to come and take care of Sasa. That's good, that's good. Grandma Zhang nodded happily. Well, I have to go now. It's getting late. I need to go home, feed the chickens, and cook dinner. There are many things at home. I'll see you off. Xiao Jun stood up. He learned to drive quickly and already got his license, just waiting for Ding Sha to pick a car together. No need, no need. I can take a taxi back myself. Grandma Zhang refused. Xiao Jun helped her to the door. If I don't see you off, I still need to go back. Sasa wants to ask Uncle Wei to make a baby crib. I'll go give Uncle Wei the plans. Grandma Zhang finally agreed. Xiao Jun borrowed a car from the hardware store owner nearby and drove back to the small village. Grandma Zhang sat in the passenger seat, praising him. Not bad, not bad. Learning a skill is good. Back in our day, we could drive because we were government workers. After taking Grandma Zhang home, Xiao Jun went to Uncle Wei's house, left the plans and requirements, and paid a deposit of 200 yuan. Then he drove back to his shop. He drove fast and steady on the way. He was worried Sasa might wake up and not find him. Sure enough, as soon as he got out of the car, he saw Ding Sha leaning against the counter at the door, looking around. When she saw him return, her eyes lit up. You're back? Where's Grandma Zhang? Ding Sha sat wrapped in a thick blanket on the bed, with Xiao Jun sitting beside her, acting as a soft cushion for her to lean on, gently stroking her growing belly. What do you think we should name the baby? Ding Sha looked at the quiet, yellowing rose vines inside the courtyard wall, hoping for a beautiful blooming scene next year. I've thought about it for a long time, but I want us to decide together, Xiao Jun said, resting his head against hers. How about calling him Xiao Xijin? Ding Sha suggested. Diligent and thoughtful like Jade, with a bright future. Okay.
Ikri, Xiao Jun nodded.
Ding Sha silently let out a breath of relief. In the original story, the boy's name wasn't this. He probably had no one to care for him from a young age, and when he was sent to the orphanage, he took the surname of the director and was given a random name, Su Li. It sounded like farewell, as if he was always leaving. Ding Sha wanted to give this child something different from the start, like a name full of hope and goodness. Suddenly, Xiao Jun asked, what about a nickname? Nickname? Ding Sha was surprised. I haven't thought about it. Why don't you choose one? Let's call him Ping'an, Xiao Jun said softly, looking at her. Peace and safety for mother and child. Ding Sha suddenly exclaimed, the baby kicked me. Xiao Jun also felt the movement under his hand. Maybe he wants to come out and talk to us. He's only 8 months old. Ding Sha gently patted her belly. Little Ping, and wait a little longer, okay? Wait until you're born so your parents can make toys and a small bed for you. A cold wind blew in. Xiao Jun wrapped Ding Sha tighter with the blanket, then leaned down to pull out a small sweet potato from the stove. Its fragrant, sweet, and unique aroma filled the air. Ding Sha eagerly stared at him peeling the sweet potato. It smells so good. Xiao Jun carefully peeled it without fear of burning himself, blew on it, and handed it to her. Be careful, it's hot. Ding Sha looked at the orange-red sweet potato, took a bite, and exclaimed. It was sweet and hot, as if honey was about to flow out. New Year is coming, Xiao Jun said, holding a wet wipe to wipe the traces of food on her face. Let's go see a car tomorrow. My driver's license is ready. It's cheaper before the new year. What kind do you like? Something with similar performance, enough space, and good safety. Ding Sha counted on her fingers. High cost-performance ratio. Shall we go look at cars tomorrow? Yes. It was late at night, and the wind was blowing. After eating sweet potatoes, Ding Sha went back to her room and lay down. Xiao Jun, tired from the day, saw Ding Sha looking unwell and lying still. What's wrong? Xiao Jun asked as he pulled back the blanket. Is it a cramp? Ding Sha hesitated and covered herself with the quilt. Xiao Jun paused for a moment, understanding what was happening. He opened the wardrobe, took out new pajamas and underwear, and helped Ding Sha sit up. I'll help you change. Later stages of pregnancy can cause involuntary urination, a fact the midwife had told him. Ding Sha pushed him away. I can do it myself. Xiao Jun didn't insist. He got up and went to the bathroom. I'm going to wash up. If you need anything, just call me. Ding Sha changed her clothes feeling embarrassed, but when she tried to change the bed sheets, she felt weak and exhausted. She was out of breath, anxious, and uncomfortable. Finally, she couldn't hold back her tears and started crying. Xiao Jun, hearing the noise from the bathroom, quickly came out. Sha. Ding Sha sat on the bed, clutching her belly and crying sadly. She didn't understand why she had become a pregnant woman. She didn't understand why she had to go through these embarrassing and uncomfortable experiences. This wasn't her world. Her lover wasn't hers. Nothing was hers. Even liking Xiao Jun made her feel guilty. Even liking Xiao Jun felt like she was stealing something. Ding Sha cried, feeling very wronged. Xiao Jun softly comforted and tried to soothe her, but it only made her feel more upset and annoyed. Ding Sha couldn't hold back and pushed Xiao Jun away. You don't understand anything. Stay away from me. Her crying disturbed Sister Tong and Aunt Zhuang, who were already asleep. They hurriedly knocked on the door, dressed in winter clothes. What's wrong? Did something happen? Sha. Xiao boss. Ding Sha's pregnancy was getting more advanced, but she was very light. Not only did Xiao Jun have trouble sleeping at night, but they both couldn't sleep peacefully for long, worried that Ding Sha might go into labor suddenly. Xiao Jun replied softly, It's nothing. Ding Sha got out of bed and opened the door. Aunt Tong, can I sleep with you? Her face was still wet with tears. She was wearing thin clothes, her long hair was loose, and she was holding her big belly, looking at Aunt Tong with a pitiful expression. Of course. Nothing wrong with that, Aunt Tong replied kindly. Xiao Jun wrapped himself in his blanket. I'll sleep upstairs. Aunt Tong, please watch over Sha carefully. Sister Tong gently helped Ding Sha back to lie down. Xiao Jun had already changed the sheets and placed a small cushion. Sister Tong immediately understood what had happened. She didn't say anything or ask questions, just let Ding Sha lie down. Everyone was resting again, and the night returned to peace. Ding Sha looked at Sister Tong and felt safe, like being in her mother's arms. Sister Tong was very gentle. I really liked her. Sha, are you feeling better? Sister Tong softly patted Ding Sha's shoulder. I'm not in pain anymore. I just suddenly felt a little sad, Ding Sha said, feeling calmer. That's normal, Sister Tong smiled.
I felt the same way back then.
When Da Zhuang came back, I couldn't stand him. He was such a big person, and I cried so much I didn't know what to do with my hands or feet. I even knelt down with a thud. Ding Sha was surprised.
Wow.
So, it's very normal. Moms who have babies often have mood swings. Don't be afraid, Sister Tong reassured her. Ding Sha wanted to say she wasn't afraid, but when she thought about it, she realized she was a little scared. Scared she liked Xiao Jun, scared of a difficult labor, scared the baby wouldn't grow up well, and scared Xiao Jun might leave if he noticed her feelings. She softly nodded. Go to sleep. I'll stay with you. Tomorrow will be a beautiful day, sunny and bright. When she woke up, the weather was indeed great. Even the little wind that had been blowing stopped. Ding Sha saw Xiao Jun come in and place a clean set of clothes beside her bed. He leaned down and kissed her forehead.
Good girl, Sha.
Wake up, we're going to buy a car. Ding Sha rubbed her eyes and sat up. Xiao Jun helped her put on her clothes and then squatted down to help her with her shoes. Her feet were very swollen, so she needed special maternity shoes to feel comfortable. She looked down at him. Sorry for snapping at you yesterday. Was that really snapping?
Xiao Jun smiled.
That was more like a little kitten showing its claws. After they finished getting ready and had a small meal, they took a taxi straight to the car dealership. Ding Xia liked everything she saw, but the salesperson's explanations were confusing. Xiao Jun looked at her, and her eyes were about to spin like a fly's swatter. Finally, he took over and said, "Let's go see over there." The salesperson looked a little disappointed but quickly cheered up. Even if they didn't buy the expensive cars, they could still earn a commission on the regular ones. Plus, this couple was so good-looking and loving. Watching them made everyone feel happier. With this idea in mind, the sales assistant still served them with a big smile. Finally, Xiao Jun and Ding Xia chose a white M car that suited all their needs. The sales assistant handled the paperwork and explained all the next steps and preparations before sending them out. "In a few days, I'll pick up the car. I'll look for a parking spot," Xiao Jun said as he took Ding Xia to the hospital. Recently, he had been visiting the hospital often and was discussing with them when to admit the baby. The due date was around the new year, and Xiao Jun couldn't help but feel a little worried. By the time they returned to the shop, it was almost dark. An old man was sitting inside, smoking a pipe and blowing out smoke. It was Uncle Wei. "Uncle Wei is here." Ding Xia was happy to see him. She had a lot of things she wanted to do. Uncle Wei stood up. Hey, I'm here. The little brother asked me to make a baby crib, but I ran into some problems, so I came to ask you guys. What happened? Is something wrong?" Ding Xia asked quickly. "It's nothing serious. I recently got a batch of good wood, all high quality. One type is cherry wood, which is very stable and has nice patterns, but it's a bit expensive. I wanted to ask if you need some," Uncle Wei explained. His old friend brought back a batch of wood from the international market, claiming it was top-grade C9 wood. Uncle Wei didn't understand the grading, but he knew this wood looked, felt, and sounded dense and solid. Good quality.
Xiao Jun nodded.
"We'll take some. Uncle Wei, just do as you see fit." Ding Xia also nodded. "Not too much pattern, simple and elegant. I'm worried it might be uncomfortable for the baby." Uncle Wei happily rubbed his hands and put away his pipe. "Hearing that from you makes me feel assured. Don't worry, I'll use only good materials. When it's ready, I'll bring it over myself. I promise you'll be satisfied." Uncle Wei couldn't wait to leave. Xiao Jun took Ding Xia back to their room and then went out to find a parking spot. He wanted to finish everything quickly so that they wouldn't be stressed when they needed the car. A few days later, he rented a parking space, got the license plates, and completed all the paperwork. Ding Xia took Sister Tong to the market, bought a lot of ingredients, and planned to make hot pot. While Xiao Jun was not at home, Ding Xia verbally directed Aunt Zhuang to cook the base broth. First, a small pot was used to simmer a pot of beef and chicken broth, slowly cooking until fragrant. Then, Aunt Zhuang prepared some dried chili peppers, boiled them in water, and chopped them. She also cut white scallions into sections and arranged a large plate of green onions, cilantro, and onions. She wrapped some spices like bay leaves, cinnamon sticks, star anise, and grass fruit in rice wine and crushed them. She lit the stove, added half a pot of beef fat, and waited for the oil to heat. First, she fried the scallions and cilantro until fragrant, then removed them. Next, she added chili segments, bean paste, a special spicy sauce, and the crushed spices into the pot. After stirring well, she poured in a can of beer and a few ice cubes of sugar. Finally, she added a handful of green and red Sichuan peppercorns. After letting it cool for a while, a fragrant, spicy beef oil base was ready. In the kitchen, she was busy, her face shining with oil, and the smell of spicy broth soaked into her clothes. Sister Tong was washing ingredients while rushing Ding Xia to change her clothes. After changing, Ding Xia came out and saw Xiao Jun had returned, carrying a paper bag. He sniffed and said, "Smells so good. Are we having hot pot tonight?" "Yes, hot pot." Ding Xia smiled and went to greet him. Xiao Jun sat her down and handed her the paper bag. "I bought you a gift." "A gift?" Ding Xia asked, smiling but unable to hide her happiness. "Open it and see." Xiao Jun looked at her expectantly. Ding Xia tore open the red paper bag and took out a red box. Inside was a green, transparent jade bracelet. Xiao Jun helped her put it on. Her delicate, Fair wrist looked especially beautiful with the bracelet. Looks good. Xiao Jun also thought it was very pretty. Ding Xiao's wrist was empty before, and he felt it looked odd. Now, it looked perfect. He was also thinking about the peace pendant he saw earlier. He planned to buy it for Xia next time. Time to eat, time to eat. Sister Tong brought out a double-flavor hot pot. Xiao, you're back. Xiao Jun helped set up the electric stove. Yes, just got home. Wash your hands quickly, dinner is ready. We prepared quite a few dishes today. Sister Tong nagged as she went back to the kitchen. Ding Xia also stood up. Let's go. I'm starving. The four of them set the table with many dishes: yellow throat, tripe, fatty beef, spicy beef, placed one by one. They weren't worried about finishing them all. Xiao Jun's appetite had grown, and no matter how much was cooked, he could eat it all without changing his expression. Ah, Jun, have you grown taller? Ding Xia looked up at Xiao Jun's slim and firm chin. Xiao Jun looked down at her. I don't know, I haven't paid attention lately. I think you've grown taller. When you first came back, I could see your chin, but now I have to look up to see it. Ding Xia thought for a moment. Better food and still growing. Of course I will get taller at this age, Sister Tong added as she threw spicy beef and tripe into the hot pot. Why haven't you gained weight? Ding Xia looked worriedly at Xiao Jun's face and skinny body. Are you eating too little? Ha, no, once I grow enough, I will naturally gain weight, Aunt Zhuang said with a smile. Ding Xia touched her nose and lowered her head to eat. Actually, I have gained a little weight, Xiao Jun whispered. I used to weigh 110 Jin, now I weigh 130. Ding Xia glanced at him. It's good to be a little chubbier. It wasn't just about looking fat. She felt a little unhappy about her own weight. Oh, and the new year is coming soon. Sister-in-law, are you and Zhuang going home for the holiday or staying here? Ding Xia suddenly saw the calendar hanging nearby. We promised the kids we'd buy them new clothes for the new year, Sister Tong said apologetically. So we can't celebrate with you. It's okay. Ding Xia smiled at her. The new year should be spent at home. Xiao Lo is also about to have winter break. When that happens, I think I'll let the two brothers stay here for the holiday. I no longer expect much from their mother, Ding Xia added. Whatever you decide, Xiao Jun said as he placed a lot of dishes and meat into her plate. Xiao Li's winter break was coming soon. He conscientiously carried his school bag and little shirt too to the small shop. When he got home and saw that his mother had gone out drinking again, Xiao Li silently tidied up the messy, dirty room, then took the sleeping little Shirtu to the shop. Little Shirtu ate at the shop every day and had become chubby, cute, and round. When he sat there staring with big, watery eyes, he looked adorable. Xiaolo had also grown taller and stronger. He even felt that each day was no longer filled with exhaustion. Instead, he felt happy every day. Early in the morning, he received a package. Inside was a magazine.
Ayun.
Editor who sent the magazine. Ding Xia cheered happily. Xiao Jun came out of the kitchen. It's here? Yes. Ding Xia eagerly looked at him and watched together. The interview about the small shop started right at the beginning with photos of a few dishes, pictures of the shop's decorations, and then mostly text. It included the interview content and homemade recipes prepared by editor who Ding Xia read with great interest. At the end of the interview, it said, I don't know what others think, but to me, this place is not just a tasty little shop, but also a warm and loving one. The owner and his wife are very affectionate. The food is delicious, and life is happy. I really like this world. Ding Xia couldn't help but write down this sentence in her notebook. Editor, who also included a handwritten letter, neat and elegant, written with a fountain pen. It felt very ceremonial. Like him, humble and refined. Mr. Xiao and Madam, as the new year approaches, I have been very busy. The magazine has been published, and I have received many calls and messages asking for the shop's address, showing how popular it is. I plan to come again on New Year's Eve to film and interview the family dinner. Would that be okay? Hu Jilin. Ding Xia showed the letter to Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun looked a bit hesitant. Xia, your due date is at the end of the year. I'm worried. Ding Xia touched her belly. Then let's go back. In her eyes, the world is big, but her baby inside her is even bigger. Ding Xia bought a small oven and held her phone, following a recipe she learned at school, pretending to bake small cookies. Nanjing City is a big city. As the year ends, more people go back to their hometowns and fewer people stay in the city. The usually crowded small shops have become quiet. Xiao Jun gave Sister Tong and Aunt Zhuang a holiday, letting them go out shopping for New Year supplies. The two women happily took their money and went out. Ding Sha was still thinking about her butter cookies. Xiao Jun loosened the soil in the small vegetable patch in the backyard, added some fertilizer, and waited for the soil to be ready before planting vegetables. He pushed aside the thick curtain between the yard and the hall and smelled a sweet and fragrant aroma. Unlike the smell of Chinese dishes, this aroma made people think of a peaceful, leisurely afternoon, sitting under a sunshade, enjoying sweet snacks and a cup of tea. Lying on the grass, it feels like wasting an afternoon sleeping is a kind of praise. Xiao Jun walks over to Ding Sha, who is carefully watching the cookies puffing up in the oven. They smell so good. Ding Sha nods. I baked a lot. Later, I'll share some with my sister-in-law and Xiao Le. If I have time, I'll also take some to Grandma Zhang and Uncle Wei. We'll keep a few for ourselves. Xiao Jun tidies up the mess on the table. Okay, when my sister-in-law and the others come back, we'll go buy small bags. Ding Sha nods again. Xiao Jun then goes to the backyard. Recently, he's been busy with something mysterious, and he's hardly seen him at night. Ding Sha frowns. She thinks, one day, she must find out what he's doing. As it gets dark, Sister Tong and Aunt Zhuang come back happily, carrying big and small bags.
See?
The sales before the new year are really cheap. I bought so many things, Sister Tong, usually calm, now has a bright smile. Aunt Zhuang picks through her bags and pulls out a plastic bag. Passing by the vegetable market, I bought some shepherd's purse. It's not the right season, but I found some fresh ones. Strange, isn't it? But I think it looks good, so I bought some, Aunt Zhuang says cheerfully. We'll make dumplings tonight. It's been a long time since they last ate dumplings. Xiao Jun is back to knead the dough. He loves noodles and often makes them. He knows how to knead the dough well, making it smooth and shiny. He covers the dough with a damp cloth and sets it aside. Aunt Zhuang prepares the filling. She washes the shepherd's purse carefully, then rinses it to remove the taste. She mixes ground pork with soy sauce, salt, pepper, a little MSG, and dark soy sauce, then adds some sugar to enhance the flavor. She mixes everything well, then pounds the mixture in the bowl until it becomes thick and sticky. She adds fried scallion oil and finely chopped ginger. She chops the shepherd's purse into tiny pieces, salts it to remove water, then squeezes out the water and adds it to the meat. She stirs everything evenly, and the fragrant, tempting dumpling filling is ready. Xiao Jun also rolls the dough into thin strips, pinches off small pieces, and rolls out the wrappers. The middle is thicker, the edges thinner. He pinches each piece into a dumpling about the size of a fist, plump and white, and places them on a cloth cover. The three of them make dumplings, and Ding Sha watches. When the water boils, she adds some salt and puts in the dumplings. They boil 3 layers of covers, but one pot can't hold them all. The dumplings are plump and white, with thin wrappers and tender fillings. When you bite into one, you can see the crispy shepherd's purse inside. The filling is like a small meatball, salty and fragrant, and it never gets old no matter how many you eat. Ding Sha ate more than 20, and Xiao Jun probably ate a whole row by himself. Sister Tong said proudly, "My sister-in-law's dumpling-making skills are famous in 10 miles around." Ding Sha looked at Xiao Jun, who was busy eating, with a bit of reluctance. She really couldn't eat anymore. If she ate again, she might feel sick. "Annie, after the new year, do you want to sell dumplings in the shop?" Ding Sha asked. "I'll pay you a chef's salary." Sister Tong was surprised. "Really? Of course," Ding Sha smiled. "Your dumplings are so delicious," Sister Tong agreed almost without hesitation. The next day, Uncle Wei brought over a baby crib on his cart. The light-colored wood pattern was soft and pleasing to the eye. The crib was made exactly according to Xiao Jun's design, without any mistakes. Uncle Wei also carefully changed the bottom support of the crib into a 2-in-1 piece. It could be fixed on the ground or turned into a cradle with a curved shape. Ding Sha really liked this crib. Uncle Wei also made many cute little toys, horses, dragonflies, and rabbits. all lively and adorable, lifelike. He said they were made from scrap wood and were not worth much, just as a gift. Ding Sha paid for the crib and toys, and Uncle Wei happily accepted. All right, I won't keep bothering you. If I make more things in the future, I'll give you a discount. Ding Sha happily agreed. Uncle Wei happily smoked his pipe and pulled his cart away. Ding Sha couldn't put the crib down, placing it right beside her bed. She kept imagining Xiao Ping'an lying inside, playing with his little feet. At the shop in trance, there was a counter with various small desserts Ding Sha made in her free time. Customers passing by always couldn't resist taking a few with them. An old man with white hair and a lively spirit walked in, carrying his hands behind his back. He looked a little worried and sat straight on a stool, not paying much attention to his surroundings. Sister Tong handed him a menu. He looked at it, but before he could speak, his phone rang. He took it out, looked at the caller ID, sighed, and answered, "Hello? What's wrong? I'm fine. I'm very well. I just want to take a walk and get some fresh air. I'll be back soon. I just ate and will go home afterward. Don't worry." After a few words, he hung up and looked at the photo on the table of a father and son, which was very similar. The old man shook his head. "Sir, would you like something to eat?" "Let me see. Just something simple," the old man said, flipping through the menu. "Do you have noodles here?" "Yes," Sister Tong replied. "What kind of noodles would you like?" The old man looked up at her. "Can you make anything? Most things are possible," Sister Tong said confidently about Xiao Jun's cooking skills. "And if not, Ding Sha is here too." The old man became interested. "Anything?" "That's quite confident." He frowned and thought for a moment. "How about some fried sauce noodles? Can you make that?" "Yes, I can." "Please wait a moment," Sister Tong said. The old man took a tissue to wipe the chopsticks from the holder carefully, then placed them down patiently. Only then did he look around at the restaurant's decor. The decor and environment were quite nice. The old man looked around and didn't see any grease or dirt, so he felt a bit more satisfied. But his expectations for the chef grew higher. Fried sauce noodles are quite a skill. He was curious to see if this small, casual shop could really make good fried sauce noodles. The old man had a kind, round face, but because of his age, his face was a bit saga, with cheeks slightly drooping, looking like a cheerful Maitreya Buddha. He eagerly looked at the door curtain where Sister Tong had just come out, muttering to himself, making authentic old Beijing fried sauce noodles is not just about the noodles. There's more to it than that. Just then, Aunt Zhuang called Sister Tong to bring the food. She lifted the door curtain and carried out a large tray. The tray was filled with many bowls and plates. After setting them down, she brought a pot of water to the old man. Then Sister Tong went back to the kitchen to do her work. The old man couldn't wait. He first looked at the bowl of fried sauce with his chopsticks. It was fragrant and shiny. Wow, scallion oil, diced pork, fried sauce. Not bad, not bad. Smells so good. He picked up a bit with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Smells delicious. He poured the fried sauce into a bowl of noodles. The noodles were not too thick or thin, and you could tell they were handmade just by looking at them. Next to the neatly arranged dishes, there were shredded cucumbers, shredded radishes, eggs, shrimp, and the essential soybeans. All of these were poured into a large bowl and mixed together. The old man eagerly picked up a big bite and put it in his mouth. The meat is flavorful, the green onions are fragrant, and the sauce is the best. He ate very happily, bowing his head and enjoying his food with a big smile. Sister Tong, hearing the slurping sounds, couldn't help but lift the curtain and ask Aunt Zhuang, "Shall we have fried sauce noodles tonight?" The old man is really enjoying it. Aunt Zhuang smiled warmly. "Xiao Xiao still has plenty of sauce left. You can eat as many noodles as you like tonight." The old man had sauce all over his mouth. When he finished, he wiped his mouth and said, "This is really delicious." He called Sister Tong over. "Little sister, can I meet your chef?" Sister Tong patted his head. "Wait a moment, I'll ask the boss." When the old man saw her leave, he waited happily, thinking that the boss must be an experienced chef with many years of cooking. He wondered why someone with such skills would hide their identity and open a shop in this small place. Could it be that something happened? The old man looked at Xiao Jun coming out and was momentarily stunned. Xiao Jun was a bit confused too. He heard Sister Tong say the old man was very happy with the food, so why did he suddenly want to see him? Is there something wrong with the noodles? Xiao Jun looked at the tidy, empty bowls on the table. Is there a problem with the food? Young boss, did you make these noodles? The old man asked, a little doubtful. He imagined a chef with decades of experience suddenly turned into a young, handsome guy. He was a bit surprised and unsure. Yes, I made them. Xiao Jun nodded. Ding Sha also came out from the back after hearing the noise. What's going on? Jun, the old man saw the girl with a pregnant belly and was startled. Oh, slow down, sit down first. Xiao Jun helped her sit. It's okay. The old man relaxed. I just think these noodles are authentic and wanted to meet the chef. I thought he was a fellow from the same hometown, but I didn't expect him to be so young. Xiao Jun was relieved to hear that he wasn't worried about the food being bad. As long as you enjoy it. Young boss, do you also cook other Beijing dishes? The old man rubbed his hands together and said, I'm too old to walk far, but I still crave this. I haven't had such authentic Beijing dishes in Nanjing. Xiao Jun thought for a moment and asked, what else would you like to eat? Roast duck. The old man replied immediately. Xiao Jun was speechless. Realizing his mistake, the old man shyly rubbed his hands and said, dreamy sesame cakes and crispy sliced pork are also good. Maybe add some rice noodle meat. Xiao Jun considered it. It wasn't hard to make. Come by another day, and I'll cook for you. But you're quite old now, and you're ordering a lot of meat dishes. Aren't you worried about high blood pressure? The old man paused, thinking of his wife's advice at home, and looked a bit guilty. I don't eat all of it in one day. Xiao Jun immediately understood. How about this? You come every few days, and I'll cook for you. I can't do it every day. No problem, no problem, the old man said happily. Next time, I'll bring my wife along. After settling the bill, the old man hummed happily and left, whistling a tune from Shajiabang. Outside, the sky was foggy, as if it might snow. Ding Sha saw people passing by the door coughing from the cold and sneezing, and she looked worried. It's getting colder and many people are catching colds. Xiao Jun gently hugged her. Yeah, I'll make some ginger soup with red sugar and keep it in the hall. Anyone who comes can have a bowl to warm up. Ding Sha reached out to touch his forehead. Drink more. Don't get sick. Xiao Jun held her hand. I won't get sick, I promise you. Ding Sha smiled. You decide that? If you say you won't get sick, then you won't. Xiao Jun also smiled softly. Yes, I decide. As long as I'm with you, I'll never get sick. From experience, speaking too confidently often leads to trouble. Xiao Jun thought he'd be fine, but within a few days, he suddenly fell seriously ill. His eyes were half closed, his nose red, lying in bed within 4, so weak that his figure was barely visible. Ding Sha stayed by his side, unsure whether to worry or to laugh at him. The small shop temporarily closed. Zhuang Aunt now took full responsibility for the meals of a few people. Ding Sha, pregnant and worried about Xiao Jun, couldn't take care of him properly. That night, Xiao Jun, feeling faint, wanted water. When he sat up, he couldn't stand steadily. Ding Sha struggled to get out of bed and pour him some water. After drinking a few sips, Xiao Jun became a little more alert. Seeing Ding Sha in her pajamas standing by the bed, he asked, Are you cold? He lifted the quilt. It's warm inside. Ding Sha was confused and sleepy, and she climbed into bed without thinking much. Xiao Jun casually placed his cup on the bedside table, then lay down and tucked her in. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, and they both fell asleep. When Ding Sha woke up, she felt the bed was warm. Usually, when she wakes up, the bedding is cold, making it hard to stay in bed. She moved her feet and arms, then realized her feet were held by a pair of large feet, and gentle hands covered her stomach. For a second, her mind went blank, and then she realized she was lying on Xiao Jun's bed. As she became more awake, her memories came back. She remembered that she had sleepily followed Xiao Jun's words and got into bed with him last night. In that moment, Ding Sha really wanted to go back to last night. She moved a little, and Xiao Jun also woke up. He raised his hand to help her lie flat again. Is this okay? Do you feel uncomfortable? It's fine, Ding Sha replied. Actually, later on, She felt uncomfortable in any position, but she chose the one that caused the least discomfort. Xiao Jun also had a headache. He slightly covered his mouth and nose. Wait a moment, I'll help you up. Remember to drink some ginger tea, and don't take medicine. He was a bit angry with himself for being so drowsy that Ding Sha ended up so close to him.
What if she caught something?
When Ding Sha came out, Sister Tong had just finished calling Da Zhuang, and Aunt Zhuang was watching TV. On the news channel, a woman host in a shirt was serious as she reported today's news. Aunt Zhuang saw Ding Sha come out, quickly brought her a stool, and placed a cushion on it. You're up?
How's Xiao Xiao?
Better now. Much better. The fever's gone, Ding Sha said as she sat down. That's good. Do you want some steamed buns? I made them this morning, still warm, Aunt Zhuang asked. Sure, I'll have some, Ding Sha nodded. Aunt Zhuang went to get the buns. Sister Tong sighed. It's so chaotic, really frightening. What's wrong? Ding Sha asked. This morning's news just came out. The government told us to be careful, rest well, and keep up good hygiene. She sighed and said, I just told Da Zhuang to take care of his health, but he's used to rough work and gets impatient when I remind him. It really makes me angry. And Zhuang took out a bowl and said, Don't be mad at him. If you get upset, you'll feel worse, and he won't even realize you're angry. That just makes things more stressful. Sister Tong curled her lips and said, I don't care what he does. It's his business. Xiao Jun was sleeping inside. He hadn't eaten much for several days. Ding Sha looked at him and felt a little sad. She stood up and went to the back kitchen to look around. Auntie, did the vegetable shop deliver today? Yes, they did. I've already prepared everything. Aunt Zhuang came in and said, Are you cooking? Ding Sha nodded. Jun hasn't eaten much these days. I'm worried he might not have enough strength and nutrition. Aunt Zhuang nodded and said, Then let me do it. Ding Sha moved aside to give space. Cut some white meat, pig stomach, and chicken. Boil them with scallions, ginger, and yellow wine. Don't forget to skim off the foam. Boil the chicken for about half an hour and the meat for around 40 minutes. Pig stomach takes longer, about an hour. Once cooked, take them out and cut into small pieces to set aside. Prepare some mincemeat, mix in chopped scallions, ginger, add pepper, salt, yellow wine, a bit of starch, and water. Stir continuously in one direction until it becomes sticky. Grease a plate, shape the meat mixture into small balls, and steam them. Also, steam the shrimp dumplings with egg wrappers that we made last time. Blanch some baby bok choy in boiling water until soft, then lay them at the bottom of a clay pot. Also, blanch a handful of dried vermicelli and put them in the pot. Take a handful of large dried shrimp, steam them with yellow wine, scallions, and ginger, then add them to the pot. Beat 2 eggs, make an egg crepe, cut into strips, and add them too. This dish will smell so good, Aunt Zhuang said as she worked quickly, muttering, light and fresh, just right to nourish Xiao. Ding Sha looked at the clay pot. Later, Auntie, mix everything inside well, so it's evenly combined. No problem. Next, prepare the vegetables. Cut carrots, green bamboo shoots, winter bamboo shoots into strips. Also, cut the shiitake mushrooms into strips. Arrange all of these in the pot, along with the prepared meat. Just now, I added the steamed meatballs and egg skin shrimp dumplings. I also poured the prepared chicken soup, seasoned with salt, sugar, and pepper, into a clay pot after boiling. Then I covered the pot and let it simmer until it boiled, so we could enjoy the meal while it was bubbling. After working hard until nearly midnight, Aunt Zhuang sighed. Cooking this meal was really not easy, so complicated and troublesome. But she also said it smelled very good, fresh and tasty, making everyone hungry just by smelling it. Ding Sha took a small bowl with a lid and said, I'll serve some for Jun. You all can start eating. Don't wait for me. I'm not hungry and don't have much of an appetite. When she pushed open the door, Xiao Jun was already sitting up. You cooked? I can smell it. No, I just told Aunt Zhuang to do it. Ding Sha closed the door and placed the bowl on the table. Want to try some? Xiao Jun, dressed in his clothes, got out of bed. It smells so good. Is this a mixed hot pot? Your nose is sharp, Ding Sha smiled. After a hot, steaming meal, Xiao Jun broke out in sweat. Hurry back to sleep. Once you wake up, you'll feel better, Ding Sha urged him. Xiao Jun sighed. All right, I'll go to sleep. If you need anything, just call me. Got it, Got it. Ding Sha watched him lie down and then left the room. A few more days passed. Fewer people went outside, and unless it was necessary, everyone stayed at home. Those who did go out looked tense and worried. Tong's sister-in-law still called De Zhuang every day. De Zhuang understood how serious the situation was and honestly reported everything daily. Aunt Zhuang watched the news on time. Oh my, with the new year coming soon, why is this still so serious? Right now, the busiest places were the pharmacies and hospitals. I heard doctors and nurses were working so hard they barely had time to rest, and even shift changes were difficult. Brother-in-law, maybe you and Xiao Sha should go home tomorrow. Ding Sha thought they were eager to return. Go home? I can't leave you and Xiao Sha here alone. Aunt Zhuang glared at her. If it were normal times, I'd leave, but now is a special moment. Neither of you can be left alone. I'm not going back either, Tong's sister-in-law said. It's safer to stay here. I feel anxious no matter where I go. Ding Sha didn't argue further. It was true. Fortunately, Xiao Jun had already recovered from his fever a few days ago, though he still looked a bit weak, so he didn't need to go to the hospital. Aunt Zhuang looked at the clock and said, "Oh no, it's time to make dinner again, but I'm not even hungry. Every day, we just cook at regular times and don't do much else. Luckily, we have a yard here or I might go crazy. What should we eat tonight?" Sister Tong asked her with a smile. Recently, she had too much free time, and Aunt Zhuang was thinking about making roasted lamb in the small yard. Anything is fine. I saw online that people are making hot and sour soup lately. Maybe we can try that. Sure, it's up to you, Sister Tong replied, not very interested in eating. She was gaining weight from eating too much every day. I'll do it myself, Aunt Zhuang said, about to stand up, but then she saw Ding Sha's face looking strange. What's wrong, Sha? Ding Sha had been feeling a little unwell since she woke up. Since the afternoon, she had been experiencing waves of stomach pain. Just now, she suddenly felt warm liquid flowing down her legs. She remembered the doctor and midwife's advice during her checkups, and her face turned pale. I think my water broke. Sister Tong was shocked and stood up quickly. Your water broke? Aunt Zhuang hurried over and lifted her skirt. Let me see. After a moment, she looked up. Chui Air, call 120. My water broke. Sister Tong's face turned as white as paper.
This.
She quickly took out her phone and dialed 120, but it was busy. What should we do? I can't get through. She was very anxious. Maybe it was just her mind playing tricks, but when Aunt Zhuang confirmed that her water had broken, Ding Sha suddenly felt her pain intensify. She was trembling from the pain. Sister-in-law, take my phone. I have the number of the doctor from the maternal and child hospital. Call her. Okay, I'll go now. Sister Tong hurried to Ding Sha's bedroom. Sha, don't be nervous. Aunt Zhuang held Ding Sha's hand to comfort her. Perhaps because she was too nervous, Ding Sha started bleeding. Xiao Jun saw Sister Tong rush in, pale and sweating. What's wrong, sister-in-law? Did something happen? Is Ding Sha's phone here? Sister Tong didn't have time to explain. It's over there. Xiao Jun pointed to the bedside table. What's wrong? Sister Tong hurriedly left after receiving the message. When she heard Xiao Jun's question, she trembled slightly. Xiao, San's water broke. Xiao Jun looked shocked. It's not the due date yet. He got up from the bed, and Sister Tong quickly stopped him. Don't come out, Xiao. You're still in quarantine. What if San is also sick? Xiao Jun froze in place, blinking as if trying to process her words.
I
can't go out. For the first time, Xiao Jun, who was usually very determined and never easily confused, looked like a lost child in front of her. His eyes reddened as he asked, What should I do? What can I do? How is San? But he couldn't find the right words to ask. Sister Tong felt a bit sorry for him. My aunt and I will take good care of San. Don't worry too much. She closed the door and left. Inside, she also felt uncertain. Hospitals were overcrowded, and the phone lines were busy, showing how difficult the situation was. Ding Sha took out her phone, took a deep breath, and dialed the doctor's number. She tried several times, but no one answered. Maybe they're busy, Ding Sha said, still trying to call repeatedly. At the maternal and child hospital, a young nurse ran to the doctor, who had just come out of the ward. Dr. Liu, your phone has been ringing for a long time. Dr. Liu, sweaty and tired, asked, who was calling? The nurse replied, it seems to be a pregnant woman, probably someone you did a checkup for earlier. Dr. Liu paused, feeling a bad premonition. Has she been calling non-stop? Yes, non-stop. The nurse nodded. Dr. Liu hurried back to her office, opened a drawer, and saw a series of missed calls on her phone. Before she could call back, her phone rang again. She immediately answered. Hello? This is Lu Li. Dr. Liu, I am Ding Sha. Ding Sha sighed in relief. My water broke. Dr. Liu knew the worst-case scenario was happening. How are you now? Are you having contractions? She quickly asked, sending the nurse to check the ward and operating room. All medical resources were now very limited. She couldn't guarantee that Ding Sha could deliver as smoothly as before. I've been in pain since this morning. Ding Sha quietly reported her condition. Take it slow, breathe deeply, don't rush. Dr. Liu reassured her. Is someone with you? If so, ask them to answer the phone. Yes, my sister-in-law and Anne are here. Ding Sha handed her phone to Aunt Zhuang. Hello, doctor. Aunt Zhuang took the call. How is the pregnant woman doing now? Dr. Liu quickly asked some questions. Aunt Zhuang answered one by one, then stepped away a little, whispering, Dr. Sha is bleeding. Dr. Liu was surprised. Bleeding? This situation can't be delayed any longer. If they wait, it could be bad for both the baby and the mother. Dr. Liu made a quick decision. Can you find a car? Be prepared and come to the hospital immediately. Aunt Zhuang hesitated. The only person who could drive was still in bed, isolated. Andy, Ding Sha looked at her. What's wrong? Dr. Liu said we need to go to the hospital now. Aunt Zhuang replied, but Xiao. Ding Sha clenched her teeth. She could feel the pain becoming more frequent and intense. The pain and wetness made her feel anxious all the time. She had to deliver the baby safely. Ding Sha gritted her teeth. I'll drive. What? Sister Tong shouted. That can't be. You're about to give birth. No choice now. There are no cars on the street. Nobody wants to go to the hospital. Ding Sha stood up, leaning on the table. We have to go quickly. I can't hold on much longer. Xiao Jun's voice came from behind the curtain. I'm fine. Ding Sha tried to sound calm. Just going to have the baby, and then Xiao Ping'an will be born. Xiao Jun wanted to say he would go with her, to see her off, to be with her. He imagined himself in the delivery room, helping Ding Sha give birth. He wanted to kiss her when the baby arrived and tell her the baby was always second in his heart. She was the first. But now he couldn't even step through that door. He couldn't take her to the hospital, couldn't be with her. Once again, he was leaving her alone in this helpless moment. Ding Sha held her belly and moved toward the door curtain, not lifting it, just softly saying, Be good. Wait for me and Xiao Ping'an to come back. Can you make my mom's pig's trotter soup when I come back? I really want to eat it. Okay, Xiao Jun replied with a choked voice. Then I'll go now, Ding Sha said. See you later. Sister Tong took the car keys, and Aunt Zhuang quickly packed everything needed, stuffing it all into a big bag and tossing it into the back seat. Ding Sha fastened her seatbelt. It's not far. She endured the increasing and sharp pain. Soon, her inner thigh and lower leg were soaked with blood, staining the car seat. Sister Tong's eyes filled with worry. The street was empty. Ding Sha drove carefully toward the maternal and child hospital. At the hospital entrance, Dr. Liu and a young nurse, fully armed, pushed a wheelchair anxiously waiting. Is the delivery room and ward ready? The delivery room can be prepared in an hour, but the ward is full, the nurse said hesitantly. All the hospital corridors are full of patients. Dr. Liu thought for a moment. Push her in my office. We can't do it anywhere else. I hope the delivery goes smoothly, Dr. Liu thought, trying to ignore the nervous feeling in his heart. Soon, the car arrived. When the car stopped, Dr. Liu went to meet it. Where is the mother? Ding Sha unbuckled her seatbelt and opened the door. I'm here. Dr. Liu was surprised. You drove the car? Quickly, he and others from the back seat helped carry Ding Sha into the hospital. Ding Sha handed a blood-stained bank card to Sister Tong. There's 2,000 yuan on this card. The password is 622627. If that's not enough, ask Xiao Jun. As she finished speaking, her strength faded, and her hand fell limply. Seeing this, Dr. Lu hurriedly pushed her inside. The mother fainted. Her husband was not there. He was in quarantine at home, and her staff were outside. The young nurse looked worried. Let's do the routine check first. Please line up, Dr. Lu said without stopping. Prepare for an ultrasound and fetal heart monitoring. Her water broke early, Dr. Lu added. If we wait too long, the baby might suffocate. Yes, the nurse and the midwife said together. They understood how serious the situation was and quickly started working. Sister Tong and Aunt Shuang waited anxiously in the crowded corridor, sweating heavily. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Xiao Jun calling. Hello, Xiao, don't worry. The baby is already in the delivery room, and Dr. Lu and the team are there. Sister Tong quickly comforted him. Xiao Jun sat restlessly at home, trembling in his hands and lips. He couldn't imagine what it was like for Ding Xia to give birth in the delivery room. Hearing Sister Tong's words made him feel a little calmer, but he still kept asking, please call me if anything happens. Okay, Sister Tong said without hanging up, holding the phone for easy communication with Xiao Jun. Doctors and midwives rushed back and forth, their goggles fogging up from the sweat. Finally, all tests were done. Dr. Lu shook his head and wiped the sweat from his eyes. The baby's position is wrong. We need to do a cesarean section now, Dr. Lu said quickly to Sister Tong. We must deliver the baby fast. The water has broken, and the baby could suffocate at any moment. Dr. Lu's words were transmitted clearly through the phone to Xiao Jun. He shouted anxiously, Doctor. Dr. Lu, Sister Tong handed the phone to Dr. Lu. Hello? This is Lu Li. Dr. Lu, I am Xia's husband, Xiao Jun said quickly. You can start recording if you want. I entrust Xia's situation to you. If anything happens, you must save Xia. He didn't mind losing the baby, but he couldn't lose Xia. He wanted a family with Xia in it. Okay, I understand, Dr. Lu said, surprised. But don't worry, we will do our best to save both mother and baby if possible. Then he went into the delivery room. Xiao Jun sat silently, his heart pounding wildly. His mind was like thunder, and his whole body trembled as if electrified. He was scared. Ding Xia lay unconscious on the operating table, connected to 4 fluids and various monitors. Dr. Lu looked at the midwife. Let's begin. The midwife nodded and exposed Ding Xia's belly. The surgery started. A young nurse stayed alert nearby, carefully watching the instruments and the mother's condition. Sister Tong and Aunt Shuang held hands tightly, watching the door of the delivery room. One ambulance stretcher after another, covered with white cloth, was pushed past. Sister Tong knew these were the people who had passed away. The grieving family members cried out in pain and despair, filling the crowded hallway with their sorrow. Sister Tong couldn't help but wipe away her tears. Aunt Shuang held her hand and said, Don't cry. Be careful not to get infected, Sister Tong sighed. I just feel that. It's so hard. Why did it have to be like this? The red light outside the delivery room kept shining. We see the baby, said the midwife. But it's not good. The umbilical cord is wrapped around the baby's neck. Dr. Lu frowned. Quickly, get the baby out. Yes. The midwife started working immediately. Doctor, the mother's heart rate and blood pressure are dropping rapidly. Inject adrenaline. Order Dr. Lu. Yes. The young nurse quickly added it to the 4. The situation eased a little. But we need to go faster, said Dr. Lu. We're trying. The midwife responded urgently. Doctor, save my wife. She just gave birth. How can she be gone so suddenly? A man, looking very upset, suddenly appeared from a corner and rushed toward the delivery room. Sister Tong hurried to stop him. You can't go in. She's in the middle of giving birth. He pushed her away. I don't care who is giving birth in there. I just know the doctor has to save my wife. Aunt Zhuang also came over to stop him. You can't do that. Go find another doctor. Get out of my way. The man kept pushing toward the room. Aunt Zhuang held him back tightly. You are not allowed in. For a moment, they stood there in a tense standoff. The people in the hallway watched the argument indifferently. too worried about their own safety to care about others' lives and deaths. Soon an older woman came crying. Deheo, let's go. Take your wife home. I won't go. Xiaoyan is still savable. I want to find a doctor to save Xiaoyan. The man refused. Dehao, the woman shouted. Xiaoyan has always been a good doctor. Do you really want to cause her to lose her sight forever? Sister Tong was stunned. A doctor? The woman came over and held the man who was no longer resisting and was crying softly. Sorry, my son just can't accept his daughter-in-law's passing. Sister Tong stood up, feeling a bit dazed. Your daughter-in-law was a doctor? Yes, she was a doctor. She just had a baby a few days ago and went back to work. The woman wiped her tears. Maybe she was unlucky, got infected. She was weak and couldn't make it. The woman left with Dehao, but Sister Tong felt cold all over. For the first time, she truly understood how cruel this flu was.
Auntie.
After everything is over, Sister Tong suddenly said, let's go home and get a good rest. Okay? Aunt Zhuang also felt mixed emotions. Inside the delivery room, the baby is out, the midwife exclaimed happily. Is everything clean? How is the baby? Dr. Liu asked. Everything is normal. Start stitching. Dr. Liu also relaxed a bit. Dr. Liu, suddenly, a young nurse pointed at a machine and said, the mother's condition is worsening again. Keep pushing. Adrenaline. Dr. Liu frowned. The young nurse immediately pushed the medicine in. No, it's not working. The young nurse looked at the numbers still dropping sharply. Dr. Liu's heart sank. Prepare for emergency rescue. Call some people to help. Dr. Liu. Heavy bleeding, the midwife suddenly said. What's going on? Dr. Liu shouted anxiously. Placenta adhesion. The midwife looked worried. I'll fill out the blood transfusion form. You go to the blood bank, Dr. Liu told the young nurse. Try to peel it off manually first. If that doesn't work, consider removing the uterus. The young nurse quickly took the transfusion form and ran out. Sister Tong hurriedly asked, Nurse, how is my daughter Sasa? The young nurse didn't have time to answer. The doctor will come out soon. The young nurse left quickly, and Sister Tong felt very uneasy. Dr. Liu came out. The mother is experiencing heavy bleeding. In the worst case, the uterus may need to be removed. Sister Tong couldn't make a decision. She nervously called Xiao Jun to tell him about this matter. Xiao Jun didn't hesitate. I agree, as long as we save Sasa's life. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, shadows of trees swayed, and people hurried back and forth. Some carried books, chasing and playing, while others rushed to get to class before the bell rang. Ding Xia sat by a bright, clean floor-to-ceiling window. She closed her beautifully designed Zhong Kue record with satisfaction. She touched her short hair near her ear. I really want to try making it someday, but unfortunately, I can't cook. She put the book back on the shelf, looked at the clock, and slowly walked to the library entrance. It's almost noon. What should I eat? Just then, a girl with curly hair and a round face called out to her and waved.
Sasa, come on.
Let's go eat. Ding Xia looked up and smiled. Coming, she took a few steps then paused. Who was she again? She couldn't remember her name. The girl saw her stop, looked a little annoyed, and came over to hold her arm as they headed outside. Hurry up. Otherwise, the snack street will be crowded again later. I don't want to wait in line in this hot weather. Ding Xia was momentarily dazed, and that strange feeling quickly disappeared. What was I just thinking about? As she was pulled along, Ding Xia shook her head, pushing aside her confusing thoughts. She smiled and said, Got it. Let's go quickly. On the way, many classmates greeted them with smiles, and the girl also happily waved back. Let's go eat. The snack street has so many delicious foods. Aren't you going to class? You're going to be late. Roll call is today. What's wrong with Sasa? She looks fine. How do you know she's upset? Ding Xia hesitated. Were they all this friendly? When they reached the school gate, Ding Xia usually turned left, but the girl pulled her back. Sasa? Where are you going? Didn't we agree to eat at the snack street? Why are you heading that way? We're not going to the snack street. Ding Xia looked confused and pointed to the left. But the snack street is on the right, the girl said, puzzled, pointing to the right. Sasa, Are you reading too much? Ding Sha froze for a moment. The right side.
Huh?
Why does she think she should go to the left? The girl pulled her to the right, saying, Come on, come on. I told you, you're probably daydreaming from reading too much. You need to get out and move around. Did you hear me? Especially, you should spend more time with me eating out. Ding Sha couldn't help but look back at the path on the left, feeling suddenly uncomfortable inside. The snack street was crowded and lively. The girl happily pushed into the crowd, saying, Wow. Luckily, the foods I love aren't in long lines, or I would be really mad. By the way, I just got my pocket money. Sha, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Smelling the delicious aroma in the air, Ding Sha also felt a little hungry. She looked around and pointed to a nearby Chinese restaurant, saying, Maybe we can just order a couple of dishes. How can we eat those when we're at the snack street? The girl exaggerated. Of course, we should try all kinds of snacks. Ding Sha responded with an, Oh, do you want to try small potatoes? Wolf-tooth potatoes. The girl, noticing a potato stall run by an old lady on the street, pulled Ding Sha over. Grandma, one portion of sweet and sour spicy potatoes, please. The old lady quickly packed a generous portion of potatoes. Ding Sha picked one up with a skewer and took a bite. The potato skin wasn't crispy enough, the inside wasn't soft enough, and the seasoning was too strong, too much soy sauce. As she ate, Ding Sha paused, feeling puzzled. How could she know this? She hesitated and took another bite, and these questions naturally appeared in her mind. But she clearly didn't cook. What's wrong, Sha? The girl asked, tilting her head in curiosity. You're acting so strange today. I'm fine. Ding Sha's strange feeling grew stronger. Do you want a red bean cake? The girl pointed to a small cart nearby. Yes, Ding Sha replied, but her eyes looked toward a chestnut cake stand nearby. I think I might have made chestnut cake before, Ding Sha said uncertainly. Are you joking? Sha, when did you learn to cook? We've grown up together, and I don't remember you ever doing that, the girl said with a smile. Ding Sha looked at the crowd around her. This strange sense of disconnection was becoming more obvious. She looked at the reflection in a nearby glass and saw an ordinary face staring back at her. She touched her face. Is this how she looks? So unfamiliar. Ding Sha looked at the girl beside her. What's her name? Is this really her university? Where is this street? Where is the snack street she remembers? Egg custard, assorted hot pot, shredded potatoes, red braised lamb, rocking chair,
Crib,
parasol tree. Countless images and memories swirled in Ding Sha's mind. She started to run wildly toward the left path she saw at the beginning. She instinctively felt that there was what she wanted. There was what she needed to know. Behind her, the figures and shouting sounds blurred into shadows. At the edge, a gear-shaped black shadow floated. The world seemed to freeze like a PowerPoint slide. Everyone looked like thin paper cutouts, with stiff, fake expressions. Breathing hard, Ding Sha ran to a spot she thought she should stop. It was an old, charming little shop. The sign was covered in cobwebs and hard to read. The entrance was a bit further inside than the other shops. Next to it was a tall, ancient parasol tree, majestic and trembling, shedding leaves. Without hesitation, Ding Sha pushed the door open. It opened. She stepped inside. The furniture was messy and broken, covered in thick dust, with no signs of life. But Ding Sha felt like she had seen it in another form, lively, full of people. In the blurry background, she heard voices. Dr. Liu, the mother's heart has stopped. Keep trying to save her. Don't stop. Who was speaking? Ding Sha couldn't hear clearly. The sound faded away. Ding Sha pushed open the back door. A lush green hillside appeared. A small, pretty boy in tattered clothes was sitting with his knees pulled up, crying sadly. Ding Sha couldn't help but walk over. What's wrong? The boy looked up, his face tear-stained and delicate. Sha, where are you? Seeing that familiar face, Ding Sha's eyes widened as if struck in the heart.
Xiao
Jun. Ding Sha covered her head and crouched down. Memories flashed rapidly in her mind, blending together. It was like watching a movie, fast-forwarding through many chaotic scenes. The boy was still crying loudly.
Sha.
Don't leave me. Ding Sha covered her heart and looked up. In the delivery room, the monitor readings slowly rose. The young nurse excitedly exclaimed, "It's a success." Dr. Liu. She hurriedly continued her work, still glancing at the mother's face. On the operating table, Ding Sha, barely conscious, slowly opened her eyes. When Ding Sha truly woke up, Xiao Jun was no longer in quarantine. She was lying in the hospital room that Dr. Liu had fought hard to get. She tried to open her eyes slightly. Xiao Jun was sitting by her bed, his eyes bloodshot and tired-looking. He looked very worn out. "You're awake." Xiao Jun looked at her deeply and finally spoke. "Yes," Ding Sha softly responded. "You scared me." Xiao Jun crouched by the bed, holding her hand and pressing it to his face. "I waited for you at home for a long time, but you didn't come. I thought you didn't want me anymore." "How could that be?" Ding Sha smiled weakly. "I made a big pot of trotter's soup, waiting for you to finish eating." Xiao Jun gently touched her pale, colorless face. "I had a dream." Ding Sha faintly held Xiao Jun's hand again. "What kind of dream?" Xiao Jun leaned closer to listen. "It was a good dream." Ding Sha hesitated. "But I wasn't with you. Everything here in the dream wasn't there." Ding Sha smiled slightly. She used to be an orphan with no parents, shy and introverted, with few friends. She had long hair, a delicate face, and could cook very tasty food. Later, she became 3 months pregnant, with a lover who disappeared without a trace. He had shiny black hair and a face like an angel, and he still knew how to cook delicious food. Ding Sha couldn't help but wonder if that completely different dream was a reminder that someone was waiting for her, urging her to wake up quickly. "I'm glad you chose a world with me," Xiao Jun said. Ding Sha smiled at him, then closed her eyes, feeling a bit tired. As she recalled another part of her memories, she had many guesses she wanted to prove. There were more details in her mind, how she and Xiao Jun found that small village and settled there, the silent shyness on a certain night, and every promise Xiao Jun had made to her. I also remember the day Xiao Jun appeared for the last time, looking at her with a complex yet firm gaze. I recall the youthful eyes, hot and passionate, hiding all the love that was willing to risk everything. This memory clearly proves her identity. She is Ding Sha. There has always been only one Ding Sha. She couldn't help feeling both happy and confused. Why did she go to another world and become a new person? And why did she come back to this world? Putting these questions aside, can she now love Xiao Jun without any worries? Ding Sha completely let go of everything from that other world. She, who usually prefers to be alone, has nothing to hold on to there. Instead, everything in this world makes her feel excited. She loves the sun rising early every day. She loves the tall parasol tree at the door. She loves the stars and moon shining brightly at night. She loves the lively atmosphere of people coming and going, full of fireworks and energy. Most of all, she loves her small family. She loves Xiao Jun. The little Ping-en, wrinkled and small, was first remembered by his parents. Sister Tong held him up to show them, saying, "He's a healthy, strong little boy." Little Ping-en slept peacefully with his eyes closed. Xiao Jun took a quick look. As a new father, he was just as curious as the baby. "Can I hold him?" "Of course." Sister Tong carefully placed the baby in his arms, guiding him step by step on how to hold him.
Xiao Jun hat softened.
All his worries and fears disappeared at that moment. He truly had his own family now. "Look, does he look more like you or me?" Xiao Jun handed the baby to Ding Sha. "It's hard to tell, but I think he looks more like you," Ding Sha said after looking for a while. No matter how she looked at him, he just seemed like a little red monkey. All right, I'll take him back after you're done looking." Babies need a lot of sleep. Sister Tong took the baby away again. Xiao Jun tucked Ding Sha's blanket and said, "I asked the doctor. Usually, after a C-section, you can leave the hospital in about a week. But because your situation is special, you need to stay for a month for observation." He paused and added, "But don't be afraid. I'll be with you." Ding Sha nodded with a smile. Once she was feeling better and able to sit up, Xiao Jun got permission from the doctor and nurse to go home. He brought a big pot of pig's trotter soup, as Ding Xiao's condition was special, so he only brought soup, not dipping water. But Ding Xiao still ate happily. The pig's trotter is soft, tender, smooth, and delicate, melting in the mouth. Tasting a bite of the bean, I feel very satisfied. I've cooked a lot, and I'll bring some to you tomorrow. Xiao Jun still habitually picks at her bowl. In the past, Ding Xiao would feel uncomfortable, but now a little sweet feeling suddenly appears in her heart, making her feel excited.
Sha sha.
Sha sha. Xiao Jun waves his hand in front of her eyes. Ding Xiao snaps out of her thoughts. Since she found out she was Ding Xiao, she often unconsciously stares at Xiao Jun with fascination. Huh? What's wrong? Ding Xiao pretends to be casual. Xiao Jun frowns suspiciously. What are you daydreaming about? Nothing. Are you staring at me in a daze? Xiao Jun suddenly has a bright idea. Cough, cough, cough. Ding Xiao is startled. I didn't. Xiao Jun smiles slightly and stops asking. But after Ding Xiao stares at him again, Xiao Jun doesn't call her out loud. Ding Xiao recovers quickly. About 20 days ago, Dr. Liu happily said she could leave the hospital. Xiao Jun handled her discharge procedures and took her back to their small home. It's been a long time since I came back. Ding Xiao sighs at the door. Her belly is still a bit swollen and hasn't fully recovered. Xiao Jun carries the baby over, and Sister Tong and Aunt Zhuang come with a bunch of things. Finally home. Sister Tong feels emotional too. We spent the new year in the hospital. And now spring is almost here. Things are better now. After a while, I'll give my sister-in-law and aunt a holiday, Ding Xiao says with a smile as she turns around. She stayed in the hospital quite a long time, almost missing the new year. Xiao Jun has already prepared everything needed for the bedroom. The baby crib is not far from his bed. Ding Xiao touches the baby crib. Is the crib too far for me? It's not far. When the baby cries at night, I can reach him. You just rest well. Xiao Jun is grabbing some wet wipes and other things. Ding Xiao smiles softly. Xiao An, lying in his small bed, stares around with big eyes. He has grown a bit. No longer a little monkey, now he looks soft and white, not crying much, like a little angel. She is also very beautiful and cute, and everyone who has seen her can't help but praise the importance of good genes. Ding Xiao had been eating pig's trotters for a week, and she was starting to feel a bit sick of them. Not eating anymore, let's change it. Ding Xiao quickly waved her hand when she saw Xiao Jun holding a clay pot. Xiao Jun made her laugh. It's not trotters, it's brown sugar eggs. Ding Xiao relaxed. Thank goodness it's not trotters. I'm really about to vomit from eating so much. Xiao Jun smiled. All right, I won't cook that anymore. Ding Xiao finally felt happy. The TV was broadcasting the news live. As Xiao Ping'an grew a little older, he would make bubbling sounds and cry for milk. When the news announced that the research and development were successful, everyone finally relaxed. More people started to appear on the streets. The usually cold and empty streets finally had some life. The small shop couldn't open yet, so Ding Xiao stayed inside every day, standing behind the glass, holding Xiao Ping'an, watching outside and softly singing lullabies. Xiao Ping'an was very well behaved, always curious with wide eyes, only crying a little when he was hungry. Sister Tong and Aunt Zhuang went back home, and Ding Xiao began calling for help every day to take care of the baby. Xiao Jun came in holding the phone. Sha. The landlord said they want to rent out the place. Rent it out. Ding Xiao carefully turned around with Xiao Ping'an in her arms. So sudden? Yeah, I think so too. Xiao Jun was idly studying wood carving, planning to carve a small cat for Xiao Ping'an. What do you think? If possible, we could pool our money to buy this place. If not, we can look for a new one. Ding Xiao thought for a moment. They hadn't lived here long, less than a year. Many things in the house were new, so moving out might not be very practical. Can I talk to the landlord? Ding Xiao asked. She liked this place quite a lot. I'll call the agent later, Xiao Jun said, brushing off some wood shavings. What do you want to eat tonight? I can cook, Ding Xiao offered. I'll do it. You and Xiao Ping'an can play outside in the yard, Xiao Jun replied with a smile. He hadn't cooked in a while and was eager to do so. Ding Xiao wrapped the little peaceful baby in a small blanket, watching his curious, bright eyes look around innocently. She couldn't help but kiss his little face. I just can't resist kissing him. I know it's not proper, but how can my son be so adorable? Ding Sha held the baby and gently spun around in place to entertain him. Xiao Jun smiled softly, leaning against the table, watching the mother and child. After enough affection, Ding Sha reluctantly placed the baby in Xiao Jun's arms. She then turned and went into the kitchen to take out a frozen 3-yellow chicken. Although it's best to use a hen that has laid eggs, in this situation, it's okay to make do. Ding Sha took out a knife and scraped her thumb, satisfied to see the blade was very sharp. She flipped the chicken over and cut along the backbone without hesitation. This was to disassemble the chicken into parts. She waved her shiny knife and quickly and cleanly removed the thighs and wings. Next, she cut the breast meat away, then removed the bones from the chicken frame and also took out the bones from the thighs and wings. She chopped the chicken into small to medium-sized pieces, then added cooking wine, salt, pepper, cornstarch, and a little egg white, mixing everything well to marinate. She tore small pieces of white fungus, soaked them in water, then blanched them for 3 to 5 minutes before removing and setting aside. Ding Sha carefully placed the marinated chicken into the water used to blanch the white fungus, letting it cook slowly into small balls. Once cooked, she skimmed off the foam with cold water. Carefully, she took out a large purple clay steamer from deep inside the cabinet. This was a custom order from a master craftsman she had made before the new year. First, she put the chicken and white fungus into the steamer, sprinkled some goji berries, chopped scallions, and ginger slices inside. She poured boiling water mixed with a little cooking wine, added salt and pepper, stirred well, and used this as the broth. She poured the broth into the steamer, placed it on a pot filled with water, wrapped the bottom with a towel, and started to simmer. After about an hour and a half, the silver fungus steamer chicken, once a dish served at state banquets, was ready. Xiao Jun sat in the yard with little peaceful baby, watching his strange wooden carvings. Pointing to a poorly carved wooden figure of a short-legged animal, he said, "Son, this is a little horse." Pointing to a chubby, duck-like wooden sculpture, he said, "This is a white swan. When you grow up a bit, Mom will tell you the story of the ugly duckling turning into a beautiful swan." Ding Sha came out of the kitchen, laughing at him. "Don't give Ping the wrong idea. If he grows up and sees real horses and swans, he might not recognize them." Xiao Jun frowned and looked for a while. "Is it that bad?" "I think it's okay. It looks better the more you look at it and it gets cuter." Ding Sha walked over, holding his face and looking at him seriously. "You're so young. How come your eyes are so bad?" Xiao Jun unconsciously pouted, showing his rare childish innocence. Ding Sha's heart moved, and she gently leaned in to kiss his cheek. Xiao Jun was momentarily stunned, and his eyes softened and became tender. He couldn't help but lean in and chase after Ding Sha's departing lips. Ding Sha noticed his intention. Her face turned red, and she slightly tilted her head, but her actions seemed to give her silent permission. In fact, she didn't really want to avoid him. The little Ping in her arms watched curiously as the young father kissed the beautiful and gentle mother with passion and tenderness. The young mother's ears turned red like the sunset. The rice cooker in the kitchen made cheerful noises, and Ding Sha hurriedly stood up, clutching her clothes nervously. "Dinner is ready. Wash your hands and get ready to eat." She tidied her hair and went back to the kitchen. Xiao Jun licked his lips, a mischievous smile in his eyes. Little Ping, restless, reached out a hand as if trying to get his father's attention. Xiao Jun gently placed the soft little arm back into the small blanket. "Let's go, son. Time to eat." At night, Ding Sha tidied up the bed. Xiao Jun, wiping his hair, came in. Seeing that her bed by the window was no longer made up, only a wooden frame remained. Xiao Jun walked over to Ding Sha, first teasing little Ping and making him laugh, then asked, "My bed? From now on, sleep here." Ding Sha pointed to her original bed. "Last night, Ping almost fell off the bed. It scared me to death. You sleep on the outside and block him a bit," Ding Sha said as she pulled the messy blanket back over Ping. "Why are you so active, little baby? You scared Mom to death." Xiao Jun responded with a soft sound. Ding Sha's hair was gathered into a clip at the back of her head. Whenever she bent over, some unruly strands would fall out, making her hairstyle look unstable. Xiao Jun reached out to gently loosen and reclip her hair. The agent said the landlord will come tomorrow to talk with us. How much do you think it will cost to buy this place? Ding Sha asked nervously. Xiao Jun said, probably at least 2 million yuan to buy it. Do we have enough money? Ding Sha was very worried. She thought life would get easier, but now they were back to being broke.
It's okay.
We can try to pay the landlord in installments, or maybe get a loan if needed. Xiao Jun had already thought of several options earlier that afternoon. Ding Sha sighed. Let's wait and see what the landlord says tomorrow before deciding. The earliest to wake up the next day was little Ping, and he looked around and saw that his parents were still sleeping soundly. He frowned slightly and made 2 small noises. Xiao Jun, still half asleep, smelled a strange bad odor. He woke up feeling helpless and sighed. Seeing Ding Sha about to wake up and Ping and looking at him innocently, he sighed and picked him up to take him to the bathroom to change his diaper. The landlord arrived very early, just after breakfast. Xiao Jun was trying again and again to teach Ping and to speak. Come on, call me mom, ma. Xiao Jun held Ping and walked around the living room. Ding Sha was busy on her phone watching a TV show she had just caught up with. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking. A well-dressed, wealthy-looking elderly woman knocked on the door. Xiao Jun opened the door. Hello? The woman showed him her chat records with the agent. I'm the landlord here. I heard you wanted to talk about the house, so I came. Xiao Jun invited her in and offered her a seat. Ding Sha brought over a cup of hot water. The woman looked at the baby in Xiao Jun's arms. Such a good little boy. He looks so adorable. Xiao Jun held his hand gently. Come on, Ping, and
Say thank you to Grandma.
Ping gave a polite smile. The woman played with Ping for a while before starting to discuss the house officially. This house is a fixed price of 2.3 million yuan. If you pay in full now, I will transfer the ownership to you immediately. I was also forced into this. This house was bought by me and my wife when we were young. After so many years, if I didn't have to, I wouldn't want to sell it. But my son and daughter are both unemployed now, and the whole family needs support. I have no choice but to sell the house. The old lady looked worried and sad. Auntie, please give us a better price. We are just starting our business. We rented this house for less than a year, and our baby was just born. We really can't come up with that much money all at once. Maybe we can pay in installments? Pay part now, then every 6 months. We will try to pay you as quickly as possible. Child, please understand my situation. The old lady sighed. 2.3 million yuan, not a penny less. Ding Sha hesitated. She looked at Xiao Jun, who was gently comforting Xiao Ping. He looked up and said, We really can't pay that much right now. How about this? We will move out before next month. The old lady was surprised. Honestly, she thought this young couple was the best choice. She had seen how busy the business here was and guessed they had earned quite a lot of money. But now, she was still reluctant to lower the price and wanted to sell the house quickly. Xiao Jun saw her expression and knew what she was thinking. Young lady, won't you consider it again? The location of this house is very good. If you miss this chance, it will be hard to find another like it. The old lady couldn't hold back and spoke. We can't afford it. We'll look at other options. Ding Sha replied, realizing the situation. We've already paid several years' rent in advance. Please remember to refund us when we move out. She wasn't too angry. She thought that caring a little more about herself in this situation wasn't a big crime. The old lady asked again, What is your ideal price? Xiao Jun had already opened his phone to look at new houses. Ding Sha knew Xiao Jun didn't want to stay here anymore, so she smiled but didn't say anything. The old lady sighed, a bit unwilling, and said, I've never seen you negotiate like this. Xiao Jun smiled and said, Andy, do you think I don't know that this house can be bought for 1.8 million now? Are you really asking for another 500,000? Can't I say no? The old lady stiffened. Young people these days just don't understand how hard life can be for others. I'm old, and I still have to support 2 big families. I just want to save a little more money. Is that so wrong? She kept repeating how good her house was and how ungrateful Xiao Jun and the others were, complaining that young people didn't respect their elders. She went on and on without stopping.
Xiao Jun called impatience.
Your house isn't that great. Your children are your own responsibility. I don't want to rent or buy it anymore, okay? Why are you forcing me to pay that extra 500,000? Do you want me to raise your kids for you? They don't even call me dad, do they?
Ayun.
Ding Xia had been quietly listening. To be honest, she was also getting angry, but out of respect for the elder, she gently pulled his arm when she heard his last words. The old lady trembled with anger, pointing at him.
You,
get out of my house right now. Xiao Jun gave a small smirk. Fine, but return the extra rent we paid first. The law says that selling a house doesn't end a rental contract. Even if you sell it, as long as you don't refund my rent, I can stay until the end of the lease. The old lady was so angry she almost fainted. With a huff, she squeezed out through the door. Not long after, Xiao Jun received a call from the agent. The rent would be refunded in a week. Xiao Jun replied with a simple okay and continued scheduling house viewings. This time, he found a small house in the southern part of Nanjing City. Why do you always look at houses with yards? Ding Xia asked curiously after glancing at the listing. Because you like them, Xiao Jun said, giving her a puzzled look. He went to see the house alone and decided on it right away. You'll definitely love it, he said mysteriously. With nothing else to do, the two of them started packing their things, planning to move once Sister Tong and the others returned in a few days. It was a pity about their old customers, though. They still needed to find a way to let them know the new address of their little shop. While sweeping the floor, Ding Xia gathered a big clump of hair. She froze for a moment, then touched her head.
Ayun. Ha.
What's wrong? Xiao Jun was startled by her tone. Ding Xia said nervously, Am I going bald? I'm losing so much hair. Xiao Jun thought it was something important and relaxed, saying, No, I still have plenty of hair. Ding Xia didn't believe him and threw down the broom. I'm going to get some black sesame seeds. She went into the kitchen. Xiao Jun helplessly picked up the broom and started sweeping, still glancing at the crib where Peng'en was curiously watching. He said, Look at your mom, always so surprised. She's so cute. Peng'en. If Peng'en could understand and speak, she would probably be speechless too. Ding Xia took a big jar of black sesame seeds and lightly toasted them in a pan over low heat for about 6 or 7 minutes. She pinched a small handful and chewed it, enjoying the crispy texture. She poured the toasted sesame seeds into a blender with water and blended into a smooth paste. To make it finer, she filtered the mixture. She took the leftover pulp, added some water, and blended it again to avoid waste. Next, she steamed some small red dates until soft, then pureed them into date paste. Finally, she mixed the black sesame paste with water and glutinous rice flour, poured everything into a pot, and started cooking over heat, adding sugar as she stirred. When the mixture darkened in color, Ding Xia added the date paste and continued cooking, also adding some rose jam for beauty and skin benefits. She kept cooking until it was just right. Ding Xia then served herself a bowl of rich, fragrant black sesame paste and drank it at the kitchen door. Her fear of hair loss eased a little. She didn't dare give Xiao Jun any, worried it might tempt little Peng'en. She shooed Xiao Jun into the kitchen to drink the black sesame paste, then carried Peng'en around the room, making him laugh. Peng'en held onto his mom's clothes, smelling her sweet scent. Ding Xia suddenly felt a wet patch on her shoulder. She looked in the mirror and saw Peng'en's saliva was almost flowing like a waterfall. Feeling a bit guilty, Ding Xia quickly changed her clothes and gave Peng'en a new bib. As time passed, a few small restaurants tentatively opened their doors. Ding Xia still felt a little uneasy, so she only opened a little, not more. The daily customers were few, and life was quite relaxed. Hello, is your shop open? Ding Xia held her child and looked up. She saw a middle-aged man with a square face helping a gentle, trembling elderly woman. Sorry, not yet, Ding Xia smiled. Right now, only takeout is available. Can I order a few dishes? The middle-aged man asked. Please tell me. Ding Xia handed him a menu. The middle-aged man did not take it. I want the dream-come-true sesame cake, crispy sliced pork, and rice noodle pork. Ding Xia paused, feeling these dishes sounded familiar, as if the old man had mentioned wanting to eat them before. She looked at the man and thought he did seem a bit familiar. Have you visited here before, elder? Yes, yes, I have. The middle-aged man finally showed a slight smile on his worried face. My father came once. He said he really liked the fried sauce noodles here. The old man kept praising it. He said next time he would bring us all to eat. Ding Sha smiled and said, I knew it. When the old man left, he also kept mentioning he wanted to eat these dishes. But you and your father look very much alike. I immediately thought you looked familiar. The middle-aged man nodded. Yes, my mother always says I look just like my dad, especially our face shape, square and solid. He then introduced the elderly woman beside him. This is my mother. Ding Sha quickly moved 2 stools over. Please sit first. I'll ask the kitchen to prepare the dishes right away. Xiao Jun was packing up some unused pots in the back. Seeing Ding Sha come in, he asked, Is someone here? Yes, the family of the old man. The same 3 dishes. When they're ready, bring them out. Ding Sha wiped his sweat. Take a break now, no rush. Xiao Jun nodded and stood up, drinking a large glass of water. Got it. The old lady was observing the decorations in a room. Your place is nicely decorated. It's different from other restaurants, clean and bright. Eating here makes me feel good. The middle-aged man quickly whispered, Mom. The old lady smiled apologetically. Sorry, I just think your place is nice. Ding Sha shook her head. Thank you for your compliment. Where's the old man? Why didn't he come today? The middle-aged man looked a bit sad. The old lady smiled. He can't come today. Ding Sha looked at her with some confusion. The middle-aged man took over the conversation. My dad is old. He got sick and didn't make it through. He just passed away a few days ago. Ding Sha was stunned, feeling a bit disbelief. She still remembers how happy the old man was when he ate fried noodles, dancing with joy. It was lively and adorable, but now it's gone.
Ah.
My condolences. It's okay. We're both in our 70s or 80s. We've lived many years and experienced a lot. That's enough, the old lady said cheerfully. Everyone has to die eventually. Living forever would turn us into old spirits. I'm just a little regretful. Regretful about what? Ding Sha asked. I'm from the south, and my husband is from the north. We never ate together. He ate his soy sauce noodles, I ate my small dumplings. We just argued and fussed through life. Isn't that strange? The old lady smiled as she reminisced. He always said I wouldn't accept new flavors, but he still needed dumplings for me every day, talking about this and that. He also cooked southern dishes for me his whole life. My mom was a young lady from a landlord's family, and my dad was a helper in the kitchen. The middle-aged man explained smoothly, as if he had told this story many times. He cooked at home all his life, making several different dishes for each meal. Ding Sha thought about that scene and couldn't help but smile. As he was about to leave, I didn't get to taste his Beijing-style dishes, the old lady said sadly. I remember he was very happy that day, humming a little tune he hadn't hummed in a long time. He walked lightly, saying he had eaten some very delicious fried noodles and wanted me to come along. Such a pity. The old lady touched her bracelet, nostalgic. I haven't had a chance to try it yet. The middle-aged man sighed along with her. The atmosphere grew heavy, filled with an unspoken sadness. Life is beautiful but fragile. People leave, but feelings remain alive. Xiao Jun brought out a packed dish of crispy shredded pork, saying, Here's the first serving. He placed it on the table and looked at Ding Sha. What's wrong? It's nothing. Ding Sha looked up at him, pouting playfully.
Xiao Jun Tianzi.
Be good. He turned and went back to the kitchen, bringing out a glass of fresh juice. Remember to drink this. The old lady looked at Ding Sha with loving eyes. You two are such a good couple. Just married. Just 2 months. Ding Sha pointed behind her. He's sleeping inside. The elderly lady listened with a kinder smile and finally sighed. It's really wonderful. Xiao Jun steamed the rice noodle meat and began preparing the dream-come-true sesame seed cake. The sesame seed cake is a traditional Beijing dish. Legend has it that Empress Dowager Cixi once dreamed of eating a sesame seed cake filled with mincemeat. When she woke up, she found that the dish was actually served to her, so she named it Dream Come True Sesame Seed Cake, mixing bread flour, sugar, and yeast into a slightly firm dough. Small portions are pinched off, coated with oil, and set aside. Then normal-sized dough balls are made. The dough balls are flattened, filled with the oiled small dough piece, sealed, dipped in sugar water, then coated with plenty of white sesame seeds. Gently pressed down to form a thick little cake, about half the size of a palm, and set aside to rise. After doubling in size, bake in the oven for about 15 minutes. The fragrant, soft sesame seed cakes are ready. In a hot pan with plenty of oil, cook the minced meat until it turns white and becomes crumbly. Add diced water chestnuts and minced ginger, then season with cooking wine, soy sauce, salt, sugar, and pepper. Stir-fry a few times, then remove from heat. The rice noodle meat dish on the other stove is also ready to serve. Xiao Jun packed both dishes and brought them out. The elderly lady was staring thoughtfully at the sweet and sour pork. She might be thinking about the old man who gets so excited when he eats something delicious. A middle-aged man paid and helped his trembling mother walk away. Xiao Jun watched them for a while and suddenly said, "We must die together. No one leaves anyone behind." Poof.
Poof. Poof.
The year isn't over yet. Ding Xia reached out and hit him. "What nonsense are you talking about?" But Xiao Jun was very serious. "I'm serious. We must die together. I don't want to leave you alone in this world, and I don't want to be left alone either." Ding Xia felt touched again. She tiptoed and touched Xiao Jun's head. "All right, I'll try. There's a saying, live together, die together." Xiao Jun wrapped his arms around her waist. "In this life, I only want to be with you, live together, die together." Ding Xia smiled and stretched out her little finger. "Let's cross our hearts." Xiao Jun hooked his little finger with hers. "It's a promise." Ding Xia suddenly felt she had forgotten something. She scratched her head. "They say a woman is forgetful for 3 years during pregnancy." "I'm getting more forgetful." Xiao Jun raised an eyebrow, watching her deep in thought. Ding Xia slapped her forehead. "Little Ping, and I forgot little Ping'an." She ran in like a small whirlwind. Xiao Ping'an was already awake, holding back tears, looking at the door with a mix of sadness and longing. Ding Xia quickly picked him up and comforted him, singing softly, "Good baby. Mom will sing you a song." Xiao Ping'an finally held back his tears and started to cry softly, saying words that Ding Xia couldn't understand. Fortunately, Xiao Ping'an was easy to soothe. Even when his mother temporarily forgot about him, he still looked at Ding Xia with a warm smile. Xiao Jun was busy packing his things to leave. After a while, the middle-aged man returned. "Hello. Is there something you need?" Xiao Jun asked with some curiosity. "It's about my father," the man said, pulling out a carefully wrapped book. "I want to give you this cookbook." "A cookbook?" Xiao Jun looked at it in surprise but didn't take it. "Can we go inside to talk?" "It's a long story," the man said with a hint of sadness. "Of course." Xiao Jun invited him in. "My name is Wang Zhengyang. My father's name is Wang Hai. He is an authentic master of Shandong cuisine, the 8th generation. This cookbook is a combination of what my father learned and his own innovations over many years, written with great effort." Xiao Jun's face grew serious. He had heard of Wang Hai's name before, but he had never met him. He didn't know he was the old man who loved meat and Beijing-style dishes. "I can't accept this cookbook." Xiao Jun shook his head. Such a precious item would be the treasure of any restaurant. Wang Zhengyang smiled. "Don't worry, let me explain. My father had a disagreement with the family recently, because my little brother said he preferred learning Western cuisine over his recipes. The old man was upset and ran out for a run to your place. After returning home, he sighed and said if the kid doesn't want to learn, then don't force him. But I also feel sad about it." Wang Zhengyang looked at Xiao Jun with a questioning gaze. "Although I learned cooking from my father, I am not talented in this. I can only follow the recipes exactly, making each dish as written. Outsiders say it's delicious, but experts know it's all rigid and formulaic. I can't tell the difference if the seasoning is a little more or less, nor can I think of how to change ingredients or methods to improve the dishes. I was never cut out for this. I can run the restaurant at home very well, but I simply cannot carry forward the Wang family cuisine." Wang Zhengyang gently touches the cookbook in his hand. "Instead of letting it gather dust, I'd rather give it to you so you can improve and develop it. Father would be happy too. He has spent his life cooking." Now, I want to find a good place for his recipes so that in 100 years, I can still give him an explanation. Xiao Jun looked at the cookbook again and suddenly felt it was more than just a recipe book.
It was a heavy hope and trust.
He said seriously, I can only promise not to let the Wang family cuisine be ashamed. Every dish I make from this will be worthy of its name. Wang Jingyang looked back fondly and handed the cookbook to Xiao Jun. We all enjoyed the dishes you made. They were very good. Mother also said they were delicious. Wang Jingyang remembered his mother and smiled gently. When will you officially open? I want to bring my mother to dine there. Can you cook local dishes? My mother is from Shanghai, but she hasn't had authentic local cuisine in a long time. I want to fulfill her dream. Xiao Jun thought for a moment. We can make braised pork with preserved vegetables. Soon, spring bamboo shoots will be in season. Wang Jingyang was very happy. My mother loves braised pork with preserved vegetables. Xiao Jun told him the new address for the restaurant and saw him off. When he returned, holding the heavy cookbook, he sighed again. What's wrong? Why do you look so down? Ding Sha came over, holding little Ping'an. Come here, little Ping'an, smile for Dad. Little Ping'an didn't know if he understood, but he obediently gave a big smile. Xiao Jun told Ding Sha about Wang Jingyang and finally said really. He thought for a long time but couldn't find the right words, so he just sighed. Ding Sha took a look at the cookbook. Since the renovation is happening over there, we can write out a few dishes from Grandpa Wang's recipes and make a separate section called Wang Family Cuisine. What do you think? I was thinking the same. Xiao Jun worried that she might hurt her arm holding the child, so he took little Ping'an. The landlord over there is easy to talk to. The location and size of the place are better. I thought if I saved enough money later, I could buy it. I mentioned it to the landlord, and he said it's okay. So, you can think carefully about the renovation now that the pandemic is gradually under control. Maybe we can arrange a meeting with a designer someday to look at the design plans. What do you think? Of course. That sounds great. Ding Sha was quite happy. Perhaps many people feel a sense of stability when they buy a house and settle down. Ding Sha naturally felt the same. She took out her phone and started looking for design ideas. Is it okay to have any style of decoration? Ding Sha asked. Xiao Jun simply replied, whatever you like. Ding Sha's preferences are his preferences. For Xiao Jun, when it comes to Ding Sha, there are only yes or not, never no. After looking for a long time, Ding Sha finally decided on Chinese-style decoration. She saved a design she liked and showed it to the designer Xiao Jun had arranged. Can it be done like this? Of course, the designer glanced at it and understood. But the wooden furniture on the market now might not match your taste. That's okay. I can have it custom-made based on the picture, Ding Sha said, waving her hand. Uncle Wei's taste and craftsmanship make her very satisfied. Then it's settled. I'll be watching the renovation over the next few days. If there's anything to finalize, I'll call you. The designer was a decisive professional woman. After finishing her words, her expression softened. How old is your child? Just born recently? 3 months old. Ding Sha smiled. So cute. When my daughter was that age, she probably cried all the time, crying like she lost her father. Ding Sha hesitated a bit. It was the first time she heard such a description. The designer smiled at her. My ex-husband cheated on me during my pregnancy. This. Ding Sha didn't know how to comfort her. You can say condolences. The designer winked playfully. Anyway, I consider him dead. Ding Sha burst out laughing. She thought this designer was quite interesting. Not only was she very free-spirited, but she also avoided contacting Xiao Jun and her when discussing the renovation. According to the designer, it was to avoid unnecessary trouble. She looked at the sky. It's getting late. I need to go to the building materials market. I don't know which shops are open. Wait. It's so late. Let's eat first, and then go. Ding Sha quickly stopped her. The designer initially wanted to say no, but her stomach suddenly growled loudly. She decided to sit down and said, let's eat first. I'm hungry anyway. What do you want to eat? Ding Sha handed her the menu. The designer looked at it and said, something simple and healthy like shredded vegetables. Would you like a bowl of rice? No. The designer waved her hand. Urban professionals who are disciplined usually avoid carbs at night. Ding Sha happily handed the menu to Xiao Jun. Shredded vegetables is actually a vegetarian dish from Huaiyang cuisine. It includes shredded white radish, carrot, and green radish, blanched and then added to fish soup with some salt and pepper for flavor. After steaming for 10 minutes and topping with egg skin, it's ready to eat. It's not only fresh and tasty, but also full of the flavor of fish soup. It's healthy and nourishing, satisfying the taste buds. The designer finished the dish happily and patted her stomach, then went cheerfully to the building materials market. Ding Sha held a bunch of furniture pictures and said, "Take a look at these. Let me know if there's anything unnecessary, or if you want to add something. I'll give them to Uncle Wei later. It'll take some time to make all this." Xiao Jun looked at the pictures and first noticed a drawing of a very large bed, marked by Ding Sha. It was over 2 meters long and looked very big. Xiao Jun couldn't help but imagine other things while holding his phone. Ding Sha turned around and saw Xiao Jun staring at the drawings, lost in thought, with wide eyes. She asked, "What are you looking at?" Xiao Jun was startled. "Huh? Nothing. I wasn't looking at anything." He glanced again at the drawing of the big bed, then came over to hold the still-waking little penguin. "Let me do it. You always say your back hurts, right?" Ding Sha handed the child to him. "He doesn't seem sleepy yet. He wants to play a little longer. You can play with him. I'm going to take a shower. My hair feels greasy," Xiao Jun said. Ding Sha took her change of clothes to the bathroom. Xiao Jun listened to the sound of water and felt a bit distracted. Little Ping and was blowing bubbles in his arms, looking at him curiously. Xiao Jun carried the child back and forth, his expression changing from happy to unhappy. His face occasionally flushed red. When Ding Sha came out drying her hair, she saw Xiao Jun standing by the window, staring outside, lost in thought. "What's wrong?" Ding Sha asked. "It's nothing." "Really?" Xiao Jun was startled by her. "You're acting strange today." Ding Sha looked at him with some confusion. He couldn't imagine that Xiao Jun's mind was full of thoughts about fancy cars.
"I've fine.
"I guess," Xiao Jun mumbled, setting down Xiao Ping'an. "It's late. Time to rest." Ding Sha was tired after a long day. She yawned several times and went back to find the hairdryer. "I'll blow my hair and then sleep. You go to bed first." Xiao Jun couldn't fall asleep. After Ding Sha lay down, Xiao Jun kept his bright eyes open, watching her. "What's really wrong with you?" Ding Sha felt he was acting strangely in every way. Xiao Jun's imagination made him sweat. He involuntarily moved closer, unsure whether to tell Ding Sha what he was thinking. Ding Sha was hit by his strong scent and only then realized he was acting oddly. She couldn't help but bury her face in the blanket and stayed silent for a long time. He turned over and got out of bed. I need to go to the bathroom. You sleep first." After hearing the fabric rustle, Xiao Jun hurriedly left in his slippers. The shower head in the bathroom turned on with a loud splash, drowning out his faint breathing. Ding Sha peeked out from under the blanket, her face red as if it might bleed. She blinked and looked at Xiao Ping'an, who was still sleeping soundly. She slowly let out a deep breath. By the time Xiao Jun returned, Ding Sha was feeling drowsy. She accidentally touched his cold skin and shivered. "Are you cold?" Xiao Jun reached out to rub his arms. Only when he felt less cold did he hold Ding Sha. "I'll warm up soon." He said it as if claiming credit. He didn't mention what had just happened. Ding Sha stared at the ceiling calmly. When Xiao Jun's breathing became steady, she whispered, "Not now." "Wait a moment." Xiao Jun suddenly woke up. He was excited like a young boy, tightening his arms around her. After clearing his throat, he said, Ding Sha calmed down after she spoke. She wanted to live a good life with Xiao Jun. She reached out inside the blanket and found his hand, holding his fingers tightly. "Sleep well. Good night." Xiao Jun responded with a soft, The indoor atmosphere returned to calm, with only occasional soft murmurs from children sleeping peacefully. The next morning, both of them woke up late, sleeping until almost noon. It was rare for Xiao Ping'an to wake up without crying or fussing. He played with his hands, watching his parents nearby. Ding Sha was sleeping soundly on Xiao Jun's shoulder. Xiao Jun looked at her for a while, then gently kissed her lips when she opened her eyes. "Neither of us brushed our teeth." Ding Sha muttered unhappily. And you didn't stick out your tongue. Xiao Jun, feeling bolder, licked his lips and said playfully. Ding Sha was stunned for a moment. After kicking him lightly, she got up to wash up. Xiao Jun picked up little Ping'an. Such a good boy, not crying or fussing. You're really well behaved. The quiet and obedient son suddenly let out a loud fart, causing Xiao Jun, the new dad, to turn green with embarrassment as he held his breath to change his diaper. Ding Sha came out and saw Xiao Jun's awkward expression, and she couldn't help but laugh. Wow, this dad is really stinky. Xiao Jun half complained, half joked. Ding Sha ignored him, saying it was him who smelled bad, and he was always quick when changing diapers. Men are always so insincere. Holding the baby, Ding Sha sat on a soft blanket-covered lounge chair. She was about to read a story to little Ping'an when her phone rang. It was Grandma Zhang. Grandma Zhang. Hey. Grandma Zhang's voice was full of energy. Sha, I heard you've given birth? How is it? Yes, I did. I was born on the first day of the Lunar New Year. It's a boy named Ping'an. Ding Sha was happy just hearing her voice. That's wonderful. Such a good name. Grandma Zhang beamed with joy. Have you been resting well? How's Xiao Jun taking care of you? I'm resting now. I get a bunch of nourishing meals every day, and I feel so full I almost can't move, Ding Sha said with a smile. That's good. Listen, you must take postpartum rest seriously. It's very important. No wind, no washing your hair or taking baths. Just stay in bed and recover, got it? Last night, Ding Sha had just washed her hair and taken a bath, so she replied confidently, Got it, Grandma Zhang. I will. After exchanging a few more words, Grandma Zhang hung up. Ding Sha finally relaxed. Just then, she saw Xiao Jun carrying a large tray over.
Come on.
Let's eat. Ding Sha looked at the strange postpartum meals with a bad expression and didn't feel like eating. Xiao Jun served her food and said, Eat it. He looked at her face again and added, If you can't finish it, I'll eat it. Like usual, anything Ding Sha didn't want to eat, or only took a few bites of, all ended up in Xiao Jun's stomach. Maybe postpartum meals really nourish people. Xiao Jun has grown taller and stronger. Now, he no longer looked like a skinny boy who seemed like a child. He now has broad shoulders and a firm face, and he is a man who can support his wife and children. Ding Sha stared at him, watching him eat happily without picky eating for a long time. I want to eat spicy hot pot. Huh? Xiao Jun was surprised. Make me some spicy hot pot, Ding Sha said fiercely, glaring at him. All right. Xiao Jun thought for a moment and agreed. The hot pot broth was cooked with milk for 10 minutes, removing all the milky smell. He used a small strainer to scoop out the residue from the pot, and a tasty broth was ready. Xiao Jun added some of Ding Sha's favorite beef rolls, then some vegetables like mushrooms, green bamboo shoots, and lotus root slices. After mixing in some sesame sauce, he put the cooked ingredients into a big bowl and added 2 spoons of broth. The smell alone made everyone's appetite grow. Ding Sha couldn't wait and picked up a beef roll, dipped it in sesame sauce, and put it in her mouth. She looked delighted. This is the taste, finally. She finished the big bowl, rarely leaving any at the bottom for Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun teased her a little, and Ding Sha glared at him angrily. She looked fierce but like a little kitten. By the way, Sha, do you want to raise a cat? Raise a cat? Ding Sha asked instinctively. Where are the cats? There are in the new house. Xiao Jun smiled. The landlady said there's a single mother cat in the yard. She's pregnant and sunbathing there every day. When we move in, she might have her kittens. If we want to raise one, we should bring her back now. Otherwise, she might get scared when we start renovating. Ding Sha almost immediately said without hesitation, Yes, let's raise one. A few days later, Xiao Jun brought the trembling mother cat home. She was a tabby cat, pretty and slender, with a big belly. When she looked at people, she was both cautious and alert. Ding Sha gently patted her with concern. Did you scare her? Xiao Jun was still taking things out of the car. Cat litter, a litter box, bowls, food, treats, a cozy bed, all hurriedly bought. He took off his mask to breathe easier. I took her to the vet. Since she's pregnant, it's not good to vaccinate her right now. I'm worried she might have a stress reaction. We'll wait a few days before giving her a bath. Ding Sha nodded. When Xiao Jun washed his hands, she gently placed the little piece in his arms. She squatted down to look at the shy little tabby hiding in the corner. Thinking she had just arrived, Ding Sha mixed some goat milk powder with cat food and put it in a bowl in front of her. "Are you hungry? Eat something." The little tabby stared at her cautiously, not moving. Ding Sha set down the bowl and pulled Xiao Jun to leave. "Don't keep staring at her. It will scare her. We'll just do our own thing normally. She'll get used to it soon." Xiao Jun followed her, seeming to understand but not quite. Ding Sha tidied up all the cat supplies Xiao Jun bought and then went into the kitchen.
Xiao Jun followed.
"Are you hungry? Should I make something?" "I'm not hungry." Ding Sha shook her head. "I'm making something for Little Peace. Isn't there cat food?" Xiao Jun asked, confused. "Of course she needs a richer diet, especially since she's a mom," Ding Sha said naturally. "She should eat well." "Oh," Xiao Jun nodded. Ding Sha opened the fridge. "Where did you put the chicken breasts I bought earlier?" "On the bottom shelf," Xiao Jun pointed. "There's also some salmon." "Perfect." Ding Sha took them out to defrost. "Do we have shrimp?" "What about beef?" she asked uncertainly. She hadn't been cooking these days, so she wasn't sure. "Yes, both are there. On the second-to-last shelf." "Look for yourself." Xiao Jun thought for a moment. Little Peace tilted his head back and looked at Ding Sha, searching for something. Xiao Jun helped him sit upright, but he was unhappy and looked like he was about to cry. Okay, I get it. No need to be scared," Xiao Jun said, squatting down and turning Little Peace over so he could see. The little cat stared with big, curious eyes at Ding Sha's hand, trying to reach out. Ding Sha dodged and shot Xiao Jun a look. "You spoil him. Now he's learning to fake cry. If he doesn't get what he wants, he pouts. He's getting more and more unruly." Xiao Jun looked calm and relaxed. "She's still young. When she gets older, she can learn to fight." Ding Sha reached into his clothes and put her cold hand on his chest. "What are you saying?" Sorry, Xiao Jun winced from the cold. "I was just joking. I would never hit our little one." Ding Sha shot him a look. "She's still too young. When she can talk, I can teach her then." Xiao Jun mumbled. "Just spoil her." Ding Sha rolled her eyes.
Xiao Jun smiled happily.
He turned to see little Ping and eating his fingers, watching him without blinking. He pouted and kissed Ping and's chubby little face. "Baby," Ping and giggled happily. Ding Sha couldn't help but smile at the loving scene between father and child. She stood up with her ingredients. "Go outside. You're in the way here." Xiao Jun carried little Ping and walked around, making funny airplane noises. Ding Sha shook her head with a smile. They really are like two little kids. She cut chicken breast and beef into small pieces, then roughly processed them in a blender until smooth. Shrimp and fish were mashed into paste. All the meat was mixed together with one egg yolk and stirred well. No other ingredients were needed. Ding Sha took a small scoop with her hand, placed it in a glass bowl, steamed it until cooked, then let it cool. The rest was wrapped in plastic wrap and frozen in the freezer. Once the steamed meat paste cooled, it was ready to be served to little Tanuki. Ding Sha took the meat paste to find little Tanuki. She was still hiding in the corner, not daring to come out. The cat food in front of her had been eaten a little, but she seemed hesitant or didn't like it. She moved only a few times, and then stopped eating. Ding Sha placed the meat paste in front of her and moved the cat food bowl to a larger corner, setting up her cat bed. Little Tanuki watched her quietly. After a while, she opened her mouth and let out a tiny meow. Ding Sha looked back at her, a little surprised. Little Tanuki softly meowed again. Ding Sha couldn't help but say, "Eat up. It smells so good." Little Tanuki slowly lowered her head, licked the meat paste, and seemed to like the taste. She licked her lips, looked at Ding Sha again, then started eating eagerly. Ding Sha squatted there, waiting for little Tabby to finish eating before she went to collect the bowls. In the corner, there was a water bowl prepared for little Tabby. Ding Sha watched her eat until she was full, then lazily started licking her fur. She couldn't help but want to pet her. Before she could reach out, little Tabby suddenly looked up quickly, her big eyes full of alertness. Ding Sha knew she hadn't fully relaxed and was still cautious about staying here. She retracted her hand, said a few more words to her, and then left to do her own things. Little Tabby still didn't move. She just sat there watching Ding Sha walk away, her large yellow-green eyes calm and lazy. Little Tabby now lived a life where she could eat meat every 2 days. Life with her owner was much more comfortable than when she was a stray, where meals were uncertain. She was always lazily lying in the sun, soaking up the warmth, and sometimes she would get close to Ding Sha, rubbing against her calves. But whenever Ding Sha tried to squat down and pet or hold her, she would run away quickly, as if she didn't recognize her. It was very unfeeling. Ding Sha sighed and continued to feed little Tabby patiently. A few days later, she noticed little Tabby looked plumper, her small face rounder, and her fur shiny and smooth. It was clear she was well cared for. Ding Sha thought it would take a long time for them to become close, but suddenly, one day, little Tabby became very restless. She walked around Ding Sha, meowing loudly, no longer soft and sweet, and even biting at Ding Sha's pants. Ding Sha was a bit confused. "Yolk, what's wrong with you?" Because little Tabby especially loved eating yolk, she would often be willing to lower herself, to let Ding Sha pet her just for some yolk, so Ding Sha called her Yolk. Little Tabby meowed anxiously, looking at Ding Sha with wet eyes, full of pleading. Ding Sha suddenly realized that little Tabby might be about to have kittens. She quickly took out the birthing box and necessary supplies she had prepared earlier. After Yolk went inside, she felt a little more at ease, but she still kept meowing. Ding Sha was worried and stayed by the birthing box all night, refusing to leave. After a restless night, Yolk finally gave birth to 2 kittens. One looked just like her, a little Tabby, and the other resembled a small orange cat. Ding Sha let out a sigh of relief. They say that the fewer kittens a mother cat has, the easier it is to give birth. Now, she had successfully delivered her babies. I can't help but wonder what kind of colorful pattern that irresponsible dad cat has. Looking at the kitten's fur, it's probably a big orange tabby with a strong presence. Taking care of the tiny kitten made Ding Sha so happy she almost forgot about her hungry son. The little calico kitten, Egg Yolk, gradually became more friendly. It no longer hid from her and would even jump onto her lap, purring softly and kneading her with tiny paws. It would follow Ding Sha around the house and sometimes bring the kitten to her, asking her to watch over it. Ding Sha happily stroked the chubby little calico, listening to its sweet meows. She gently pinched its soft, pink paw pads, feeling that life was perfect. The 2 kittens changed a lot each day. When they were born, they looked quite miserable, covered in amniotic fluid, thin and weak. But with Egg Yolk's careful care and plenty of feeding from her grandma, the kittens started growing fur and gaining weight, becoming round and adorable. They would meow softly and sweetly, but also bump into things playfully. Every time one bumped into Ding Sha, it would lie down happily, showing its belly and looking at her with big, wet eyes, acting cute. Its tiny paws would stretch out and knead the milk, and it would proudly show its soft, pink little paws to Ding Sha. Ding Sha had no choice but to squat down and gently check if the adorable kitten was hurt. Ping'an, who always watched the kittens from the corner with a bit of confusion, looked a little lost. Lately, Mom hasn't been smiling at him as much. Xiao Jun was in the kitchen making the final adjustments. They hadn't opened the shop these days. Since they didn't need to paint the new house, the renovation was going faster than expected. They could move in within 3 or 4 days. Tomorrow, Sister Tong and Aunt Zhuang would be moving back. Sile would also be preparing for the middle school entrance exam after school started. Little Stone was sent to preschool, and the teacher was just right to take care of him. Ding Sha still felt a bit reluctant to leave her old customers and neighbors. Every day when she opened the shop, she would smile and greet them. Sometimes, they would come in for a snack. Ding Sha was wandering sadly in the yard when she suddenly heard her sister-in-law from the hardware store calling her over the wall. "Sha Sha? Sha Sha. Hey, I'm here." "Sister-in-law? What's wrong?" Ding Sha quickly moved to stand by the wall. "I heard you're moving out," the woman asked. "Yes, we're moving in a few days," Ding Sha replied. "Is it because of that old lady? She's so stubborn. When I moved in, the room was empty, and she wanted to raise the rent. I think she's just after more money. Other landlords usually lower the rent, but she wants to raise it. She's so difficult." Oh, by the way, I saw her come over earlier. Are they planning to raise your rent too? The landlady wants to sell the house, but we can't afford to buy it, so we want to find a new place. Ding Sha thought for a moment, but didn't speak badly about her. Moving is for the best. That old lady is always causing trouble, the neighbor said. Where are you moving to? Give us your new address. Oldly loves your family's pickled snacks with drinks. One day, I'll come to support you. Ding Sha smiled and told her the address. They exchanged a few words and then parted ways. Suddenly, Ding Sha vaguely heard someone knocking on the door. She picked up little Ping-in, who was bouncing on the bed, and went to open it. A young man with red hair stood outside. He was a bit short and slightly chubby. Although he looked a bit arrogant, he paused when he saw Ding Sha. Hello? We're not open today, Ding Sha hurriedly explained, thinking he was a customer wanting to eat. I'm not here to eat. I heard Xiao Jun is here. I'm looking for Xiao Jun. The young man shook his head. Why are you looking for Jun? Ding Sha found it strange. This was the first time someone mentioned looking for Xiao Jun. My name is Wang Wenhao. My dad is Wang Jingyang and my grandfather is Wang Hai. The young man introduced himself. Ding Sha was momentarily stunned, but after understanding, she still smiled and welcomed Wang Wenhao inside. Jun is in the back. I'll go call him. You wait here for a moment. Xiao Jun was surprised to hear that Wang Jingyang's son was looking for him. Me? Why is he looking for me? Maybe. He's here for the menu, Xiao Jun guessed. I don't know. Ding Sha shook her head. If he wants to see you, just tell him. But you should call Mr. Wang first. Let's go. I'll check it out, Xiao Jun said, putting down what he was holding and heading out. Hello, I am Xiao Jun, Xiao Jun said, standing in front of him. Hello. The young man looked him over. My name is Wang Wenhao. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Xiao Jun asked directly as he opened the door. Wang Wenhao smirked and said, I heard from Dad that he gave you our family recipe, so I came to see if you're good enough. And then? Xiao Jun thought it was strange. Are you planning to take the recipe back? Suddenly, Wang Wenhao said, I want to order a dish, Kung Pao chicken. Xiao Jun looked at him and felt a bit annoyed. Sorry, I don't know how to make that. Wang Wenhao was surprised. You don't know how to make Kung Pao chicken? How can you be a chef then? That's none of your business, Xiao Jun said, crossing his arms and looking at him. Wang Wenhao didn't get angry. I just want some Kung Pao chicken. You made dishes for my grandparents and dad. Why not for me? Xiao Jun didn't hesitate. I'd be happy to. Jun, Ding Sha pulled him aside.
Don't be like that.
At least he had the family recipe. Xiao Jun clicked his tongue and frowned, but he listened to Ding Sha. Wait a moment, he said, then went into the kitchen. He cut chicken thigh meat into small pieces, seasoned them with salt, sugar, and pepper, then added eggs and cornstarch, drizzling a little oil, and mixed everything well. Next, he made a sauce with salt, sugar, vinegar, soy sauce, and cornstarch. He heated a wok with plenty of oil, then cooked the chicken pieces until done and set them aside. After leaving a little oil in the wok, he added minced garlic and dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, then stir-fried with chopped green onions until fragrant. He added the chicken, sprinkled some chili oil, and poured the sauce over everything. Finally, he tossed in some peanuts and stir-fried a few more times. A fragrant, spicy, and appetizing Kung Pao chicken was ready. Xiao Jun placed the dish in front of Wang Wenhao. Eat up. Wang Wenhao looked at the dish. Is this Sichuan style? Yes, Xiao Jun replied, not surprised he knew. As the child of a chef's family, he had a basic understanding. Wang Wenhao didn't say anything. He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. It was different from any Kung Pao chicken he had ever had. The chicken was tender yet crispy, and the peanuts were coated with thick sauce. Before he knew it, he had finished the whole plate. How is it? Do you like it? Xiao Jun asked, standing by the door with his arms crossed. Wang Wenhao hesitated for a moment, then suddenly stood up and walked over to Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun looked at him cautiously. What are you trying to do? Wang Wenhao said nothing, remaining silent for a long time before suddenly clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Master, teach me how to cook. Our family line is passed down through the generations. My grandfather wanted to teach my father, and my father wanted to learn, but he didn't have the talent. Wang Wenhao shrugged. Later, my grandfather said he would teach me, but I didn't want to learn. I grew up in the kitchen. My classmates said I smelled like cooking oil and didn't want to play with me. They said cooking was only for girls. I knew they were wrong, but I couldn't keep learning how to cook. I always felt uncomfortable inside. My grandfather was disappointed, but he still hoped I would come back and learn. Wang Wenhao's face showed complex emotions. But I really didn't want to learn. Now I think about it, it was just a joke among kids. But in my heart, I always instinctively avoid this issue. Then why did you come here? Xiao Jun asked after he finished speaking. Maybe I just don't want to regret it, Wang Wenhao replied. I'm graduating tomorrow, but whenever I think about what job to do in the future, the first thing that comes to mind is what my grandfather said. Inherit the Wang family's cooking and carry it forward. Unfortunately, it's a bit late, and I didn't get to tell my grandfather. Our apprentices don't earn much each month, and it's tiring. Xiao Jun suddenly stood up. Are you sure you want to stay? I'm sure, Wang Wenhao said happily. All right, in a few days when you move, come help out. You can stay at the shop or outside, whatever you prefer. There are plenty of rooms in the new house for you. Xiao Jun looked at his proud, unruly hair. Remember to dye your hair back. Huh, Wang Wenhao touched his head regretfully. Do we have restrictions on hair color and style? I thought there weren't any. No restrictions, Xiao Jun said as he turned to leave. But I just find it painful to look at. Wang Wenhao hesitated. Go home. We're not opening the shop for now. I'll tell you in advance when we reopen, Xiao Jun added. Okay, Wang Wenhao cheerfully agreed, not upset at all. I'm just going to get my hair done. Xiao Jun waved his hand without saying anything. What's wrong? Ding Sha asked when he saw Xiao Jun come back. Nothing, Xiao Jun replied simply. I took on a little apprentice. Ding Sha sighed a little but kept quiet, because little Ping'an was tossing and turning in bed and suddenly turned over. Did you see that? Ding Sha was so excited she almost lost her voice. Ping'an has turned over. Yes, I saw. Xiao Jun was also a bit excited and even regretted not recording his obedient son's first turnover with his phone. The only one who seemed calm was Ping'an. He looked at his parents with a neutral expression, babbled in his own language only they could understand, and then turned over again. Ding Sha was so excited she couldn't speak. Xiao Jun took out his phone and started recording Ping'an without blinking. Ping'an chewed his lips, looking sleepy. After yawning, he half closed and half opened his eyes, looking adorable. All right, let him sleep. It's his usual nap time, Ding Sha said as she covered Ping'an with a small blanket and pulled Xiao Jun to leave. Xiao Jun looked a little reluctant. I didn't get a good shot. Next time, Ding Sha replied. Let's pack up and start moving things over there. There's so much to do. We can't keep delaying. Okay, Xiao Jun said, putting his phone away. Ding Sha took out a piece of paper from her pocket. I wrote down the order for moving things each day. It'll be easier to keep track. The only thing left is the furniture made by Uncle Wei. Take your time, no rush, Xiao Jun said as he pushed the lounge chair outside. All these big pieces will need a truck to move. The next morning, Xiao Jun got up early and started loading the car. Ding Sha stayed home to watch the kids. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Jun called Wang Wenhao to help. Master, which one should I move? Wang Wenhao, full of energy, had a buzz cut and looked quite lively. Xiao Jun pointed to what needed to be moved. Wang Wenhao was surprised. So much. What do you think we're moving for? Xiao Jun replied. They worked hard together, moving things while Ding Sha helped by passing items. Ping'an was still asleep. Ding Sha pushed the crib out, so he could sleep in a visible spot in the hall. A girl watched for a while. Boss lady, are you guys moving? Yes, we're moving out, Ding Sha said, noticing her eyebrows and eyes looked familiar through her mask. Ah! So I won't be able to eat here anymore? The girl exclaimed dramatically. That's when Ding Sha remembered who she was. It was Du Ruru. Du Ruru felt a bit sad. I thought after the pandemic I could come here every day to eat a lot. But now you're moving away, Ding Sha comforted her. We're not closing down, and if you really want, you can order takeout in the future. Takeout doesn't taste as good, Du Ruru argued with her own reasoning. She asked for the new store's address. After Ding Sha told her, she widened her eyes in surprise.
Oh.
My grandparents live nearby.
Du Ruru exclaimed happily.
I can visit every day. Ding Sha thought she was quite cute and couldn't help but smile. After her excitement, Durura hesitated and asked nervously, "Boss lady, can I order food today? What would you like to eat?" Ding Sha didn't refuse her. Durura thought for a moment. "My appetite hasn't been good lately. I want something sour and spicy." Ding Sha considered. "The spicy cabbage is good lately. Would you like some spicy cabbage soup?" "Yes, yes."
Dururu noddait happily.
Bacon and pork belly were cut into small pieces, and some tofu was sliced into small cubes. She prepared some side ingredients: green onions, and garlic, sliced and set aside. The sour and spicy cabbage was chopped into small pieces. In a hot pan, she added oil and fried the bacon and pork belly until fragrant. Then she added some minced ginger, cooking wine, and chili powder, followed by the kimchi to stir-fry. Next, she added water and brought it to a boil, then added onions, green onions, and minced garlic. After boiling again, she put in the tofu. After simmering for a few minutes until the tofu absorbed the flavors, it was ready to serve. Dururu smelled the aroma and felt her appetite open up. She took off her mask, watching Ding Sha walk over, her eyes shining. "Today, I'll make an exception and let you eat here, but from now on, it's only takeout," Ding Sha said with a smile, serving her a bowl of rice. Dururu said thank you and eagerly picked up her spoon to taste the soup. The soup was smooth, sour, and spicy, very appetizing. Dururu felt her stomach, which had been blocked for days, suddenly open up. Ding Sha sat nearby, holding her sleepy little Ping'an, watching her eat and occasionally teasing the little one. "Such a cute kid," Dururu said with both envy and admiration. Ding Sha smiled and thanked her. Before Dururu finished eating, Sister Tong and Aunt Zhuang came in with bags and packages. As soon as Aunt Zhuang entered, she threw down her things and headed straight for little Ping. "And hey, isn't this little piece? I missed you so much, dear. Come give Grandma a hug." After washing her hands, Aunt Zhuang came over carefully and gently touched Ping'an's face. Ping'an was a bit scared to see a stranger and shrank back into Ding Sha's arms. Aunt Zhuang also pulled back her hand, smiling kindly. "So cute. You're back." Ding Sha was also happy. "Yes, Da Zhuang drove us home," Aunt Zhuang said with a smile. "Da Zhuang heard you had a baby and brought some homemade things from our family. They're all safe, don't worry." Sister Tong arranged the items behind and came over to see little Ping'an. "He looks so healthy." Sister Tong hadn't seen Ping'an in a long time and said with emotion. "That's right. He eats 8 meals a day and cries when he's hungry. He's turning into a little chubby pig." Ding Sha adjusted Ping'an's clothes. "It's good that he can eat well. It means he's healthy," Aunt Zhuang said happily whenever she looked at Ping'an. "Where's brother Da Zhuang? Is he outside too?" Ding Sha looked at the door. "He went to park the car. It's a bit hard to find a spot here. I pointed out a place for him to park himself." Sister Tong waved her hand. "Just let brother Da Zhuang stay and have a meal with us." Ding Sha stood up. "There are plenty of ingredients in the kitchen. He just wants to stay and eat." Sister Tong smiled. "He can't hold back when he's at home. He keeps talking about our restaurant dishes. When he heard we were coming, he was so eager." Ding Sha chuckled. Dururu, a little jealous, bit her spoon. "That's great. Boss lady, are you hiring part-time workers?" "I can do it." Ding Sha was surprised. "But we're moving away. We haven't started school yet. And who knows when school will start. Maybe not at all," Dururu said. "Even if school starts, it'll be online classes. I'm already a junior. I don't have many classes." Before Ding Sha could speak, Dururu added, "And my grandparents live right there, so you don't have to worry about me." Ding Sha thought for a moment. She really needed a part-time helper. Ping'an couldn't be left alone, and in the kitchen, only Xiao Jun was there. Aunt Zhuang was helping, but Sister Tong was busy too. "Let's talk about it after we move," Ding Sha said without refusing or accepting. "Can you leave me your contact info?" Okay. Dururu quickly told Ding Sha her phone number. When Xiao Jun returned, Ding Sha had already started preparing food with Aunt Zhuang. Da Zhuang was happily teasing Xiao Ping'an nearby. During the pandemic, because he didn't go out, Da Zhuang didn't even bother to shave his beard, leaving his face full of stubble. He made funny faces at Xiao Ping'an, raising his eyebrows and winking. Xiao Ping'an initially frowned, showing some dislike on his face, but then he started giggling. Wang Wenhao was sweating a lot, exhausted and lying on the table, gasping for breath. Xiao Jun frowned and asked him, "Have you ever practiced tossing the spoon? With this much strength, can you handle the pot?" Wang Wenhao hesitated, feeling guilty. "I practiced when I was a kid," meaning he hasn't practiced anymore. Xiao Jun silently decided to abandon his original plan and start from scratch. "Wenhao, stay and eat with us." Ding Sha came out and said, "It's evening, and it will be lively." Wang Wenhao blinked and said, "Madam, during special times, we shouldn't gather or dine together. We should eat separately." Ding Sha paused for a moment. Xiao Jun pulled him by the collar and said, "It's getting late. Go home quickly." Wang Wenhao looked up at the bright sun in the middle of the sky and was silent for a moment. Ding Sha stood at the door and smiled. "Ah, Jun, stop being playful. Come in quickly. You two aren't wearing masks and you'll get caught later." Xiao Jun silently pulled Wang Wenhao inside again. Ding Sha took out a plate. "We've prepared everything. We'll eat separately." Wang Wenhao just wanted to be playful, but he was surprised to see that Ding Sha had really prepared everything, and he immediately felt convinced. "Madam, you're amazing." Ding Sha patted his head. This was actually Dazhuang's idea. For safety, everyone eats separately. The lunch was very hearty. There were 6 adults and 1 little kid. They made 7 dishes and 1 soup. The little kid was happily drinking milk from a bottle. But the most popular dish was a small lion's head, cooked by Ding Sha herself. This time, Ding Sha used pork belly with 40% fat and 60% lean meat, removing the skin before chopping it into ground meat. Hand-chopped meat is much more fragrant than machine ground. She added scallion and ginger water with a bit of yellow wine, then poured it into the meat. She also added salt, cornstarch, and pepper, then mixed everything with her hands. After mixing evenly, she added more scallion and ginger water and a little flour to continue kneading. Finally, crack an egg into the mixture and keep stirring until it becomes sticky. Then add flour, 13 spice powder, and dark soy sauce to adjust the flavor. Next, cut fresh water chestnuts and lotus root into small pieces and add them. Heat oil in a pot, then add chopped green onions, ginger, and garlic to release aroma. Pour in some soy sauce, then add water, dark soy sauce, and cinnamon and star anise for flavor. Finally, add a splash of cooking wine, pepper, and a little sugar to enhance the taste. Bring the soup to a boil, then reduce to low heat. Use your thumb or a small spoon to shape the meat mixture into small balls and put them into the pot. Let it simmer gently for about 15 minutes, then it's ready to serve. Although these are water-poached meatballs, they taste just as good as braised meat dishes. Bite into one, and you'll find it crispy, chewy, and full of fresh flavor. It's healthy and delicious. The bowl is quickly finished by everyone. It's been a long time since I ate so lively and happily with so many people. Xiao Jun and Ding Sha feel a bit emotional inside. Xiao Jun looks at Ding Sha, who is holding little Ping An and smiling gently. He feels deeply moved. "What's wrong?" Ding Sha notices his gaze. Even though she asks, she reaches out and holds his hand. "Nothing much, just happy," Xiao Jun says. Suddenly, Xiao Jun takes a small box out of his pocket. Everyone looks over. Xiao Jun says, "I've never dared to imagine such a happy life. It feels so unreal. All these years, it's just been the two of us. I've never felt lonely, but I still feel sorry for you, for letting you be seen as a lonely outsider by others. Now, I'm very happy with how things are. Thank you, Sha, for always being there for me, waiting for me, and giving me a perfect home. But I feel guilty inside." Xiao Jun's eyes turn a little red. "I've been greedily taking warmth from you, but I think I've also brought you some unhappiness. Whether it was when you were pregnant and I wasn't with you, or when you had a child at such a young age, it's all my fault. I owe you a lot," Xiao Jun says. "But I want to slowly make it up to you." He stands up, opens the box, and inside is a ring. It's a platinum band with a dazzling diamond. Sha, will you marry me?" Xiao Jun looks into Ding Sha's eyes and slowly kneels down. His eyes are full of deep, passionate love, overflowing with affection. Ding Xiao's nose feels a little sore. At this moment, she was without makeup, covered in the smell of cooking fumes. Her belly had not fully flattened yet, and she was holding their baby tightly in her arms. She choked up. I am willing. Ding Xiao's ring finger now had a beautiful ring, which Xiao Jun said was an engagement ring. In the future, there would be wedding rings, 5th anniversary rings, 10th anniversary rings, and 50th anniversary rings. Ding Xia didn't want the rings. She was more looking forward to spending 50 years with him. The big move had begun. Their car, De Zhuang's car, and the moving company's truck all set out together. They worked hard and moved for almost a whole day. It was such a big move for the first time, and she was so scared, she kept hiding in Ding Xiao's arms. He held her tightly, not letting go of her neck. When she put him down, he started crying. Ding Xia had no choice but to carry Xiao Ping'an around, comforting him for nearly a day. That evening, her wrist hurt so much she could hardly hold chopsticks. After hearing the reason, Xiao Jun's face darkened. He first fed Ding Xia some food, then went into the bedroom, hugged Ping'an, and talked to him for an hour, not caring if he understood or not, until he was finally tired out. Ping'an was sleepy too. The other animals that reacted to the change were little Tabby Egg Yolk Mom and her little friend, Zizai, who meowed loudly inside their cat bag. When they arrived at the new home, they didn't dare come out immediately. They hid inside and observed for a while before cautiously stepping out with their tiny paws. The new shop was much more refined than the old one. The furniture made by Uncle Wei was gradually arriving. The kitchen could hold many ingredients and tools, and there were several private rooms. Even their living area had expanded a lot. Xiao Jun checked the calendar and set a date for the grand opening. The forsythia in the yard had bloomed. Ding Xia took a small basket and picked a bunch of forsythia while Xiao Ping'an was napping. The menu for the shop wasn't ready yet. Ding Xia wanted to dye some paper with flowers to use as stationery. Xiao Jun helped her. Actually, he didn't need to help. He just wanted to stay close to Ding Xia. These days, with so many people and so busy, Xiao Jun felt like he hadn't seen Ding Xia in a long time. When everyone finally went off to do their own things, he slowly ran over to her. Ding Xia held a piece of white A4 paper and jokingly said, "Ancient people used flower-dyed paper to send feelings and poems. I do it to send food." As she spoke, her hands kept moving. When the paper dried, faint yellow spots appeared at the edges or in the center, looking very beautiful. Xiao Jun brought a brush and ink. Ding Xia first wrote some common dishes, then put the paper away. "I'll write the rest another day." Xiao Jun wanted to buy some firecrackers, but since fireworks weren't allowed here, he gave up. On the day of the opening, they felt a bit nervous, but business was much better than expected. Many regular customers came happily to support. "I've been craving your food for a long time, but I lived far away before, so I couldn't come often. Now that you've moved closer to my home, I have to come and try it. Looking forward to it. Your place is finally open. No matter how far you move, I will come." "Haha, me too. Even if you moved to Mars, I would take a rocket just to come and eat." Among the guests, they also welcomed a special visitor. Hu Jilin, an editor from a food magazine, came with a small gift. "Editor, Hu." Ding Xia was quite happy to see him. "Coincidentally, I came today. I heard from neighbors that you moved here, so I came to see you." Hu Jilin looked at Ding Xia holding Ping'an. "Is this a little baby?" "So cute." Hu Jilin's eyes softened. He liked children very much. He looks like a promising kid. Every mother loves to hear others praise her child. Ding Xia happily led him to sit down and handed him today's menu. "Mr. Hu, what would you like to eat today?" Hu Jilin, who came mainly for this, looked at the menu. "I'll have beef rice noodles, fish with soy sauce, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and a sweet pancake." Ding Xia joked, "I didn't realize you liked sweets so much. But can you finish all that alone?" "I'm not alone." Hu Jilin shook his head slightly. "My wife's student is doing an internship with me. She loves sweets." "Oh, okay. I'll ask the kitchen to start making it." "How much longer will she be coming?" Ding Xia paused briefly. "She'll be here very soon," Hu Jilin replied. Ding Xia tore the order slip and handed it to Wang Wenhao. Wang Wenhao quickly took it and started preparing the ingredients. This sweet cake can also be called sesame paste cake because it has a thick layer of sesame paste inside, which tastes fragrant and rich. Use about 5 to 6 ounces of water for 1 jean of flour, kneading into a soft dough, still in a 3-light state. Remember to add some oil to the dough. It will make the cake more fragrant and crispy. Xiao Jun was busy cooking but still looked over to check Wang Wenhao's dough. Wang Wenhao surprisingly made the dough very well, especially for buns and cakes, which turned out soft and tasty. Added, "Master." Wang Wenhao responded with a smile. Let the dough rest for about 10 to 20 minutes. Then roll it out into a somewhat thick large pancake shape and spread a thick layer of sesame paste on top. The paste is the kind from Beijing, a bit more fragrant than pure sesame paste. Before making it, always ask the guest if they're allergic to peanuts before using it. Spread the thick paste evenly, then sprinkle fine red sugar on top, and finally roll it up from one side. Roll it into a spiral, wrapping the sesame paste and red sugar inside. Cut into 2 pieces. Carefully seal the ends to prevent the filling from spilling out. Finally, roll it out again into a thick pancake, brush oil in the pan, and place the pancake inside. Cover and cook for a while, then flip to cook the other side until both sides are crispy and slightly charred. The pancake is then ready to serve. Cut into small pieces. Wang Wenhao handed a piece to Xiao Jun to taste. "How is it, master?" Xiao Jun tasted it. "It's good." Wang Wenhao cheerfully placed the sweet cake at the serving station. When Ding Xia was serving the dishes, she saw that the intern was already sitting across from Hu Jilin. She was a very beautiful young girl, dressed with great taste.
Wow.
Sesame paste sugar cake. And my favorite sweet and sour pork. Brother Hu, I really love you. Ding Xia overheard the girl happily expressing her joy without hiding it. She frowned slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Since she was Mr. Hu's lover student, why was her tone so casual and familiar when talking to Mr. Hu? The two finished eating quickly. Hu Jilin paid the bill as usual and waited for Xiao Jun's interview. "How was the food just now?" Xiao Jun sat down next to Ding Xia, supporting her. "Delicious. Especially the sugar pancake. Crispy and sweet, with a fragrant taste," the young girl exclaimed eagerly. Hu Jilin looked very gentle. "Yes, I think this meal is even better than the last time I visited. However, I still haven't had the chance to try the dishes made by the owner herself, which is a bit disappointing." The interview was quick and pleasant. When Ding Xia saw them leaving, she noticed the girl holding onto Mr. Hu's sleeve, and Mr. Hu instinctively seemed to be protecting her. Xiao Jun went back to talk with Wang Wenhao. From the doorway, Ding Xia saw a car nearby, where Hu Jilin was leaning down to fasten the seatbelt for the girl in the front passenger seat. She crossed her arms, feeling no warmth towards Hu Jilin anymore. "I wonder if Mr. Hu's wife knows about this." "She probably does," came a strange voice nearby. Ding Xia was startled. She looked to the side and saw a young, polite, handsome man. Seeing her surprise, he smiled politely. "Sorry if I scared you." "It's okay." Ding Xia shook her head. Remembering what he just said, she asked, "Do you know Mr. Hu?" "Probably somewhat," the man replied with a faint smile. He looked at the restaurant sign. "It's a restaurant. Would you like to come in and sit for a while?" Ding Xia suggested, noticing he looked unhappy. "Sure," he agreed happily and followed her inside. First, he saw Tong's wife holding Xiao Ping'an, and his expression softened. "What a little baby." "Yes, he's my son," Ding Xia said with a smile, greeting Xiao Ping'an, who immediately grinned, showing 2 small dimples. "He's so cute," the man said a bit enviously. "Would you like to order something?" Ding Xia handed him the menu. He flipped through it and then closed it again. "What did Hu Jilin and the others just eat?" Ding Xia hesitated. "Would you like to order the same?" He shook his head. "Just looking for some ideas." Ding Xia told him the dishes, and he smiled. "I won't order those. I don't like sweet food. I prefer spicy dishes." He then ordered a spicy blood curd dish. "Just this one. I don't have a big appetite, and ordering more might be wasteful." Mrs. Zhuang tore up the paper and went into the kitchen. Ding Xia thought for a moment and poured him a cup of warm red date and milk drink. "Are you okay?" The man responded softly. "I'm fine. I think." Ding Xia pushed the milk toward him. "Do you want to talk? You look upset." The man touched his face. Is it that obvious? Maybe a little. Or maybe I'm just more sensitive since I had the baby. Ding Sha smiled gently. My name is Lin Jiayu, the man said slowly. I know Hu Jilin and Sun Yuzhu. After saying this, he fell silent. Ding Sha was curious, but knew she shouldn't ask about someone's sadness. Just as she was about to stand up and leave, she heard Lin Jiayu speak again. We've been together for a long time since school. We love each other very much. Even during the hardest times, we never gave up on each other. But now it feels a bit ironic. They say it's easy to face hardships together, but hard to share wealth and happiness. I didn't believe that before, but now I think there's some truth to it. Lin Jiayu still looked calm and composed. His gentle, refined voice showed he was a well-mannered person. Even after learning about this embarrassing situation, he didn't lose his composure. He just looked at Ding Sha with red eyes and smiled. He laughed at himself. I won't say much. Saying too much is just cliché and melodramatic. People who love each other sometimes stop loving. Stories involving three people are rarely happy. Lin Jiayu took a deep breath. But I feel lucky. It's not too late to learn this now, before I waste my life in foolish happiness. Ding Sha understood that Lin Jiayu didn't need comfort or sympathy. He just needed time to process everything. He was a kind and strong person inside. He wouldn't let such a painful experience make him suffer or get stuck. Instead, he would break free from the mud and rise above it. Ding Sha started to admire him. Honestly, if it were her, she might have been overwhelmed by pain and stayed stuck in it. Sorry, I talked too much, Lin Jiayu said with a small smile, apologizing. Ding Sha shook her head and stood up to go to the kitchen. In the morning, she tried baking a cake. Although she failed a few times, she also had some successes. Ding Sha brought out a mousse cake. This was the only one she could make without baking. Please enjoy the cake, she said, placing it in front of him. Thank you, Lin Jiayu replied, not refusing. Since he didn't usually like sweets, maybe he also wanted to find a little comfort in the dessert. The spicy hot pot was served quickly. Lin Jiayu took out his phone to take a picture. It looks very good. I guess I've been lucky to find such a great place. He picked up his chopsticks and first grabbed a slice of ham and luncheon meat. It smells so good and is very tender. I haven't found such luncheon meat in stores. Did you make it yourselves? Impressive, Ding Sha said, giving a thumbs up. Yes, we made it ourselves. It contains chicken and beef, so the taste is quite special. Lin Jiayu became more interested. At first, he just wanted to know what the two people here were eating, but now he found an unexpected delight.
He reached for some tripe.
It was crunchy and tender, not old at all. The cooking is really well done. Then he grabbed a piece of duck blood. Surprisingly, there were two kinds of duck blood here. One was the common type found in markets, cooked to be flavorful and spicy. The other was less common, usually seen in southern hot pot restaurants. It was a piece of cold, fresh duck blood in an irregular shape. It was tender and fragrant, breaking apart easily with chopsticks. The texture was very smooth and fresh. Even the bean sprouts hadn't softened yet. They were flavorful, yet still crispy and tender. Lin Jiayu couldn't stop eating with his chopsticks. His mouth was red from the spicy hot pot, which was quickly finished. Meanwhile, he hadn't eaten much of the rice he had prepared.
You
really can eat spicy food, Ding Sha said, surprised. Her Sichuan dishes use specially bought Sichuan peppers. When the spice level rises, most people would start sweating and look for water after a few bites. But Lin Jiayu, who seemed so mild and gentle, kept eating without stopping. Ding Sha was truly impressed. Lin Jiayu wiped his mouth. It's really good. I think I'll come back again. He looked completely recovered, with no sign of the gloomy, low-spirited sadness that had clouded his face before. Ding Sha felt a bit happy. I'm glad you like it. You're welcome to come again. Lin Jiayu started eating the small cake. The cake is also very tasty. Lin Jiayu finished the cake. I hope next time when I come, if you sell cakes, you can reserve a blueberry flavor for me, Lin Jiayu asked. I really like blueberries. Of course, Ding Sha handed him a business card. You can call me in advance. Ding Sha couldn't help but want to give him special treatment because he looked like a delicate young master, spoiled and gentle. Who could bear to hurt someone like him? Ding Xia couldn't understand why Lin Jiyu had left when he walked away. Xiao Jun came out and asked, "What's wrong? Who is that person?" He felt jealous. Why was Ding Xia so different with that person? Ding Xia looked at him, feeling unexpectedly upset. She glared at him. "Mind your own business." Xiao Jun, what did I do? Ding Xia didn't expect that Hu Jilin would come again the next day. This time, he looked very different. His tie and suit didn't match, his hair was messy and falling over his forehead, and he hadn't taken care of himself carefully. The usual calm and composed look was gone. There was even some stubble on his chin that hadn't been shaved clean. He hurried in after entering and asked Ding Xia, "Did a tall man in a brown coat, about 1.78 meters tall, come by yesterday?" He looked very handsome. Ding Xia immediately thought of Lin Jiyu, feeling a bit cautious. "Why do you ask? It seems he was here." He was here. Hu Jilin's expression was a mix of tears and laughter, looking a bit lost. "If he comes again, could you please call me and let me know?"
Hu Jilin begged.
Ding Xia found it strange. Why was Hu Jilin looking for Lin Jiyu? She asked the same, but Hu Jilin looked uncomfortable and didn't say anything. Suddenly, Lin Jiyu's voice sounded behind her. "No need to call you. I'm right here." Hu Jilin almost immediately turned around. When he saw Lin Jiyu, his expression was strange. It was like he was relieved but also in pain. "You're here." Lin Jiyu found a place to sit down and did not answer him. Instead, she smiled and said to Ding Xia, "Sorry to trouble you. Could you give us 2 glasses of milk from yesterday? We might need to talk about some things here." Ding Xia nodded with a smile and then took Sister Tong back to the kitchen. Hu Jilin couldn't wait to speak but didn't know what to say, so he just stayed silent. "How long have we known each other?" Lin Jiyu asked softly. 15 years, Hu Jilin replied instinctively. 15 years. That's almost half of my life, Lin Jiyu said quietly, lowering her head. "It's been too long. I'm sorry," Hu Jilin said with a guilty look. "Yes, you should say you're sorry, but whether I forgive you or not doesn't matter anymore," Lin Jiyu said with a faint smile. "Honestly, I find what you did with Yu Zhu really disgusting." Hu Jilin looked even more ashamed. He was a bit panicked and wanted to explain, but he hesitated and gave up. "You're right," he finally said. "Are you trying to tell me the true love above all theory?" Lin Jiyu asked, touching the warm cup with her finger. "Don't do that, it makes me want to vomit. We've been classmates since high school. We've known each other for so many years. I never thought you would do something like this, and I never imagined that the other person would be Yu Zhu. I'm a bit curious." Lin Jiyu suddenly laughed. "Did you start it, or was Yu Zhu the one who took the initiative?" "Can I know?" "It was me," Hu Jilin admitted. "That was expected," Lin Jiyu said. "Honestly, it doesn't really matter who started it because I know you'll both say it was you. Receiving that answer doesn't surprise me, and it also shows you're not completely a stranger anymore." All of Lin Jiyu's sadness and pain seemed to have been processed yesterday. She was dressed in a decent coat, her expression calm and indifferent, not like someone betrayed. Hu Jilin looked panicked and sad. Ding Xia, unintentionally seeing this, found it somewhat amusing. Why should someone who made a mistake act like they've been betrayed? It's like a joke. "Does Yu Zhu know you came here?" Hu Jilin shook his head. "Jilin, let's not contact each other anymore," Lin Jiyu said. "I hope there will never be any trace of you where I am." "Okay." Hu Jilin paused in silence before agreeing. "About Yu Zhu, I will contact her myself," Lin Jiyu said with lowered eyes. "There's something a bit too much, but I still want to bring it up. I really like the shop and will come often. I understand," Hu Jilin hurriedly interrupted him. "After this interview, I won't come anymore." "Thank you," Lin Jiyu replied with a slight smile. Hu Jilin sat on a stool, his fingers tightly clasped together, seeming to want to say something. "Jiyu. Hu Jilin struggled to speak. "I didn't mean to hurt you, but I saw you with Yu Zhu," Lin Jiyu cut him off. "There's no doubt about it. Do you want to explain anything?" "I'm not." As a talented editor, Hu Jilin found himself unable to clearly express what he wanted to say at this moment. His normally straight back bent slightly. Lin Jiyu remained calm. "Don't blame me for being cold." No. It's my fault." Hu Jilin shook his head. Let's leave it at that. Lin Jiyu said no more. Hu Jilin looked up at him several times, wanting to speak, but finally swallowed his words. Goodbye. The only thing he could say in the end was goodbye. Lin Jiyu lowered his head, lost in thought, without replying. Ding Sha was busy in the kitchen. She entrusted Ping into Sister Tong and went into the kitchen herself. She wanted to make a small dessert for Lin Jiyu. She took 2 fresh chicken eggs, cracked them to get the egg whites, added the fresh milk delivered today, and sifted the mixture twice. This would make the texture smoother. Then she sprinkled some sugar and lemon juice, stirred well, covered it with plastic wrap, and steamed it over low heat for 15 minutes. After steaming, she took it out, drizzled a little honey on top, and sprinkled some dried osmanthus flowers. She let it sit in the pot for about 3 more minutes. A simple dessert, honey osmanthus steamed milk, was ready. Ding Sha carefully let it cool a bit before serving. Lin Jiyu was still sitting there, motionless, as if lost in thought. The sound of the ceramic bowl clinking against the table woke him. Smelling the sweet aroma in the air, he looked at Ding Sha with gentle eyes. Thank you. Ding Sha smiled. Want to try it? Lin Jiyu did not refuse her kindness and took a small bite with a spoon. The food was sweet, smooth, and delicious, melting in the mouth without any greasy taste of milk or eggs. Very tasty, Lin Jiyu said softly. He didn't look up, but Ding Sha could see tears falling into the bowl one by one. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Lin Jiyu wiped his eyes with a handkerchief. The smile on his face finally disappeared. He sat up straight and looked at Ding Sha with a face full of sadness and sorrow. I'm sorry, but would you like to hear my story? No one could refuse such a look. So Ding Sha sat down and said seriously, Okay. She promised she wouldn't tell anyone. Lin Jiyu thought for a long time. Where should I start? Start 15 years ago. Back then, Hu Jilin and I were high school classmates sitting together in the same desk. We were young and carefree. Our families knew each other. We grew up like childhood sweethearts. My parents were busy with work, so he often stayed at my house and was used to taking care of me. But around that time, no one expected that Hu Jilin and I would end up together. He liked children a lot, but when we were together, we couldn't have children. Lin Jiyu's expression remained very blank. I also didn't expect him to be with Yuzhu. Actually, I have many questions, but I thought about it all night last night. Asking now wouldn't make much sense. Let's just forget about it. Until Lin Jiyu left, Ding Sha felt more troubled than he did. That night, lying in bed, she couldn't sleep well. Xiao Jun asked her beside her, What's wrong? I'm just not feeling well, Ding Sha said. I didn't expect editor who seems gentle and elegant, to do something like that. Nothing is surprising. Xiao Jun reached out to hold her. People are complicated. You can't figure them out easily. Are you calling me stupid? Ding Sha looked up at Xiao Jun with a mysterious expression. I'm not. Xiao Jun quickly waved his hands. I mean, you're adorable. Really? Ding Sha didn't believe him.
Really? Xiao Jun swore.
Ding Sha rested her head on his shoulder. I mean, I won't, Xiao Jun said firmly. You know what I want to say, but you just can't. Ding Sha tried to lift her head again, but Xiao Jun pushed her back down. Yes, I know, Xiao Jun said. I won't cheat. Ding Sha didn't speak. Don't believe me? Xiao Jun pushed her gently, showing her his face. Look at me. Look at what? Ding Sha didn't understand. Look into my eyes. Ding Sha looked into Xiao Jun's eyes, and within a few seconds, she blushed. What are you? What are you doing? Can't you see? Xiao Jun smiled softly. I'm attracted to you. My eyes are not innocent when I look at you. Ding Sha's heart was pounding. Xiao Jun turned his body to hold her. My body desires you. And only you. From my mind to my heart to my body, I am marked by you. I am yours, and you own me. The strong warmth pressed close to Ding Sha's body, but she couldn't help but move even closer. After a while, Xiao Jun wanted to let go, but Ding Sha moved closer on her own. Xiao Jun was a little overwhelmed. Peng slept with Sister Tong today. Ding Sha only said one sentence. Xiao Jun leaned in and kissed her. It seemed like it was raining outside, with droplets falling steadily. The newly bloomed flowers were soaked by the rain, looking especially vibrant. A faint, gentle sound was carried away by the breeze and rain. The next day was another bright, sunny day. The sun shone on the flowers by the bed and on Ding Xiao's face, leaving a red mark from her sleep. Xiao Jun was feeling refreshed as he exercised in the yard. Little Ping cried, wanting to find his mother, but Xiao Jun stopped him. Poof poof. Little Ping retaliated by peeing on his dad. The man, now more mature, wasn't angry. Instead, he was in a good mood, happily holding Ping and to change clothes. By midday, Ding Xiao was still asleep, and the shop started to open. A small sign was hung at the door. Today's special, various noodles. The reason was that Xiao Jun had made too much dough while kneading, and it was piled up there, looking quite intimidating. A Fei came in with his new live streaming equipment. Sister-in-law, why are there only noodles today? Tong's sister-in-law gave Xiao Jun some face and said, maybe the boss is in a good mood today. But being in a good mood and only making noodles, what's the connection? Fei was confused. He had to say, then I'll order an authentic Anhui beef noodle dish. Sister Tong left, and the viewers' comments made them laugh. Is it the kind of authentic Anhui noodles that only exist in Hebei province? People from Anhui have never tried it, haha. So cool. Only sells noodles. Fei also laughed. Yes, it's the authentic Anhui noodles only in Hebei. Once I visited relatives there and tried it. It was really delicious. He started describing in detail what the noodles looked like and tasted like, making the viewers drool. All right. A Hebei local is going downstairs to find Anhui noodles now. Is it really that tasty? I'm craving it. I want to go to Hebei to try it. Xiao Jun also smiled when he heard about the noodles. He pulled out a bunch of noodles. Wang Wenhao naturally went to stretch some noodles on the side. He turned on a small flame, fried dried onions in oil, then added green onions, ginger, garlic, Sichuan pepper, and spices. After removing them, he added soaked dried chili peppers and continued frying. Next, he added the prepared beef, salt, and bean paste, then a little hot pot base to stir-fry. He poured in hot water, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, chicken essence, oyster sauce, and rock sugar. He also added cinnamon and bay leaves. Once it boiled, he added prepared bean curd sheets and eggs, brought it to a boil, then simmered on low heat. Xiao Jun used beef that had been marinated earlier, so it would absorb flavor faster. If using raw meat, it might need a whole day to become flavorful. Wang Wenhao's noodles were almost ready. He boiled some vegetables, then put everything into a bowl and poured the soup over it. A bowl of authentic Anhui beef noodles, which you can't find in Anhui, was ready. Fei carefully took detailed shots of each step for the viewers, making sure everyone was drooling before he finally took a big bite. Wow! Fei exclaimed, Boss. Is there any surprise I don't know about? The viewers' comments showed they knew this noodle dish was definitely delicious. Chewy, flavorful, spicy, and fragrant. Fei, feeling intoxicated, ordered a bottle of cold cola. But friends who can't handle spicy might have a tough time. The viewers started teasing Fei for his flushed face and lips. Fei ate very happily. After finishing, he took a moment to relax, then slowly showed the room environment and introduced it to the viewers. Menu. The colors on the paper are dyed by the owner herself, and the writing is also done by her. Looks nice, right? Many of the furniture inside are handmade. Isn't her taste amazing? The decorations were also chosen by her.
How about that?
Impressive, huh? Watching his proud tone in the comments made me find it quite funny. Fei, you're talking like it's your own home. Fei, be honest. What's your relationship with the owner? Wait, where's the owner? Let me see her face. I had a bad experience with a boring guy during my date today. The owner wasn't here, but the owner's wife was. Ding Sha supported her waist and came out. Her hair was messy, her face flushed, her eyes bright, and she exuded a charming, unaware allure. Fei looked at Ding Sha's affectionate gaze and felt a bit shy, instinctively turning the camera away.
Wow, wow, wow.
I feel healed. Beautiful sister, I can do this. This feels a bit awkward. This understands itself. This, let's not discuss it anymore. Or it might get banned later. Xiao Jun saw Ding Sha's figure and also came out. Sha, you're awake? Are you hungry? Ah Fei watched silently as Xiao Jun kept moving a chair, pouring water, pinching her waist, and massaging her shoulders, and couldn't help but sigh. So obedient. Bro, you don't get it. Wang Wenhao suddenly appeared from nowhere. Humph, you only bother me if I don't tease you, Du Ruru said, dropping the potatoes to look for Ding Sha behind her. Wang Wenhao watched her back with a hint of regret. Why do you like her if you're so mean to her? Xiao Jun quietly asked. He had been watching for a while.
Ah.
You scared me. Wang Wenhao almost jumped out of his chair. Seeing it was Xiao Jun, he relaxed a little. Master, you almost gave me a heart attack. Do you think you can win her over by chasing her like that? Xiao Jun asked again. Wang Wenhao hesitated, unsure what to say. Xiao Jun waited a long time, but saw he wasn't going to speak, so he went back to the kitchen. When Du Ruru came out, she saw Wang Wenhao suddenly call her.
You.
What kind of boyfriend do you like? Du Ruru was surprised. Why do you ask? Just asking. I like someone handsome, rich, and good to me, Du Ruru said vaguely. Hearing this, Wang Wenhao felt a chill run down his spine. Oh, he replied quietly and gloomily. Why do you look so strange?
Du Ruru asked curiously.
Is it? She put her arm around Wang Wenhao's shoulder, acting like close brothers, and playfully and mysteriously leaned in. Wang Wenhao's heart pounded quickly.
Could she know?
But Du Ruru whispered gossipingly. Is it? Because your mom forced you to go on a blind date. Wang Wenhao was stunned. No. He looked at Du Ruru's expression, smiled, and shook his head. Forget it. Take it slow. Xiao Jun hired a month-old nanny to take care of Ding Sha, and also to look after the baby. He didn't want Ding Sha to focus all her energy on Ping'an, so he carefully chose a nanny who was just acceptable to handle this. Ding Sha initially thought it wasn't necessary, but on the first day the nanny arrived, she clearly relaxed and felt much lighter. No longer needing to wake up in the middle of the night to feed the baby, nor constantly carrying the child around all day, and no longer bothered by diaper changes and crying. These are now things of the past. Instead, she has gained a lot of her own time, which she spends either exploring cooking skills or relaxing her mind. She even managed to visit a museum during a weekday. Dazhuang hurriedly came in and said, Girl, I have something to ask. After thinking it over, I believe you're the best person to help. Can you lend me a hand? Just tell me what you need, Ding Sha replied confidently. Here's the thing. There's a piece of land in Xiqing district suburbs that's being prepared for building. I want to take on this project. I finally managed to invite the decision-maker from the other side to dinner, and I thought you'd be the right person to help. Dazhuang looked a bit shy. I've already found out that he loves Cantonese food the most.
Could you
possibly help with this? Ding Sha thought for a moment and said, Sure. Are there any food restrictions? When will he come? How many people in total? No restrictions. He just likes authentic Cantonese dishes. He'll come tomorrow at noon. There will be about 6 or 7 people. All right, just bring them over and sit in the private room. After making the arrangements, Ding Sha went to the kitchen to check the ingredients. She planned to make steamed fish with black bean sauce, taro steamed pork ribs, squid with broccoli, plum pork knuckles, and char siu rice. These are classic Cantonese dishes, and she felt confident in preparing them. She called the vegetable supplier to order the necessary vegetables, then asked Aunt Zhuang to remember to clean and tidy the private room. Early the next morning, Ding Sha started preparing. She washed the fresh pork knuckles, blanched them to remove the smell, then simmered them with sugar over low heat. Afterward, she added the pork knuckles to the pot and stir-fried a few times, then poured in cooking wine, oyster sauce, and soy sauce. Finally, she added 5 or 6 plum stones and continued cooking with boiling water. Once in the clay pot, she added scallions, ginger, and the plum stones. She also threw in a few dried tangerine peels and continued boiling on high heat. After about 40 minutes, the plum pork knuckles were ready. They tasted sweet with a hint of the plum's fresh aroma. Dazhuang arrived with his partner, Shan Shan, a bit late. The representative from the partner company looked displeased. You brought us to this small place? The restaurant isn't big, but the dishes made by the owner and his wife are very delicious, Dazhuang said confidently. He seemed very sure of himself. The partner company's representative held back their dissatisfaction and impatience, waiting for Ding Sha to serve the dishes. The first dish served was steamed fish with black bean sauce, which was very fresh and tender. The partner took a bite and was very happy. This is the taste. Although I haven't been back home in a long time, I still remember this flavor clearly. While talking, the remaining dishes were also brought out one by one. The partner couldn't put down the chopsticks, and Zhuang looked pleased. Maybe the partner will happily agree to sign the contract. After everyone finished eating and feeling full, the partner patted their round belly and modestly discussed the new project with Zhuang. Zhuang saw them off and, back home, was so excited he almost jumped. Sister. Sister.
Thank you.
I closed the deal. He shouted loudly, calling everyone out. Seeing him act so silly, Tong's wife couldn't help but laugh. Congratulations. Once the work is done, we'll hold a celebration dinner, Xiao Jun joked. Zhuang proudly said, My Zhuang is in charge, fast and good. Every day, Zhuang eagerly waited for the partner to send the contract, but he waited a long time without receiving it. Ding Sha felt confused. Why did it take so long to send a contract? Zhuang waited another day, finally unable to hold back, pacing at the door. He couldn't help but use the contact info left to call the partner, wanting to know what was going on. The partner's receptionist kindly and politely said, Sorry, but we've already signed a contract with Longting Company for this project. But Zhuang didn't catch what the receptionist said next. His mind was only filled with two words. It's over. Sorry about this, little brother. Zhuang found the representative of the partner company he had eaten with before. The representative, upon hearing this, suddenly slapped his forehead. This was our fault. The representative was initially happy, thinking he'd find a place to enjoy hometown flavors when he missed home. But now there was another problem. I'll call and ask right away. Don't worry. The person in charge turned his face serious and made a call to the manager. Hello? Mr. Liu. The manager's voice sounded very flattering. Little Liu, I need to ask you about the Shijiao project. Didn't I tell you to handle it? Mr. Liu's tone was calm and not intimidating. The manager couldn't see the serious expression on General Manager Liu's face. Ah, I see. General Manager Liu, I checked. Li Zhuang's team is just a small workshop. Giving them such a big project in the western suburbs isn't reliable. This isn't Longting Company, and they are a big, experienced firm. I just thought, are you thinking I should let you be the boss of this company? General Manager Liu, the manager, even if not very smart, sensed something was wrong. I've looked into Li Zhuang's company. Their qualifications are good, and their past projects are excellent. General Manager Liu said seriously. Are you unhappy with my judgment? I'm not. I just want what's best for our company, the manager said nervously. Enough, don't say any more, Liu said, getting annoyed. Pack up and go to HR to handle the paperwork. You can go work as a manager at Longting. General Manager Liu. Before the manager finished speaking, Liu hung up the phone. Sorry, brother. Liu rarely felt embarrassed. He had promised Zhuang that he would give him the project, even drank with him, and called him a brother. But in the end, his subordinate interfered. Really? Li Zhuang felt a bit down. He knew there was probably no hope left for this matter. He forced a smile and said, All right. Thank you, General Manager Liu. He was lost and about to leave. How could he explain this to his brothers? Don't go, brother. Perhaps because Zhuang looked so disappointed, Liu couldn't help but stop him. Like he had made a decision, he said, I have another project. Li Zhuang's eyes lit up again. Liu quickly returned to his desk, opened a drawer, took out a well-preserved document, and handed it to Zhuang. Take a look at this. See if you can do it. Zhuang wiped his sweaty palms on his clothes and took the document, his eyes widening. It was the government building renovation agreement. I just negotiated this deal not long ago, Liu said seriously. I'm also a small company. This project is very important to me, so I must do it well. Li Zhuang carefully looked at the areas needing repair and the timeline. I can do it. We can finish within this time frame, he said, quickly thinking about suitable building materials. Mr. Liu paused and asked, Brother, can you give me a plan? It doesn't have to be very formal, just clear enough so I understand that you know what you're doing. No problem, Zhuang quickly agreed. Same time tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you at the small shop. Is that okay? Yes, Mr. Liu happily agreed. Zhuang went straight home and didn't come out until dinner time. Sister Tong brought him a bowl full of food and rice. When she left, she was still smiling. "What are you writing in there?" "I can't even read the characters and I have to look in a dictionary." "That's okay." Ding Sha also smiled. "Zhuang just told me he plans to invite Mr. Lu again tomorrow, so I should prepare some things. It's better to have something to look forward to than nothing." After dinner, Ding Sha was studying how to make palace-style pastries in her room. Sister Tong knocked on the door and came in. Sha, are you busy?" "Not really, just looking around and thinking." Ding Sha told her to come in. "What's up, Sister Tong?" "It's just our Zhuang has been eating and entertaining guests these days. You can deduct the costs from my salary when the time comes," Sister Tong said a little shyly. Not only was she eating and staying for free here, but she was also hosting guests. She felt a bit embarrassed. "No need." Ding Sha shook her head. "It's just a meal, no need to spend money. How can it not cost anything? This is not free." Sister Tong looked at her gently, but was also quite stubborn. Ding Sha argued for a while but couldn't convince her, so she agreed to her request. She just thought to herself that she could deduct a little less as a gesture. The next day, Ding Sha got up first and went to see little Ping'an, who was just waking up and mumbling in a language she didn't understand. She kissed his little face and played with him for a while before heading to the kitchen to check the ingredients for today. She planned to make braised duck with dried bean curd, salted egg steamed pork patties, and finally, oyster sauce bok choy. She cut a piece of lean meat into chunks, then minced it. She mixed it with soy sauce, oil, salt, and cornstarch, spread it in a dish, and placed 2 salted egg yolks on top before steaming it. Salted egg steamed pork patties are a popular dish among elders in Guangdong, probably because it's quite traditional. Ding Sha remembered Mr. Lu enjoyed the meal that day. The dishes he ate most enthusiastically were also traditional Guangdong cuisine. She thought he would like the salted egg steamed pork patties. Sure enough, when Mr. Lu saw the food, his eyes lit up. Salted egg steamed pork patties. He couldn't wait and took a bite, exclaiming, "Delicious." While eating, he spoke a few words in Cantonese. Maybe because he had been away from home for a long time, his accent sounded a bit less authentic. But he was very happy while eating. By the end, only empty plates remained on the table. Mr. Lu sighed and said, "It's been a long time since I tasted the flavors of home. After so many years away, my household registration has changed. My accent has changed. Sometimes I wonder if I am still truly Cantonese." He recalled playing on the street as a child, then finally sighed deeply. When leaving, Ding Sha handed Mr. Lu a packed box. Mr. Lu was a bit surprised. "Some snacks for you," Ding Sha said with a smile. On the way back to the company, Mr. Lu couldn't resist opening it in the car. Inside was a neatly arranged box of beautiful rice cakes. Mr. Lu was momentarily at a loss for words. Actually, he didn't really like rice cakes. When he was a child, his family sold rice cakes, so no matter how hungry or craving he was, he always ate rice cakes. Once, he ate too much and vomited. He thought he would never eat rice cakes again. Until he left home, he never tasted that flavor again. Mr. Lu looked at it quietly for a while, then picked one up and put it in his mouth. It was the same taste, the flavor he had longed to escape from day and night as a child. But this time, he ate quickly and found it very delicious. Maybe he was missing home. Mr. Lu wiped his face. Before Sister Tong received her salary, Zhuang hurriedly packed a small bag and moved to the construction site. The weather was getting hot quickly, and some impatient people on the road had already started wearing short sleeves. Xiao Jun also couldn't stand the heat. He loved to sweat and often casually lifted his shirt to wipe his sweat. When his strong 8-pack abs appeared, Ding Sha couldn't help but stare. The hot weather affected business a bit. Du Ruru and Wang Wenhao sat in the hall arguing. Ding Sha was holding Xiao Ping'an and Xiao Jun, debating whether to buy domestic or imported formula. After finally reaching an agreement, they started arguing about when Xiao Ping'an should stop breastfeeding. Nanny Zhao, smiling happily, was washing Xiao Ping'an's clothes in the backyard, occasionally glancing over. She truly felt this was the most comfortable and gentle family she had ever met. Not only does it provide food and accommodation, but taking care of the children is also easy, and the meals are especially delicious. This was her first time going out to take care of a little child who had gained weight. Xiao Jun's air conditioner arrived, and the workers sweat as they installed air conditioners in each room. Ding Sha handed Xiao Pingyan to Aunt Zhao and went to the kitchen. She took out the newly bought green beans, washed them thoroughly, and put them in a pot to cook. Once the water boiled, she removed the lid and continued cooking on low heat until the green beans burst open and softened. She poured the beans and water into a blender, added a handful of sugar, and blended into a thick green bean paste. Then she continued cooking it, adding some honey. After boiling, she divided the mixture into containers to cool, using ice cubes to help speed up the cooling process. When the workers finished their work, looking flushed and sweaty, she received the cool green bean paste from the boss's wife. It was cold and refreshing, perfect for beating the heat. Everyone looked at each other and felt how comfortable the work was. The foreman also smiled and thanked Ding Sha, saying, "Here's my phone number. If your air conditioner has any problems, just call me and I'll come to fix it." Ding Sha kept the business card and saw Xiao Jun put his into his pocket. She couldn't help but laugh and tease him. "Are you jealous about that? Where did you get that old vinegar?" Authentic Shaanxi aged vinegar. Xiao Jun glanced at her, smiling slightly as he quickly kissed her on the lips. "Want to taste it? Is it sour?" Embarrassed, Ding Sha covered her mouth and hit him twice, then went back into the kitchen. Wang Wenhao and Du Roro went to the nearby wholesale market to pick up the ice cream Xiao Jun ordered. They had started to like whispering to each other and sharing secrets without knowing when. Every time Ding Sha saw Wang Wenhao smiling happily, she found it a bit funny. She checked the time, it was still early. She opened the Lu residence forbidden recipes and decided to make a traditional Chinese pastry. The pastry cabinet ordered from Uncle Wei had been unused for a long time, and now she had time to clean it out. She looked at the ingredients and finally decided to make a pastry called Yang Chun by Shui. It sounded quite cool. She ground up poria, Chinese yam, lotus seeds, and water chestnuts into powder, then mixed them with glutinous rice flour, and sugar, stirring everything evenly. Then she added water and kneaded the mixture into a soft, workable dough. The traditional Yang Chun by Shui pastry only needed to be shaped and steamed until cooked. However, Ding Sha thought for a moment and took out the red bean paste left over from yesterday's bean paste buns. She wrapped it in appropriately sized dough and then pressed it into flower shapes using a small wooden stamp. Finally, she steamed them for 20 minutes, and they were ready to eat. Yang Chun by Shui ice cream not only helps strengthen the stomach and boost energy, but also reduces swelling and dampness and can improve mood and calm the mind. Ding Sha arranged a plate of the ice cream and brought it out for everyone to try. Du Ruru was the first to rush to the table. She took a piece without hesitation, complained as she did, and happily took a bite. "Oh my, this is so delicious. Since I started working part-time here, I've really gained a lot of weight. But I just can't help myself." "Why aren't you gaining weight, boss lady?" Du Ruru said this with her mouth, but she didn't stop. She took another piece, ready to eat. Everyone praised the cake enthusiastically. Ding Sha took out all the Yang Chun by Shui ice creams and displayed them on the counter. She also wrote a brief introduction on pink paper with a decorative flower pin and placed it in front. Du Ruru was very envious. "Sister Sha, what kind of treasure are you? How can you do everything? So talented and beautiful. The most important thing is you're perfect and your husband is also so perfect, handsome, talented, and completely devoted to you. I'm really jealous." Wang Wenhao mockingly teased her mercilessly. Du Ruru stood up and chased him around the room, hitting him. After catching her breath, Du Ruru returned to Ding Sha's side. "Sister Sha, do you plan to sell these pastries here in the future?" Ding Sha nodded. "When I'm not too busy or when I make new desserts, I plan to sell them."
Du Ruru stroked her chin.
"Sister Sha, you can make so many things. Have you ever thought about sharing them online?" "Online?" Ding Sha shook her head. "I don't like too many people paying attention to me. I'd feel very uncomfortable." "Then you can just share some pastries." Du Ruru looked at these beautiful desserts and couldn't help but want to show them off to everyone. "They're so pretty. They're traditional delicacies, and we can share them with everyone." Ding Sha was somewhat tempted. She had made traditional pastries a few times, but the number of buyers was not as many as she had imagined. People's attitude toward traditional desserts was quite indifferent, and some even thought those pastries weren't as good as a slice of cake. Ding Xia really wanted to tell them that traditional desserts had many different kinds, but it seemed no one cared. They care about traditional culture, music, inheritance, and craftsmanship. So why can't they care about these desserts? Du Ru knew that Ding Xia was interested. I promise I won't film you. Only the pastries. Ding Xia hesitated for a moment and agreed. Xiao Jun had been listening nearby and heard Ding Xia agree. He thought for a moment, if we take photos, I can tidy up the room at the back of the first floor to make it a pastry room. The room Xiao Jun mentioned was originally a shed. The previous tenant changed it into something strange, and when we moved in, we tore it down. After tearing it down, we didn't have a plan for it, so it was left unused. Now, after tidying up, it looks beautiful with the flowers nearby. Du Ru happily said, Great. It will look wonderful. Beautiful Xia, making beautiful pastries in a beautiful environment. Ah, a feast for the beauty lovers. Wang Wenhui couldn't help but make a teasing comment, and Du Ru squealed and ran after him to play. Ding Xia looked a bit nervous at Xiao Jun. Do you think what I'm doing is right? Yes, Xiao Jun said firmly. Really? Ding Xia was a little doubtful.
Really? Xiao Jun nodded confidently.
What if I mess up? You won't mess up. How do you know? Because it's you. Xiao Jun smiled. Because it's you. Because I believe in you. The Lu Residence Forbidden Recipes is actually a medical book. We can find some suitable health-boosting recipes in it. You can read this book to learn more, but if you're sick, you should still go to the hospital. Never try anything at home on your own. A pair of plain white hands opened a steamer, picked out the snow-white cakes with bamboo chopsticks, and placed them on a wooden plate, looking cool and delicious. She couldn't help but pause the video, swallowed hard. He had just finished eating, but he accidentally saw this pastry video. It looked so tempting. It's just a mountain yam and poria cake, but why does it look so fragrant in the video? There is also a gentle female voice in the background, along with delicate, slender fingers and graceful figures. She tilted back and lay on the sofa, really wanting to see what this blogger actually looked like. Xiao Jun looked at the final video and was feeling upset. Du Ru shyly went to find Ding Xia. Boss lady. Am I? Ignore him, Ding Xia said. Just go to your work. I'll have time later to comfort him. Du Ru's heart was pounding, but she kept a calm face and walked away. She couldn't help it. She still wasn't used to it. Every time she saw the cold-looking boss and boss lady acting cute and needing comfort, she felt a little hurt.
Sigh.
Du Ru sighed, touching her round face. Eating love and delicious food together. Who wouldn't gain weight? Sister-in-law, what are we having for dinner tonight? Wang Wenhui looked at Du Ru's figure with some confusion. What exactly is a girl thinking about all day? It's really hard to understand. Ding Xia prepared the things for tomorrow's video shoot, then went to the swing to find Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun's face was expressionless, looking like he was lost in thought. Ding Xia knew he was still upset. She walked over and touched his freshly shaved short hair. Still angry, Xiao Jun didn't speak, his big head resting in her arms. Feeling her silent affection, Ding Xia smiled slightly. How long are you going to be mad? Xiao Jun muttered. A little longer. Ding Xia chuckled. They quietly held each other for 5 minutes. Ding Xia then asked, Are you over now? Nope, Xiao Jun said in a long voice, tightening his arms around her. Just a little longer. Ding Xia stroked the short hair at the back of his neck and waited 3 more minutes. Still not over it. Nope, Xiao Jun hugged her tighter. Just a little longer. Ding Xia pushed him gently. Hey, you don't keep your promises, do you? Xiao Jun didn't loosen his hold or speak. Ding Xia could only pat his back. What's going on? Are you jealous again? I didn't take anyone else's business card. There are so many people calling you wife. Xiao Jun's voice sounded a little wronged. You're obviously my wife. Only in front of Ding Xia would Xiao Jun turn back into a little boy who loved to act cute and get comforted when upset. Ding Xia was happy to spoil him. However, upon hearing Xiao Jun's words, she still wanted to laugh. She deliberately said, Not legal yet. We haven't registered the marriage. Xiao Jun immediately looked up with a fierce expression and glared at her. Just wait. He gritted his teeth and said, "My birthday is coming soon. I'll be of age soon." Ding Xia suddenly realized that Xiao Jun's birthday was approaching. She had been so busy these days that she completely forgot. No wonder he was upset. No matter how much she tried to comfort him, it didn't work. Ding Xia quickly apologized. My mistake. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." Only then did Xiao Jun furrow his brows and pucker his lips. The tall man, over 1.8 meters, looked at Ding Xia with a sad expression. "I want to eat sesame cold noodles." "Okay, I'll make it for you. We'll eat it today, all right." "Not enough. What else do you want?" Xiao Jun looked at her and whispered something in her ear. Ding Xia's face turned bright red. Xiao Jun said that tonight, Aunt Xiao should bring Xiao Ping in to sleep. Ding Xia mumbled a faint, as if agreeing. Xiao Jun was happy again. He sat on the swing and asked Ding Xia to sit on his lap. Ding Xia was so scared she shouted, "What if it collapses later?" Wang Wenhao, with a look of emotion, was preparing ingredients in the kitchen and exchanged a glance with Du Ruru. Really intense. Du Ruru was stunned for a moment, then spat at him. "You terrible man." After saying that, she left. Wang Wenhao touched his head and said, "Such a fierce fight. What if someone gets hurt? Why don't you go break it up?" Xiao Jun was sent to buy noodles by Ding Xia. She was searching for sesame paste in the kitchen. She put 2 jars of sesame paste into a large bowl, mixed with water and sesame oil until smooth and not sticky. When it was just right, she added chicken essence, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and aged vinegar, then mixed well. Wang Wenhao was quickly chopping cucumber strips on the side, using no tools as Xiao Jun didn't allow it, just practicing his knife skills. The noodles were just cooked when the water boiled. She added a handful of noodles to the boiling water, cooked until done, then scooped them out and cooled them in a bowl of ice water. This way, the noodles would be chewy. After cooling, she scooped out the noodles, drizzled some sesame oil, mixed well, and placed them in a large basin. She chopped cilantro and minced garlic for later, and also prepared washed and blanched bean sprouts. On the table, there were noodles, shredded cucumbers, bean sprouts, cilantro, minced garlic, chili oil, and sesame paste. Everyone took their own bowls, serving as much as they wanted, grabbing whatever they liked.
Xiao Jun loved noodles.
He was the first to serve himself a big bowl. He also pinched 2 cloves of raw garlic, eating a bite of noodles followed by a bite of garlic, enjoying it very much. Eating a bowl of rich sesame sauce and spicy, fragrant cold noodles on a hot day felt like a kind of relief. Du Ruru looked completely happy while eating. In the end, everyone finished all the noodles. They were all full and leaned back in their chairs, not wanting to move. Outside, cicadas started loudly announcing that summer had arrived. Passers-by, sweating in short sleeves, came in and said, "Waiter, give me something not hot." What crazy weather! The passerby wiped his sweat and said, "Are you out shopping or taking a bath?" Du Ruru chuckled. "Today is definitely hotter than the past few days. Going for a run today must be really tough." "Exactly." The passerby waved his hand. "No more running. I'll just eat and go home to lie down. It's too hot." "Hey, what are you making?" "It smells so good." He sniffed the air. "We just finished eating." Du Ruru pointed to the still unwashed bowls and chopsticks on the table. "Sesame sauce cold noodles." "Oh, give me one too." "Sesame sauce cold noodles." He perked up immediately. "That's my favorite. Add some garlic. It's so delicious." Ding Xia couldn't help but say to Xiao Jun, "Same as you." Xiao Jun didn't reply. His mouth still tasted of spicy garlic, and he was afraid that if he spoke, he might scare Ding Xia away with his strong smell. Wang Wenhao stood up. "I'll go make it. Master and mistress take a break." He said this, and headed to the kitchen. It was late evening, and the sunset shone just right on the wall. Du Ruru picked up her camera. "Sasha, what should we take pictures of today?" "Candied plum snow cake." First, grind fresh rice and glutinous rice into powder. If everyone finds manual grinding too troublesome, you can use a high-speed blender, and the result will be the same. Then, prepare an appropriate amount of water and sugar. Mix them together until they form a flaky texture. Don't worry, the right ratio will be shown at the end of the video. If you're interested, you can follow along and make it too. Although it looks flaky now, you still need to sift the mixture to make the powder finer and improve the texture. Next, sift a layer of fine brown sugar powder. If your brown sugar is clumpy, you can grind it in a blender. Then, take out the square mold we bought earlier. Layer the cake powder, then brown sugar, then cake powder again. Smooth the surface. Depending on the size of your mold, you may need to cut it into small pieces. My mold isn't very big, so I won't cut it or it might not steam properly. After that, steam it in a steamer for about 30 minutes. Once cooked, remove it from the mold and place the preserved fruit on top. You can buy ready-made preserved fruit. If you think the flavor isn't good enough, I can teach you how to make preserved plums later. Ruru aimed the camera at the cake on the table. The white, square cake was neatly arranged on a wooden plate, looking delicate and beautiful.
All right.
Ruru finished filming and turned off the camera. I'm going to edit the video. Come help me later. Go ahead, no rush. Ding Xia nodded, carrying the cake to Xiao Jun whenever she couldn't make many cakes in her videos. These small snacks would become Xiao Jun's quick bites to fill his stomach. He eats sweets every day, and Ding Xia seriously suspects his recent complaints of toothache are because of cavities. In the hall, everyone was gathered around watching TV. Ding Xia looked around and asked, "Where's Sister Tong? Why isn't she here?" "Oh, she went out to buy reading glasses. Dazhuang's clothes are wearing out quickly. She said she can patch them up for now, but since she's older and can't see clearly, she said she's going to buy some old-fashioned glasses at the second-hand market over there," Aunt Zhuang explained. Just as she finished speaking, Sister Tong pushed open the door, bringing Silo inside. "Little Ding Xia looked a bit surprised at the black gauze wrapped around his arm. Sha Jia, Silo, initially stubborn and pursing his lips, couldn't help but cry when he saw all the familiar, caring faces in the room. "My mom. I don't have a mom anymore." Ding Xia was startled and quickly sat him down. Don't cry. "What's wrong, Sister Xia?" Silo sniffled and tears fell. "My mom drank too much, alcohol poisoning, and couldn't be saved." Ding Xia was stunned. "Oh my."
Then,
she hurriedly asked, "What's the situation now? Have you taken care of the funeral? What will you do in the future? What about Little Stone? Is he okay?" Silo, crying, said, "The neighborhood committee helped with the funeral. They said they want to send Little Stone to an orphanage. I have to go too." Ding Xia felt a bit helpless. "Can I not go? I've been to that welfare home they mentioned. It's full of bad kids who fight and bully others every day. I don't want Little Stone to go there." Ding Xia steadied herself and looked back at Xiao Jun for help. Xiao Jun walked over and said seriously, "Don't worry.
tell me what you're thinking now.
Only if you tell me can I help you. I
want to keep working for you.
I can support Little Stone.
Sile Said.
But have you thought about what will happen if your wages aren't enough for both of you? And Little Stone still needs to go to school and live his life. Also, what if working affects your studies? Have you thought about that? And after you go to university, what will you do? Have you thought about that?" Xiao Jun squatted down to look Silo in the eyes. "You're grown up now, a young man. I know you want to take on the responsibility of supporting the family, but you need to think everything through before making a decision. Otherwise, it might backfire." "I understand." Silo lowered his head. "I can do it. I can endure hardships and wait." Xiao Jun didn't know how to explain more clearly to make him realize that this isn't something that can be done with just a few words. Xiao Jun wasn't afraid of spending money. He was afraid Silo would regret it later, that he would lie awake at night thinking about whether he made the right choice. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Aunt Zhuang looked at Silo and then at Xiao Jun, suddenly opening her mouth. "I have an idea." Ding Xia looked at her. "Annie, Aunt Zhuang hesitated for a long time and then simply said directly, "Let me be honest. I want to adopt you," Aunt Zhuang said. "I'm alone now. My husband and child are gone. At my age, I don't want to find anyone new. I don't want to worry about others. So I decided to adopt you and Stone, and you can live with me. I'll pay for your schooling and food. When I can't work anymore, you can take care of me. Do you agree?" Silo wiped his tears. "Yes, I do." When he first met these people and accepted their kindness, he couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if we were a family. Now, it seems like it might happen. Silo touched the black cloth on his arm and silently made a decision. "Mom, You never held me close or showed me love since I was born. Stone hasn't experienced any motherly love either. Since I was old enough to understand, I've been working part-time. Over the years, I've earned money to buy you drinks and food. I have repaid your kindness as a mother. From now on, I will seek my own happiness. If fate allows, in the next life, we will surely be very close and loving mother and son. Thinking this, Sila stood up and bowed to Aunt Zhuang. I agree. Aunt Zhuang smiled happily. Good. Annie, if you're willing to adopt us, our house is a bit old, but it can still keep out the wind and rain. I keep it very clean, every day. You can come and live there anytime. Sila took out the keys from his pocket. Here are the house keys. When you're not busy, I can take you to see the place. No rush, no rush. Aunt Zhuang waved her hand. We need to handle the paperwork first to make it official. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something. Where's Stone? Where's the little guy? Sila said, I told him to wait for me at the neighborhood committee aunt's place. He's a bit sick lately, and I'm worried he might catch a cold. I have my mom's phone with me. If anything happens, the aunt will contact me. Just then, his phone in his pocket rang. Sila took it out and saw it was the neighborhood committee aunt.
Auntie, Xiao Jun.
Something terrible. I just went out to pick up some documents, and when I came back, Stone was gone. What? Sila's heart raced. I came back and saw the door open. When I went inside, I saw that Stone's little sofa was empty. He's gone. Auntie, look around nearby. I'll come home right away. Sila turned and ran outside. I'll drive you. Xiao Jun took off his apron and followed. Ding Sha asked Sister Tong and Dururu to watch the shop here, while he also pulled Wang Wenhao and Aunt Zhuang along, since more people make it faster. Where could Stone be? Sila was so anxious he almost cried, then suddenly had a bright idea.
Oh.
I know. Stone must be there. The group finally drove to the old shop's address. Sure enough, they saw a small figure at the door, leaning on the dusty door and looking inside. Stone. Sila didn't wait for the car to stop and ran over, hugging Stone tightly. He checked all over Stone's body and found no problem. Then he let out a sigh of relief. Exhausted, he sat on the ground, too tired to speak clearly, only managing to say, You scared me to death. Little Stone also sat down, his sun-darkened face pressed against Sila, rubbing against him softly, and called out, Brother. Auntie won't open the door. Sila didn't move or speak, just looked at Stone. Stone said again, Annie won't open the door. He looked a little wronged. Annie won't open the door. Stone knocked for a long time. He showed Sila his small hand, which was red from knocking. Sila looked at it and felt even more worried. Are you silly? If she doesn't open the door, why keep knocking? Thinking of Auntie, little Stone blinked at Sila, then smiled. The breath on his palm was ticklish, and little Stone couldn't help but shrink his neck. Aunt Zhuang got out of the car and saw little Stone squinting and smiling foolishly. She relaxed. Stone. Aunt Zhuang's special way of calling made Stone look over immediately. Seeing the person he was looking for, he happily patted Sila. Auntie. Annie. Sila smiled and picked him up. Yes, Auntie. But from now on, you might have to call me Mom. Mom? Little Stone repeated in confusion, reaching out to touch Sila's arm wrapped in black cloth. Mom is sleeping. He was talking about the last time he saw his mom lying in the cold morgue, not waking no matter how much he called. You don't understand again. Sila smiled again. Forget it. You'll understand later. He handed little Stone to Aunt Zhuang, who was walking over quickly. Aunt Zhuang took him and said, Oh, let Annie see. Why are you so thin? Annie's little piggy? Where did it go? Little Stone briefly forgot everything he had experienced in the past few months and happily twisted in Auntie Zhuang's arms. When Ding Sha and Xiao Jun came over, he looked at Ding Sha and said, Tummy's gone. I have a little brother now. Do you want to see him? Ding Sha gently pinched his little face. Little brother. Little brother. Little Stone was very happy. So, everyone took the two children and drove back to the small shop. Dururu had been waiting at the door, looking around absent-mindedly. When she saw the familiar car, she was happy. They're back. They're back. She ran over as the car stopped. How is it? Did you find Stone? Annie Zhuang carried Stone out of the car. Here he is, you little troublemaker. Dururu teased him a few words. Seeing him look tired and a bit sleepy, she opened the door to let him inside. After Auntie Zhang coaxed little Stone to sleep, Ding Sha asked Sila what happened to Stone. They had noticed earlier that Stone was different from before the pandemic. Sila looked a bit down. I was at evening self-study at school and didn't know. When I got home, I found he had a fever all day and no one was taking care of him. My mom had gone somewhere and the door was locked. Stone couldn't go out. I took him to the hospital and this is how he is now. The doctor said he might be a bit slow in response in the future, but he's not stupid. Sila felt guilty. If he hadn't come home late, Stone wouldn't have become like this. It's because Stone is a bit slow that I worry he might get bullied. I don't want him to go to the welfare home. That place is really scary. It's okay now. We'll teach him slowly and help him recover. He'll get better. Ding Sha patted Sili's head. It's just that he's a bit slow in response. We'll practice with him patiently. Ding Sha looked silently at Sili's back of the head and sighed. He's still just a child. Why does he have to carry so much?
Xiao Jun pets Ding Sha's shoulder.
Ding Sha looked at him and smiled, then turned and went into the kitchen. The two children must be hungry after all their fussing. She wanted to make something tasty for them. She cut fresh chicken breast into pieces and ground it into meat paste. She blanched broccoli, carrots, and corn kernels, then chopped the carrots and broccoli into smaller pieces. All the ingredients are mixed together, then pepper, starch, cooking wine, soy sauce, oyster sauce, and salt are added for seasoning. Stir in one direction until well combined, then form small patties about the size of a palm. Cook them in a flat pan until both sides are golden brown and cooked through. Meanwhile, Wang Wenhao is boiling a pot of seaweed and egg drop soup. When everything is ready, little Stone also wakes up groggily. After waking, he sits quietly on the bed, neither crying nor fussing, staring blankly at his little feet. Auntie Zhang comes in and gently touches his small face. Are you hungry? Stone pauses for a moment and nods. Let's go. Time to eat. Auntie Zhang picks him up. The small patties are fragrant, soft, and still have a meaty taste. The two brothers eat without lifting their heads. Finally, they finish the big pot of soup. Of course, most of it is drunk by Sila. Once Stone is full, he starts playing with his fingers without caring. Auntie, I want to sell the house and let Stone live with you. Is that okay? Silo asks. Huh?
What?
And what about you? If you sell the house, where will you live? Auntie Zhuang is surprised. I can stay at school. The high school entrance exam is coming soon, and after I get into high school, I can apply to live on campus. Stone is very attached to you, and I feel more at ease with him staying with you, Silu explains. In a few days after my mom's funeral is over, I will find an agent to sell the house. No, I think you should keep the house. Auntie Zhuang disagrees. Why sell it? Listen to me. Don't think I'm talking harshly. The house is there, and it's your home. It will give you peace of mind. If the house is gone, I really have no home. Sila still shakes his head. This house doesn't mean much to me. Selling it for money is good for both me and Stone. Don't worry, when I grow up, I will buy you a big house. I'm not after your house just to adopt you. Auntie Zhuang glares at him. I have food and a place to stay. Every month, Sasa even sends me a salary. I can support both of you easily. I know, Silu smiles. But I want to buy one for you. After arguing for a long time and neither willing to give in, Silu agrees, under Ding Sha's persuasion, to wait until he turns 18. If he still wants to sell the house, then they can discuss it again. That night, Sila stays at the small shop. Ding Sha jokes with Xiao Jun. Luckily, they moved into a big house, or they wouldn't all fit. The next day, Sila goes to school early to register. Until he finished the high school entrance exam, he only then took Aunt Zhuang and Stone to handle the household registration and adoption procedures. When they returned, besides the confused Stone, both of them had mixed feelings on their faces. Ding Sha prepared a table of food and even closed the shop early, waiting to celebrate with Aunt Zhuang and Sila. Sili's eyes were red. Thank you all, really thank you so much. After drinking the beverage in his cup, he bowed deeply. Oh my master's wife. Wang Wenhao came out from the backyard and saw Ding Sha standing on a stool, holding a wooden board and pointing at the wall. He was startled and ran over. You scared me to death. Just call me if you need me. I'll come right away. If my master sees me doing this, it's over. That's an exaggeration. Ding Sha got down from the stool. Since you're here, take a look. Does this placement look okay? Take a look? What am I supposed to look at? Wang Wenhao said as he took the wooden board and turned it over, revealing 3 big characters. Wang family cuisine. Wang Wenhao froze and said nothing. I discussed with Xiao Jun yesterday. He said it's time for you to start learning your grandfather's recipes, Ding Sha said. And Uncle Wei also finished making the labels for these dishes, so it's a good time to bring them out. Master's wife. Wang Wenhao didn't know what to say. His father had given away the recipe book. He had no reason to be so shameless as to ask for it, not to mention wanting to apprentice under someone, and even having a sign with the Wang family's name on the shop. Wang Wenhao wiped his face. Hey, master's wife, I will cook well. Ding Sha nodded and patted his shoulder.
We've seen your talent.
You wasted some time before, but if you had started learning from old Master Wang when you were young, you'd be better than us by now. But past is past. Just focus on learning well now, and doing your best, understand? Ding Sha was worried he couldn't get over that hurdle, so she said a few more words. I understand, master's wife. Don't worry, I won't be stubborn. Whatever the master says, I'll do. You little brat, why weren't you so obedient before? If you had listened to me 10 more years, I could have lived 100 more years. Wang Xingyang's voice came from the door. Wang Wenhao was stunned. Dad, Wang Xingyang snorted. Your mom was worried, so she asked me to come check on you. I'm doing fine, Dad. Tell my mom not to worry. I will make sure to carry on Grandpa's recipes well, Wang Wenhao said confidently. Wang Xingyang's expression softened a bit. He looked at Ding Sha and smiled. Madam, our little guy is tough. If he makes a mistake, just scold him. He won't hold a grudge. Yes, my dad is right, Wang Wenhao nodded quickly. If I did something wrong, just scold me directly. Ding Sha couldn't help but laugh and smile. Why is everyone just standing around? Xiao Jun returned. He had just come back from the maternity and baby store. Little one was about to stop breastfeeding. Xiao Jun carried a bunch of formula milk. Ding Sha hurried to take it from him. So much. Little one has a big appetite. Recently, Aunt Zhao said he's been crying at night wanting to eat twice before he'll sleep. I held him before I left, and wow, he's gotten heavier, Xiao Jun said, not letting her touch the bottles, and took them to the back. After putting down the formula, he came back and asked, Uncle Wang is here? Sit for a while. I'll go pour you some tea. No, I was just passing by. I need to watch the shop. Wang Xingyang quickly waved his hand. All right, you all take care. He moved quickly and left. Why did the old man come? Xiao Jun asked curiously. To see Wenhao, Ding Sha said, wiping his face with a warm towel. The more he scolds, the more he cares. Old folks are like that, tough on the outside, soft on the inside. What are we having for dinner? Xiao Jun glanced at the table full of dishes. Going out to eat. Why go out? Ding Sha looked puzzled. You run a restaurant yourself and you want to eat out? Don't you remember what day it is? Xiao Jun pinched her nose. What day? Ding Sha looked confused. She casually picked up a yolk from passing by and held it in her arms. The yolk looked at her calmly and quietly started to snore. It's your birthday, Xiao Jun said, finding it funny. She really could forget her own birthday. Ah, Ding Sha finally remembered. No wonder she had felt like she was forgetting something these days. Is it the old lady's birthday? Wang Wenhao excitedly chimed in when he heard this. Then we should have a good meal. A birthday celebration? Ding Sha suddenly felt like she must be at least 70 or 80 to be talking about celebrating her birthday. Then I will look up which birthday banquet is the most famous and quickly make a reservation, Dururu said happily. Ding Sha smiled. All right, I'll change my clothes and get ready. Yay! Dururu cheered and went to find her phone. They finally booked a nearby restaurant, known for its delicious longevity noodles. Ding Sha wore a traditional embroidered long dress, looking very elegant and fairy-like. The group headed to the restaurant together. The group included Ding Sha, Xiao Jun, Dururu, Wang Wenhao, Sister Tong, Aunt Zhuang, Aunt Zhao, Xiaonan, and Little Stone. De Zhuang received the news and hurried over. Silo was still studying at school and couldn't come. The banquet hall was large. Xiao Jun ordered the signature birthday feast. The food arrived faster than expected. Fish, shrimp, pork knuckles, fried, steamed, boiled, everything. They also received a small cake. The longevity noodles were served quickly too. Ding Sha took a bite. The broth was chicken soup, fresh and tasty. The noodles were handmade, chewy and firm, with mushrooms, greens, and a piece of chicken inside. The portion was small, and Ding Sha finished it quickly. They drank some wine during the meal, and everyone enjoyed themselves. Ding Sha was very happy, drinking quite a bit, feeling loved by her family on her birthday. But the happy mood led to her drinking too much and feeling tipsy. On the way home, she was quiet at first, but then started acting up. She wasn't drunk enough to lose control, but she kept teasing a little, not too much, just enough to make people feel a bit itchy. Xiao Jun easily carried Ding Sha back to her room. Seeing her eyes half closed, her blushing face, and the faint smell of alcohol on her breath, he couldn't help but kiss her again and again. Ding Sha didn't resist, looking soft and gentle at him. When she was pushed too far, she hummed softly and pushed back gently. Of course, she couldn't really push him away. Xiao Jun stood above her, carefully watching her. He liked to stare at Ding Sha, looking at her with possessiveness. Ding Sha felt dizzy and couldn't see clearly. She was half asleep and half awake, feeling the light above her flickering, or maybe she was just imagining it. Later, she woke up with a dry mouth. She casually pulled on a piece of clothing to cover herself and got out of bed to drink water. Xiao Jun was not there. The sound of water dripping in the shower could be heard. Ding Sha felt some soreness and wanted to take a shower after Xiao Jun came out. Xiao Jun was only wearing shorts, and water droplets slid down his chest and muscles into the shadow of his shorts. As Ding Sha opened her eyes, she felt a bit of desire. Xiao Jun understood her reaction well. He took a few steps closer and led her to hide deeper into the bed. Her unspoken gasp was swallowed by another person. The moonlight quietly slipped past the window, revealing soft, pale hands being tightly held by another pair of large hands. Even the moonlight seemed shy. Xiao Jun came in and saw Ding Sha lost in thought. "What's on your mind?" Xiao Jun gently brushed her hair, curious. "Ping'an was acting strange today," Ding Sha said. "What's wrong? Is he sick?" Xiao Jun sat down. "Not sick." Ding Sha touched her chin. "He kept staring at me, not crying or making trouble, and he wanted hugs." "Hasn't he always been like that?" Xiao Jun smiled. "He can act cute and also deceive." Ding Sha thought about it. Usually, after crying and fussing, he would stare with wide eyes and pretend to be good. When he saw people coming, he would act as if nothing was wrong. "I really want to see what's going on inside that little head." Ding Sha stood up and headed outside. "Me too, I'm very curious." Xiao Jun stood up as well. The couple went into Ping An's room. An Zhao was preparing his milk. He stared at the bottle intently, not blinking, looking very serious. When he saw Ding Sha, he started staring at her again and made two small sounds, opening his little hands for a hug. Ding Sha quickly walked over and picked him up. "Oh, what a little treasure. Let's see you, sweetheart." She kissed the baby, smelling his milk scent. So beautiful, so well-behaved, so adorable. She held Ping'an in her arms and gently walked around the room with him. Aunt Zhao checked the milk temperature and handed the bottle to Ding Sha. "I'll go wash Ping and small blanket and little quilt. The sun is good today, so I'll let them dry outside." "Thank you, Aunt Zhao." Ding Sha smiled. "Later, Xiao Jun and I will take him out for a walk." Aunt Zhao carried a big pile of bedding to the small yard. Ding Sha packed a large bag of things and placed it under the baby stroller. Xiao Jun pushed the stroller, and she held Ping'an, ready to go for a walk. Little Ping'an hasn't gone out much. She wants to take Ping'an for a walk. Ping'an hugs her neck and leans on her chest, occasionally twisting a little to look at Xiao Jun, and then at Ding Sha. They went to a shopping mall nearby. On the way, Xiao Jun bought a milk tea for Ding Sha and held Ping'an in his arms. Little Ping'an sat steadily on her father's arm, curious and watching her mother. "Do you want to drink some?" Ding Sha asked with a gentle smile, but she put the straw into Xiao Jun's mouth. Xiao Jun frowned and took a sip, pushing it away. "It's too sweet. I don't understand what's so good about it." Ding Sha ignored him and happily took a sip herself. The weather is so nice. She squinted her eyes. I remember there's a toy store for babies in the mall. Let's pick some educational toys for Ping'an. She counted on her fingers, number cards, letter cards, all kinds of stuff. Isn't it a bit early for that? Xiao Jun hesitated. Just buy them now and we can decide later, she said. Like many women, she couldn't resist shopping when she's in a good mood. They walked all the way to the mall. Ding Xia finished her milk tea before taking Ping'an back, letting Xiao Jun rest for a bit. Ping'an was always well-behaved, happily snuggling in her parents' arms, occasionally making sounds to show he was part of the shopping discussion. On the way home, Ding Xia still held Ping'an. Wow, our baby was so good today, she said, pretending to think. We should reward him. Ping'an cooperated by grabbing her finger pressed against his chin, making happy sounds. Ding Xia wiped his mouth. How about we make some rice noodles when we get home? Carrot flavor? She knew all children dislike and reject carrots, so on Ping'an's first day of eating solid food, she prepared baby rice noodles with carrot flavor. She wanted Ping'an to be the only kid who loved carrots. At home, the small shop was preparing ingredients. Ping'an was so sleepy, he couldn't keep his eyes open and was pulling Ding Xia's hair. She carefully put him down and kissed his little face before leaving. Wang Wenhao was still in the kitchen, studying the recipe. Only 2 dishes from the Wang family cuisine were displayed on the wall, approved by Wang Jingyang, and Xiao Jun Dururu was holding her notebook, dozing off while editing videos. Recently, the weather has been nice, and the flowers transplanted into the yard are blooming beautifully, creating a sea of vibrant colors. Seeing the flowers bloom so prettily, Dururu took many videos with Ding Xia. Now, her videos have reached the stage of featuring flowers and desserts, and the view counts on the video platform are quite impressive. Her account, which shares traditional desserts, has gained many followers and received several advertising offers, though Ding Xia declined them. Xiao Jun recently brought home a computer and accidentally saw someone editing videos, which sparked his strong interest. He decided to learn video editing seriously at home. He even said he wanted to surpass Dururu and become the main person behind Ding Xia's career and life. For the first time, Dururu confidently faced Xiao Jun without fear, saying, "Nonsense. I am a major in editing. I'm about to get a research recommendation. Boss, you're impressive, but surpassing me might be a bit difficult." However, after 2 months, she lost confidence. Xiao Jun really started to find his own style. His aesthetic sense was surprisingly refined, resembling traditional ink landscape paintings. It suited Ding Xia very well. Sometimes, Dururu wondered why these 2 couples were like this. They look good, live well, are smart, have a good relationship, and even their children are adorable. It was really frustrating. She angrily bit into the weight loss meal Ding Xia specially made for her. Yes, at the request of many customers, the shop launched a summer special, weight loss meals. The meal she was eating was quite popular. It included oil-free pan-fried cod, a large handful of bitter lettuce, vegetables like broccoli, tomatoes, and avocados with corn, chickpeas, and a handful of mixed grains rice, 2 small purple sweet potatoes, and a boiled egg. It looked like a lot, but it was very low in calories. Adding Ding Xia's special vinaigrette or low-fat sesame paste made it feel far from the pain of dieting. Many girls would come to take a portion home, especially after Tong Sa started juicing fruits and vegetables nearby, making it even more popular. Ding Xia was scrolling through her phone, looking for the next video to shoot. The egg yolk was rubbing against her leg, acting cute, while her 2 little pets meowed and jumped onto the stool, climbing onto her lap. Zhuang Auntie wasn't here. She had gone to Sile's school. Sila is about to take her high school entrance exams, so the teacher asked all parents to learn about different high schools and their pros and cons. Little Shirtu has also started kindergarten. Although he's a bit slow to react, he's very well-behaved and obedient. There's even a little girl in his class who likes to look after him. Lin Ji pushed the door open and came in. It's much cooler inside. He was wearing a neat white shirt with the sleeves rolled up just right, and his hair was carefully combed. He held a book in his hand, looking as if he had come straight from class. He wore silver-rimmed gray glasses and had a gentle smile. I heard the shop owner has launched a new dessert. I came to show my support. It's been a while since you last came, Ding Sha said with a smile as she handed him a glass of mint lemonade and sat down. What would you like to eat? The peony-shaped pastry you showed in your video the other day. Do you still have it? Lin Jiu asked with a smile. After watching the video, I knew I had to come try it. It's not hard to make, and I happen to have some today. I'll get it for you, Ding Sha said, standing up and asking Dururu to make some tea. Traditional pastries always taste better with tea. Dururu brewed a pot of Taiping Hokue tea, which Wang Wenhao treasured dearly, making him a little distressed to see it used. Excited, Dururu set the tea down. Excuse me, are you Professor Lin? Lin Jiu paused. You know me? Yes. I'm a student of Professor Liu Yongfang. She often mentions you in class, Dururu said quickly. Oh, Professor Liu, Lin Jiu said with a gentle smile. She's an excellent teacher. I learned a lot from her. You should study hard with her. Dururu nodded eagerly, then hesitated before asking shyly, Professor Lin, I edit most of Sister Shasha's videos. Could you maybe give me some feedback? She looked a little embarrassed. Lin Jiu was pleased. Teachers always appreciate eager students. After thinking for a moment, he pointed out a few areas for improvement and gave her some suggestions. Dururu immediately grabbed a menu and started taking notes. When Ding Sha came back, she saw the scene. Dururu, clutching her notes, hurried off to practice again. Ding Sha smiled and handed Lin Jiu the plate. Here, try it. Lin Jiu looked closely. It's beautiful. Would you like me to tell you more about it? Of course, Ding Sha said, sitting down beside him. This is a small snack mentioned in Dream of the Red Chamber. It was brought up by Aunt Lu during her second visit to the Grand View Garden. Prepare glutinous rice flour and tapioca starch, then pour hot water while stirring. When the mixture becomes flaky, place it on a board and knead in pork fat until it forms a dough. Extract juice from pomegranate seeds by pressing or using a juicer, then filter it through cloth or crush it with a mortar and pestle. Use some pomegranate juice to knead part of the dough into a light pink color and pumpkin juice for the yellow part. Making the dough into flower shapes is the main challenge, but it's not too hard. After shaping, steam for 4 or 5 minutes before eating. Ding Sha pushed the plate toward Lin Jiu. Once shaped into flowers, they're ready to eat after steaming. Lin Jiu looked at the delicate, beautiful snack and hesitated to taste it. The white petals and yellow stamens layered beautifully, very lifelike and artistic. Such a work of art, Lin Jiu exclaimed. Want to try? Ding Sha asked. It doesn't taste as good as it looks, but it's pretty, so who cares? Finally, Lin Jiu took a bite and had to agree. Despite the appearance, it wasn't bad. After a sip of tea to clear his palate, Lin Jiu explained his purpose. I came here because I have something to discuss with you, he said, pulling out a stack of papers. Because of the special nature of our course, we focus a lot on practical work. I want to bring my students here to film. They're about to graduate and need projects for their resumes. He handed over a contract, clearly stating the filming location, dates, requirements, and payment. In previous years, they rented small gardens, which offered variety and flexibility. But this year, due to special circumstances, I've set my sights on your place, which is a great filming spot. Lin Jiu winked playfully. Ding Sha looked over the contract and agreed without much thought. Okay, just tell me a day in advance, so I can clear the place. No need, Lin Jiu said. Guests at the restaurant are part of the scenery. As long as they agree, it's fine. Everything was settled. Lin Jiu stood up and brushed off his clothes. It's getting late. I should go now. Ding Sha saw him to the door. You're welcome to come again. She will definitely come, Lin Jiu said confidently, waving her hand and walking forward briskly. Why are you so nice to him? Sasa? Xiao Jun approached, looking a bit uncomfortable. Don't you think he's really impressive? Ding Sha was still watching Lin Jiu's straight back. I'm pretty impressive too. Xiao Jun raised his arm to show her his muscles. That's different. Ding Sha casually linked her arm around him. Teacher Lin is someone who is very gentle but also very strong. He was really sad but also very determined. His eyes don't tolerate even a little dust. After so many years of feelings, he just decided to let go. And he adjusted himself so quickly. It seems like nothing can really defeat him. He's always able to move forward with love and kindness. Xiao Jun understood what she meant. He patted her head and let her lean on his shoulder. We will do the same, always moving forward with love. Ding Sha smiled. Big sister Sasa. Du Ru suddenly ran out of the house. Something big has happened. What is it? Take your time and tell me. Don't be in a rush. Ding Sha was startled. Do you know that famous pickled vegetable factory, Fan Xiang Xiang? Yes, I do. We have a lot at home. Ding Sha pointed to the kitchen. When her own pickled vegetables ran out, she would buy from that factory because their products are tasty and clean.
He
sent me a message. Du Ru excitedly pointed at her phone. What happened? Did they invite you to work? Wang Wenhao asked casually. Get lost! Du Ru shouted at him fiercely, then said, No, it's not for me. They send the message to Sasa's account. To me? Ding Sha looked a bit confused. Why would they send it to me? They mentioned two things. First, they want to ask if you can collaborate on a new series of sauces. The second is whether you're interested in promoting their products. Promotion? Collaboration. Ding Sha was puzzled. Well, you see, Fan Xiang Xiang is quite well known, but in recent years, they haven't made much profit. The factory is struggling to keep going, so they want to make a breakthrough and try one last time, Du Ru explained. She was also confused, so she looked into it and found out that such a seemingly successful factory was actually having a hard time. Ding Sha hesitated a bit. Du Ru thought for a moment and said, Sister, if you're worried, why don't we go to their factory to check it out in person? If it really is like that, we can decide whether to do it or not. Okay. Ding Sha thought it was a good idea and immediately replied to Du Ru. Xiao Jun also agreed quickly and even covered the round-trip airfare and accommodation. Ding Sha stayed to watch the shop while Ding Sha took Du Ru with her. They stayed for about 3 days before hurriedly returning home. They brought back a signed contract. Does our shop have some kind of magic? Du Ru asked, looking confused. What's wrong? Ding Sha was adjusting the recipe for small pickled vegetables for the 3rd time and looked curious. It's not that. I just heard that this is the 3rd couple to break up this month. Du Ru said, feeling helpless. Breakup season? Ding Sha thought for a moment. Without the pandemic, it might also be graduation breakup season. Every time this happens, it feels like the trees in the school are shedding more leaves. Ha ha ha, how about we make some sad cold noodles today? Ding Sha suddenly had an idea. Sad cold noodles? Du Ru looked surprised. Isn't that a spicy snack? No. Ding Sha said, placing the prepared small pickled vegetables into a small glass jar without water or oil and putting it in the fridge. It's similar to Sichuan North cold noodles. It's a kind of cold noodle, spicy and numbing to eat. Aren't we making pastries today? Special circumstances call for special treatment. Once prepared, it can also be added to the menu. The cold noodles are made from pea flour. After mixing well, they are left to solidify, which takes some time. Ding Sha then took a new round-bottomed flower vase she bought recently to arrange flowers. The yard's various flowers were growing wildly. Many thorny branches had extended beyond the planned flower beds onto the road. A few days ago, Aunt Zhao was even scratched. Ding Sha simply bought many vases, pruned the branches that needed trimming, discarded the unnecessary ones, and arranged the flowers. They looked beautiful and fragrant on the table and inside the house. Once the cold noodles solidified, they were cut into small pieces and sprinkled with chopped green onions, garlic, cilantro, and a special Sichuan-style spicy sauce. The spicy, fragrant noodles made people tear up, wipe their noses, and sweat profusely, perfectly matching the name, sad cold noodles. There was a lot of jelly made, so Du Ru took back the menu for Ding Sha to write down this dish, then helped place the inserted flowers outside. Recently, the shop added many new decorations and ornaments. Many were gifts from Uncle Wei, and some were ideas from Xiao Jun himself. They are all displayed in the restaurant, making it look very playful. Aunt Zhao was taking a nap with Ping'an and Xiao Jun went out, not knowing what he was doing. Wang Wenhui was practicing knife skills in the kitchen. He was too thin and weak, so lately he had been eating a lot to gain weight. A girl came in and asked, "Are you open now?" "Yes, we are." "Please sit down, and I'll bring you the menu," Ding Sha said, handing her the menu. Okay, I'll have sweet and sour pork, a cold jelly dish, and some fresh juice, the girl ordered quickly. After Ding Sha went to the back to tell Wang Wenhui, she brought the jelly dish out. The girl didn't seem to eat spicy food often. After a few bites, her nose and eyes turned red. She smiled at Ding Sha and said, "It's very spicy." Ding Sha brought her some juice. "Take a sip to cool down." The girl took a sip and said, "It's actually pretty good." When all the dishes arrived, Ding Sha didn't bother her anymore and quietly sat aside, continuing to talk with Fan Xiang. After finishing her meal, the girl didn't leave immediately. She sat for a while and then said, "The weather is really nice today. Yes, there's a gentle breeze and sunshine, but it's not too hot," Ding Sha replied with a smile. "Your shop is very beautiful," the girl said. "Thank you. Please come again next time." Ding Sha thought for a moment and gave her a handful of mouth-refreshing plum candies. "Next time," the girl smiled. "I will probably." The girl stood up to pay and said, "Thank you for the hospitality. I'm very happy to have met you and your shop today." Ding Sha felt something strange, but couldn't quite understand why. She just smiled and repeated, "Me too. I'm glad we met today. Please visit again." The girl left, but Ding Sha still felt a bit odd. Soon after, she saw a large crowd heading in one direction outside the shop. She opened the door and stopped a neighbor's older sister coming back from that way. "Sister, why are there so many people over there? Is there some event?" "Hi, what's going on?" the neighbor lady sighed. "There's a young girl by the river trying to hurt herself." "Hurt herself?" Ding Sha was startled. "Yes, she looks quite pretty, very calm, wearing a pink and white dress with long hair. I don't know why she would want to do that." Ding Sha paused. Wasn't she the girl from earlier who was eating? She instinctively ran over there, with Dururu calling after her several times but unable to catch up. Panting, Ding Sha reached the riverbank. It wasn't far from her small restaurant, and many people had gathered. She could hear faint sirens in the distance. The girl sat peacefully on a pillar by the river, looking at the sky. She looked relaxed and calm, not at all like someone about to do something dangerous. People around pointed and whispered, but Ding Sha's worry grew the more she thought about it. She became more scared. She took a brave step forward and tried to speak. "Miss?" The girl saw her and smiled, saying, "Thank you, boss. It's very dangerous there. Come over here, okay? I'll take care of you." Ding Sha moved 2 more steps closer. "Don't come any closer, sister." The girl stepped back, looking unsteady, as if a gust of wind could make her fall. "Thank you for talking to me today. I feel happy. I made some snacks just now. Would you like to try some?" Ding Sha's mind went blank. She could only say whatever came to her. The girl shook her head. "No, I like the nice weather today." "Then why?" Ding Sha couldn't help but ask. "I'm really tired," the girl said softly. "Seeing good weather doesn't make me feel better. Life has many possibilities." Ding Sha tried to persuade her and moved closer. The girl seemed lost in thought. "I'm too tired." Just then, firefighters came from behind the bridge and suddenly pushed her back. She fell heavily to the ground, still a bit stunned. Ding Sha immediately went to hold her. "It'll be okay." The girl didn't resist. "Actually, I started to regret after I finished eating today. I thought I could leave next time I come, then come every day. I'll make you something delicious." Ding Sha thought that if he said, "welcome," to her every day, maybe he could keep her from leaving. The girl stopped talking and leaned into his arms, lost to her thoughts. Acting like it's real. I thought she was really going to jump, just trying to get attention. Yeah, wasting my time. What a joke. Let's go, what's so interesting?" Drama queen, hearing these unkind words from the crowd, Ding Sha was startled and quickly covered the girl's ears. But she had already heard. She stood up, pushed away from Ding Sha, and before anyone could react, she jumped down. "Ah!" Ding Sha shouted in alarm. The firefighter paused for a second and then jumped down to help. Ding Sha ignored the others and rushed to the bridge to see the firefighter find the girl, finally breathing a sigh of relief. But at this moment, he felt even angrier. Ding Sha turned and walked up to the man who had spoken first. "Do you really want her to die? Why do you like making sarcastic comments? Is your time so precious? More precious than a life? Don't you have a heart? Don't you have conscience? Do you hate her?" Are you forcing her to die? The man shrugged, unconcerned. If she wanted to die, she would have done it long ago. She didn't need me to tell her to jump. She was just pretending. Hey, I have a quick temper. The big brother nearby, furious, threw off his coat and swung a punch. What are you doing? Fighting. The man was knocked aside. No hitting people, hitting scum, hitting trash, hitting bad guys. Just not hitting people, the big brother said with a sly smile, his fist making a cracking sound. The man wanted to show off but was afraid of getting hit. He glared at the big brother and tried to walk away, but the big brother grabbed his collar. Don't go, the matter isn't over yet. Wait until the girl comes up, then you apologize. After you apologize, you can leave, understand? Until Xiao Jun returned, Ding Xiao was still trembling uncontrollably. I almost couldn't hold her back. Xiao Jun understood what had happened and comforted her. It's okay now. It's over. The girl was saved and that scoundrel apologized. Everything is over. Ding Xiao nervously clutched Xiao Jun's clothes and said, I feel this way for the first time. She thought for a long time and finally said, it's so powerless. Xiao Jun gently kissed her forehead and said, you're very brave. You held her back. She wasn't thinking only of leaving. She has some attachment. Ding Xiao was still scared and thought for a moment before standing up again.
I
will make some soup and go to the hospital to see her later. Okay, I'll help you, Xiao Jun said, following her into the kitchen. While making the soup, Ding Xiao was distracted. Xiao Jun had to save her fingers from the knife several times. Finally, he nervously pushed her onto a chair and said, be good, just watch me cook. Ding Xiao didn't insist and sat down to watch Xiao Jun make pork rib soup. When they arrived at the hospital, the girl was still not awake. The police recognized Ding Xiao and talked with her for a few minutes. The girl has no family left. Her family was happy before, but they all passed away during the pandemic. Now only she is left. She might be too tired. She's a bit depressed, the police sighed. Ding Xiao asked with difficulty. They're all gone. Yes, all gone. Neither her father's side, nor her mother's side. She's the only one left. When we visited her house this afternoon, we asked the neighbors. She was very spoiled and didn't know how to do chores. Now she's alone, handling her family's affairs. She's getting thinner each day, and she doesn't even look happy anymore. The police remembered what they heard earlier and looked a bit sad. But I think she has a good impression of you. If you're not busy, try to talk to her more. She's still young, and saving her would be a good deed. Okay, I will definitely come more often to keep her company and help her feel better, Ding Xiao nodded firmly. By the way, we also talked to those who caused trouble earlier. When she wakes up, remember to talk to her, the police said. There's nothing urgent, so we're going back now. We have a lot of work at the station, but if anything happens, call us. We'll come quickly. Yes, Ding Xiao agreed. The two tiptoed into the ward. The girl was pale and lying there peacefully, seeming to sleep soundly. Ding Xiao couldn't help but gently brush her hair away from her ear. The girl's eyes moved slightly, and she struggled to open them. When she saw Ding Xiao, she smiled and said, Sister. Yes, how do you feel? Is anything uncomfortable? Ding Xiao sat down and asked gently. No, the young girl shook her head. Thank you, sister. She wanted to sit up, so Ding Xiao placed a pillow behind her, and Xiao Jun also adjusted the bed. I made you some soup. Would you like to try it? It's a very fragrant pork rib and winter melon soup. Ding Xiao poured her a bowl. The soup was steaming and smelled very good. The young girl took a sip. It tastes a lot like the soup my mom used to make. I miss her so much. The girl looked down, and it was hard to tell if she was crying. I haven't seen her in a long time. Since the pandemic started, I couldn't go back to school. Later, when I did go back, I had to quarantine. I haven't seen her since. I didn't even get to say goodbye. The girl sighed. I miss her so much. Ding Xiao sat up and gently hugged her. The girl suddenly started crying loudly. Why is it our family? Did we do something wrong? Why my dad and mom? Why? I miss them. I want to see them. I want to eat the food my mom made, run with my dad, see my grandma and grandpa, and go back to our little village to eat cold watermelon and catch crickets. Tears also welled up in Ding Xiao's eyes. She didn't know how to comfort the girl. Death is an unbridgeable gap, and any comfort feels too light in front of it. The girl cried for a long time, soaking Ding Xiao's clothes. She probably hadn't had a shoulder to lean on and cry for a long time. She might have grown up quickly on her own, bearing the sorrow and cruelty of her family's loss, preparing everything for the funeral alone. Finally, when the girl had cried enough, she looked up with swollen eyes. Sorry for making you listen to my bad feelings all afternoon. Children's bad feelings can sometimes be left unrestrained. Ding Xia gently patted her head. I actually don't want to die, the girl said. I just suddenly feel that even if the sun is so nice, it has nothing to do with me, so I want to leave. But now I've found someone who can praise the sunshine with me. The girl smiled a little. It might be a bit difficult, but I will see a therapist, take medicine actively, get treatment, and try to fight my bad feelings. Can I call you when I feel sad? Of course, you're always welcome. Ding Xia gave her phone number. I will check on you every day. Thank you, the girl said politely. I've been working on new dishes lately. If you don't mind, you can come every day to taste test. The shop is busy, and I might need your help. Would you be willing? Ding Xia still felt a bit worried. Yes, I would, the girl nodded. Ding Xia finally felt relieved. On the way home, Xiao Jun held Ding Xia's hand tightly. This matter had a big impact on both of them, and they were so overwhelmed that they didn't know how to express their feelings. When they returned to the shop, they heard Xiao Ping'an crying, upset and making a fuss. Ding Xia hurried over. What's wrong? Ping'an? Ping'an was twisting in Aunt Zhao's arms, tears streaming down her face. Seeing this, Ding Xia felt very sad. Today, I haven't seen you all day. I was looking for you. I tried to comfort you, but you just cried, Aunt Zhao said, handing Ping'an to her. Come here, don't cry. Mom is here, Ding Xia said gently, holding Ping'an patiently. Xiao Jun looked at the mother and daughter for a moment, then turned and went into the kitchen. Ding Xia had also been quite frightened today. She wasn't feeling well and was worried she might have a fever at night. Although she drank ginger tea, Ding Xia still developed a fever during the night. She was groggy and called out to Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun checked her temperature twice, frowning. This isn't good. We need to go to the hospital. In the middle of the night, they went to the emergency room for 4 fluids. As Ding Xia gradually became more stable, Xiao Jun finally relaxed. However, all this chaos caused the shop to close again. Ding Xia sent the revised pickled vegetable recipe to Fan Xiangxiang and asked Du Ru to mention it when posting the stock video for the online friends. Only then did she feel at ease to stay home and rest. Xiao Jun and she quarantined together. Every day they ate, slept, and studied new recipes. After the quarantine, they surprisingly gained a few pounds. The happiest person after the quarantine was Du Ru because she could eat many delicious foods again. The shop reopened, and business was booming. Besides Aunt Zhao taking care of her child every day, everyone was busy with their tasks. Ding Xia didn't even have time to replace the wilted flowers on the table. Finally, on a day when she had some free time, Ding Xia ordered many new types of flowers from the flower shop. The shop also welcomed a special pair of guests. The guests were a couple who looked very well matched. The man held his wife's hand. What would you like to eat? The woman shook her head, looking like she had no appetite. The man looked at the menu handed to him by Du Ru. Let's have a kung pao shrimp, a puffed pepper, a Westlake beef soup, and 2 bowls of rice. The food arrived quickly. As the woman smelled the aroma in the air, her appetite was suddenly stirred. The food tastes pretty good. Try some, the man said, scooping a piece of shrimp onto her plate. This shrimp is firm and chewy, probably live shrimp. She took a few bites and praised, really good. After eating and feeling full, the two sat silently at the table. The man spoke first. Are you full? Do you want another bowl of icy jelly? I saw it on the menu. No, I've been too busy these days to handle more. She shook her head. Another silence fell.
Then,
let's go, she finally said. They silently walked to the door to pay. Du Ru smiled and asked, how was the meal? Was it good? Very good. We enjoyed it, she replied with a smile. That's good. You two look very matching. You must be very happy together, Du Ru said as she counted the change. Matching? The man looked at his wife. Yes, very matching. You both have a special aura. You look different, but you also seem very in sync.
You make a perfect pair, she said.
The woman smiled. Thank you, young lady. You're welcome. We look forward to seeing you again, Du said as she saw them to the door. About a week later, the couple returned, ordering the same dishes. Du remembered them and smiled as she served the food and greeted them. The woman also smiled in reply. Since the restaurant wasn't busy, Du sat at a nearby table reading a thick professional book. Suddenly, the man asked, "Are you leaving?" "No, I'm not," she said. "Thinking about it, there's nothing I can't accept. You're out on missions to protect the country, and I'm here in the hospital saving lives. It's just like what the young girl said, we're a good match." But the man hesitated. "When we got married, you went to earthquake relief efforts, and I was busy in the hospital. We only took a quick hour off to get the marriage certificate and took a hurried photo," the woman said with a hint of nostalgia. "Thinking about it now, I find it quite funny." The man kept his head down and didn't speak. The woman said again, "I wanted a divorce because I felt that we hardly saw each other in a year, and we never spent much time together. It felt pretty boring. Now I don't want to leave because I realize there's no need for others to feel my unhappiness. We are meant to be together. Even when we're old and retired, we can still love each other forever without getting tired." The man looked up with tears in his eyes. "Xiao Jun, I am sorry for what I did to you." "There's nothing to be sorry about," the woman said with a teasing look. "Like I said, we are a good match." They spoke loudly, and Du listened carefully without knowing when. Seeing the couple start eating again, she got up and went to the backyard. "Big sister Sha. Du ran to find Ding Sha and told her everything she had just heard. "I want to buy 2 small cakes to give to them. Can you?" Du felt a little shy asking Ding Sha to make them from scratch. Ding Sha smiled and agreed. "Of course, but it might be too late to make cakes now. How about you buy 2 bowls of icy dessert?" "It's on me." Du bought 2 fancy bowls of icy dessert, then went to the front desk to pay before bringing them to the couple. "Young lady, we didn't order this." The woman looked surprised. "It's on me," Du said shyly. "I accidentally overheard your conversation just now."
Sorry about that.
"Please accept this as a small apology." The woman paused, surprised. "Well," the man, rarely smiling, said, "Thank you, young lady." Du shook her head with a smile and sat a little farther away, holding her book. The woman took a big bite of the sweet watermelon, feeling refreshed deep inside. As they left, she secretly thought that she would definitely come back again when she had free time. After finishing her work, Ding Sha also told Xiao Jun about this. She never kept secrets from Xiao Jun, except about her crossing and rebirth. Xiao Jun said, "When Ping'an is a bit older, let's go traveling." "How about the seaside?" Ding Sha blinked in confusion. "Why suddenly talk about that?" "Because I think you're too hard done by. You became a mom at a young age. I don't want to keep you tied down here. Let's go see the world outside." "And what about Ping'an? Should we leave her behind and go out to play? Our Aunt Zhao, sister-in-law, and Andy here? Then, do you want to leave the shop? There's Wenhao too." In the end, Ding Sha hesitantly said, "Let's talk about it later." "Sasa sister." Du peeked through the curtain. Feng Xiang sent over some samples. Ding Sha immediately went over. "How is it? Is it okay?" "I haven't tasted it yet, but the packaging looks pretty good." The packaging was designed by an illustrator who drew Ding Sha's small courtyard, including a silhouette of her back. Ding Sha opened a jar and poured out a bit. "Try it." "How is it?" Du tasted a little, her eyes brightening. "Delicious. Perfect with rice." Ding Sha also tried some. It wasn't as good as her homemade, but it was much better than store-bought. Feng Xiang increased the price a little, Du said while eating and looking at the message from the other side. "They also hope you can do a live stream to promote the products." "Do a live stream?" Ding Sha shook her head. "I only have a few followers. I know my limits. Don't underestimate yourself," Du said. "You've already surpassed 500,000 followers. This achievement is quite impressive." Du listed several other bloggers, none of whom gained followers as quickly as Ding Sha. Ding Sha was encouraged by Du and no longer afraid of showing her face, but she still felt a bit nervous. "What if I mess up?" "It won't happen." Du analyzed for a while and finally said, "It's almost impossible for you to fail." Ding Sha looked at Xiao Jun, who nodded. Although I don't like them calling you wife, I think you can do it. Ding Sha started to feel a bit hopeful.
Then,
Shall we give it a try? Du Ruro happily replied to Feng Xiangxiang, while Ding Sha was thinking about how to prepare better. She also announced the news of her upcoming live stream, and many fans expressed their support. Ding Sha was so nervous, she forgot about her jealousy toward Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun, feeling a bit jealous, kept thinking about making dumplings. Finally, the day of the live stream arrived. Ding Sha sat nervously in front of the camera. Everyone, I am Fengyue Xianren. Although the first live broadcast was a bit shaky and uncomfortable from start to finish, the response was pretty good. The tips even climbed into the top 10. After finishing the broadcast, Ding Sha let out a big sigh of relief and patted her chest. That was so scary. It's finally over. Du Ruru was browsing the comments. After a while, she looked at the back end and exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, this is so much money." Ding Sha was curious and leaned over to look. Her eyes widened.
Wow.
That's really a lot. But we have to give half to the platform. Ding Sha thought for a moment and said, "If we can withdraw the rest, we should donate it." Really? Donate it?
Du Ruru was surprised.
Yes, donate it. To the hospital, the school, or if not, buy supplies for doctors, police, or firefighters. Ding Sha stretched lazily. Money isn't everything. We're not short of money now, so it's better to help others. Sha, are you some kind of goddess? Du Ruru couldn't help but laugh while covering her mouth. If others find out, they'll say you're too kind-hearted. I don't care what they say. Let them talk, Ding Sha said casually. I just want to do some good deeds for Xiao Ping'an. She clasped her hands together as if praying, closed her eyes, and said softly, Bodhisattva? Buddha?
God?
Can everyone hear me? I hope all blessings go to my son, Xiao Xijin. Please, I really want him to be blessed. Just then, Xiao Jun was passing by and overheard her. He also started to pray, Bodhisattva, Buddha, God, please don't listen to her. It's better if my wife and son each get half. Ding Sha opened her eyes and glared at him, but a smile was already on her face. Oh, right. Teacher Lin said she'll bring her students over on Friday morning. Xiao Jun remembered the call he just received. That's in 2 days. Perfect time for a big cleanup, Ding Sha thought. They couldn't let the place look dusty and dirty on camera. Oh, and Sha, I want to take a day off tomorrow. My grandfather is turning 90, and I can't make it. Du Ruru suddenly remembered and had been meaning to say, but kept forgetting. No problem, it's approved. Ding Sha waved her hand casually. I also want to order a few dishes. I'll send you the menu later, and you can pick them up tomorrow, okay? Du Ruru asked. Of course. I will have it ready for you before 11 a.m. tomorrow. Just remember to come and pick it up. Du Ruru ordered several complicated dishes that are hard to make at home. Ding Sha also made a special taro-filled birthday bun, which looked beautiful and tasted good. By around 11 a.m. the next day, everything was ready when Du Ruru came to pick it up. Ding Sha packed it carefully. By the way, please also wish the old master a long and happy life from me. Du Ruru smiled happily. Sister, if you and the boss are not busy, come along. My grandfather wants to see you both. Huh? Ding Sha was surprised.
That
might not be very appropriate. Ding Sha quickly waved her hands. There's nothing wrong with it. My grandfather always says he wants to see you, but he's too old and can't go out easily. This time, for his birthday, he hopes to meet you and the boss, Du Ruru said sincerely, holding Ding Sha's hand. Ding Sha couldn't refuse, so she called Xiao Jun. They hurriedly tidied up and followed Du Ruru to her grandfather's house. The old man lived in a small courtyard, simple and cozy. Because it was his birthday, many people came. When he saw Du Ruru, he smiled and greeted her. Ruru, you're back? Du Ruru called out to each person, then put the dishes in the kitchen for her mother. She took Ding Sha and Xiao Jun to the study. The old man had white hair. Although he sat in a wheelchair, he looked energetic and cheerful, with a kind and gentle expression in his eyes. Ruru, you're back? When Rushuan was very happy to see her. Du Ruru smiled and squatted down. I'm back, Grandpa. I also brought Sister Sha and Boss Xiao. That's good. When Rushuan looked very pleased. He looked at Ding Sha and Xiao Jun, who seemed a bit shy, and gestured with his hand. Kids, come here. Ding Sha and Xiao Jun hurried over. Hello, Grandpa. Wishing you happiness as vast as the East Sea and a long life like the southern mountains. When Rushuan smiled kindly. Thank you, little girl. My wife is old and not feeling well. She's sleeping now. When she wakes up, I'll let you meet her. Ding Sha quickly said, let the old lady rest well. When Rushuan asked Du Ru to pour tea for them. Sit down, don't stand. It's tiring. I just hear Ruru talk about you often, so I wanted to meet you. Ruru is lively and a bit mischievous, so she might have caused some trouble for you. No. Ruru has helped me a lot. I should thank her. Ding Sha sincerely spoke. When Rushuan was happy to hear this. In any case, thank you all. I know this child's personality well. She has told me a lot. Meeting you is also her good fortune. He shakily pushed his wheelchair to the side. Ding Sha stood up to help him. He pointed to the desk, and Ding Sha pushed him over. When Rushuan opened a drawer and took out a pair of small gold ornaments. I have something I want to give you. That's not right, Ding Sha quickly said. It's not anything valuable. When Rushuan said, opening his hand. It's something from when my wife and I were young. It's a good symbol. I wish you both a long and happy life together. Xiao Jun also came over. He held a pair of small bean-shaped pendants, covered with age spots. These little pendants are made of gold, but they're not worth much. They're very small, when Rushuan said. But they are carved with love beans. He extended his hand to give Ding Sha one. Just for good luck. Keep it, kid. Ding Sha reached out and took it. She looked at Xiao Jun. Thank you, Xiao Jun said sincerely. I'm old now. I've seen many things. I'm not dissatisfied. I just hope everyone stays well. When Rushuan's cloudy but wise and kind eyes reflected his gentle spirit. Be happy, you two. After the birthday banquet, until night, Ding Sha kept taking out the love bean from her neck to look at and touch. I really like the old man, Ding Sha suddenly said. Xiao Jun rarely showed any jealousy. He was also touching the love bean. They have such a good relationship. Grandpa has always held Grandma's hand. He never let go. The look in his eyes when he looks at her is full of love. Maybe we'll be like them, celebrating birthdays together even when we're 90. Ding Sha turned to look at Xiao Jun. Of course we will. Xiao Jun gently kissed her nose without any passion. I swear to you, when I'm 90, I'll still be by your side. Ding Sha didn't say anything. She just snuggled into his arms. Go to sleep. At that moment, their hearts felt especially close. Meow. As Ding Sha entered the hall, she immediately heard Da Huang loudly snorting and hissing. Then, Du Ruru let out a surprised cry. Ding Sha quickly took 2 steps to the cashier at the door. What happened? She saw a big, dirty dog covered in mud sitting innocently at the entrance. Where did this dog come from? Ding Sha asked with some confusion. I don't know. I was just about to brush Egg Yolk's fur, and the dog suddenly ran in from the door. It even startled Egg Yolk, Du Ruru explained. The dog was well behaved, sitting on a mat at the door since then. It's wet, muddy fur dripped all over the mat. Let's take it to the backyard to wash. It's so dirty, Ding Sha said, looking around, unsure how to bring the dog to the backyard. The dog wagged its tail. Ding Sha grabbed some chicken jerky for Egg Yolk and led the dog to the backyard. Sister Tong was startled by the dog. Such a dirty dog. Ding Sha casually mentioned it, and Sister Tong hurriedly grabbed a mop to clean the floor. Ding Sha stuffed the chicken jerky into the dog's mouth, turned on the solar water heater in the yard, and started washing the big dog with Du Ruru. It took a lot of pet shampoo to clean the dog thoroughly. The dog sat obediently, occasionally lifting a paw or turning around, behaving very well. After washing, Ding Sha finally saw that it was a large golden retriever, a bit older, with a white face. Its eyes were bright and black, and it was panting with its tongue out, looking like it was smiling. Ding Sha couldn't help but pet it again and again. It looked very polite. However, drying it took quite some effort. The two took turns with the blow dryer, their arms getting sore. In the end, Xiao Jun finished the job. The fragrant dog came over and rubbed against Ding Sha's leg, its big, grape-like eyes fixed on her. Ding Sha gently patted its head several times. The thick, soft fur was so lovely, she couldn't stop touching it. but seeing how polite it was, it probably had an owner. The dog didn't move much. It lay down at Ding Xiao's feet, its warm breath and thick fur covering her legs. Ding Xiao crouched down to pet it. Did you get lost? Do you remember where your home is? Should I take you back? The dog simply opened its mouth in a big yawn, then rested its head on crossed front paws. Occasionally, it looked up at Ding Xiao with gentle, trusting eyes. Ding Xiao sighed and, after a short while, couldn't stand the sun anymore. She took the dog into their house. As soon as the dog entered, it started sniffing around, then went straight to Xiao Pingin's crib. Ding Xiao was startled and went over to see the dog sniffing nonstop. Xiao Pingin was in Aunt Xiao's room. The dog circled the crib twice, and Aunt Xiao came back holding Pingin.
Wow.
Where did such a big dog come from? Aunt Xiao said when she saw the dog. It ran over by itself. Ding Xiao patted her little boy, and he immediately reached out for a hug. Ding Xiao held him and gently guided his small hand to pet the dog's head and big ears. It was the first time Pingin had touched a dog. It felt different from touching an egg yolk. The egg yolk is soft and plump, but the dog was much thicker and had muscles that moved as it ran around. Pingin made giggling sounds in his mouth. Ding Xiao played with him for a while. Aunt Xiao, you should let Pingin take a nap after lunch. He didn't sleep well last night and has been fussing. Aunt Xiao took the baby back and left. Ding Xiao thought for a moment, then tied a scarf around the dog's neck like a leash, hoping to take it for a walk nearby to see if she could find its owner. The dog obediently followed her out. It walked at a steady pace, following her lead. When she stopped, it stopped too. She liked the dog very much. After walking around without finding the owner, Ding Xiao bought a leash from a pet shop and put it on the dog before heading home. As soon as she entered, she saw the lobby filled with orange firefighters. Ding Xiao asked Dururu, "Why are there so many people?" Dururu was busy making fruit juice. There is a woman on the next street who set her house on fire after her husband cheated on her. The neighbors all got caught in it. They just finished putting out the fire and came for dinner. There are a few soldiers from Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan, probably only 18 or 19 with baby faces. They're handsome and shy. Brother Xiao recognized their accents and went back to make some sour beef hot pot. Dururu asked, "Did you find the dog's owner?" "No." Ding Xiao shook her head. "I took the dog to the backyard. I'll come back soon to help." Just then, she saw the team leader coming to pay the bill, glance at the dog, and suddenly shout, "Hey, Sean." The dog happily took 2 steps in place and, because it was on a leash, tried to control its paws, sticking out its tongue happily. Ding Xiao blinked and asked, "Your dog?" The captain came over and said, "It's a dog from the team. It's about to retire." He crouched down and gently petted the dog's head, and Heishan happily rolled around. Heishan is officially part of the team, the captain explained. "Today, we went on a mission to save someone. On the way back, we received a fire rescue call and had to come here. Heishan also got a bit muddy. We didn't let him out during the fire because we were worried he might get burned, and later we realized he was missing." The captain looked calm and unhurried. "Heishan knows the way home, but we're worried he might be mistaken for a stray because he wasn't wearing a collar or leash. Some team members are on their way to look for him. Since he's here, I can also notify them to come back quickly for food and rest." The captain took out his phone, made a few calls, and then hung up.
He's very well behaved.
When he was brought here, he was a little dirty, but he was polite and didn't cause any trouble at the door, Ding Xiao said with a smile. "That's good. Heishan likes to visit other people's homes. Maybe he came here because he thought this place was nice." The captain also smiled. Dururu interrupted, "Captain, why is it called Heishan?" "Because when he was a puppy and found us on his own, we were watching a Chinese ghost story. He not only watched with us but also got very excited and barked loudly when the Black Mountain Old Demon appeared. So, we just named him Heishan." Heishan had been sitting quietly at her feet, calm and obedient. Without commands, he made no extra moves. Dururu couldn't help but pet him a few more times. "Such a good boy. This year, Heishan is retiring," the captain said. "His trainer plans to take him home to retire. He's very well behaved, so now during non-work times, you can pet him more." Dururu happily petted him several more times. Heishan just looked at her patiently. Finally, they called the fire brigade for a discount, and the captain, feeling defeated by Dururu, smiled bitterly and said they wouldn't come again. If they do, how will the boss make money? Ding Sha turned to Xiao Jun and said, I really want to have a dog. Do you think we could raise a dog like Heishan? Ding Sha bought many salted egg yolks, thinking that since the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, she might make some mooncakes. She plans to make mooncakes with salted egg yolk and lotus seed paste, as well as with fresh meat. As for snow skin mooncakes, she decided to order a few boxes online because she doesn't like eating them and isn't confident she can make them well. Xiao Jun recently became obsessed with skateboarding. Every day, he wears loose pants, carries a skateboard, and goes to the nearby park to have fun with his skateboarding friends. Wang Wenhao's restaurant sign is almost halfway up. Xiao Jun is thinking about hiring another chef so that he and Ding Sha won't have to work so hard in the kitchen. After getting a tan from the sun, Xiao Jun first took a shower to feel refreshed, then played happily with Xiao Xijin, the little kid. Once the father and son bonded well, Xiao Jun went over to help Ding Sha. Are you done playing? Ding Sha asked. Xiao Jun looked at her expression but couldn't tell if she was angry. Sha. Xiao Jun grinned and leaned in close to her. Ding Sha said annoyed, You big black egg, stay away from me. Xiao Jun pressed closer. Ding Sha sighed helplessly. It's not like I don't let you go. You should put on some sunscreen. You got sunburned and peeled a few layers of skin. Don't you have any sense of it? Xiao Jun wrinkled his nose and said, I don't want to put it on. That stuff makes me feel stuffy. Ding Sha rolled her eyes and said, That's just in your mind. If you go out tomorrow and don't put it on, don't come home. Okay, I will put it on, Xiao Jun nodded. But the next day, Ding Sha saw that the sunscreen was still untouched and sitting there perfectly. When Xiao Jun returned home, he found that Ding Sha was ignoring him. Not only was she ignoring him, but she was acting like he wasn't there. Xiao Jun thought, oh no. He went over to Ding Sha, sticking close and joking to make her laugh, but Ding Sha, who usually had a low sense of humor, didn't react at all. He kept talking to her, but she didn't even give him a glance. Du Ro watched secretly for a while, then went to the kitchen and whispered to Wang Wenhao, Sister Sha and Brother Xiao are having a fight. Fighting? Wang Wenhao listened. I didn't hear any noise. It's a cold war. Sister Sha is ignoring Brother Xiao, Du Ro said. Just then, Xiao Jun looked dejected as he went into the kitchen. Wang Wenhao, not afraid of anything, bravely approached and asked, Master, is your wife ignoring you? Xiao Jun let out a frustrated sigh. Why? Wang Wenhao asked curiously, since Ding Sha was always friendly and smiling at everyone. Xiao Jun briefly explained a reason. Wang Wenhao said, That's all? Yes, Xiao Jun replied with a nod. Master, this is your fault. Your wife cares about you. You got sunburned and didn't listen. How can she not be upset? Anyone would be angry. Wang Wenhao said, Think about it. If your wife went out in the rain every day without an umbrella, and when asked why, she said she was too lazy and kept catching colds, would you be angry? At first, Xiao Jun thought it was nothing, just a bottle of sunscreen. But after Wang Wenhao explained and he imagined the situation, he suddenly understood why Ding Sha was upset. Xiao Jun patted Wang Wenhao and said, I'll give you a bonus at the end of the month. Then he ran out. 10 minutes later, Ding Sha came in. Where's your master? She looked around but didn't see Xiao Jun and thought he had gone out to play again. I didn't see him, Wang Wenhao said. Ding Sha snorted and left. Wang Wenhao quickly sent Xiao Jun a message. Master, your wife is looking for you. Come back quickly. Master, where are you? Where did you go? Master? Xiao Jun didn't reply for a long time. Ding Sha placed the prepared mooncake dough into the oven. She wanted to make traditional mooncakes with flaky layers and red and green threads inside. As she watched the mooncakes baking, she grew more and more angry. Du Ruru was filming her and suddenly saw a plain white hand slap the table in the viewfinder. Sister? Du Ruru was startled. Ding Sha snapped back to herself.
Sorry.
Did I scare you? Du Ruru shook her head. It's okay. Sister, are your hands all right? Although she knew she was older than Ding Sha, Du Ruru still called her sister out of habit. Her little uncle said that in the workplace, bosses are called sister too. Ding Sha looked at her hand. It's fine, just a little red. What do you mean a little red? Xiao Jun came in carrying a bag. Du Ru glanced at Ding Sha and went to find Wang Wenhao with her camera.
Xiao Jun sat down.
Still angry? Sorry, it was my fault. I won't do it again. He opened his pocket and said, Look, I bought a lot of sun protection stuff, hats, ice sleeves, and many sunscreens. I promise I'll cover myself up completely every day when I go out. Ding Sha rolled her eyes and looked at him. Xiao Jun knew she wasn't angry anymore and smiled happily, leaning in to try to hug his waist. Ding Sha pushed him away in disgust. It's so hot and you smell bad. Stay away from me, big black egg. Xiao Jun sniffed himself. I don't smell. I took a shower when I got back. Ding Sha glared at him. You do smell sweaty. And you're dark. Xiao Jun knew that dark was probably about him. I'll go rinse again, he said, standing up to take a shower. Ding Sha checked the sun protection items one by one, making sure there were no side effects before taking them back inside to store. People in the small shop noticed that recently Ding Sha no longer called the boss a Jun, but instead used a funny-sounding nickname, Big Black Egg. The first time Ding Sha called Xiao Jun, Big Black Egg, in front of everyone, Xiao Jun looked helpless but still responded with a nod. Wang Wenhao almost sprayed water out. Du Ru stepped back and giggled. Sandy, you call Xiao Ge Big Black Egg? Yeah, Ding Sha answered naturally. He's so dark. At night when the lights are off, you can't find him. What else would you call him? Xiao Jun accepted this with a helpless smile. On Mid-Autumn Festival, the shop gave each customer a mooncake. After tasting it, some people asked Ding Sha if she could sell some to take home. Ding Sha didn't make many. Her family ate some. She gave some away, and there weren't many left, so she decided not to sell them. But she thought maybe next year she could prepare early and sell some mooncakes. Right after the National Day holiday, when workers were lazily avoiding work, Xiao Jun handed Ding Sha 2 plane tickets. Let's go on a trip. Ding Sha was surprised and forgot to yawn. What? She took the tickets and looked at the one to Chengdu, feeling a bit confused. Travel? What about the kid? The shop. Ding Sha looked at the large airport and felt a bit overwhelmed. Should we go to the hotel first? Drop off our luggage and then go out? Xiao Jun pulled her to take the subway. I booked a guest house near Chunxi Road. It's right across from Tan Duck Blood. Xiao Jun kept talking. We can go shopping there first. You always say that crowded places look lively, and you want to check them out, so let's go. Ding Sha took out her phone. I'll check in with Ro and the others. She started to think about Xiao Xijin, the little kid. Usually, Ding Sha visits the kid several times a day, giving hugs and kisses, not wanting to let go. Now that he's not around, she felt a little anxious. Big sister. The video call connected, and it was Ro's face. She smiled. You've arrived? How was the trip? Are you tired? Not tired. Ding Sha shook her head. Is the shop busy? How is Ping'an? Not busy. Ro held the camera. Ping'an woke up and looked for you for a while, but couldn't find you. She whined a bit and was comforted by Aunt Zhao to go play, but it seems she's still looking for her mom. She might be missing her lucky charms, Ro teased, sticking out her tongue. She turned the camera around, and Ding Sha saw Ping'an playing with Aunt Zhao in the backyard. Ding Sha felt worried. Just wanted to tell you we arrived. Nothing else. I'll hang up now. She was afraid she might buy a plane ticket and fly back immediately.
Xiao Jun hugged her.
Miss Ping'an? Yes. She's grown up and has never left me before. You can't just stay there because of her. When you were little, didn't you always want to travel? Xiao Jun said. Kids are important, and so are you. Ding Sha took a deep breath and smiled. I understand. I'll do my best. Basically, no one is entitled to expect someone else to give all of themselves, even if that person is a mother. Before becoming a mother, she was also a delicate little princess. After getting off the subway and walking a bit, the crowd was dense. It was hard to believe that even on a non-holiday, Chunxi Road was still so crowded. The guest house Xiao Jun booked was spacious, with a private open kitchen and a bright, roomy bathroom. The decor and facilities inside were very complete. Ding Sha looked around the house. She couldn't quite tell if it was Mediterranean or Arab style. The rich blue color and bright, saturated checkered pattern both create a cheerful mood. The two of them quickly tidied up and then went out. First, they visited Chunxi Road for a quick check-in. After taking several photos, Ding Xia and Xiao Jun went into IFS and took the elevator to the top floor. There weren't many people at the giant panda photo spot on the roof. Ding Xia took a few pictures, then she and Xiao Jun turned into a nearby restaurant. The restaurant had a Western style, with a full menu of afternoon tea and meals. Ding Xia ordered a few simple dishes to fill her stomach. The food was much tastier than expected. After eating, they went downstairs and strolled around Chunxi Road. Someone had told them not to buy food there, so Ding Xia carefully followed that advice. They just looked around and enjoyed the relaxed afternoon atmosphere of Chengdu. In the evening, they didn't go far and ate at Xiaolonkan Hot Pot nearby. Xiao Jun was so spicy that his face turned red, and he kept drinking water, but it didn't help. After dinner, they didn't rush home. Instead, they held hands and took a walk along the street. Although it was almost 11 o'clock, there were more people on the street than during the day. It seemed like everyone's nightlife was just beginning. On the way back, Ding Xia overheard some students chatting nearby. She decided to go to Quixinglu Street next to Quanzhai Alley tomorrow to enjoy more delicious food. The next day, they slept until around 9 o'clock. Xiao Jun's face looked swollen from sleep, his eyes half closed, and his hair sticking up. Ding Xia smiled and asked, "Want to sleep a little longer?" Xiao Jun shook his head and awkwardly went to wash up. The cold water made him jump awake suddenly. Ding Xia wore a light blue embroidered long dress, her hair pinned up at the back with a hairpin, looking very gentle. Xiao Jun wore a white t-shirt and jeans. The two of them left the house feeling fresh and clean. They first ate 2 buns filled with sprout meat by the roadside, then drank a bowl of Maishan tofu pudding, feeling satisfied before heading to Quanzhai Alley by subway. The subway wasn't crowded. Ding Xia and Xiao Jun found a seat. People were leisurely scrolling their phones, girls dressed beautifully with delicate makeup, and groups of friends out enjoying their day. Ding Xia couldn't help but smile and said, "This place is really nice. Everyone seems to live so relaxed and stress-free. When we get old, maybe we should come here too." Yesterday, I passed by a park and saw many grandparents holding hands and walking. "All right, when we grow old, we'll come here and take walks with you every day." Xiao Jun gently brushed her hair away from her face. As they reached Quanzhai Alley, they walked through a long corridor. The subway entrance was crowded with many locals selling maps and souvenirs, wearing sun hats. Maybe because it wasn't a holiday, there weren't as many people as they expected. The passers-by spoke with local accents, strolling leisurely with their hands behind their backs. Birds chirped clearly, and the sky was a bright blue. They naturally slowed down their pace and blended in with the crowd. Xiao Jun also asked in his broken Sichuan dialect how much an ice cream cost. They walked through 2 alleys from start to finish without buying much, feeling a bit hot. They passed by Polonia Street and streets shaded by trees, smelling the aroma of hot pot skewers from the street vendors. Finally, they ducked into a small tavern next to Polonia Street and ordered 2 bowls of mango pomelo sago. The moment they tasted the cold drink, they felt completely refreshed. The hot summer day was testing their patience, but stepping into the air-conditioned shop made them feel only one thing: survived. Ding Xia and Xiao Jun stayed in the shop until nearly 2 p.m., then, feeling empty, they went out to find lunch. Although they had been talking for a long time, it seemed they didn't discuss anything important. They just sat there, slowly enjoying life. They wandered around Kuishing Tower Street and finally decided to eat at a Spanish restaurant. Xiao Jun, who couldn't eat spicy food, had a stomach upset that morning. The restaurant was peaceful, with soft, gentle music playing. A pretty young girl greeted them. "Just the 2 of you? Please sit anywhere." They sat by the window drinking lemon water and ordered seafood paella, a small potato, and some shrimp. They didn't order much because they wanted to try some street snacks in the afternoon. The flowers on the table were beautiful. Xiao Jun took out his camera to take pictures of Ding Xia. The girl bringing the food was momentarily surprised by Ding Xia's face, then quickly praised, "Miss, you're so beautiful. So adorable." Ding Xia had heard many compliments like this recently. It seemed Chengdu people were always warm and generous in praising strangers' beauty. At first, Ding Xia felt a little shy, but later she could happily smile and say thank you. She also started to look forward to how she would dress up, as if her long-suppressed girlhood was being set free again. Xiao Jun smiled as Ding Sha chose clothes in front of the mirror, starting to focus on makeup and dressing up. Xiao Jun didn't feel annoyed at all. He only felt happy. He liked seeing Ding Sha so cheerful and lively. It seemed she hadn't experienced much of life's hardships. The trip didn't last long because the little kids at home couldn't be comforted. Every day, tears welled up in their eyes as they cried in front of the camera. Ding Sha felt very sad and tried to comfort them, but it didn't work. Xiao Jun simply bought a return plane ticket. Although it was a trip for just the two of them, the children at home were also very important to him. Moreover, the main goal of the trip had been achieved. Ding Sha looked more confident and radiant. She smiled more, talked more, and became a bit more playful. On the way back, Ding Sha still felt a little reluctant. I still want to eat icy jelly. That place's icy jelly is especially delicious. Xiao Jun pinched her nose. Next time we'll eat it again. Ding Sha was happy again. When they got home, the children were still sleeping. Ding Sha shared her souvenirs and gifts with everyone, then lay beside Xiao Ping'an, waiting for him to wake up. About 10 minutes later, Ping'an wrinkled his nose, kicked his legs, and his eyelashes fluttered. Slowly, he opened his sleepy eyes. He turned his head and saw Ding Sha smiling, froze for a moment, then sat up and realized his mom was back. Tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. He looked at Ding Sha, wanting to cry but not crying, reaching out and calling for a hug. Ding Sha quickly picked him up with tenderness, cuddled him, kissed him, and said, "Good baby, Mom is here." Don't cry, don't cry." Little Ping'an clung tightly to Ding Sha's neck, refusing to let go. He was so attached he wouldn't even eat, afraid that if he let go, his mom would disappear again. That night, he was so sleepy that he kept holding Ding Sha's finger. Aunt Zhao came to hold him, but as soon as she touched him, he started crying loudly and refused to close his eyes no matter what. Ding Sha kissed him gently. "Let him sleep with me tonight." Aunt Zhao said, "That's good. The little one is clingy to Mom. Being with Mom makes him feel safe." Seeing Aunt Zhao leave, Ping'an crawled over to Ding Sha, hugged her arm, and curled up comfortably in her arms. After making 2 soft sounds, he slowly closed his eyes. Ding Sha held Ping'an tenderly and lovingly, gently patting his back to help him fall asleep. Xiao Jun finished his shower and saw Ping'an, still not willing to leave. "Yes, just let him sleep with us." "I miss him too," Ding Sha whispered. Xiao Jun turned off the light and got into bed, leaning down to kiss his beloved son. "Sleep now, you're very tired today." Ding Sha replied softly, slowly closing her eyes. Xiao Jun also lay down. Ping'an stretched his legs and unconsciously reached out to touch Xiao Jun, then fell asleep peacefully. The family of 3 slept deeply. They didn't get up until late morning. When Ding Sha came out holding Ping'an, Sila was already sitting nearby, teaching little Stone to recognize words and count. Seeing Ding Sha return, Sila grinned widely, showing his big white teeth. "Boss lady," Ding Sha went over and patted his round head. "You're here? Have you eaten?" "Yes, I have," Sila said happily. Little Stone also slowly called out, "Boss lady," Ding Sha chuckled.
Oh.
Little Stone is so well-behaved. "Little brother." Little Stone looked at Ding Sha in her arms, leaning on the table. Ping'an, curious, bit his finger while watching Stone. "Yes, little brother." "Come, say hello." Ding Sha crouched down, took Ping'an's hand, and greeted Little Stone. "Hello, Brother Stone." "I'm Little Ping'an." Little Ping'an turned his head and buried his face in Ding Sha's shoulder, but secretly looked at Little Stone. Little Stone was a bit stunned but responded, "Hello, little brother." He even tried to stand on a stool. Sila quickly caught him, so he could see Little Ping'an. After the 2 children finished their friendly exchange, Ding Sha carried Ping'an and stepped outside the door, taking a few steps around the entrance. Soon it was time for lunch. Throughout the meal, guests kept arriving. Xiao Jun and Wang Wenhao took turns cooking, and the guests happily greeted Ding Sha. Du Ru bit her chopsticks. "Sister, you've changed so much, huh?" "Really?" Ding Sha smiled. "Is that good?" "Yes," Du Ru nodded. Ding Xia then enthusiastically recommended Chengdu, its food and lifestyle. By the end, both girls agreed to go to Chengdu together next time. Wang Wenhao took off his apron. Sister, I need to ask for leave. The old lady has passed away. Huh? Ding Xia was stunned. My grandma is gone. My dad told me to go back. Wang Wenhao wiped his face. Then you should go back quickly. If you need anything, just tell us. Ding Xia nodded in agreement. Wang Wenhao didn't say much, nodded, and left. Du Ru was still surprised. How? How can it be like this? Ah. Ding Xia shook her head and sighed. She looked at the doll in her arms. People come and go. Maybe that's just life. A week later, Wang Wenhao returned. How did it go? Ding Xia asked with concern. Wang Wenhao had no expression. It's done. My grandmother took a nap and passed peacefully. She looked very calm, so I think she died peacefully. I think she went to see my grandfather. My grandfather isn't here anymore. I heard her whispering to him, asking him to wait for her, saying she wanted to try the food I love. I thought she wanted to tell my grandfather how it felt after eating those foods. Wang Wenhao even smiled a little. Old people usually have good feelings. Even if they argue sometimes, they don't stay angry for long. Ding Xia was silent for a moment. Maybe she missed her grandfather too much. Yes, I think so too, Wang Wenhao said. Life continued quietly. Autumn quickly passed. Ding Xia put on a thick coat. She was a bit puzzled. Why do I feel like autumn was here but gone so quickly? Did we really have autumn? Xiao Jun smiled. Although it was short, you can't ignore its presence. Ding Xia pouted. Alright, let's just say it existed. She then went out to buy pears. She wanted to make autumn pear syrup. Recently, everyone at the shop had some coughs, mild or worse. It wasn't serious, but coughing was uncomfortable. Medicine can have side effects, so she decided not to take medicine. Instead, she made some autumn pear syrup to drink daily. She took Du Ruru with her, and they went to the market to buy 2 big bags of pears. Du Ruru set up her camera, not wanting to miss any photo opportunities. Making autumn pear syrup wasn't difficult, just time-consuming. Fortunately, Ding Xia was very patient. She carefully followed each step, while Du Ruru helped and chatted about recent news from the backstage. Fang Xiangxiang's team released the report. The sales are pretty good. They hope to have more collaborations. What other collaborations? Ding Xia blinked. I don't have many pickle recipes to use. No, Fangxiang is not only a brand for pickles. They also have other products, Du Ruru said, taking out her phone and showing Ding Xia a few pictures. They have a line of instant food products, but because sales are not very good, not many people know about it. They want to talk to you about this instant food line. Instant food. What Du Ruru said is true. Fangxiang has indeed started a new production line for instant food. However, whether it's due to poor taste or lack of promotion, it hasn't gained much popularity and has been losing money continuously. The person in charge was at a loss. When they heard Ding Xia help sell the pickles well, they also wanted to try their luck. Ding Xia didn't agree immediately. Instead, she went to check out the production line again. Clearly, the line was very good and the raw materials used were also excellent. After returning, Ding Xia began to think about what kinds of dishes would be best to promote as instant food. She and Fangxiang signed another contract. The person in charge smiled happily and shook her hand. We look forward to more cooperation with you in the future. Everyone in our factory is very excited about your joining. Ding Xia also responded politely with a smile. When she got home, she bought all kinds of instant food products available on the market: rice, hot pot, sour and spicy noodles, and more. Fangxiang mainly produces self-heating instant meals. Ding Xia would cook a few packs of instant rice every day, eating with Xiao Jun and Du Ruru. Over time, Du Ruru, while shopping at the supermarket, saw the instant rice and looked quite green. In the end, they decided to start with a simple dish: potatoes and beef, a classic combination. Soft, tender potatoes paired with slow-cooked, flavorful beef, and a thick, sticky sauce that tantalized the taste buds. Ding Xia believed no one could resist this dish. After sharing her recipe with Fangxiang, she finally took a break. She had been busy for several days, filming a review of various instant food products. Fans joked that Ding Xia might develop her own brand because she didn't like the taste of existing instant foods. In a way, the fans were right. Ding Xia sat at the cash register. It had been a long time since she sat there, and she felt a bit new and curious. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. A pair of thin, brown hands pushed it open. An old man, gaunt and with a rural accent, asked, "Young lady, are you throwing away leftover rice? There is very little leftover food at the restaurant, and sometimes the remaining dishes are combined and taken away by the garbage truck at night." An elderly person, hunched over, stands at the door, looking at her nervously. Dururu quietly tells Ding Xia that this is an elderly person who collects discarded items. Ding Xia looks at him and feels a bit sorry for him because of his age. At this time, only a few tables are occupied in the restaurant. Ding Xia asks Dururu to take him to the backyard, where Wang Wenhao prepares a bowl of beef noodles for him. The beef is already braised and sliced thinly, laid on top of the noodles. The elderly person looks at Ding Xia with some confusion. "Eat up," Ding Xia says, inviting him to sit down and placing the bowl in front of him. The elderly man rubs his hands together, then folds his hands in a prayer-like gesture, and with trembling hands, he picks up the chopsticks to eat. He eats slowly, but seems to enjoy it very much. Ding Xia, worried he might feel uncomfortable, gets up and sits aside on a swing, playing with Xiao Ping'an. After the elderly person finishes eating, she goes over and asks, "Are you full? If not, there's more." He waves his hands repeatedly. "That's enough. That's enough." He looks at the chubby little Ping'an and says, "What a cute child. You're lucky." He seems to be a shy old man, only saying this one sentence as he comes and goes. Ding Xia smiles and thanks him, and he waves his hand again. Ding Xia sees him out to the door and says, "If you're hungry in the future, just come here. I can't give everything, but I can always provide a filling meal." The elderly man folds his hands in a gesture of thanks and bows to her. She smiles and turns aside. The old man stumbles a few steps, then turns back, and Ding Xia waves goodbye. He also clumsily waves his hand. Then, carrying his snakeskin bag, slowly walks away. Dururu comes over and says, "Sister, you are really kind."
What's so kind about that?
Ding Xia shakes her head. "I just hope everyone can live a little better. Everyone gets old someday. I help others now, and when I'm old or my son is old and faces difficulties, I hope someone will help us too." Dururu responds, "Anyway, to him, you're just kind." Ding Xia smiles and shakes her head. It's just a bowl of noodles, not much to her, but very important to that elderly man. If I can help, I will. Ding Xia carries Ping'an back to the house. Recently, it's been windy, and she's worried Ping'an might catch a cold. The colder it gets, the more she craves warm food. At her request, Ding Xia also shares the hot pot-based recipes with them, including spicy, mushroom, and tomato flavors. The fragrant food and ambitious spirit made him eager to rebuild and send out more troops. The small shop also removed some dishes from the menu and mainly introduced a series of health soups, so business has been very good lately. People coming and going feel comfortable after drinking a bowl of soup, leaning back in their chairs and closing their eyes, looking very relaxed. Xiao Ping'an is growing quickly. He can now stand on his own, and with Aunt Xiao holding one hand, he can walk a few steps. His big eyes are dark and shiny, like grapes. Neighbors praise how well this child is raised. Ding Xiao thinks that after the new year, he can finally taste real home-cooked food. After all, he's the child of a restaurant owner. How could he not know what good food tastes like? Ding Xiao finds this a little funny. Dazhuang finished several orders in a row and earned a lot, feeling very proud. He bought new clothes and gifts for his children and Sister Tong. Sister Tong scolds him, but she is very happy inside. Before she can complain more, Dazhuang leaves with new orders to work on. Sister Tong stands at the door watching him go, sighing softly. "Don't worry, he'll be back soon," Ding Xiao comforts her. "I don't expect him to earn me a villa. As long as there's enough to spend, some savings for emergencies, and not feeling guilty about the kids, that's enough," Sister Tong says. "I'm just worried he's working too hard. He's such a big man, but he's gotten thinner." Wang Wenhao chimes in, "That's life." Sister Tong sighs and goes back inside. Du Ruru glares at him, and Wang Wenhao nervously scratches his head. Ding Xiao collected a lot of charcoal from Uncle Wei and ordered a small stove for barbecuing. He grills lean beef, high-quality pork belly, and chewy dried sausages over charcoal. After cooking, he wraps them in lettuce and garlic slices, dipping them in barbecue sauce before taking a bite. He feels so satisfied, he could fly. The small shop is busy all year round, with different delicious foods every day. Over time, it even made it into the top 5 must-try local delicacies. Many diners from nearby cities also drive over on weekends to try the food. They say with a smile that once you try this place, you'll never want to leave. Customer satisfaction is the greatest praise for a chef. Wang Wenhao works with full enthusiasm every day, and his cooking skills keep improving. The reputation of Wang's cuisine is spreading far and wide. Wang Jingyang felt very happy when he heard the news. He specially came to praise and warn Wang Wenhao to prevent him from becoming too proud. However, Wang Wenhao always spoke before thinking. He blurted out what he was thinking, only realizing what he had said afterward. Wang Jingyang was so angry that he twitched his beard and shook his sleeve, then left. That evening, Xiao Jun specifically stayed behind with Wang Wenhao. In a few days, you should pack up and go back. Master? Are you asking me to leave? Wang Wenhao asked anxiously. Not exactly asking you to leave, but I am thinking about it, Xiao Jun said. You've learned enough of the Wang family's cooking. It's time for you to go back to your own restaurant. Why stay here all the time? Why does it seem like I'm not supposed to stay? Wang Wenhao shook his head. I just like being here. Please let me stay, master. Your father came today because he wants you to go back, Xiao Jun said. He didn't say it directly, but he wants you to inherit the family business. I don't want to, Wang Wenhao pouted.
I'm stubborn.
I don't want to go back. I like it here and I want to stay. Little brat, Xiao Jun scolded him with a smile. You don't want your family's business? Don't want your parents? My dad has apprentices now, so the restaurant can keep running. He's only in his 50s and healthy. If you really told him to rest at home, he wouldn't be happy, Wang Wenhao said. Just let me stay here. When it's time to go, I'll go on my own. Xiao Jun didn't insist further and agreed. Du Ruru came out of the door. Wang Wenhao, are you leaving? She had come to get some water and didn't expect to overhear the conversation between the boss and Wang Wenhao. Her mind was in a mess, and she couldn't help but come out to ask clearly. Wang Wenhao shook his head. Not leaving. Du Ruru seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Good, you're not leaving. Do you miss me? Wang Wenhao teased her. Du Ruru jumped 3 feet high. Stop being so full of yourself. I don't. I'm leaving tomorrow, going home, Wang Wenhao suddenly said. Not leaving? Du Ruru was surprised. Just kidding. If I do leave, like Master said, I can't stay here forever, Wang Wenhao explained.
Then,
Du Ruru unconsciously started tugging at her sleeve. Remember to come back and visit sometimes. Wang Wenhao asked her again. Do you miss me? Initially, Du Ruru didn't speak. But when she saw Wang Wenhao's rare serious face, she nodded gently and said, Yes, why? Wang Wenhao pressed on.
We're
colleagues, friends. Of course I would feel some sadness. Du Ruru replied. Are we just colleagues? Just friends? Wang Wenhao took a step closer, making Du Ruru instinctively step back in fear. Wang Wenhao stared into her eyes closely. Du Ruru felt a bit nervous. She opened her mouth to say something but couldn't. He kept looking at her without moving. Finally, Du Ruru seemed to give up and said, Yes, it's more than that. Before she finished, Wang Wenhao interrupted her. I understand, he said. Understand what? Du Ruru was caught off guard. Understand your feelings, Wang Wenhao said. Let me say the rest. Ruru, I've liked you for a long time. Can you be with me? Wang Wenhao said seriously. His usually playful face now looked very sincere. Du Ruru felt a little confused. Wang Wenhao continued, Even though I'm just a cook, I swear that my future will be all about you. You're my top priority. Du Ruru's face turned slightly red. She didn't expect that just getting up to drink water would lead to this. She bit her lip and finally agreed. After all, she had unknowingly fallen for Wang Wenhao too. A smile appeared on Du Ruru's face as she went back to sleep, carrying her young girl's hopes and a hint of sadness about parting. The next morning, she saw Wang Wenhao practicing his knife skills in the kitchen as usual. "You're not leaving?" Dururu ran over to ask. "I was joking," Wang Wenhao said lightly, then quickly ran away before she could react.
Dururu was stunned. Wang Wen.
"How?" She clenched her fists in anger. Bad man die. The first snow of winter came quickly, faster than expected. It was as if yesterday they were discussing knitting a sweater for Xiao Ping'an, and today they suddenly needed to buy a down jacket for the baby. Time was moving so fast that Ding Sha felt a bit overwhelmed. Last year at this time, I was nervously expecting a little one, but this year, he already makes faint sounds. Ding Sha finds this amazing. On New Year's Day, the shop opened early. Xiao Jun insisted on selling rice dumplings, and Ding Sha went with him. They prepared sesame, peanuts, rose bean paste, and fresh meat fillings, all made by Ding Sha himself, and brought them to the rice dumpling shop for wrapping. The cooked rice dumplings had sweet rice wine added, making them sweet and making people smile happily while eating. Dururu, feeling cold, didn't want to reach out and instead squeezed next to Wang Wenhao to share a bowl. Si Lo first fed Little Stone before eating herself. Sister Tong packed a bowl in a thermos to deliver to Dazhuang later. Aunt Zhuang looked at Si Lo and smiled kindly. Lin Jiu knocked on the door and came in. "Good morning," Ding Sha greeted him. "Morning. Teacher Lin, have you eaten? Want a bowl of rice dumplings?" "Honestly, I only came in because I smelled the aroma. Do you believe that?" Lin Jiu sat down smiling, looking very relaxed. Ding Sha asked what kind of filling he wanted. Lin Jiu thought for a moment and ordered 2. Rice dumplings are small, about 2 bites each, so eating a bowl or more won't cause stomach trouble. Few people get up in winter to eat breakfast. Most are sleepy-eyed, walking their dogs or working overtime. They come in, eat a hot rice dumpling with a grimace, then rush to catch the bus. Lin Jiu sat by the window, watching the few people outside, and sighed contentedly. In summer, I wanted to do this too. When I first came in, I didn't feel too sad, but thought sitting here in winter with a cup of tea would be very comfortable. Ding Sha asked, "How about now?" Lin Jiu knew what she meant. He lazily rested his chin, like a satisfied big cat. "It's good. You could say it's a blessing in disguise." Ding Sha tilted her head. Lin Jiu then started to tell her his story. He had always kept himself very covered up and never told anyone about his sexual orientation. Over time, he felt stifled inside. When he found someone he could confide in, Ding Sha, he didn't mind sharing. "My parents have always disapproved of us being together. I moved out of my family when I went to college. Although I still live in the same city, I haven't really seen them much since. I know they deliberately avoided all the places where I might be. My parents found out about his cheating, and they were very angry. They awkwardly told me to go home. I'm actually quite happy. I've always prepared to be alone, but I didn't expect my stubborn and traditional parents to go and ask about other men." He smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's kind of cute." Then Ding Sha was surprised and asked, "So?" Lin Jiu confidently said, "I'll bring him to meet you someday. We've already met, and you'll meet him in the future." "Okay." Ding Sha was genuinely happy for him. After seeing Lin Jiu off, Xiao Jun held Xiao Ping'an and came out. "Why are you holding him? It's so cold outside, and he's not even awake yet." Ding Sha carefully wrapped Xiao Ping'an more warmly. "We're just getting some fresh air. It's too stuffy inside every day," Xiao Jun said, then took out a skateboard. "You still brought a skateboard?" Ding Sha was surprised. "I'm showing the kids how the world is," Xiao Jun said proudly. "They keep wanting to see my son. If your son gets sick, you'll just take your skateboard and leave smoothly. Do you understand?" Ding Sha smiled. "I swear if I get sick, my son won't be in trouble." Xiao Jun raised 3 fingers. Ding Sha spat at him. "I don't believe that." But she still held her son and went with Xiao Jun to the park where they often skateboard. As they approached, the kids were having so much fun, and they saw handsome boys and pretty girls walking over with a delicate, doll-like baby. Wow, they looked like casually dressed but unique boys, all quite young. Xiao Jun greeted everyone skillfully and then introduced Ding Sha and Xiao Ping'an. The kids giggled and greeted politely and friendly. Ding Sha talked with them for a few words but didn't bother them further. She quietly held her child and moved to the side. The kids gathered around Xiao Jun, saying, "Wow, Brother Jun, your wife is so beautiful, and your baby is so adorable. Your family is amazing." Xiao Jun puffed up a little, making a mischievous face. When Xiao Ping'an woke up, he kept staring outside, especially at Xiao Jun, staring without blinking. Ding Sha was almost curious to death. Little Ping and was either watching his dad or simply looking at something that moved. Xiao Jun played twice and then said, "Let's go. Time to head back." "You're not playing anymore?" Ding Sha was surprised. Usually, Xiao Jun would play for a long time. "No, I just brought you here to let them meet you, so they won't keep asking if my kids are fun all day." Xiao Jun felt a bit sweaty and hot. He first held Ding Sha's cold hand, then gently picked Little Ping and into his arms. The two of them went home together again. Xiao Jun couldn't sit still and drove to the market to buy New Year supplies for everyone. Ding Sha sat inside, baking egg tarts. A few days ago, passing by a bakery, she smelled the delicious aroma and got very hungry. Today, she decided to try making some herself. Duru was holding her laptop, waiting for the egg tarts and editing videos at the same time. Ding Sha's career as a blogger was slowly getting on track. She was too busy alone, so she asked Duru to handle this part and paid her extra salary. Duru was happy to find a job related to her skills and was very cheerful every day. The New Year came early this year. Not long after New Year's Day, it was the first day of the Lunar New Year. Xiao Jun gave his employees a holiday and some benefits. Only their family of 3 and Aunt Zhuang and Sile were left. They sat together making dumplings, cooking, and baking cakes. It was also Little Ping An's first birthday. There was a table full of good food and drinks. Xiao Jun sat at the main seat, holding his cup but not speaking. He paused for a moment and said, "Today is New Year's Day. I wish everyone a happy New Year." Everyone happily raised their glasses. After one drink, Xiao Jun raised his cup again. "This one is to thank Aunt Zhuang for her help. Without you, I might never have seen Sha again, even if he didn't mention it. When Little Ping'an was born and he wasn't there, that event was enough to stay in his mind forever." He raised his third glass. "This one is for a special reason. I want everyone to witness something." Xiao Jun looked at Ding Sha and said, "The 3rd day of April is a good day. Shall we have a wedding then?" Ding Sha was surprised. Yes. She didn't cry this time, just smiled and held Xiao Jun's trembling hand under the table. He said, "We have both Chinese and Western styles planned. I prepared several options. Which one do you like?" Ding Sha nodded and suddenly started looking forward to April 3rd. Before the romantic wedding, there was a long and complicated period of wedding preparations. Ding Sha was busy trying on dresses and getting everything ready, which made her so tired she almost wanted to cancel. Xiao Jun was more energetic than her. Every day, he excitedly urged her to get up and prepare. Ding Sha decided to let him handle the preparations while she focused on organizing menus and other small tasks at the shop. Xiao Jun ran back and forth every day, looking far from tired. Little Ping was very happy eating his baby food. He would cheer loudly and dance around happily. He was growing quickly and looked more and more like Xiao Jun, almost like a tiny version of him. Sometimes, Ding Sha wondered. People say boys look like their mothers and girls like their fathers. Why does Little Ping look like his father? Quietly, Ding Sha checked his diaper again to confirm he's definitely a boy. Aunt Zhao smiled kindly at Ding Sha. "Don't worry, he'll start to look more like his mother as he grows." Ding Sha stuck out her tongue. The wedding wasn't very big, and not many people were invited, just close friends and family. When Ding Sha walked slowly in her white wedding dress, Xiao Jun couldn't help but cry. "Fool! Why are you crying?" Ding Sha gently wiped his tears. "I'm happy," Xiao Jun said softly, his voice trembling.
Ding Sha didn't know what to say.
She just gently wiped his tears and showed him kindness. "We willingly become husband and wife. From today, we will share the responsibilities and duties of marriage, respecting our parents, teaching our children, loving and trusting each other, supporting and forgiving one another, caring through good times and bad, loving each other for a lifetime. No matter whether life is smooth or difficult, rich or poor, healthy or sick, young or old. We will face everything together, sharing joys and sorrows, hardships and happiness. We will keep our vows today, and we believe we can keep them forever. They recited not the usual wedding vows everyone knows, but a special promise they chose carefully. Although they couldn't get their marriage certificate yet, saying these words made them feel as if they were already married. After the wedding, Xiao Jun didn't rest with Ding Sha in the house. They took a shower, changed clothes, and under the cover of night, they secretly drove out. Xiao Jun took her to the only mountain in Nanjiang City. The top of the mountain had sparse trees, a wide sky, and stars filling the night. It was so beautiful it seemed unreal. Two people sit on the roof of a car, whispering to each other. Ding Sha leans on his shoulder. Will we be together forever? Yes. Will you love me forever? Yes. Will you leave me and our son? No, I won't. Which kindergarten do you think our son should go to? That I don't know. Xiao Jun feels a bit helpless. Is it too early to think about kindergartens now? It's good to plan ahead, Ding Sha says casually. She doesn't really want to find a kindergarten for the child. She's just talking. He suddenly asks, what do you think our son will be like when he grows up? More like you, or more like me? Ding Sha is silent for a moment. Of course. She knows what the original male lead was like. He will be very talented, cheerful, and sunny. He loves tasty food and enjoys cooking. He likes skateboarding and basketball. He has many good friends and spends every day playing with a big group. He will definitely be handsome and popular with girls. His personality will be a bit mischievous but also calm, kind of like you and me. But Ding Sha believes Xiao Ping'an won't be like that. Xiao Ping'an will not grow up lonely and suffer from life's hardships. Instead, he will be surrounded by love and warmth. He will definitely be a bright and cheerful boy. Yes, he will, Xiao Jun says firmly, holding Ding Sha close. At the end of July, Ding Sha and Xiao Jun finally go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and receive 2 new marriage certificates. They repeat their wedding vows once more, with firm hearts and happiness. The sun is shining, and a gentle breeze blows. The night is dark and quiet. Su Li lies on a soft, spacious bed, unable to sleep. He can't remember how many times he's had insomnia. He turns his head to look at the moon outside the window. It's beautiful, big and round. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival, he hears. He doesn't know what mooncakes taste like. Lost in thought, Su Li checks the time, 3:30 a.m. He lies quietly, staring at the ceiling, his mind blank, until dawn. Secretary Zhou Yao arrives early, bringing breakfast. When he opens the door, Su Li has already gotten up. Zhou Yao follows the schedule and talks about today's plans. It's a busy day. After finishing, Zhou Yao hesitated for a moment. Boss, Miss Li called me yesterday.
She said.
She hopes you can invest to help her family's company. She said that if you're willing to put in the money, she will marry you. Su Li remained very calm. He was eating shrimp dumplings quietly, savoring each bite. Zhou Yao waited a moment, then bit his lip. Boss, I think Miss Li is quite pitiful. She cried very sadly on the phone. Her family's company is really close to going bankrupt, so my money is just to make a noise, Su Li said. Whether her family's company is worth saving, I believe you know better than I do. Not only do I have to give money for nothing, but I also have to see her unwillingly act like I'm forcing her to marry me, while inside, she still thinks about the person she likes. Zhou Yao, I'm not that kind of person. Su Li looked at him with a cold gaze. I hope this is the last time. Zhou Yao lowered his head, feeling a bit ashamed. He had seen how Miss Li treated the boss before, using his feelings and almost causing him harm.
He knew all about it.
He felt confused. Why did he suddenly feel sorry for Miss Li after hearing her voice yesterday? He had always disliked her.
Su Li ignored Go Ao's distraction.
After breakfast, he went to the company. A day full of busy work awaited him, including a lunch with the CEO of a partner company. The CEO looked gentle, but between words, he kept subtly belittling Su Li's background. Su Li stayed calm and gentle until the CEO, increasingly proud, mentioned his parents. Then he took a tissue to wipe his mouth. President Zhang, I will send the termination contract to your company within 3 days. The CEO paused, then frowned. Mr. Su, This kind of thing shouldn't be said lightly. You should think carefully. Xingxing is very capable, but our old established companies are not to be underestimated. Disrespecting elders like this isn't good behavior. I think we no longer need to cooperate. Xingxing may not have your Jinda's experience, but we can still pay the penalty for breach of contract. We are also launching new software and games soon. I personally think they're very good. If you have time, you can download and try them. After saying this, he stood up and left with Zhou Yao, ignoring the angry boss smashing things in the private room behind him. Zhou Yao knew that his parents had always been a sensitive topic for Su Li, so he didn't try to persuade him further. Su Li sat in the back seat of the car, with his eyes closed. He didn't say where he was going, so Zhou Yao waited quietly. After a while, Su Li softly said, "I had a dream." He felt a noisy presence around him and wanted to open his eyes to see, but his eyes felt heavy and deep. He struggled and then fell asleep again. Soon, someone gently woke him up. "Little peace, little good boy." Su Li slowly opened his eyes and saw a kind, gentle but unfamiliar middle-aged woman softly patting his arm. Startled, Su Li wanted to ask who she was, but he was picked up. "Is little peace awake?" Aunt Zhao held him and slowly paced around the room. "Are you hungry?" Su Li silently looked at his short, chubby body. "Is this a dream?" "It must be."
But he didn't resist.
His first thought was, if he were still a little child, if he hadn't been sent to the orphanage, would he be able to see? Just as he thought this, the door was pushed open. A beautiful woman with long hair down to her waist entered. When she saw him, she smiled with her eyes and clapped her hands as she walked over. "Little Peace is awake? Did you sleep well? Are you hungry? Come, let Mom hold you." "Mom." Su Li felt a bit dazed, but his body instinctively raised his arms. His subconscious couldn't lie. He felt very close to this woman. Su Li leaned into the woman's arms, holding her neck tightly. Ding Xiao looked surprised and patted his back. "Why are you so clingy today, little Peace?" She said this as she walked outside. Su Li saw a very beautiful and lively small yard. It was full of bright, large flowers, a swing hanging from a tree, and cute wooden animal carvings everywhere. A chubby, round tabby cat chased after two kittens, running behind the woman. Aunt Zhao was holding a bunch of small mats, washing and drying them. Su Li buried his head in her shoulder in the sunlight, tightening his embrace around the woman.
"Mom."
He opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. The woman pushed aside the curtain and entered the kitchen. Inside, two men stood back to back, facing away. The woman walked straight toward a broad, strong back. "A Jun," she called. Su Li heard her and turned to look at the man. He had a firm, handsome face that resembled his adult features by about 70%. The man wiped his sweat and was chopping something. When he saw his wife and child approaching, he washed his hands and then picked up his son. "Good boy, do you miss Dad?" he asked. Unlike the woman's soft, warm embrace, the man's arms felt a bit firm but gave a strong sense of safety. Su Li hugged the man tightly again. Even if it was just a dream, he wanted to stay a little longer. He spent the whole day in the arms of the man and woman, holding onto their necks and not wanting to let go. In the evening, the woman gently put him to sleep. The child's body couldn't hold out long, and he quickly fell into deep sleep. His fingers still clung to the woman's sleeve, hoping to stay beside her if he woke up again. But when he woke, only darkness and silence remained. The big house was empty and quiet. There was no lively noise, no one around. Su Li was lost in this sense of emptiness and couldn't wake up. That dream felt so real. He truly believed he was the little boy named Xiao Pingan, loved by his parents. Leaning against the back seat, Su Li thought about the dream. Whenever he relaxed, he couldn't help but remember it. The huge sense of loss and confusion made him feel very down. Zhou Yao didn't understand why he looked so sad. He asked what dream he had, but Su Li was lost in thought and didn't answer. Zhou Yao blinked. "Shall we go, boss?" "Yes, let's go." "Where to?" "The company." "No, take me home." "Home? Yes, I want to sleep for a while." "Boss, there's an interview," Zhou Yao said, holding some documents. "It's an official interview, quite meaningful. Do you want to do it?" "I've looked at it." "The reporter is due." A very famous journalist. He's honest and gentle. It's fine, Su Li replied. Hearing this, Su Li rubbed his temples. No need. Cancel it. Boss, are you having a headache again? Haven't you rested well lately? Zhou Yao asked with concern. The boss has probably been overworked lately, often sleeping at home, and Zhou Yao is a bit worried about his health. He had stayed up all night for the company before, but now that the company is doing well, Su Li still has little time to rest. No, just a little tired, Su Li said, not wanting to say more. He hadn't dreamed of that small courtyard again. Then I'll contact the TV station and cancel the interview, Zhou Yao said. It's a pity. I heard that reporter Du Ruru is an excellent journalist. My cousin's little girl, only 8 years old, decided she wants to be a reporter when she grows up because of her. Wait, what are you talking about? Su Li was surprised. Reporter Du, Zhou Yao said, confused. What's her full name? Su Li asked softly. Du Ruru. Ruru means soft and gentle, Zhou Yao replied.
Go.
Tell them I've agreed to the interview. Su Li finally found his voice after a moment. Zhou Yao left, and Su Li sat there feeling a bit dazed. Du Ruru, that name he had heard before. In that small courtyard, the lively girl next to Mom was called Du Ruru. He remembered. Su Li was distracted all day. Zhou Yao was a little worried. Boss, why don't you go home and rest? I can handle the work for now. When is the interview scheduled?
Su Li asked.
Next Saturday, Zhou Yao said. Can we move it to tomorrow? Su Li asked. Why so urgent? Zhou Yao scratched his head. I'll talk to them. About an hour later, Zhou Yao came back, sweaty.
Done.
Reporter Du will come to our company at 3:30 p.m. tomorrow. Su Li's mood was complicated. All right, I'll give you a raise. Zhou Yao looked at Su Li, curious. Boss, you've been acting a bit strange these days. Really? Su Li smiled. Just a little curious. Curious about what? Zhou Yao was also curious. Curious. About magic, or rather, miracles. The next afternoon, the reporter arrived as scheduled. Su Li, dressed in a formal suit, waited in the office, looking handsome and reserved.
Du Ruru en terre.
Mr. Su, I've heard a lot about you. I am Du Ruru. Su Li looked at her familiar face and smiled softly. I've heard a lot about you too, Reporter Du. The interview went smoothly. At the end, Su Li said, I booked a table at Xiao Yuan. Mr. Du, do you have time to have dinner together? Du Ruru raised an eyebrow. Xiao Yuan is a high-end private restaurant that operates on a membership basis. Only members can dine there, and the membership requirements are very strict. Of course, Du Ruru smiled. The atmosphere during the private meeting was more relaxed, and Du Ruru's expression became much more at ease. Thank you, President Su, for your generous support. That's why I could enjoy this meal. Su Li smiled and poured her some champagne. I've also heard a lot about Ms. Du and truly admire you. Honestly, I thought you wouldn't agree to the interview. I invited you hoping for a long-term connection, but I was surprised you accepted, Du Ruru said. She was dressed neatly and elegantly, with a few wrinkles on her face, looking very wise and gentle. Su Li smiled but said nothing. I heard that Ms. Du didn't study journalism in college. Yes, I studied editing at Nanjiang University. Later, I earned a double degree in graduate school and became a reporter after joining the station, Du Ruru replied.
Then.
Do you know Wang Wenhui? Su Li asked again. Who? Du Ruru looked puzzled. Sorry, I haven't heard of him. It's okay. I was just asking casually, Su Li said with a smile, changing the subject. The dinner was very pleasant. When leaving, Du Ruru sighed. If only my son could be as gentle and successful as President Su, I would be so happy. Your son? Yes, I married late. My son just started college this year. He's quite lively, always out playing, and I can't control him. Su Li didn't ask further. He had the driver take Du Ruru home. As he walked along the road, he was lost in thought. He wanted to go to Nanjing City to take a look. Back home, feeling a bit tired, he sent a message to Zhou Yao about booking a plane ticket to Nanjing City, then slowly closed his eyes. He dreamed of that small courtyard again. This time he was a little older. Su Li sat up in bed, put on his shoes, and eagerly pushed open the door. The yard was still full of people, some tending to the flowers, others washing clothes or sweeping, and some chasing and playing. Suli stood at the doorframe, holding onto it, not daring to step forward. Giant Xiao came from the front hall and saw him by the door. He walked quickly over, picked up his son, and put him around his neck. "Let's go, son. Dad will take you skateboarding." Suli was frozen on the man's shoulder and didn't dare move. He had never felt this kind of unfamiliar sensation before. It was strange, but the man's big hand holding him made him feel safe. Giant Xiao held his son with one hand and carried the skateboard with the other. As soon as he stepped outside, he started skating toward the park. The neighbors on the street greeted him. "Little Xiao going skateboarding again. Hey, little Peaceful is going too. Be careful." The man smiled and replied to everyone, occasionally pulling Suli to say a few words. Suli silently hugged the man's head tightly. When they arrived at the park, the man greeted his friends and found a flat spot to start teaching Suli. The little boy's short body found it hard to keep balance, and he almost fell several times, but the man always caught him steadily. Suli quietly smiled with his lips pressed together. After playing for a while, the man carried him back home. As soon as they arrived, Ding Sha noticed them. Ding Sha went over, first took the child, then kicked Giant Xiao. Giant Xiao chuckled and circled around her. "I didn't let him fall. I caught him every time. Isn't that right, son?" Suli immediately nodded heavily. Ding Sha looked at him with some annoyance. "It's so hot. Why did you take him out in this weather? What if he gets heat stroke? Or sunburn?" Giant Xiao rubbed the back of his head and slipped away. Ding Sha carried Suli to take a bath. At first, Suli felt a little uncomfortable, but then he thought, this is just a dream. And this is Mom. After the bath, Ding Sha carefully applied some lotion to him and dusted him with powder for heat rash.
Suli sneezed twice.
Ding Sha looked worried. "Are you coming down with a cold? Are you too hot?" Suli shook his head. Choked, Ding Sha smiled and pinched his nose, then took him to the front hall. She brought him a bowl of double skim milk.
"Eat it."
"Didn't you say you wanted to try it yesterday?" Suli knew it was double skim milk. When he was a child, he really wanted to eat it but couldn't afford it. When he grew up, he didn't think about it anymore. He carefully scooped a spoonful and put it in his mouth. It was cold, sweet, and with sticky red beans. He squinted happily. "It's so good. So this is the smell." He unconsciously wiggled his little leg. At noon, he ate a meal prepared by Ding Sha himself. Suli was very happy, ate a lot, and his stomach was full and round. Ding Sha looked a bit worried that he might vomit after eating so much. Sure enough, in the afternoon, he chased after an egg yolk in the yard and suddenly vomited everywhere. Ding Sha took him to see a doctor. Nothing serious, just a bit tired. Ding Sha was a little angry. "Xiao Xijin, are you silly? If you can't eat, why do you force yourself? Don't you remember what Mom taught you?" Suli muttered in his heart. "Mom didn't teach me." But he said aloud, "It's tasty." Ding Sha couldn't help but laugh and cry. "If it's tasty, you can eat it later. But you can't eat so much at once and become a chubby kid, you know?" "Got it," Suli said sadly. "Will I still be able to eat it in the future?" Since returning from the hospital, he stayed sad on Ding Sha's shoulder. Xiao Jun came to see him a few times and was also worried. "I won't take him skateboarding anymore." Ding Sha patted the child's head. "It's not your fault. He just ate too much." Xiao Jun still insisted. There was nothing he could do. Even a small change in the child could scare him. Tom's sister gently patted his back. "Why does our little ping and look so tired? Is he still feeling unwell?" Suli obediently shook his head. Ding Sha couldn't hold him, wanted him to get down, but Suli didn't let go. "Hold me." Ding Sha sighed and picked him up again, found a place to sit, and let the child sit on her lap before finally relaxing. They didn't eat much for dinner. Ding Sha carried him back to rest. Suli held on to her tightly, refusing to let go. Ding Sha comforted him and sang a lullaby.
Suli's eyelids grew heavier.
He pulled Ding Sha and suddenly wanted to speak, to tell her who he really was.
"Mom.
I miss Mom." As soon as he finished speaking, the child was already asleep. Ding Sha covered his stomach and adjusted the air conditioner to a comfortable temperature. She kissed his forehead and left. When Suli opened his eyes, everything was empty. A wave of disappointment threatened to drown him. He sat up, trembling, took out a cigarette and lit it. His phone rang twice. It was a message from Zhou Yao. He said, "Good, boss." Suli picked up his phone and made a call to him. The internet-addicted teenager Zhou Yao was not yet asleep when he was startled by a phone call from his boss. "Boss, can I change my name?" "Never mind, just joking. Have you booked the plane tickets?" "Yes, I have. It's next Tuesday. We need to work hard these days and finish our tasks early." "Good. Thanks for your effort. Rest well." "Boss, what's wrong? Are you having trouble sleeping?" Zhou Yao asked carefully. Suli paused for a moment. "No, I just had a dream. I saw my parents." Suli spoke before Zhou Yao could ask. Zhou Yao felt a bit sad for his boss. He knew Suli was a very talented person, but because of his unclear family background, he was often looked down upon or even mocked. His parents had almost become a kind of obsession for him. So, Zhou Yao wanted to ask what his parents looked like in the dream. "Go to sleep now. You have work tomorrow," Suli said. I want to go to Nanjing City earlier." The plane landed smoothly. Early autumn in Nanjing City was still hot. Zhou Yao looked a little worried at Suli, who had been distracted since the plane took off. "Boss, are we there? Let's go." Suli quickly snapped back to reality. He remembered the old street from his vague dream. The street had been repaired several times and looked different from his memory, but if he looked carefully, he could still find familiar features. Zhou Yao watched as Suli's hand brushed over the grass and wooden fence, as if he was nostalgic about something. "Boss, were you from Nanjing before?" Zhou Yao couldn't help asking. "Probably," Suli said with a smile. He didn't hide the joy that was bursting from every pore of his body. It really felt like coming home. He bought a milk tea for Zhou Yao at a corner, then slowly walked along the street until he reached a small shop that was both familiar and strange. It was covered in dust. There was no lively crowd, no bustling customers. No wooden signboard or glass sliding door. No lush flower beds or small blackboard with today's specials. No cheerful mother standing at the door. Suli stared at it for a long time, feeling that the dusty, dilapidated appearance was really inappropriate. Yao, please find out who owns this house and ask if they are willing to sell it to me," Suli said. Although Zhou Yao was quite surprised, he agreed and went next door to ask for the contact information. Not long after, he returned. "The owner is an elderly couple, but they have already passed away. Their children live abroad. I've sent an email to them." "Okay," Suli said, standing at the door and looking at it for a long time. "Find a place to stay in Nanjiang, and then look for a carpenter." "Boss, how long will you stay in Nanjiang?" Zhou Yao asked, surprised. He thought Suli was just here to look around, but it turned out he planned to stay. "I don't know. I'll probably stay here for a while," Suli replied. "There are some things I want you to help me check. The sooner, the better." Zhou Yao was confused but didn't dare to ask more. He just drove off to handle his work. Suli sat in the back seat, slowly closing his eyes. When he woke up feeling refreshed, he realized he hadn't slept so well in a long time. Zhou Yao had already parked the car at the hotel lot, waiting for him to wake up. "Boss, you're awake." Zhou Yao was organizing the next tasks. Since Suli might stay in Nanjiang for a while, many things needed to be handed over to ensure everything runs smoothly. "I've ordered dinner at the hotel. Shall we go upstairs?" Suli asked. "No, let's go to Wang's restaurant," Suli said, taking out his phone and fiddling with it for a moment. Zhou Yao checked the navigation. Luckily, it wasn't far, less than half an hour's drive. Wang's restaurant was crowded. The hostess at the door politely smiled and told them they might have to wait a little. Suli had no objection and sat in the waiting area. While waiting, he saw a man with a rebellious look but a very gloomy expression walking slowly over in flip-flops. The hostess whispered among herself, and soon one person went inside. Not long after, an old man with a square face came out. "Dad," the man said slowly. "Do you still remember to come back?" The old man with the square face looked angry. The man looked up at him. "I bought my ticket. I'm leaving tonight. I won't be working at home anymore. Good for nothing. Where do you think you're going?" The old man was very angry. "Do you forget how your grandfather died? You're still so stubborn." If you dare to leave today, don't come back to this family ever again. The man reached out to help the old man, but his hand paused in midair before slowly falling down. Brother Do Won and Brother Berlin are good people. They will take good care of you. Dad. I'm leaving now. After saying this, he walked away without noticing the tears that suddenly fell from the old man's eyes behind him. TSK, the old man clearly doesn't want to part with his son, but he still says harsh words. And the son is the same. He doesn't know how to speak kindly. Zhou Yao frowned as he watched. Suli looked at everything but didn't feel like eating anymore. He stood up. I'll go back first. You can eat by yourself. When you're done, I'll reimburse you. Zhou Yao was surprised. Boss. Suli waved his hand. I'll walk alone. Zhou Yao didn't try to stop him. Since arriving in Nanjing, Suli had been acting strangely. No one knew what he was thinking. Sometimes smiling, sometimes looking worried. Because Zhou Yao and Suli were college friends, he didn't ask much. He happily continued waiting for his turn. He had checked earlier. Everyone said Wang family restaurant's food was very good. He didn't know where the boss found this restaurant. Suli quietly walked along the street, feeling very peaceful. It was as if he had returned to the safety of his mother's embrace, and everything relaxed. Even after returning to the hotel, he still felt soft and safe. Suli, let's talk. Li Qingqing was waiting at the door, looking at him as if she had found a savior. I don't think there's anything to talk about, Suli said. I've said everything I need to. I don't want to waste money, and I don't want to marry you. I've already compromised.
What more do you want? Suli.
You're going too far. Li Qingqing felt humiliated. Can't you understand words? I said, I never want to see you again. I don't want any contact with you, Suli said coldly. Li Qingqing was stunned, as if she hadn't expected Suli to say that. Suli took out his phone and called the hotel front desk, asking security to ask Li Qingqing to leave. Li Qingqing didn't react until she left. The man who loved and spoiled her so much suddenly changed. She only saw him as a brother. She didn't love him. Was it wrong to refuse Suli? Why couldn't Suli help her? He clearly liked her very much. But Suli wouldn't explain anymore. One good day was spoiled. Suli opened a bottle of wine for himself, turned off the lights, and sat on the sofa watching the stars in the sky. Soon after, Suli went to get the digital tablet he brought in his luggage. He wanted to quickly draw the image he remembered, so he wouldn't forget it later, as that would make it impossible to recall. Zhou Yao had just returned to his room when he received a message from Suli, Nanjing City Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Check if, 32 years ago, there was someone named Ding Sha who gave birth there. Understood, boss. Although curious about why the boss was researching someone's childbirth, a good secretary knows not to ask too many questions. After replying, Zhou Yao prepared to wash up and rest. As soon as he lay down on the bed, Zhou Yao suddenly sat up again. 32 years ago. Is the boss investigating his own background? Zhou Yao's sleepiness disappeared instantly. The boss has been trying hard to find his parents. Could there finally be some news? Zhou Yao couldn't help feeling excited for him. Meanwhile, Suli was slowly recalling and drawing. He started with a few light strokes to sketch a beautiful female portrait. It was Ding Sha's face. Looking at the sketch, he gradually began to draw more details. The night was still long, and he could keep drawing. Boss, I found the information, Zhou Yao said. His work skills were excellent, and he found what Suli needed in just a few days.
Ding Sha
is indeed your mother. Zhou Yao had already looked at the data earlier and found it hard to say. Suli took the documents and saw a photo.
It was old and yellowed.
He didn't know who took it, but she was leaning against a yellow-flowered tree, wearing a light yellow dress. Her belly was round, and she was smiling gently. It was that face. Suli suddenly felt tears welling up. That face was definitely her. That was his mother. Suli repeatedly touched the photo, unable to stop himself from smiling a little. He had also met his mother before, spent time with her and been spoiled in her arms. Zhou Yao, standing nearby, felt a bit uncomfortable reading the information he had found. Is there anything else? Suli asked. Your aunt loved you very much. I found Dr. Liu, who was responsible for her at the time. Dr. Liu said she was very obedient, carefully asking many questions about how to raise a baby, and looked very happy. She truly loves me, Su Li said without hesitation. Additionally, I followed my aunt's clues and found out about your father's identity. Zhou Yao turned a page and handed him another photo. The young man has scarred eyebrows, is thin and fierce-looking, staring at the camera with a wild expression, dressed in prison clothes and handcuffed. This photo was taken from Nanshi prison. Your father is named Xiao Jun. He was imprisoned for involvement in organized crime and died shortly after in a fight inside the prison. Zhou Yao closed his eyes. Find out more, Su Li said without hesitation.
My father can't be like that.
He was happy staying with my mother in a small yard. He would never do such things. I've already looked into it, Zhou Yao said. I contacted the police officer who arrested Mr. Xiao. The officer said there are many doubts about this case. He suspected Mr. Xiao was covering for someone, but he didn't have time to investigate before the fight happened. Investigate further, Su Li said. Find out everything, from why he went in to the truth about the fight. Zhou Yao left. Su Li placed the two photos side by side. A rebellious young boy and a gentle, beautiful girl. This is their only family photo. They found a new house not far from the skate park, with a small yard. It's quite nice. Zhou Yao hired a very skilled carpenter, said to be a disciple of an old master. He is honest and meticulous with woodworking. The carpenter's name is Li. He has thick eyebrows and big eyes. Su Li showed him his sketches, explaining carefully, trying to restore the image in his memory. Li, though a bit naive in social matters, is very talented in woodworking. After listening for a while, he patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, boss. I will definitely make it just as you want. These are not difficult. The main thing is that this style is really creative." Su Li smiled. I'll transfer the money to your account. I don't mind spending time and money. Just make sure it looks like what I want. No problem. Have you chosen the renovation team? I need to see their plan before deciding what to do first. Su Li shook his head. Still looking? If you don't mind, I can introduce you to someone. He's very careful with his work. Honestly, your house needs a full renovation. Many of the wooden parts are rotten, Li said. Bring the team leader to meet me another day. Su Li nodded slightly. No problem, I'll go back now, boss, Li Mujiang said happily as he left. Su Li sat in the rocking chair in the yard, looking at the sky. He remembered that his mother liked sitting like this, and his father once said that the rocking chair had been moved 3 times within the house. When Zhou Yao returned, he looked worried. He called his only good friend, Wenyu. Hey, Wenyu? When are you coming back to the country? The boss is so quick. I'm scared to death. It was midnight on Wenyu's side. He was just waking up from sleep when he heard Zhou Yao's words. What's wrong? Zhou Yao told him about Su Li's recent situation. Mainly, he's not sad at all. He even sits there with a nostalgic smile and says strange things, as if he had spent time with his parents before. Zhou Yao looked a little scared. But his mother died during childbirth and his father passed away before he was born. I suspect he might have some mental health issues. I'll book the next flight back to the country, Wenyu said before hanging up. Zhou Yao came back to report the situation. Boss, I found out. Your father took the blame for something he did for money. He wanted to back out, but the people in prison found out and warned others. The fight was to make sure he couldn't prove his innocence. Su Li wasn't surprised. He had guessed this from the start. He held the small wooden sculpture Li Mujiang had just given him, loosening and tightening his grip. Where are the remains? They're all in the cemetery, by a grave. I want to arrange their funeral again. Okay. On a sunny day, Su Li went to the cemetery to pick up his parents' ashes. They were buried in the same cemetery, one on the left, one on the right, separated by a crowd of people. Su Li looked at the tombstones, which only had their names and birth and death years. He respectfully knelt and bowed 3 times. Then he carried his mother's ashes to his father's grave, bowed 3 times again. Both urns were small, and he held them tightly. Son is unfilial. It's taken so many years to bring you home. Next life, I hope you'll be stricter with me, Mom and Dad. While saying this, Su Li found a small hill with flowers blooming near a tree. He held the 2 urns and said, "Zhou Yao, take a picture of me." "Huh?" Zhou Yao was surprised. "Take a photo of me," Su Li said patiently. He smiled slightly at the camera. It was a family photo. Zhou Yao couldn't stand it anymore and lowered his head to wipe his tears. "Boss, let's go. We shouldn't miss the good time." Su Li nodded and slowly walked down the mountain. The new grave was spacious, surrounded by flowers, grass, and trees. Su Li placed the urn down and silently thought to himself, "This place is made the way Mom liked. Dad, you loved Mom so much. I'm sure you'll like it too. If you're not satisfied, send me a dream to tell me. I am really looking forward to it. When I was a child, I resented why I didn't have parents. But now I don't think that way. I know you love me very much. I'm doing well now. I've been fine all these years.
Don't worry about me.
In the next life, be my parents again, okay? I miss you both so much." Zhou Yao cried even more than Su Li. Su Li kept smiling and didn't shed tears. "Why are you crying?" He looked at Zhou Yao with a bit of amusement.
I'm sad.
"Boss, if you're sad, just cry. Don't hold it in," Zhou Yao said, grabbing tissues.
"I'm not sad," Su Li replied.
"I used to think I was sad because I believed they didn't take good care of me and abandoned me. But now I know they didn't do anything wrong. They love me very much." Su Li sat beside the tombstone, leaning on the side with Ding Sha's name. "The empty part of my heart has been filled. Boss." Zhou Yao was even more overwhelmed. Su Li looked like he had no attachment, as if he was ready to say goodbye to the world. At that moment, Su Li's phone rang. He picked it up and looked. "Wen Yu? Why are you calling all of a sudden?" "I'm about to board the plane. Remember to come pick me up," Zhou Wenyu said.
Su Li glanced helplessly at Guo Yao.
"Did Zhou Yao call you?" "Don't worry, I'm fine." Zhou Wenyu didn't believe him and insisted on coming back. Su Li had no choice. "Change your flight to Nanshur Airport. I'll pick you up." 2 days later, Zhou Wenyu arrived. "Come with me to see a psychologist." Su Li took him to a small yard and slowly shared his story and the things he had experienced. Zhou Wenyu listened with a surprised look, then fell silent. Finally, he said, "Maybe it's not such a bad thing." Su Li patted his shoulder. "Brother, you understand me. I wish you all the best," Zhou Wenyu said. Zhou Wenyu stayed with him for a week. On the day Zhou Wenyu left, Su Li found a cat at the door. The cat was a bit fat and had a beautiful orange coat. It curled up and shivered at the door, still just a small kitten. Su Li picked it up. "Where did you come from, little guest?" The orange kitten rubbed against his palm and meowed softly. "No place to go? Want to come with me? I promise you won't go hungry." Su Li wrapped it in a scarf and took it to the vet. The kitten was healthy, probably just looking for a long-term meal provider. Su Li bought a lot of things and brought them home. As soon as he arrived, the orange kitten started running around happily, showing no signs of being a stranger. Su Li believed what the doctor said, that the kitten was just looking for a long-term meal ticket. Zhou Yao came back holding a bunch of documents. "Boss, the owner of the Qibing company is also in Nanjing and wants to meet you for dinner. Arrange it as you see fit," Su Li said happily. "Today, I met a strange person. He looked pretty normal, but when he spoke, he seemed a bit crazy," Zhou Yao complained. "What happened?" Su Li asked curiously. "He was holding a plan and said his studio could research time travel and even parallel universe theories. He's really quite eccentric," Zhou Yao muttered. "I don't know where he got his information. He knew you were here and kept calling me. He's a real nutcase. If he keeps bothering us, I'll call the police," Zhou Yao said. "Find all his studio's information, including his theories and what he said about them," Su Li suddenly ordered. "Boss." Zhou Yao looked surprised. "You really believe him? These days you have to believe in science, boss," Zhou Yao said, almost breaking down. "If I tell you to do it, then go," Su Li said. "I want to see it as soon as possible." Zhou Yao took a deep breath, clutching his chest, and left. But inside, Su Li was starting to have a bold and crazy idea, making the hairs on his arms stand up with excitement. 2 days later, Zhou Yao reluctantly brought in a folder. "Do you really want to see it?" "Give it to me," Su Li said eagerly, reaching out to take it. Su Li carefully read all the guesses and theories about that person. "I want to meet him." Please help me arrange a meeting. Zhou Yao, feeling resigned, simply nodded and left. The person was younger than Suli imagined, similar to Dr. Agasa, with a constantly excited and passionate smile on his face. Mr. Su, I know you are a forward-thinking and visionary person. Only someone like you can see the potential and greatness of my project. If you invest and support my research, I promise to give you a satisfying result. To keep it short, I can invest 20 million yuan for the first phase, and later I can add another 200 million, Suli said while sipping his coffee. The man rubbed his hands together. Just tell me your requirements. My only requirement is that I see results from this 20 million, Suli said with a slight smile. 2 days later, 20 million yuan was transferred into Jing Research Lab's account. Dr. Jing began working tirelessly on his research. Suli sat in the yard, gazing thoughtfully at the yellow pagoda tree. He wasn't sure if what he was doing was right or what it truly meant, but he thought, if this could succeed. The little orange cat waddled over unsteadily, jumped onto his lap, with milk stains on its whiskers and fur. Suli couldn't help but smile, took out a handkerchief to wipe its mouth, then grabbed a comb and nail clippers. The weather was so nice, it was time to groom the cat and trim its nails. Suli happily decided to do so. After a thorough grooming, the little orange cat was placed on his lap, belly up, while Suli gently clipped its nails, holding its tiny paws. The cat let out a few meows but was subdued. Once finished, Suli held it close, softly stroking it. Before long, the cat was purring and dozing off. Its small paws were tucked in its chest. Suli slowly closed his eyes as well. He was dreaming again. In the dream, he was grown up, waking from a classroom. The teacher, with a serious face, asked him a question. Suli stood up calmly, looked at the question, and answered correctly. The teacher's expression eased a little.
Sit down.
If you feel sleepy later, just stand up, okay? Yes, teacher. Suli sat down, opened the book, and saw her name written on the first page. Xiao Jun. So, those 3 characters are her name. Suli took a pen and carefully wrote her name on the paper. The bell for class ending rang quickly. A strange boy came over and put his arm on her shoulder. Wow, Xiao Jun, I saw you fall asleep, but you still kept listening? Amazing. Teach me how to do 2 things at once. Suli shook her head. It's talent. Wow. The light is too bright. Turns out it's the boy exaggerated. Suli smiled quietly and said nothing more. After school, she hesitated for a moment. As she took a few steps, someone grabbed her backpack. She looked up. A boy with big eyes pulled her along. Ping'an, let's go home. The boy looked the same as when he was little, always liking to look at others with big eyes.
Suli nodded.
She took her backpack back from the small stone boy. Let's go. The small stone boy looked at his hand a little slowly, then reached for his own backpack.
Suli dacked a little.
I can carry it myself. The small stone boy slowly responded with an, oh, and followed her. After walking a few steps, Suli stopped and looked at the small stone boy. You go ahead. The small stone boy stopped, holding Suli's hand. Let's go together. We're going home. It was a bit strange for 2 big boys to hold hands, but Suli thought for a moment and didn't let go. She obediently followed him back to the familiar small shop. The shop was still busy with customers. Suli carefully observed every corner, trying to remember every detail. Ding Sha brought her a plate of snacks. Are you tired? Hungry? Dinner will be ready soon. Want a snack first? Suli looked at Ding Sha, her nose feeling sore, and she almost wanted to cry. She looked a little older, with some wrinkles. I'm going to do my homework, Suli said, taking the plate. She turned and went to the backyard. She found her room and sat at her desk, lost in thought. Staring at the plate of snacks, she slowly picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. It was very sweet. She stared blankly at the plate, then looked out the window at the yard, until it was time to eat. During dinner, she saw her father. Xiao Jun looked even more charming, like a handsome uncle, very much like how she would look when she grew up. Suli ate her meal while thinking. Ping'an, why are you so well-behaved today? Aunt Zhuang asked with a smile. It's nothing, just a bit tired, Su Li replied. When he was about to sleep, Ding Sha came over. Are you unhappy today? Ding Sha asked with concern. No, I'm very happy, Su Li said sincerely. I've never been this happy before. Ding Sha patted his head. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your parents are here with you. Su Li nodded with a smile. Mom, I love you so much, Su Li called out as Ding Sha was leaving. I love Dad too. Ding Sha paused and smiled. We love you too. Su Li was smiling even as he lay down. He thought, even if he never dreams again, he wouldn't feel regret. The rebuilding of the small yard was slow and long. After carefully fixing a few details, Su Li gave the new design to Carpenter Lee. He also bought a set of carving tools to practice at home. When he wasn't busy, he would sit by the window, open his drawing paper, and draw carefully. Sometimes he would pick up the carving tools to practice engraving. Although he was still new at it, Su Li always felt happy. After the overall renovation, Zhou Yao accompanied him to the flower and bird market. Su Li bought many flowers to plant and learned many tips on caring for them. The small yard was starting to take shape. Su Li stood at the gate, squinting his eyes. Not bad. You're quite talented, boss. I always thought you were just a tech guy, but it turns out you have a good artistic side too, Zhou Yao praised. Su Li didn't explain. This wasn't his artistic talent. It was clearly his mother's. Next summer, when the flowers bloom, we can have a barbecue here. Su Li pointed to a corner left empty on purpose. We can build a small shed there someday. Zhou Yao happily said, Sure, no problem. Leave it to me. Next, he added the indoor furnishings. Su Li bought everything needed and arranged it. The only thing missing was some handmade furniture from Carpenter Lee. Although he didn't plan to open a shop, Su Li made the main hall look like a restaurant. He painted quick sketches of Ding Sha and Xiao Jun on the small blackboard at the door. The flowers were also planted. Zhou Yao sighed in relief. Finally done. Boss, how do you come up with so many little ideas? I can't think of any. Su Li naturally didn't answer. He tidied up and moved his belongings into the small yard. Zhou Yao was surprised. You really plan to live here? Are you going to stay too? Oh, never mind. I still prefer hotels. Zhou Yao kept shaking his head. Su Li likes to sit by the window with a cup of coffee, reading a book or working to pass the day. The sunlight just reaches here perfectly. She doesn't add sugar to her coffee. With some free time, Su Li sits in her chair and dozes off. Someone gently knocks on the door. Su Li opens her eyes and sees a girl pushing the door open.
Excuse me.
Is this a coffee shop? No, this is a private residence, Su Li replies. Oh. I saw tables and chairs inside from outside. I thought it was a coffee shop. The girl says shyly. But the painting at your door is really nice. Is it you and your girlfriend? No. Su Li shakes her head. It's my parents. Wow, they must be very happy and beautiful, the girl exclaims.
Su Li smiles slightly.
She's in a good mood today. She walks over and pushes the door open. Come in and sit for a while. I'll treat you to coffee. Oh, that's so kind of you, the girl says, but she walks in without hesitation. Wow, it looks even better inside. Can I take some photos? Sure. Su Li pours her a cup of coffee, adding a bit of milk and sugar. Delicious. It's a shame you don't run a coffee shop, the girl exclaims after taking a sip, eyes wide. My name is Ran Shanshan. I'm here traveling. She introduces herself. I saw how beautiful this place is, so I knocked on the door and came in. You're traveling here?
Su Li asks curiously.
Nanjing isn't a tourist city and isn't very famous. Yes, I love old streets and alleys. I study history and am very interested in ancient culture, Ran Shanshan explains. I like traveling. I pack my bags, go to the train station, buy a ticket for the next departure, and go anywhere.
Su Li raises an eyebrow.
As a girl, isn't that unsafe? I've been practicing martial arts since elementary school, Ran Shanshan says proudly. When Zhou Yao returns, he sees Su Li sending a girl out and looks surprised.
Who's that?
He asks, leaning in and making a funny face after the girl leaves. Just a girl who took a wrong turn, Su Li says calmly. Zhou Yao wants to say more, but Su Li cuts him off with a single sentence. Go remind the research lab. Zhou Yao sadly added another busy day to tomorrow's schedule. Su Li didn't expect Ran Shanshan to come again the next day. "Hi, boss." Ran Shanshan knocked on the glass, then leaned out from the door. "Do you have time to take me around Anjing City?" "I'm not very familiar either," Su Li declined. "I just moved here recently." He thought Ran Shanshan would be disappointed and leave, but unexpectedly, her eyes lit up. "That's fine too. I can show you around. I've been to quite a few places these days." Su Li was surprised by her words. He hesitated for a moment, but Ran Shanshan quickly ran over and pulled him outside. "Come on, I'll treat you to some good food. Don't you get bored staying here all the time?" After a brief hesitation, Su Li was pulled out by her. He believed she had been practicing martial arts since elementary school because she was really strong and knew how to use clever tricks. A man like Su Li was dragged out of the house by her a few times. "Let's go. I'll take you to Ika Street. You probably haven't been there, right? There's a place with really delicious crispy fried pork." Su Li spent the whole day with Ran Shanshan running around the city. He was a bit tired, but she still eagerly suggested they go to another place to eat shrimp paste balls. "Are girls really that scary?" Su Li shook his head. Finally, he returned home. Zhou Yao sat at the door, resting his chin on his hand. "Where did you go? You still remember to come home." Su Li ignored his resentful expression.
I'm tired.
"Say what you need to say." That scientist said there was progress. They detected strange signal fluctuations, possibly caused by space-time waves. Zhou Yao's voice dragged on, but he still thought it was all nonsense. Su Li kept walking, not stopping. Let him confirm it. After confirmation, give him 200 million and let him continue the research. TSK. Zhou Yao knew he was in a bad mood, so he didn't bother him further. Instead, he felt the terrifying power of humanity. Every day afterward, Ran Shanshan would come around 10 a.m., knock on Su Li's glass, then drag him around the city to eat. At first, Su Li was a bit annoyed, but gradually he started to look forward to her visits every day. Ran Shanshan didn't come every day. Sometimes, after visiting a rural farm the day before, she would spend the next day helping Su Li tend to flowers and plants or organizing furniture sent by Carpenter Lee. "This place is really beautiful." Ran Shanshan sat on the swing. "I like it here so much." "It was designed by my mother," Su Li said, gently petting the little orange cat.
Wow.
"She's really talented." "Is she very gentle?" Ran Shanshan exclaimed. "She is very gentle, as if she never gets angry. Always smiling softly," Su Li replied. "That's great. Unlike my mom, who always glares at me and looks like a fierce tiger." Ran Shanshan playfully stuck out her tongue. Ran Shanshan also works here as a travel blogger. She regularly shares videos on public platforms. She sat nearby editing videos while Su Li worked. Occasionally, he stood up to pour coffee for himself and Ran Shanshan. Su Li felt as if through the passing years, he touched the peaceful happiness his parents longed for, even though he had never met them. Ran Shanshan stayed with him for 2 months. "I'm leaving now," she said. Ran Shanshan's job made it hard for her to stay in one city for long, so Su Li didn't try to stop her. Before her flight, she looked a little regretful. "I still wanted to invite you to travel with me. Your videos are great. Fans say I hired a professional photographer with a big budget." Su Li smiled. "If you have time to come back, I'll help you shoot more videos," he added. Ran Shanshan nodded, and both of them looked at each other in silence. The announcement for boarding started over the loudspeaker. Ran Shanshan waved goodbye. "I have to go now." "Goodbye, goodbye." Su Li watched her go inside. She turned back once more, but said nothing. Zhou Yao was waiting in the car. Seeing him return, he said, "I thought you would leave with her or stay behind." "I'm 32, not 22, Su Li said quietly. "If I were 22, he hesitated. "I would have asked her to stay." "What's wrong with that?" Zhou Yao scratched his head. "Wherever you are, a plane gets you there quickly." "Are you worried about a long-distance relationship?" "I do have some feelings for her," Su Li admitted, "but just some feelings." His tone sounded regretful. Feelings alone aren't enough to carry the weight of life, especially for someone like him. "Let's go." "To the lab," Su Li quickly spoke. Zhou Yao nodded and started the car. The laboratory was in a suburban area. When they entered, people in white coats came out to greet them. Suli put on a mask before going inside. The doctor was busy debugging a machine and didn't hear the assistant calling him. Suli sat on a stool, waiting until the doctor noticed him. Then he asked, "How is it going?" "I need many experiments." The doctor had dedicated his life to studying time travel. Now, with enough funding, he finally made progress. He was so excited he almost fainted. "As long as the experiments prove my machine and theory work, I will succeed." Suli thought for a moment. "What kind of test subjects do you need? Animals? Humans? I need live people." Zhou Yao was shocked and immediately stepped forward.
Boss.
"Human experiments are illegal." Suli nodded to show he understood. The doctor also heard this. "I don't want to hurt anyone. I just need them to test the machine to see if it can travel to different times or read memories from other times." Zhou Yao still worried. "Forget it, boss. That's impossible." "It can work. Absolutely. I will use everything I have to make sure it works. Then you try the experiment yourself. If you can't do it, let your assistant do it." The assistant immediately backed away reluctantly. Zhou Yao saw this and quickly grabbed him. "Look at you guys. You don't want to do it yourselves. You don't even believe it can work." The doctor turned and grabbed the assistant's hand. "You do the experiment. Tell him it's okay. It will work. I will succeed." "Everyone shut up,"
Suli said firmly.
"I will do it."
"No, boss."
Zhou Yao yelled. "Is there a risk to life?" Suli asked the doctor.
"No."
"Then I will do it." "It's impossible. Don't even think about it." Zhou Yao took out his phone to call the police. Suli held his arm. "I have a reason to do this. Trust me, I will be fine." Zhou Yao refused. "Are you brainwashed by him? Then you stay with me. If anything's wrong, take me to the hospital." They argued for a long time. Neither wanted to back down. This was actually the best solution. Suli took off his metal jewelry and lay on the machine. The doctor carefully fitted the equipment, while Zhou Yao stood nearby, each holding a phone. The screens showed emergency numbers 110 and 120. As long as something was wrong, he would immediately dial. Suli closed his eyes. A strange, unknown force connected to his brain waves. He felt more and more tired, and soon he lost consciousness. Zhou Yao watched Suli nervously, and the doctor also broke into a sweat. Suli saw only a white fog. He slowly moved forward and saw a yellow-flowered tree. Under the tree, a gentle and beautiful woman was softly touching her belly. Suli couldn't help but step closer. But the woman couldn't see him. After trying a few times, he concluded this. He found a place to sit on the ground, resting his chin in his hands, watching the woman as she touched her belly and sang a strange song. The woman sat for a while, her face looking strange, maybe tired. She struggled to stand up, hugging her belly, planning to go back inside to rest. Her weak body, carrying a large belly, looked about to collapse. As she walked, she stepped on a stone and lost her balance, falling to the ground. Suli was shocked and stood up quickly. He forgot she couldn't see him. He wanted to help her up, but could only do nothing. He watched her dress slowly turn red with blood, flowing more and more. Suli wanted to find someone to help her, but no one could see him or hear him. He could only watch helplessly as her blood kept flowing and her calls for help grew quieter. Finally, when the neighbors arrived, the woman had already lost consciousness. Suli stared blankly as they took her away, tears streaming down his face. Zhou Yao looked at Suli, whose calm body was trembling more and more. His neck veins bulged, and he screamed in pain. "Help! Help!" he kept saying, struggling harder and harder. "Stop! I told you to stop quickly," Zhou Yao shouted at the doctor. The doctor hurriedly operated the machine, turning everything off before saying, "Okay, it's over." Suli suddenly jerked up from the seat like a dying shrimp. He tilted his head to one side, gagging repeatedly, looking very distressed. Zhou Yao pulled off the wires connected to him and asked, "How are you? Are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? Do you want some water?" Suli coughed a few times and then waved his hand. "I'm fine." "How can you be fine? You are struggling so hard. I saw something. Suli said as he staggered to his feet, grabbing the doctor's collar. What's going on? Why can no one see me? Time and space can't be reversed. Once changed, your current self, me, and even others might have their paths altered or disappear altogether. Going back to the past also means the present might cease to exist, the doctor explained. Suli was stunned. Then, what's the point of all this? Tell me, what's the point? He laughed and cried, covering his face. Zhou Yao rushed over and hugged him. We're not doing this anymore. We're done. You still have me when you and the company. And Miss Ran. Zhou Yao spoke hurriedly, words tumbling out.
Suli sat down dejectedly.
The past can't be changed. What if it's not my past? What? The doctor was surprised. It's not my past. Not. Suli suddenly remembered something, pulling the doctor into a nearby office. Zhou Yao was a step behind, anxiously knocking on the door.
Boss.
Suli told the doctor about his dreams and what he found in the dream about reality. The doctor stood up excitedly and paced around. Parallel worlds. This must be a parallel universe. You can change the history of a parallel world. As long as you get through the difficult times, everything can be different. Suli only asked, how much more will it cost? I'll keep improving it. The doctor was already lost in his ideas and didn't hear him. Suli opened the door. Desperate, Zhou Yao burst in, grabbing Suli and not letting go. Let's go home, Suli said. Zhou Yao, worried about him, even slept in Suli's room that night. Suli opened his phone and saw a new post from Ran Shanshan. She posted a picture of a wooden carved horse, looking adorable, with only 3 words. I like it. Zhou Yao was so frightened by Suli that he refused to leave for several days, staying close to him at all times. Even Zhou Wenyu was almost called back from the U.S., Suli was too exhausted to protest, so he let him stay. He sat back in the rocking chair, staring thoughtfully at the sky. Actually, he no longer felt so hopeless. After all these years, thinking about his past life, both the bitter and sweet moments, they no longer left a strong impression. He had almost forgotten the wounds he had suffered, the mockery he had heard. He had always seemed to care a lot, but it was only because he was too stubborn enough to remember how he felt at the time, the anger, the resentment, the unfairness, and sadness. Suli took a sip of tea, resting his head on his hand, softly humming a little tune. Zhou Yao was inside the house, working on some documents. His window faced the small yard, and he kept glancing up nervously to check on him. After lying down for a while, Suli stood up. I'm going to the cemetery. I'll go with you. Zhou Yao almost immediately stood up to follow. Aren't you busy? Suli looked at the pile of papers on his desk. I'm not busy. Zhou Yao closed his computer, walked over to him, looking a bit nervous. Then let's go. Suli didn't refuse. The cemetery was quiet, with few people around. Suli bought 2 bunches of fresh flowers and placed them in front of the grave. While brushing away fallen leaves, he told Zhou Yao, I'll talk to them for a while. It might take some time. You can walk around first. I'll call you when I'm ready to leave. Zhou Yao nodded, stepped back a little, but didn't dare to leave completely. Instead, he found a bench to sit on, watching him from afar. Suli was silent for a long time. I really wish I could change the past, he finally said. Does that sound like a fairy tale? I don't know why I keep dreaming about you all. I also don't know what I'm supposed to do after I dream. I feel like everything I do is wrong, but not doing anything also feels wrong. So, I chose to accept this seemingly absurd research. I think if you knew, you'd probably scold me, he said with a smile. I just want him to keep researching, no matter how long it takes. As long as I have hope in my life, it's enough. Thinking I might help my family in another world feels really good. I'm still not bad enough. If I could just make up my mind and let the doctor continue his reckless research, determined to change things, that would be better. I see many people, Aunt Ruru, Zhou Yao, Wenyu, Shanshan, and others, are all doing well. I'm afraid I might ruin their lives. The doctor says people are unpredictable. In a moment, they can make different choices, and those choices lead to different futures. This means that if they could start over, They might not be the same. I really don't want to cause happiness for some and sadness for others because of me. Will you forgive me? I couldn't save you. I will try to make peace with myself. I'm almost 33 now, no longer a child. Although I didn't grow up with you, I am truly grateful for the chance to meet you. Dad, Mom, I love you. Suli slowly started talking about his childhood, about getting good food because of good grades, crying when food was taken away, being teased when he cried. He occasionally smiled, surprised at how silly he had been. Zhou Yao sat on a chair, watching him closely. Seeing him frown and then smile made him feel nervous and scared. Suli stayed at the cemetery until late afternoon. On the way home, he said he wanted to eat at Wang's restaurant. The restaurant wasn't crowded today. After they went in, Suli ordered dishes he remembered seeing on a wall in a small shop. The food arrived quickly. Suli tasted it slowly. It was good, but he felt something was missing. When they left the restaurant, Suli suddenly asked, "Is there a bookstore nearby?" "Bookstore?" Zhou Yao was confused but still drove to one. Inside, Suli found the cookbook section and carefully chose a few books. Zhou Yao watched him silently, surprised by his actions. When they got home, Suli stopped Zhou Yao and said, "I plan to hire you as the manager of the company." Huh? Zhou Yao instinctively became nervous again. "I want to learn cooking, wood carving, and skateboarding. I probably won't have much time to manage the company," Suli said slowly. "Maybe I will travel in the future. So I'll need your help, Zhou Yao." Zhou Yao blinked, slowly understanding what Suli meant.
Okay.
"Okay," Zhou Yao said seriously. "I will take good care of the company and become a boss who learns all kinds of skills." Suli paused and said, "Go back and rest. You've worked hard these past few days." Zhou Yao happily left. But Suli didn't sleep. She turned on a tutorial video about making picture frames, lit up her desk lamp, and only went to bed when she felt tired. Time slowly passed. Autumn turned to winter. Suli's 33rd birthday was simple and ordinary. Zhou Yao wanted to celebrate it grandly, but Suli didn't want to. The cold winter made Suli add a large wardrobe to Li Muzhang's house. He bought many warm, thick clothes and cooked hot pot with the heater on. Sukiyaki, spicy hot pot, sour soup hot pot, chaos Han beef hot pot. By the end of winter, Suli didn't change much, but Zhou Yao gained a lot of weight. The laboratory was still quietly working on their research. Suli regularly sent some money to the lab's account. During the new year, Zhou Wenyu hurriedly knocked on the small courtyard door. "I sold my company in America and came back to work for you." Zhou Yao keeps crying that he's too busy. Zhou Wenyu took off his coat. "I heard you're doing pretty well. I came back to gain some weight too." To welcome Zhou Wenyu, Suli cooked another hot pot. Zhou Yao ate with his mouth full of oil, drinking beer with Zhou Wenyu. The two drunks finally lay on the carpet, snoring loudly. Fortunately, the room was warm, so Suli just covered herself with a blanket and didn't worry. Zhou Wenyu stayed in the small courtyard, praising Suli's cooking every day, and even ordered a recipe book online as a gift for Suli. Spring breeze warmed the treetops. When it was time to wear spring clothes, Suli opened the door and saw a girl with a bright smile. Ran Shanshan was standing at the courtyard gate, holding a suitcase. "Hi, want to go on a trip together?" Suli suddenly smiled. "Yes." Ran Shanshan hesitated for a moment. "I mean, go on a trip together." Suli nodded. "I agree." Ran Shanshan smiled again. And so, the spring breeze slowly turned the branches green.